At the tender age of 17, Qing, unexpectedly transported to another realm, finds himself fishing in Wudou Town when a phone call reveals that he has become the heir to the Kanaz Gym. Years later, as the Hoenn region descends into chaos, the decaying league teeters on the brink of collapse. Qing attains the status of a ground-type champion, contemplating deeply as he gazes at the formidable individuals under his command. Among them are a retired gym leader, officials of a nefarious organization, and even champions from other regions. Lord Qing, let us take action. You are truly the rightful ruler of Hoenn. Hoenn cannot afford to be without you. Hold on. Let Mega Gardevoir glimpse into the future. What nonsense! What are you calculating? If the future appears bleak, shall we not act at all? My lord, the opportunity is fleeting. Chapter 1. Me? Inheriting a gym? In the Hoenn region, Wudou Town. What did you say? Sister Dujuan wants me to inherit the Kanaz Gym? The sky was clear, devoid of clouds. By the beach, a few individuals were scattered, seated on the sand, engaging in fishing. Among them, a young man with dark hair was questioning his phone, his tone brimming with astonishment. He was tall and robust, named Qing. 10 years prior, he had perished from a late-night gaming session of Pokémon Black 2 in his rented apartment, only to awaken in the form of a 7-year-old child sharing his name. This world bore a striking resemblance to the Pokémon universe that Qing was familiar with, yet it was not a flawless utopia. The original's parents were both police officers and hailed from the Hoenn official orphanage. Lacking any relatives in the conventional sense, they tragically fell victim to the hands of a malevolent organization in Hoenn. Upon his arrival, he found himself an orphan. Should no one claim him, it was likely that he would meet the same fate as his parents, returning to the League's orphanage as a preparatory candidate for League education. Ultimately, Dujuan's father, a veteran trainer of modest influence in Kanaz City, assumed guardianship. The rationale was simple. He had once fought alongside Qing's parents. Just as Qing was lost in thought, his phone rang. There's no time for explanations. The gym leader is rushing to Wudou Town. Upon hearing this, his eyelids flickered, and he hastily replied into the phone, "Understood." Just as he was about to stow his fishing rod, the others around him began to chatter. "Hey, Qing, have you conjured illusions while fishing?" The speaker was a dark-skinned youth, also wielding a worn fishing rod, casting a scornful glance at Qing. "I think so," nodded a middle-aged man fishing nearby, adding, "If you're fantasizing about Lord Dujuan, you might as well catch some Magikarp to sell at the trade station." Nearby, another bespectacled man could not help but burst into laughter, his words dripping with mockery. "He even claims he will inherit the Kanaz Gym. Soon we might have to address him as Lord Qing. Ha ha ha." Unfazed by their taunts, Qing ended the call, leaped on the spot, and kicked at the sandbag beneath him. Sand shrew arise. After being kicked, the sandbag began to tremble, shaking off sand incessantly. Moments later, a rotund yellow hippopotamus, its head nearly the same size as its body and adorned with brown and tan patches, emerged from the sand, shaking off debris. "Oomph, oomph." A whirlwind of yellow sand swirled around. "It's a sand shrew," exclaimed the dark-skinned youth, a hint of barely concealed greed flickering in his eyes. This sand shrew was significantly larger than its counterparts, its eyes gleaming with innocence, yet it was plump and well-nourished, its markings distinct and orderly, surrounded by swirling sands, indicating it had been well cared for. However, upon seeing Qing's imposing figure, he reluctantly suppressed his various thoughts and inwardly scoffed. Qing, ignoring the sand that splattered onto him, retrieved several yellow pear-shaped berries from his waist pocket and tossed them into the sand shrew's eager mouth. Nom nom. The sand shrew chewed a couple of times, swallowed the berries, and joyfully ran circles around Qing, nudging him with its large head. This sand shrew was a gift from Dujuan when he turned 10, serving as his very first Pokémon. "Open your eyes wide. Stay alert," Qing said, gently brushing the sand off the sand shrew's head. "When Sister Dujuan arrives, be in top form." The others, sensing Qing's theatricality, squared their stances, ready to launch another round of ridicule. But suddenly, a deafening roar pierced the air, and a gigantic shadow, fearsome in form, loomed over the fishing beach. A massive gray dragon, with an enormous wingspan and a menacing countenance, swooped down from the sky, landing gracefully on the beach. "Roar! It's a pteranodon, said to have been resurrected from ancient times." The bespectacled middle-aged man fell from his bench in terror, collapsing to the ground, utterly frightened at encountering a prehistoric predator that existed solely in museums, his legs quaking, unable to grasp his fishing rod. Perched atop the pteranodon was a lithe figure. It was a strikingly beautiful female trainer, her hair styled in twin ponytails, clad in a dress adorned with rock patterns, and beneath her rosy stockings, she wore exquisite little shoes. She fixed her intense gaze upon Du Qing, her eyes ablaze with fervor. Then, crouching on the back of the pteranodon, she leaned forward, extending her fair arm with an open palm. Qing, come aboard. A smile crept across Du Qing's face as he retracted the sand shrew into its pokeball, skillfully grasped her hand, and leaped onto the back of the pteranodon. The figures of those nearby trembled under the pteranodon's intimidating presence, leaving the once emboldened mockers utterly speechless. It truly is Lord Dujuan. Dujuan did not cast her gaze towards the others. Her hair was disheveled, and her chest rose and fell slightly, clearly fatigued from her vigorous journey. Kanaz City was a considerable distance from Wudou Town. Unlike Pokémon, humans did not possess such resilience. She too settled down, slightly tilting her head, guiding Du Qing's hand to rest upon her waist. Brace yourself, Du Qing murmured, her body tensing as the pterosaur let out a resounding roar, taking flight towards the direction of Kanaz City. In Kanaz City, within the Kanaz Gymnasium, numerous exhibition stands were piled high, and through the meticulously polished glass, one could glimpse an array of fossils artfully arranged upon the displays. Some of these fossils spiraled elegantly, others resembled roots, while some bore the likeness of colossal claws from some ancient creature. Why choose me at this juncture to inherit? Du Qing inquired, seated upon a stone bench, her brow furrowed in confusion as she faced the individual before her. I recall you having a student named Z, who has garnered quite a reputation and even received the title of Outstanding Young Trainer of Kanaz. Upon hearing this, Dujuan let out a sigh. Indeed, you are more astute than a Z, for you have not inquired about the reason for my resignation. You should be aware that Mr. Da Wu has not returned to Kanaz for over a decade, and certain matters have become utterly unmanageable. In the years following the upheaval within the Alliance, Kanaz City has flourished and prospered, its economic output now accounting for 1/6 of the Hoenn Alliance's total, surpassing even Manjin City, often hailed as the heart of the urban landscape. The Duan Corporation in this world is far from the technology company that champions the integration of nature and science. The former president no longer makes appearances in public, and the designated heir is unwilling to return. A commercial empire devoid of a decisive leader resembles a colossal beast with countless tentacles, greedily extending into every conceivable domain, spiraling into utter madness. Among the myriad of achievements, the most conspicuous is the establishment of an extensive aerial trade network, connecting various regions through a staggering number of flying-type Pokémon, firmly controlling the skies of the Hoenn region and emerging as a world-class transportation hub. Such a developed and prosperous city harbors complexities of intertwined interests that are difficult to elucidate. Yet, it could never accommodate a pristine gym leader. Dujuan is still quite young. She graduated from the Kanaz Trainer Academy at the age of 14 and was appointed as the resident gym leader by the Alliance due to her exceptionally outstanding performance. She is unafraid of the powerful and the elite, nearly severing ties with her family, suppressing Duan's acquisitions of small and medium enterprises, and wielding her prestige and strength to dominate the Trainer Academy. She has actively enrolled numerous children from humble backgrounds, even funding their Pokémon education from her own pocket. Naturally, such actions have infringed upon the interests of certain factions. The reason she is capable of accomplishing so much is not solely due to her formidable strength, her youth, or her extraordinary talent. It is something far deeper. Chapter 2. Sand Hippopotamus versus Onyx Snake. She is the gym leader, a formidable representative of the Rock Badge, in legal terms. Her authority is vast, enabling her to command the local police at will. During extraordinary times, she can even overshadow Miss Junsha of the locality, effortlessly intervening in local developments through various legal or illicit means. The situation has deteriorated to such an extent, largely due to pressures emanating from above. The League has indicated that I must resign from my position as gym leader. Kanaz requires a new leader, but the choice of candidate remains in my hands. Du Qing is slightly taken aback. It seems that the League is not as monolithic as it appears, and there are those who disapprove of the Wudou Corporation. So why me? Should Duan strongly insist, he would undoubtedly acquiesce, not solely due to the benefactions from her family and herself, but also owing to certain unspoken circumstances. Being thrust into this world, which sharply contrasts with his memories of a past life, Many of his aspirations necessitate such a powerful identity. When in dire straits, one seeks personal integrity. When prosperous, one extends aid to the world. An opportunity lies before him, one that cannot be overlooked. In his childhood, he had grand ideas. Speaking of slaying this and that, asserting that the red and white balls should be priced at 200 yuan, claiming that everyone ought to receive the 3 starter Pokémon. Uttering thoughts that seemed to belong solely to dreams. Suddenly, Duan leaned closer, locking eyes with Du Qing. The adults dismissed your proclamations as mere nonsense. Yet I recognize your earnestness. Should my proposal falter, I will be ousted from Kanaz and lose my position as gym leader. Before departing, I will ensure you ascend. Leaving behind some valuable items, this is my utmost limit. At this juncture, Duan produced a black glasses case from her pocket. This is a new type of Pokédex I procured for you from the Unova region, crafted by the esteemed Dr. Yu. Du Qing remained silent, neither responding to the rash justifications of his childhood nor dismissing the Pokédex, which an ordinary person might only encounter within the confines of textbooks. He accepted it and opened it, donning the seemingly ordinary black half-rimmed glasses. Not only does it serve as a Pokédex, but it also enables the wearer to perceive certain phenomena invisible to the naked eye, such as deliberately concealed ghost-type Pokémon. Du Qing nodded, adorned the glasses, and released his sand hippopotamus. Humph. The sand hippopotamus, as if just awakening, took a moment before its large nostrils began to twitch, swaying its head to sniff the surroundings. Tilting its head to regard Du Qing. Du Qing looked at the sand hippopotamus and pressed a button on the frame of the glasses. A smooth, featureless lens revealed several lines of text. Sand hippopotamus, the hippopotamus Pokémon, prefers to reside in dry terrains or deserts, secreting sand instead of sweat when fatigued. Gender, male. Type, ground. Ability, sandstream, which raises a sandstorm during battle. Height, 7 meters. Weight, 149. 5 kilograms. Learned skills include sand attack, yawn, tackle, bite, roar, sand tomb, dig, muddy water, sleep, earthquake, body slam, amnesia, and stomp. Inherited skills, whirlwind, charge, spit up, swallow, and curse. Truly remarkable. Du Qing marveled. Experiencing it firsthand is undeniably different from observing it through a screen in his previous life. Just as the two were examining the item, a flurry of urgent calls resounded from outside. Teacher, teacher. A girl clad in a sea blue uniform, with a bobbed haircut and black-rimmed glasses, burst through the door. Clutching a hefty tome, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, panting heavily. Teacher, I saw your fossil pterodactyl at school, and that guy Jiping called me, asking why you're leaving. Kanaz City is so wonderful, and you're still so young. As she spoke, Azee noticed the enormous sand hippopotamus alongside the somewhat familiar young man. To be frank, Du Qing had an appealing appearance. His facial features were well-proportioned, his sleek black hair glimmering with a hint of blue, and his tall, robust physique, though his tattered sportswear was somewhat unseemly. Azee stared in astonishment at the young man before her, her exceptional memory quickly recalling the source of her familiarity, the list of outstanding graduates of Kanaz Training Academy. You are the second highest achiever since the academy's establishment? Upon the arrival of the student, Duan cleared her throat and introduced with utmost seriousness. Indeed. He can also be considered your senior. He is the chosen successor. Him? Absolutely not. I will not allow it. Azee exclaimed, as though struck by a great shock, her voice rising sharply as she fumbled to retrieve a pokeball from her pocket, brandishing it defiantly. You think you can inherit the teacher's gym? You must first get through me. Du Qing remained expressionless, utterly unfazed. My sister has already consented. Does your opinion hold any significance? Azee's face flushed crimson, evidently taken aback by his words. You this. Qing, Duan interjected suddenly, her gaze sparkling as she looked at the young man beside her. I want to see if you've neglected your battling skills over the years. Du Qing no longer declined. He waved to the sand hippopotamus. Let us go. Get some exercise. Inside the Kanaz Gym, the battle arena, Azee still clutched the hefty book, her face radiating confidence. Du Qing, do you only have one Pokémon? That won't suffice against me. Du Qing interrupted, such unnecessary chatter. Are we going to battle or not? The interruption left Azee's expression shifting between anger and astonishment. How rude. I hope you remain this arrogant when I defeat you. Come forth, Onyx Snake. The sand hippopotamus emerged, and a colossal serpent composed of stone crashed to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Humph. As the sand hippopotamus entered, a tempest of yellow sand swirled around, grains and debris flying, creating a sandstorm across the battlefield. Azee opened the thick book she held to her chest, swiftly flipping through the pages while murmuring incantations. Page 108. When facing an unknown opponent, first test with a status-changing move. Onyx Snake, you screech. The rock serpent opened its massive mouth, unleashing a series of piercing, unpleasant shrieks that sent debris flying. Du Qing covered his ears, his brow furrowing. It's deafening. Shut its mouth. Humph. Responding to the command. The sand hippopotamus opened its wide jaws, biting into the earth and flinging up clods of dirt. With the aid of external force, the compacted dirt flew at astonishing speed, directly striking the oblivious onyx snake, compelling it to halt its attack and cough repeatedly. Azee frantically flipped through her book, her scalp tingling. She had never encountered such an absurd directive in a formal battle at the academy. This peculiar command, which relinquished the decision-making of the move to the Pokémon, would certainly incur penalties. Using its mouth to hurl dirt at the opponent hardly constituted a legitimate move. There's nothing about this in the book. Fine. Let's go with Earthquake. Azee's gaze finally settled on a page within the thick notebook as she murmured, Battle Guidance. Chapter 4. Paragraph 3. Any Pokémon that has no resistance or immunity to ground-type moves can be tested with Earthquake. Onyx Snake, use Earthquake. Upon hearing the name of the powerful move, Du Qing remained disinterested, even saying nothing in response. The Onyx Snake is a quintessentially intimidating Pokémon, with its towering, serpentine body and formidable physical defense, commonly found in caves. Unfortunately, its physical attack is weaker than that of a grass-type Pokémon that can walk. The sand hippopotamus absorbed the blow with utter ease. The Onyx swallowed the clumps of earth it had not expelled, rearing back to unleash a mighty roar towards the heavens. A brilliant white light enveloped its entire form, which it promptly transmitted downward. The ground trembled violently, the battlefield quaking as fissures opened up, layers of soil cascading and revealing themselves in succession. A formidable seismic wave surged forth towards the adversary. Artsy gripped her thick tome tightly, her fingers turning pale with tension. How infuriating. The Sandshrew, seemingly dazed, absorbed the seismic wave with little more than a gentle disturbance, akin to a whisper of wind, merely stirring a few grains of sand upon its head. Glancing back at Du Qing, it charged forward after receiving an encouraging nod. With no enhancements or effects, it was a collision as simple and unadorned as could be. Bang! Fragments of rock flew skyward, and the gargantuan onyx collapsed to the ground, twitching feebly in defeat. Chapter 3. Processing Documentation and Magikarp. With a resounding crash, the massive onyx fell to the ground, its rocky exterior shedding in a cascade. It writhed in agony, emitting pained groans. Cursed onyx, rally yourself, Artsy urged anxiously. Hearing her voice, the onyx made a valiant attempt to rise, but found itself unable, its head drooping in exhaustion as it panted heavily. How could this be? My onyx defeated in a single blow? Du Qing's expression remained impassive. He was scarcely surprised that Sandshrew had vanquished onyx with one strike, considering it a matter of course. Your onyx appears to lack any combat prowess. Would you like to substitute it with another Pokémon? Artsy adjusted her glasses, feigning composure. Come forth, Nosepass. A Pokémon resembling a stone sprang from its pokeball, its eyes tightly shut and a large, red, mineral-like nose adorning its face. Artsy rapidly flipped through her tome. After a few seconds, she paused on a particular page, as if having devised a strategy. Her Nosepass possessed the ability Sand Force, which amplified the power of steel, ground, and rock-type moves during a sandstorm. Conversely, Du Qing's Sandshrew had the ability Sand Rush, and the battlefield was indeed engulfed in a sandstorm. Rock and ground-type moves were rendered ineffective. While rock-type moves were Nosepass's forte, they would prove ineffective against the ground-type Sandshrew, which also lacked powerful ground-type moves. Therefore, there was no choice but to resort to that move. Nosepass unleashed Iron Tail, utilizing the sandstorm summoned by Sandshrew to bolster the move's power. Despite the inherent risk of self-harm due to its steel-type nature, this move was immensely powerful, and a single strike during the first round, while the opponent was unprepared, was essential for the chance to defeat Sandshrew. With its short, magnet-like arms raised, Nosepass painfully clutched its head, its dark eyes snapping open with determination. The magnets on its surface began to shed, including those on its nose. Ultimately, Nosepass shrank in size, the fallen magnetic fragments coalescing rapidly into a brilliant beam of light that shot towards Sandshrew. You certainly possess a talent for teaching Pokémon moves, Du Qing recited emotionlessly, his tone unwavering in the face of the impending Iron Tail. Defend yourself. Sandshrew stomped its forefeet fiercely upon the ground, causing a towering earthen wall to rise swiftly, while the swirling sands of the battlefield surged forth to coalesce upon the wall's surface, creating an additional protective layer. A massive cloud of dust erupted, scattering fragments of rock and grains of sand, Yet the stone wall remained steadfast. Iron Tail would inflict damage upon the Pokémon regardless of whether it struck home or not. Qing waved his hand to disperse the dust before him, explaining, "At this moment, Nosepass is covered in wounds, struggling to control the magnetic force it exudes. The sandstorm harbors iron-rich debris, which clings haphazardly to its surface, rendering it even more disheveled." Nosepass. Qing did not linger, preparing to conclude the battle. Mudbomb. Sandshrew opened its jaws wide, expelling a large, yellowish water sphere, within which floated numerous grains of sand. "Sandshrew can learn Mudbomb," Artsy exclaimed, nearly dropping her glasses as she quickly flipped through her notes. On the 314th page, she found her answer. During abnormal rainy seasons, a rare few Sandshrew and Hippowdon, having lost their dry habitats, could learn Mudbomb to expel accumulated moisture from their bodies. Qing remained non-committal after graduating from the Kanaz Trainer Academy. He had served as a beach warden in Wudou Town, living by the sea, where Sandshrew had learned Mudbomb. The murky water sphere crashed down upon Nosepass. With a resounding thud, Nosepass fell, its fragmented magnetic pieces and sand scattering across the ground. It had shrunk from its previous height of half a person to that of a knee, lying helplessly as it convulsed. Artsy trembled, her thick tomes slipping from her grasp, her hands fumbling over her body but failing to retrieve a third Pokeball. I. Nosepass had lost its fighting capability, and Qing approached Artsy, picking up the tome from the ground. Qing is the victor. "Teacher, I have not brought my other Pokemon." Artsy's voice quivered, stuttering as tears welled in her eyes, her head bowed in shame, unable to meet Qing's gaze. This battle could be described as a complete rout. Both trainers' commands and the individual strengths of their Pokemon displayed a significant disparity. If Qing wished, he could have ended the battle with just 2 Mudbombs. However, considering Artsy was his sister's prized disciple, he opted to allow her to retain some dignity. Qing's expression softened as he handed the tome back to Artsy, brushing away her tears and preparing to offer words of comfort. But as she sobbed a few times, clutching the tome as if fleeing, she dashed out of the battlefield, declaring, "I will return. I will challenge you again." Outside the gym, Artsy ran for a considerable distance, and upon exiting the building, her vision blurred by tears. She wiped her eyes with her hand, murmuring to herself, "It is my weakness that has disappointed my teacher. If only I could defeat him, surely the teacher would return." At the Kanaz Gym, within the battlefield, Qing glanced apologetically at Duwan, wishing to say something. Qing shook his head, indicating that he was indifferent. With Nosepass now out, the Onyx still able to use Earthquake, and Duwan's subtle demeanor, along with the whispers he had heard in the past, it was evident that Artsy was undoubtedly Duwan's cherished disciple, thus belonging to his family. Qing regarded Artsy as a younger generation. In Kanaz City, at the trainer service hall, a middle-aged man dressed in a red fishing outfit approached the service window, visibly excited. He poured several Pokeballs from his backpack and retrieved a few forms from his pocket. "Here are the records of my tax payments to the League over the years, along with my identification documents. I now possess 4 Pokemon and wish to apply for a trainer's license." The clerk accepted the white forms, a gullet perched on their shoulder, its gem-like eyes radiating a purple glow as it scanned the documents. After a moment, Gullet gently tapped the clerk's head with its paw. No signs of forgery. State the names of your 4 Pokemon, omitting any nicknames," the clerk instructed, pulling a new form from a drawer and grasping a pen. "What is the name of your first Pokemon?" "Magikarp." Chapter 4, The Trainer Service Hall. "Where's the capture location?" The middle-aged man scratched his head, as if recalling that it was near the beach by the Orange Blossom Forest. "Precisely, Route 104. The clerk lowered his head and jotted down a few words, inquiring whether the capture tax for Pokemon had been paid. The middle-aged man blinked, replying in the negative. All personally captured Pokemon must have their taxes remitted to the League. Those who fail to do so belong to the ranks of illegal Pokemon and are unable to utilize facilities such as Pokemon centers. Be sure to settle the tax at other windows." All right. The middle-aged man swallowed hard, feeling a wave of regret wash over him. The clerk glanced up at him and asked, "What about the second one?" "Magikarp." The clerk furrowed his brow, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. "And the third?" "Magikarp. Could it be? The fourth one, too, is a Magikarp." The middle-aged man forced a smile, attempting to appear harmless. Veins bulged on the clerk's forehead as he crumpled the form into a ball and tossed it out of the window. What kind of person wants to be a trainer? Anyway, the middle-aged man hastily crouched down to dodge the paper ball, stuffing the Pokeballs back into his backpack while running and shouting, "You just discriminate against Magikarp. One day, I will make everyone acknowledge Magikarp's worth." Qing followed behind Duwan, Witnessing this scene unfold, Du-won led him to a window where the clerk appeared quite animated, with a lethargic Kadabra sitting beside him. This is your identification and the record of tax payments to the League. Du-won produced several forms and handed them to the window. The sluggish Kadabra extended its tiny paw, preparing to take the forms. Smack! The clerk swatted Kadabra's paw away, taking the forms for himself and scrutinizing them closely. Oh dear! How could there be any falsehoods when Du-won is conducting business? You truly lack adaptability. He shrank his head back, casting a sycophantic glance at Du Qing. Might I inquire what Pokémon you possess? Just a Sandshrew. The clerk chuckled awkwardly. Surely you jest. How could there be only one? The clerk had heard whispers and knew that Du-won never concealed her actions. He was aware that the individual before him was likely to become the new gym leader of Kanaz City. When Du-won was appointed as a gym leader at the age of 14, she already possessed no less than 10 Pokémon, including formidable ones like Snorlax, Golem, and Steelix. Now, at 17, as she was set to inherit the position, who could fathom how many Pokémon she possessed? Just one Sandshrew? Who would believe that? Indeed, just this one. All right, only this one. The clerk nodded vigorously, scribbling down notes. As for the capture location, please do not take offense. This is also a league regulation. Johto region. Hunting grounds. The clerk turned his head, rapidly typing on the keyboard. Why is there no record of cross-regional Pokémon tax payments? Damn it. It must be those alcoholics in Johto who forgot to log it. After receiving the documents, Du Qing followed Du-won into the elevator. Trainer identification is universally accepted across regions. With it, one can freely enjoy Pokémon centers and many facilities nationwide, though various taxes still apply. In the Hoenn region, upon collecting 7 badges, one can ascend to the rank of elite trainer and enjoy comprehensive support from the Hoenn League, though one must also contribute to the league in return. Elite trainer certifications are not interchangeable among regions. The duo prepared to ascend to the 4th floor. The 2nd floor caters to ordinary trainers, while the 3rd is for league-certified elite trainers. The 4th floor exclusively serves local gym leaders. The 4th floor's decor is quite simple, featuring a glass round table at the forefront, encircled by a neat arrangement of wooden chairs with backs. Directly opposite the elevator entrance sits the main seat, behind which is a large map depicting the entire panorama of Kanaz City. It is said that this map was drawn by a Pokémon called a Poochyena, and trained Poochyena can draw with far greater precision than humans or instruments. Surrounding the round table are 5 chairs, 4 of which are currently occupied by 2 men and 2 women. A woman with dark blue, curled hair and rosy lips is focused on a luxury Pokeball, her brown-red eyes glinting with determination. Clad in a sharp police uniform adorned with several gleaming medals, she exudes an air of confidence. The other woman, wearing a white cap with her pink hair tied in a ponytail and dressed in immaculate nurse attire, sports a delicate nose and curved eyelashes, her face adorned with a warm smile. Behind her stands a large Blissey, also dressed in nurse attire, its face bearing a rigid smile as it looms like a wall behind the chair. The 2 men behind them include one with gold-rimmed glasses, his hair glistening with grease. Clad in an exquisitely tailored suit, his gaunt cheeks betraying a rather unfriendly demeanor. The last is a kindly, portly elder, his face lined with wrinkles, his loose clothing failing to conceal the folds of his body, yet his smile radiates warmth and gentleness. Du-won greeted the 2 women in turn, bypassing the suited man, but hesitating for a moment before offering a greeting to the portly elder. As she walked, she introduced him to Du Qing. This is Miss Junsha from Kanaz City, and this is Nurse Joy from the Pokémon Center. Junsha leaned back in her chair, regarding Du Qing with intrigue, putting away the luxury Pokeball and licking her lips. Remaining silent, Nurse Joy stood up, nodding to Du Qing with a professional smile. It's a pleasure to meet you. Du Qing nodded in return, though he remained silent. When it came time to introduce the suited man, Du-won's expression visibly soured. He is the representative of Du Corporation, and this is the mayor of Kanaz City. Subsequently, Du-won took hold of Du Qing's hand, indicating for him to take the main seat. The suited man, upon witnessing this, displayed a flicker of discontent, attempting to rise, but was halted by a look from the portly mayor. Du Qing cast a glance at the Du Corporation representative, confidently taking a seat at the main position, while Du-won stood beside him, her tall stature making her appear slightly taller even while seated. This is my chosen new gym leader, named Du Qing. Both of his parents were police officers from the League's welfare institution, who perished during the League's turmoil 10 years ago. This statement firmly established Du Qing's background as impeccably honorable, beyond reproach. The suited man pursed his lips, realizing that attempting to undermine his status would be futile. He has passed my assessment, and is about to be officially appointed as the gym leader of Kanaz. What suggestions do you all have? Excellent, excellent. Nurse Joy stood, smiling broadly, clearly in agreement with the matter. I too find it viable. Such a talented youth. Having passed Lord Duwan's test would be a tremendous asset to Kanaz City. The portly mayor looked at Du Qing, admiration evident on his face. I have a few questions. The one to speak was Miss Jun Sha, who now sat upright, her hands clasped together, chin resting on her fingers. What is your view on Duan security? Upon hearing this, the suited man raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms over his chest, lifting his chin higher as if emboldened by the question. This inquiry, posed in the current context of Kanaz City, was undoubtedly quite provocative. Devon Security is one of the subsidiaries of Devon Corporation, tasked with safeguarding employers for a hefty fee that is exorbitantly high, making it unaffordable for the average citizen. The clientele primarily consists of high-ranking officials and the affluent. As long as they are willing to pay, almost anyone can be assured protection. In Kanaz, it is not uncommon for Devon Security to clash with the local police precinct, as these security personnel disregard the law, daring to assault isolated officers and their Pokémon partners. When evidence is lacking, they conveniently attribute the casualties of officers to various nefarious organizations. Should evidence surface, they simply find a scapegoat with no connections to take the fall. Even if apprehended in the act, as long as they are not slain on the spot, Devon Corporation can extricate them from prison and bestow generous rewards, perpetuating a vicious cycle that amplifies the malevolent atmosphere in Kanaz. However, the police force's legal leader, Miss Jun Sha, has remained ambiguous regarding the issues with Devon Security. At times, she disregards the casualties of her subordinates and hastily categorizes cases, while at other times, she personally intervenes to eliminate law-breaking security personnel. Du Qing, expressionless, asserts that violations of the Alliance's regulations must be dealt with according to the rules. The phrasing is astutely crafted, first mentioning regulations, then rules, a distinction worthy of examination. Upon hearing this, Junsha gazes deeply at Du Qing, choosing to remain silent. The mayor's eyes glint with a flash of insight, contemplating something. I oppose this. The suited man interjects, his tone decidedly brusque. Your opposition is futile. The matter is settled. I shall submit a request to the Alliance. Du Juan dismisses the representative of Devon Corporation, abruptly ending the discussion. Humph. The suited man scoffs, rising from his seat and striding towards the elevator, his mind racing with countless methods of retaliation. Oh, Kintian, why must you be so obstinate? Harmony is of utmost importance, the mayor calls out, gesturing for the suited man to return, though he does not rise from his seat. Kintian departs, and the remaining 5 continue to discuss matters of authority transfer. Not leaving until nightfall, the transition of the dojo master is complete. In the Kanaz dojo, 2 individuals sit facing each other. A Qing. Whom among them do you deem trustworthy? Du Qing ponders for a moment before responding. Miss Jun Sha is untrustworthy. Miss Joy cannot be trusted. The mayor is unreliable. And that so-called representative is also not to be trusted. Du Juan shakes her head, asserting that Miss Jun Sha is indeed trustworthy. She would not harm you. Yet she would not offer assistance either. Very well, Du Qing nods, refraining from probing for reasons. You are now the dojo master. It is imperative to have a formidable Pokémon at your side. I shall not depart until your sand hippopotamus evolves. Understood. In truth, Du Qing's sand hippopotamus had hinted at its potential for evolution years prior. It is simply lethargic, possessing commendable talent, yet has been held back by Du Qing. The reason? Financial constraints. As a beach caretaker in Wudou Town, Du Qing spends his days cleaning the beach, rescuing or driving away Pokémon washed ashore, earning a meager monthly salary of 3,800 yuan, devoid of bonuses or allowances. Additionally, he must purchase berries for his sand hippopotamus to maintain its health. Du Qing resorts to fishing Pokémon to sell in the black market to supplement his household income, usually catching only Magikarp and Tentacle, both of which have market value. The malevolent organizations at sea eagerly procure Tentacle, as they are easy to cultivate and possess solid combat capabilities post-evolution. Wealthy trainers and merchants buy Magikarp in bulk, housing them in large pools, neglecting to feed them for a month or 2, resulting in a high likelihood of harvesting a Gyarados. These Gyarados, exhibiting a striking red hue, are formidable in battle, albeit notoriously unruly, occasionally attacking their trainers, and can fetch high prices. After deducting the cost of Pokeballs, there remains a modest profit. Should the day's catch prove fruitful, Du Qing visits the berry shop to purchase Wunyu berries for his sand hippopotamus, its favorite treat, and indulges in some meat for himself. Situated by the sea, he often buys roasted wing gulls, typically just 1 roasted wing, returning to his modest abode to rest beside his sand hippopotamus in slumber. Such concerns are no longer pressing. Du Juan has mentioned that the dojo master's base salary is 8,000 yuan, with various bonuses and allowances totaling several tens of thousands, an income standard for every dojo master, ranging from a few hundred to 8 figures. Beyond her position as dojo master, Du Juan is also a lecturer at the Kanaz Trainer Academy, holding positions in numerous schools across various regions, frequently riding her Aerodactyl to deliver lectures elsewhere. Her income is undoubtedly substantial. However, it pales in comparison to that of most dojo masters, as her numerous Pokémon incur significant maintenance and training expenses. Moreover, she also supports several underprivileged students, now finding herself without surplus wealth. In the Kanaz dojo, the battle arena is constructed from rock, its surface now pockmarked and strewn with sand, remnants of the battle between Du Qing and a Z. Du Qing, bare-chested, wields a shovel, lifting a pile of mixed sand and rubble to fill a small pit, raising it before letting it fall. The light shines upon his sun-kissed skin, revealing a healthy sheen. Beads of sweat dotting his broad back. Though the sand hippopotamus remains prone, it is not idle. It conjures numerous rocks, smashing them with its jaw before pushing them into the pit, expelling sand to fill the gaps, and firmly stomping with its hooves. After a considerable duration, the arena is restored, and both Du Qing and the sand hippopotamus lie in the center, exchanging smiles. Suddenly, an astonishing transformation occurs. The hippopotamus bursts forth in a dazzling, blinding light, flailing its short legs as it shifts from lying to standing, its size continually increasing. This metamorphosis transpires within mere seconds. Its nose and back darken to black. New circular sand extraction pores appear, its texture hardening, and its short legs transform into robust claws, covered in sturdy armor. Its eyes, once vacant and white, are now filled with a fierce crimson, its massive mouth agape, revealing long, ivory fangs protruding from its lower jaw, its form significantly larger than before. Chapter 6. Unlicensed Challenger and Professional Referee. The hippopotamus now appears far more intimidating than ever, requiring Du Qing to tilt his head back to meet its gaze. The familiar sounds of grunting persist. Ha 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 ha. Du Qing rushes toward the hippopotamus, embracing its colossal frame, laughter spilling forth, his joy utterly uncontainable. After sharing this mirth for an extended period, he presses the button on the side of his glasses to activate the Pokédex for observation. Hippopotamus, a weighty Pokémon. It is the evolved form of sand hippopotamus, capable of expelling stored sand from its pores to create sandstorm tornadoes for attack. It has a voracious appetite and a temperamental disposition. Gender, male. Type, ground. Ability, sandstream, which raises a sandstorm during battle. Height, 2.8 meters. Weight, 600 kilograms. Skills learned include sand attack, yawn, tackle, bite, roar, sand tomb, dig, muddy water, fire fong, ice fong, thunder fong, earthquake, body slam, fissure, and rest. Inherited skills include whirlwind, curse, charge, spit up, and swallow. Inside the Kanaz dojo, Du Jian turned her back to Du Qing, continuously imparting him with various cautions. Given that the sand shrew had already evolved, it was time for me to depart. I have faith in both your and its abilities. Your affinity lies with ground-type Pokémon. Thus, I have entrusted a friend from the Unova region to procure one for you, which should arrive shortly. Should any challengers present themselves, seek out Jeeping. He is a professional referee dispatched by the League, and battles conducted in his presence are deemed legitimate. During the encounters, you must impart knowledge and tactics to the challengers, rather than merely suppressing them. Select your Pokémon based on the number of badges the challengers possess. I have placed the technical machines in the item room. Within the box on the right upon entering, you will find the rock badge, which must be returned to the League for a new one after use. In the corner of the item room lies a large chest containing technical machines sealed by rocks. Any challenger who triumphs must receive one, regardless of whether they have provided you with excess fees. Winter will soon arrive, and given your frail constitution, you must dress warmly and avoid overexertion. Learn to prepare your own meals. You are still growing and must not go hungry. If you truly cannot manage, the Pokémon Center offers free meals. All right. Du Qing lowered his gaze to Du Jian, responding to her one by one. Du Jian stood on tiptoe, raising her hand to gesture towards Du Qing's forehead. You've grown so tall. When I first brought you here, you barely reached my chest. After pondering for a long moment, Du Qing clenched his fist, yearning to articulate something, yet ultimately managed only a single syllable. Du Jian tossed out a pokeball, summoning a spiky-eared Piku, covering herself in a shimmering layer of colorful water. With a thunderous rumble, the ground of the gym was shattered, from which emerged a majestic Steelix. Dujian waved at the Steelix, which opened its massive jaws to swallow her whole before burrowing back underground. As it departed, the sound of Dujian's voice could still be heard penetrating the water membrane. As long as my whereabouts remain unknown, no one will dare confront you openly. Pursue your desires, be they virtuous or otherwise, without hesitation. Do not emulate me. I am far too timid. Qing stood in a daze, lost in thought. After a while, he instructed his hippo to fill the pit with several massive rocks, restoring it to its original state. Exiting the gym doors, Qing gazed towards the headquarters of the Duan Corporation, comprised of over a dozen skyscrapers reaching 1,000 meters. Countless flying-type Pokémon flitted in and out, with hundreds of suspended tracks weaving through the air, connecting the buildings. The view extended infinitely, soaring into the clouds. As night fell, the city of Kanaz shone brightly, indistinguishable from daylight. Countless eyes peered down from the lofty buildings, observing the young gym leader with unabashed scrutiny. Pursue your desires, be they virtuous or otherwise, without hesitation. Several days later, at the Pokémon Center in Kanaz City, a young man of unremarkable appearance, clad in a shirt that had evidently seen better days, sat upon a wooden bench. Across from him sat a tall young man with dark hair. Are you Jiping? Indeed. That is I, the young man replied, his gaze fixed upon Qing, attempting to discern something from his expressionless face, yet failing. You must be the new gym leader, Qing. Please refrain from addressing me as sir. I am unaccustomed to such formalities. That is not permissible. Jiping shook his head, adhering to league protocol, stating that Qing was his superior and therefore required to be addressed with respect. How rigid. Qing rose to his feet, sensing a challenger's arrival. Prepare the gym ledger. I need you to officiate the match. The gym ledger consists of original and duplicate copies, recording the battles between the gym leader and challengers, along with the leader's conduct. The original is submitted to the regional league for review, while the duplicate is sent to the Pokémon Inspection Bureau. The referee must record events accurately, without fabrication, as the regional league or the Pokémon Inspection Bureau may use it as a basis for penalties or rewards towards the gym leader. Typically, referees are directly appointed by the league. While under the gym leader's command, they possess the authority to report any misconduct by the leader. According to Dujian, Jiping was an unusual character. He performed his duties commendably, but harbored unrealistic fantasies about the league. Dujian had once attempted to expose him to the realities of the world. Yet Jiping seldom left his room, as if evading something. At the entrance of the Kanaz Gym, Qing abruptly halted, glancing back at Jiping. Do you possess any Pokémon? Pokémon. I only have one. Jiping retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket, summoning a green lizard nearly his height, its abdomen crimson, with leaf-like appendages sprouting from its head, tail, and limbs. A forest lizard? Why do you have only this one? The forest lizard evolves from Trico, one of the starter Pokémon from the Hoenn region. The starters are easy to raise and cost-effective, becoming formidable in strength as they mature. In the past, children from ordinary families were required to present proof of property and pay hefty taxes to obtain one. However, following the upheaval in the league a decade ago, the Hoenn region lowered the standards for acquiring starters. Now, anyone can receive one before the age of 12 by paying a tax of 100,000 yen from birth. As far as Qing was aware, Jiping was of the same age as him and hailed from a league welfare institution, which naturally posed no issue in acquiring a Trico. Reflecting on the scene from when he received his first Sandshrew at the age of 10, Dujian had returned, riding her Aerodactyl, with a Sandshrew the size of a basin soundly asleep in its claws. Elated to have obtained his first Pokémon, he had bombarded Dujian with countless questions. When questioned about the Hoenn starters, Dujian had perceived his dissatisfaction, subtly hinting at a troubling matter. The batch of Hoenn starters from a decade ago had issues. Yet, Qing scrutinized the forest lizard for quite some time and discerned nothing amiss. Perhaps it was because the League Welfare Institution was part of their own circle. Chapter 7. The challenge qualification worth 100,000 yen. Jiping scratched his head, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Well, I am not particularly fond of Pokémon. It was assigned to me by the League when I was 10, and it has simply accompanied me since, as if it had not been outside in ages. The forest lizard appeared exuberant, tugging at Jiping's hand and swinging it back and forth. All right, let us meet the challenger. Jiping nodded, clearly unaccustomed to such affection from a Pokémon. He pushed the forest lizard away, returning it to its Pokeball, and followed Qing into the gym. Inside the gym, at the battle arena, a boy of about 7 or 8 lounged comfortably on a recliner, flanked by a Machoke that supported the chair with 2 of its arms while the other 2 were crossed over its chest. Nearby stood a burly, intimidating bald bodyguard, towering and holding 2 briefcases, only slightly shorter than Du Qing. Ping hurriedly ascended a platform, retrieving the gym ledger and a pen, patiently awaiting Du Qing's command. He held great admiration for Du Qing's character, always placing her first, which reflected positively on Du Qing as well. How many badges do you possess? Upon hearing the inquiry, the boy did not bother to rise from the recliner, his demeanor haughty and self-satisfied, responding lazily. 3. With that, the bodyguard opened the first briefcase, displaying 3 badges. Oh. Du Qing found this intriguing. The boy was merely 7 or 8 years old, not yet of the age to register as a trainer. Yet he possessed such an impressive collection of badges. Squinting, he examined the badges closely. The fighting badge, the electric badge, and the white feather badge. They appeared authentic, indeed. Du Qing smiled and inquired, Ping, do you believe this child, lacking a certificate, meets the criteria to challenge? Ping, meticulous and earnest, replied, esteemed gym leader. According to the regulations set forth by the Alliance, trainers without certification are prohibited from challenging the gym. Upon hearing this, the boy remained unfazed. A bodyguard approached, opening another briefcase filled to the brim with the highest denomination of banknotes. Du Qing pondered his monthly salary of 8,000. Ah, the Alliance of Gorday. The subsidies for this month have yet to arrive. I may endure hunger, but Hippo Beast cannot. It hasn't been able to afford berries lately. Principles can wait. First, one must be well fed. He glanced at the briefcase, quickly estimating its worth, and nodded. However, the gym leader has the authority to amend the rules temporarily. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard closed the briefcase, shrugged his shoulders, and hurled it directly at Du Qing. The briefcase flew swiftly, yet Du Qing caught it effortlessly, placing it beside his feet. But the gym leader, Pokémon require sustenance. Trust me, let us commence, Ping. Although Ping felt a twinge of indignation, he ultimately chose to obey Du Qing's directive. Attention challengers, the battle commences. Du Qing tossed out a pokeball. With a grunt, a hippo beast emerged, resembling a compact vehicle. Its eyelids drooped, suggesting a lack of rest, nostrils exhaling hot air and sand, while the holes on its back expelled torrents of quicksand, stirring up dust and debris. In mere moments, a fierce sandstorm enveloped the arena, obscuring everyone's vision. The tempest was so intense that the boy was blinded by the sand and toppled from his reclined position. The Macaque behind him hastily helped the boy to his feet, erecting several walls of light to shield him from the swirling grains. Du Qing observed the scene calmly, refraining from instructing Hippo Beast to attack. With the bodyguard's assistance, several minutes passed before the boy regained his composure. He spat out a mouthful of sand. His former languid demeanor vanished, his hair disheveled, and looking rather disheveled, he glared furiously at Du Qing, his face flushed with anger. Macaque, take him down. At this command, Macaque leapt from its position like a cannonball, aiming directly at Du Qing. Ping, flustered, quickly wrote down the details, muttering, the challenger's first Pokémon is Macaque, while the gym leader's first Pokémon is Hippo Beast. The challenger commands Macaque to attack the gym leader. He tossed aside his pen, hastily retrieving his Pokeball to summon his own Pokémon. Son, Forest Lizard, go rescue the gym leader. Du Qing remained unfazed. On the contrary, he was remarkably composed. Hippo Beast, use Rock Slide. With a roar, Hippo Beast, sensing Du Qing's peril, became enraged, its eyes bloodshot, unleashing a primal cry for the first time. Several massive boulders plummeted from above, crashing down upon Macaque and burying it beneath the rubble. Witnessing Du Qing's crisis averted, Forest Lizard and Ping stood in stunned silence. Ping exhaled, preparing to recall Forest Lizard. Yet, in the next instant, Macaque emerged, pushing aside the debris. Standing once again, its body visibly swollen, muscles bulging, emanating waves of heat. Is it using bulk up while pinned under the stones? Du Qing thought, his eyelids twitching. This Macaque evidently possessed the capability to operate independently in battle. Judging by its display and strength, it could likely rank among the top team in Wudou Town. Macaque suddenly unfurled its forearms. One fist enveloped in flames, another exuding chill, a third transformed into a chopping hand, and the last enlarged significantly, radiating brute force. Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Brick Break, and Heavy Slam. Du Qing swiftly identified the names of these moves and spoke them aloud. Macaque assumed an offensive posture, its gaze fixed intently on Du Qing. After a moment of contemplation, Du Qing devised a countermeasure. Sand Hippo use. Macaque, unleash a dynamic punch and smash him to bits. The boy shouted, jumping with frustration, eager to command Macaque to attack. Macaque hesitated, lowering its stance momentarily before raising its fists once more, Muscles quivering, sweat pouring from its body, it charged towards Du Qing. Grr! Machoke roared. Hippo Beast, activate Fisher. At the command, Hippo Beast's bloodshot eyes glowed white, and with a powerful stomp on the ground, a massive crack appeared in the battlefield. As if the earth had been torn asunder, revealing the dry, hardened soil beneath. Machoke, swinging its fists, plummeted directly into the fissure. Since the Pokémon are directly attacking me, I shall cease to feign innocence. Du Qing adjusted his glasses, activating his Pokédex as the boy commanded Machoke to attack. As Machoke closed in, the information displayed on the mirror became increasingly abundant. Machoke, the superpower Pokémon, is the evolved form of Machop, with the strength of a single arm. It can push a mountain. With 4 arms combined, it can deliver powerful punches. It is an exceptionally robust Pokémon, resembling a human form. Gender, male. Type, fighting. Ability, no guard, ensuring that both its and its opponent's attacks will hit without fail. Recalling Du Wan's teachings, Du Qing felt it prudent to first guide the challenger. Your Machoke possesses the ability no guard. When facing moves like Fissure or Absolute Zero, you should avoid using Dynamic Punch. Conceal Machoke's ability to prevent being taken out in one hit. Chapter 8. Shattered Illusions of the Alliance. Allow your opponent to guess, apply pressure, exploit their weaknesses, and ultimately defeat them. Your command skills are sorely lacking. You should allow Machoke to decide on its own moves rather than interfere and make arbitrary decisions. Du Qing eloquently articulated his points, indifferent to whether the boy chose to listen. The boy, now devoid of his previous rage, displayed an air of indifference, seemingly uninterested. Machoke, having fallen into the fissure, was clearly incapacitated, yet he remained unfazed, as if it were merely an inconsequential toy. He waved his hand at the nearby bodyguard. I want a stronger Pokémon. This Machoke is too weak. Go have Grandpa buy me another one, and also procure this gym's badge. The bodyguard, however, dared not retaliate. Young master, this is already the best Pokémon available on the market. It truly is. Having concluded his remarks, Du Qing turned to Jiping. Jiping, have you noted this down? I have. The gym leader's Hippo Beast has defeated the Challenger's Machoke, highlighting the Challenger's shortcomings. Jiping had already recalled Forest Lizard, contemplating, and then added with some indignation, esteemed gym leader, the Challenger commanded his Pokémon to attack you. This contravenes the regulations of the Alliance. I am aware, Jiping. Du Qing's eyes narrowed into slits as he approached the boy with a genial smile. What I am about to do next need not be recorded. The boy looked up at Du Qing, sneering, what do you intend to do? The bodyguard, evidently seasoned, quickly sensed the shift in Du Qing's demeanor and stood between Du Qing and the boy. Esteemed gym leader, my young master is still quite young and lacks understanding. Please do not take offense. Du Qing maintained his cheerful facade, fixated on the boy, while the bodyguard began to sweat profusely, feeling as if Du Qing's gaze pierced through him. Let us negotiate the price for this badge. Someone will deliver the money shortly. Our family patriarch is. Enough. Du Qing raised his hand to interrupt the bodyguard, simultaneously pushing him aside. Your young master has openly declared his intent to kill me. The bodyguard, filled with uncertainty, was astonished that such a robust figure could be so easily brushed aside by this youth. The thought of his employer being harmed gnawed at him, and he clenched his teeth. He recalled the words of the well-dressed individual who had engaged him for this job. To mistakenly eliminate the new dojo master of Kanaz would grant him a lifetime of inexhaustible wealth. His children would be arranged by the company to enter the finest class at the Kanaz Trainer Academy, and the company would provide the best Pokémon for them. Hadn't those who had previously transgressed always been rescued by the company? In that fleeting moment, the bodyguard's thoughts raced, and his breath grew heavy. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he trembled slightly, a high-end Pokeball slipping from his sleeve, ready to press the central button. Du Qing's gaze was as sharp as lightning. With a swift motion, he struck the Pokeball from the bodyguard's grasp before delivering a fierce kick to the side of the bodyguard. Ugh! The bodyguard was sent flying. The fallen Pokeball rolled away, tumbling into a crack in the ground. The boy, now visibly impatient, glared at Du Qing with an expression of malice, shouting in protest. Do you dare to touch me? Do you know who I am? With a resounding thud, Du Qing's foot collided with the boy's face, causing it to cave in. I'll treat you the same. The boy was sent hurtling several meters away, collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing. Why you? The bodyguard regained his footing, feigning terror, yet secretly retrieving another high-end Pokeball, trembling as he pointed it at Du Qing, struggling to articulate. You know who he is. Silence. Du Qing interrupted, delivering another forceful kick to the bodyguard's chest, sending him sprawling. Blood spewed from the bodyguard's mouth as he fell, the Pokeball rolling away. only to be kicked into the fissure by Du Qing. Du Qing then approached the fallen boy. As the boy began to regain some awareness, his face was covered in blood. Clutching his broken, deformed nose, he wailed like a slaughtered pig, struggling to rise and charge at Du Qing. Why you dare to hit me? No one has ever dared to strike me. I will kill you. Get lost. Du Qing responded with another kick to the boy's face, sending him flying once more. Ji Ping stood frozen in place, witnessing the dojo master's relentless fury, his mind completely blank, yet his hands instinctively continued to record. The challenger spoke disrespectfully to the dojo master, exhibiting a hostile attitude and attempting to bribe the master for a rock badge. The challenger was accompanied by security personnel, who attempted to assault the master but were countered, resulting in their incapacitation. The challenger again spoke disrespectfully. The master did not summon Pokémon, instead engaging in hand-to-hand combat, leading to the challenger losing consciousness. The security personnel rose, attempting to threaten the master, only to be subdued by the master's bare hands, losing consciousness as well. Du Qing approached the bodyguard, rummaging through his clothing until he discovered a business card, scrutinizing it closely. Doing security, huh? That has nothing to worry about. With an expression devoid of emotion, Du Qing delivered a kick to the fallen bodyguard, sending him tumbling into the crack in the ground. What is this? Ji Ping felt a jolt of fear, snapping back to reality, sweat soaking his back. Master, have we killed someone? Du Qing sighed in exasperation. Ji Ping, tell me, if someone sought to murder me, should I passively accept my fate or retaliate and eliminate the threat? Du Dao had once imparted this wisdom to him. Ji Ping, having grown up in the Alliance Orphanage and later attending the Hoenn Alliance Pokémon Judge Academy, graduated at 16, holding a Pokémon Judge certification. He enjoyed the same treatment as an ordinary trainer. After taking a position in Kanaz, he resided at the Pokémon Center, leading a life that oscillated between the dojo and the center. Du Dao spent her days teaching at the Trainer Academy, resulting in a scarcity of challengers. Ji Ping presided over only a handful of battles each year. He remained in his room, engrossed in studying Alliance regulations and history, never proactively engaging with the outside world. Ji Ping was ensnared in a fantasy of the Alliance, unable to extricate himself. At that moment, Ji Ping trembled uncontrollably, yet his gaze hardened with determination. It should be according to the Alliance regulations. We cannot take matters into our own hands. Ji Ping, Du Qing bellowed, interrupting him. Isn't it these very individuals who undermine the Alliance regulations? According to your reasoning, if I were to take him to the police station today, he would be released by morning after a mere payment, merely to end up in jail again with a larger sum. Ji Ping froze, tears welling in his eyes as he shook his head repeatedly, only to suddenly nod in agreement. Ultimately, he closed the dojo chronicle, lowering his head, refraining from writing another word. Chapter 9. Going out for some Pokémon food. As the two fell into silence, a steady knocking echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. I am Joya. My Chansey informed me that someone is injured here. Lord Du Qing, could you please open the door? Knock, knock, knock. I am Joya, Lord Du Qing. Could you please open the door? The knocking was rhythmic, with intervals almost identical, Joya persistently inquiring without a hint of impatience. Knock, knock, knock. Lord Du Qing, could you please open the door? She continued her unhurried knocking and questioning. A flicker of doubt crossed Du Qing's eyes. How did this person get in? And why is she here? After several rounds, he finally opened the door to the battle arena. Joy's face was beaming with a smile, resembling that Miss Joy he had encountered on the top floor of the trainer service hall. The same pink hair, the same formulaic smile, the same pristine nurse's uniform, and nearly identical features, almost a perfect match. Yet, Du Qing felt that they were not the same person. He could not articulate why, but he instinctively felt that way. The door to the battle arena was not particularly high. Du Qing's broad and tall figure now resembled a wall blocking the entrance. Joya's height barely reached his chest as she gazed up at him. Lord Du Qing, my Chansey informed me that someone is injured. May I take the injured person out? Du Qing lifted his gaze to see Chansey standing behind Joya, its height comparable to his own, also smiling, as if mimicking its owner. Its black, bean-like eyes fixed intently on the creature behind Du Qing. The Hippowdon likewise stared at Chansey, motionless. Du Qing sensed the Hippowdon's intent and pointed at Chansey, declaring, "It cannot come in." Joya remained silent for a moment before acquiescing. "Chansey, you stay here." Chansey complied, remaining stationary. Joya entered the battle arena alone, discovering the boy lying on the ground, barely conscious, his face a bloody mess. The boy trembled at the sound of footsteps, tears and blood mingling on his face, obscuring his features. "I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Please, stop hitting me. My challenger fell. Please take him away." Du Qing disregarded Joya's thoughts, stepping beside the boy and delivering a kick that sent him flying toward the door, where Chansey caught him perfectly. Joya's smile faltered momentarily, but quickly returned to normal. Du Qing waved her off. Let's go. Joya exited, casting a deep glance at Du Qing as she left. At the entrance of the dojo, several medical personnel accompanied by elves arrived, their expressions vacant as they mechanically lifted the unconscious boy onto a stretcher and hastened back to the Pokémon Center. The medical facilities in Kanaz City are remarkably advanced. With sufficient funds, one can almost cure 99% of ailments, be they injuries or rare disorders. It is likely that the boy will remain in the intensive care unit for several months, and his face is probably irrevocably disfigured. If he emerges still bearing that brazen demeanor, it would be quite the spectacle. Du Qing shook his head, forcing the thought from his mind. The matter at hand was of greater significance. Recalling the security guard's gaze and actions, Du Qing was certain the guard intended to kill him. However, more than his own safety, Du Qing was deeply concerned for Duan's well-being. Had her whereabouts been discovered? Inside the gym of Kanaz City, Du Qing sat across from Ji Ping at a stone table, upon which sat a plate containing a lump of unidentifiable black substance emanating a peculiar odor. After that fateful day, Ji Ping had moved out of the Pokémon Center to reside in the gym. His belongings were scant: 2 sets of clothing, a bar of soap made from whale lord fat, a dozen books, and a referee certificate issued by the Fengyuan Alliance. These constituted all of his possessions. Oh, and there was also a forest lizard, hidden from the light. Du Qing had always detested the food at the Pokémon Center, ever sticky green vegetables, tubers that crumbled like sand, and meat that was loose and exuded an odd aroma, the origin of which was a mystery. He resolved to fend for himself. The unnameable dish before him was the result of his inaugural culinary endeavor. Eat up, Ji Ping, Du Qing urged earnestly. Ji Ping peered at the plate, inhaled the scent, and grimaced. What is this made from? I found some spoiled fruit in the supply room and couldn't bear to waste them, so I turned them into a dish. Want to you try it? Ji Ping shook his head vigorously, his tone turning serious. Even if spoiled fruit is cooked, it is still toxic. You're as pedantic as ever. But you do have a point. It is indeed poisonous. Du Qing lifted the plate and poured its contents into a black bucket, which was filled with a dark sludge bubbling ominously. I think it's high time for a feast. Let us go catch some Pokémon to eat. Feast. Ji Ping didn't grasp the first part of what Du Qing said, but he understood the latter half. Hunting Pokémon incurs attacks. Wild Pokémon are protected by the Alliance's regulations. Pay. What a load of nonsense. Du Qing scoffed. The Alliance has increasingly favored elite trainers while growing stingier towards gym leaders. According to Duan's recollections, when she first took office, she was earning a substantial monthly salary, supplemented by bonuses and allowances. Yet as prices soared, the expenses of nurturing Pokémon escalated, and gym leaders' salaries from the Alliance dwindled. This chain of events directly led to a multitude of gym leaders seeking side jobs. Duan had a dozen Pokémon to care for, so she was compelled to travel extensively to give lectures and take on temporary positions, which severely hampered her training time. The gym leader of Wudou Town, Tengu, had even disbanded his disciples, spending his days surfing on the ocean, neglecting gym affairs altogether. He had established a black market on the high seas, where the Alliance's hand could not reach. Messengers sent there were often attacked by nefarious organizations, perishing at sea. Du Qing rose and made his way to the supply room, rummaging through a box until he finally unearthed a rough, heavy bone. He weighed it in his hand and swung it randomly. This will do. Ji Ping scrutinized it for a moment and recognized the bone's origin. Isn't this the kind of bone held by Galagla and Korokora? Many Alliance researchers have analyzed them, but have found that these bones do not belong to any known Pokémon. No one knew where these bones had come from. They appeared alongside the Pokémon that possessed them. I think it resembles a pouch dragoness bone. Why? And by the way, it should be called a pouch beast, not a pouch dragon. Du Qing mused, stroking the bone with a sense of nostalgia. The words he had uttered, he suspected, would be incomprehensible to anyone in this world. Yes, it should be called a pouch beast. Du Qing slung his backpack over his shoulder, filled with various items, potions, and his worn fishing rod. Ji Ping, light on his feet, carried only a pokeball, the gym notebook, and a pen. What do you need the gym notebook for? To record the esteemed gym leader's words and actions. Don't call me esteemed gym leader. Chapter 10. The battle in the city. As Du Qing opened the gym's door, he spread his arms wide, inhaling the fresh air. The streets of Kanaz City were exceptionally clean, lined with rows of trash bins, though they were surprisingly empty. The urban greenery was impeccably maintained, with various trees and shrubs neatly trimmed, vibrant green, exuding a lively aura. yet devoid of any Pokémon. Normally, Pokémon were not seen in the city. The current mayor had decreed that no Pokémon were allowed on the streets, claiming they would detract from the city's appearance, threaten public safety, and be unsanitary. Qing casually scanned his surroundings. Ah, look at the elegantly adorned young ladies accompanied by beautiful flowers, Roserade, and the graceful Meowstic. There's even a demure-looking Delimia. It seems the Pokémon from the Kalos region have made their appearance. Two boys were commanding their Pokémon in a street battle. One with a Pikachu and the other with a colossal Boscodora towering over them. Surrounding them were several attendants and bodyguards, driving away ordinary pedestrians. Pikachu, use Quick Attack. Upon hearing the command, Pikachu's eyes widened in surprise. It glanced back at its trainer, then up at the Boscodora, which was many times its height. Pika Pika? The trainer, flustered, felt his pride on the line. Pikachu, didn't you hear? Quickly, use Quick Attack. With a shout, Pikachu charged forward, attempting to muster courage. But its body trembled with fear. Boscodora, stop it flat. Pikachu dashed forward, but stumbled and rolled beneath Boscodora's feet. Roar. Boscodora paused, ready to crush its small opponent. Stop. Qing's brows furrowed as he hurled a poke ball into the air above Boscodora. In an instant, Hippowdon descended from the sky, its body glistening with a metallic sheen, crashing down and toppling Boscodora, causing the cobblestones of the street to shatter and debris to fly in all directions. Several bodyguards rushed forward, positioning themselves in front of the two boys, their expressions betraying a hint of panic. One particularly quick-witted bodyguard opened a high-grade pokeball, summoning a Gyarados. However, before it could receive any command, Hippowdon charged like a cannonball, its massive form kicking up a cloud of dust and sending Gyarados flying. Qing seized the heavy bone and hurled it forward, striking a bodyguard squarely in the temple. A piercing scream erupted as the bodyguard crumpled to the ground, motionless. The bone clattered to the ground after striking the bodyguard, and Qing walked over to retrieve it. Two other bodyguards attempted to intervene, but were swiftly felled by Qing's fists. You two, come here. The boys looked at Qing, fear flickering in their eyes. Barely concealed. After all, Qing's reputation within their circle was far from commendable. It was, in fact, abysmal. Allegations of bribery, assaulting challengers, abusing Pokémon, and even disregarding regulations to commit murder were all attributed to him. They glanced around at the frightened servants and the bodyguards standing protectively in front of them. Most notably, several elegantly dressed young ladies, drawn by the sounds of the scuffle, whispered among themselves, casting glances in this direction. The two boys turned their gaze towards the harshly speaking gym leader. In that moment, they felt like young heroes rebelling against tyranny, mustering a semblance of courage. They stood tall and resolute, ready to launch their verbal assault. Qing, you are utterly unworthy of being a gym leader. I have heard that in Fight Town. You were merely a scavenger, picking trash from the beach. How could someone engaged in such a demeaning task possibly hold the title of gym leader? Qing, your greed knows no bounds. While others sell badges at clearly marked prices, you refuse to do so, clearly intending to extort challengers. Moreover, you even strike children. Just because someone spoke a few words against you. I heard you went so far as to slay their Pokémon, which now lies injured at the Pokémon Center. Yet you have not even bothered to check on it once. As they continued their tirade, their fervor grew. It seemed that by incessantly recounting Qing's misdeeds, they could topple him. A bemused chuckle escaped Qing's lips. Several bodyguards summoned a multitude of Pokémon, including Hippowdon, Onix, and Exploud. The rampaging Hippowdon, with its eyes gleaming a menacing crimson, charged and trampled, swiftly incapacitating the summoned Pokémon, which were then returned to their Pokeballs. Qing approached the two boys with an imposing stride, his tall figure overshadowing theirs, his expression devoid of emotion, exuding an intangible aura of oppression. One boy, his face pale, pointed a trembling finger at Qing, as if to utter something more. With a swift motion, Qing seized the boy's finger and, with a sharp crack, broke it. Still daring to point at me? The boy screamed in agony, clutching his injured hand. The other boy stumbled backward, searching his pockets for something. In response, Qing delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him sprawling several meters away, convulsing on the ground. As a few bodyguards attempted to intervene, they too were swiftly overpowered by Qing. He glanced at the surrounding servants, choosing not to engage them. With a subtle intimidation, one servant fumbled and pointed out Pikachu's Pokeball. Such a caring one, he remarked, before crushing the heart-shaped Pokeball beneath his foot and retrieving the fainted Pikachu from the nearby greenery. Ping, with one hand holding the gym record and the other clutching a pen, was diligently documenting the scene. The gym leader and the referee had ventured into the city. where the two boys had violated Article 74 of the League regulations, which prohibits Pokémon battles in large urban areas, while being accompanied by a significant security detail. The gym leaders summoned Hippowdon, successfully halting the conflict, and sought to hold the two boys accountable, only to be obstructed by their security personnel. The bodyguards called forth a Tyranitar, attempting to assault the gym leader, but Hippowdon triumphed. In retaliation, the gym leader struck one of the bodyguards with a bone, rendering him unconscious. As he attempted to reclaim the bone, he was thwarted by two more guards, whom he dispatched with bare hands. The two boys hurled insults at the gym leader, fabricating accusations, thus violating Article 167 of the League laws. The remaining bodyguards summoned their Pokémon, Exploud, Hippowdon, Onyx, and others, but they were swiftly defeated by the gym leader's Hippowdon. One boy attempted to launch a finger attack at the gym leader, only to suffer a fracture in the chaos. The other boy seemingly prepared to summon a Pokémon to assault the gym leader, who, prioritizing his own safety, chose to retaliate. After all was said and done, Qing wiped the sweat from his brow, stowing away the gym record and pen. With these records in hand, even if numerous reports arise and the League seeks to hold the gym leader accountable, it will require considerable effort. Chapter 11. So Beautiful, Orange Blossom Forest. Qing held Pikachu in one hand. With a sharp crack, he delivered a slap to each of the boys. From a distance, a few noble young ladies witnessed the scene, trembling in fear, clutching their chests, and hastily departing, leaving only one behind. This was a golden-haired girl dressed in a vintage gown, her delicate features framed by striking blue eyes and long, curled lashes. Beside her stood a fluffy Darumian, the very one Qing had seen earlier. "You there?" the golden-haired girl exclaimed, her gaze fixed intently on Qing as she approached with nimble steps. Qing turned away, casting a fleeting glance at her. He had never held a favorable opinion of such individuals, and thus chose to ignore her. Instead, retrieving a bottle of healing spray from his backpack and approaching Hippowdon. The sturdy Pokémon had only sustained minor injuries in the fray, and the fragrant mist from the spray soothed its wounds, causing it to squint in comfort. Most healing items could also be used by humans, though their potency required careful application or dilution. The League generously provided gym leaders with a monthly supply of various restorative items, including potions to replenish Pokémon stamina, remedies for abnormal statuses, and bandages. After all, a typical gym leader would possess between 10 to 20 Pokémon, with some even more. If every time a Pokémon was injured, one had to rush to the Pokémon Center, it would not only be cumbersome, but could also potentially cause further harm to the Pokémon. As for the incident with the Joy who had knocked on the gym door previously, truth be told, Qing remained puzzled. Had the bodyguards called ahead? Or was there a setup involved? He dismissed these thoughts from his mind, clutching a thick bone in one hand and Pikachu in the other, signaling to Qing that it was time to depart. "Hey, you are that hot-headed gym leader, aren't you? You seem to be about our age." The golden-haired girl blocked their path, her Darumian lazily grooming itself behind her. Qing ignored her, prompting Qing to step forward. "Miss, you are in violation of the regulations of Kanaz City. Medium to large Pokémon are not permitted on the streets. Kindly return your Darumian to its Pokeball. The gym leader and I need to leave Kanaz City to study Pokémon behavior in the wild. Let us not delay our important work." The golden-haired girl gasped. "But I don't have a Pokeball." "Qing, don't waste your breath," Qing interjected, and without hesitation, he resumed walking. The girl felt a twinge of embarrassment. She longed to chase after them, but quickly reconsidered, fearing it would diminish her dignity. With a huff, she turned and left with her Darumian. Meanwhile, the two boys, having been thoroughly beaten, sat on the ground, their clothes soiled and faces bruised. They gazed at the girl's retreating figure, their eyes betraying their envy. They seldom had the chance to speak with her, while Qing had barely spared her a glance. "What kind of gym leader assaults people in the street and steals my Pokémon? Shoo, keep your voice down. I fear he may come back to strike us again. Humph. He has embarrassed us in front of Laya. One day I will." The boy with the broken finger gritted his teeth, seemingly struggling to articulate his thoughts. But after a long pause, he could muster no words. A servant beside him obsequiously helped the young boy up, saying, "Young master, do not let yourself be angered by such individuals. Do not harm your health." "Humph, what use are you?" With nowhere else to vent his frustration, the boy unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the servant. The servant did not flinch. Instead, he produced a pouch and presented it to the boy. Upon opening it, a multitude of heart-shaped orbs spilled forth, filling the pouch to the brim. The Orange Blossom Forest, situated between the cities of Kanaz and Orange Blossom, was a sprawling expanse filled with towering trees, shrubs, and an endless sea of lush green grass. It was home to a myriad of bug-type and flying-type Pokémon. Members of nefarious organizations or trainers often ventured into this forest, capturing Pokémon and foraging for wild berries, much to the chagrin of the local residents. Qing wore a stoic expression as he pinched Pikachu's ears between his fingers, observing the creature's futile attempts to escape, writhing and emitting pained cries, yet he remained unmoved. After a brief moment, he seized Pikachu by the head, widening his eyes to adopt a menacing demeanor before delivering a hefty kick that sent Pikachu flying. Pikachu landed atop a large green leaf, bouncing some distance before tumbling into the grass. Peeking out from the foliage, it surveyed its surroundings, its nose twitching as it inhaled the forest scent, before retreating back into the underbrush. "You weren't using much force, were you?" Ping suddenly interjected, turning to glance at Qing. "If you had, Pikachu's body would have been utterly wrecked." Qing remained noncommittal, his fierce expression fading as he reverted to a mask of indifference. To him, Pikachu represented more than just a mere adorable electric-type mouse. "I simply do not wish for it to believe that there are good people among humans. It would be best if it never had to interact with humanity at all." A white cocoon lay concealed within the grass, its surface ensnared in delicate white threads, with only a tiny slit revealing a hint of withered red within. Qing picked up a sturdy bone and prodded the cocoon, murmuring, "A failed evolution. This must be a Kakuna from the orange blossom forest. Ordinarily, it would be tightly bound to a branch, suspended in the trees. Its presence in the grass, with the body intact yet lifeless, clearly indicated it was not the work of a flying-type Pokémon. A pity, it failed to evolve into a Butterfree." Ping sighed, his disappointment palpable. Both Kakuna and Metapod were unique Pokémon, appearing to evolve instantaneously like others, yet the reality was far more protracted for them. For many bug-type Pokémon, evolution was an arduous journey. Most had short lifespans, and the individuals that did evolve often lacked formidable combat prowess. They could not accompany trainers for a lifetime. And in the wild, countless bug-type Pokémon would perish silently in the throes of evolution, much like the Metapod and Kakuna found in the Kanto region. After watching for a while longer, the two departed. Qing wielded the bone, smashing through the vines and thorns that obstructed their path, stopping only upon sighting a Pokémon. At that moment, he halted, confronted by a Caterpie, a species widespread across regions such as Hoenn, Johto, and Sinnoh. He pressed a button on his device, activating the Pokédex. Chapter 12. Caterpie and Whalmer's Watering Can. Caterpie, the worm Pokémon, uses the stinger at the end of its tail to peel the bark off trees, feeding on the sap that seeps out. With suction pads on its feet, it can traverse even the smoothest glass without slipping. Though weak, it possesses remarkable vitality. Gender: none. Type: bug. Ability: shed skin, which prevents it from being affected by additional effects of moves. Height: 0 for meters. Weight: 5 kilograms. Moves learned: tackle, string shot, poison sting. No inherited moves. Truly pitifully weak, Qing lamented before swinging the bone. With a resounding crack, the horn atop Caterpie's head shattered, sending the entire creature crashing to the ground, motionless. Ping stared in astonishment. "Caterpie is poisonous. It shouldn't be edible, right?" Qing nodded, "Indeed. But it is not for consumption. It has other uses." Subsequently, Qing and Ping wandered through the orange blossom forest for quite some time, capturing numerous Caterpie. Road 104, Kanaz City. Two young men, one tall and robust, the other slender, strolled alongside the water's edge. Road 104, located near Kanaz City, boasts the largest body of water in the vicinity. Wooden bridges adorned with waterproof resin, reputedly linked to some water-type Pokémon, span the water, resilient against erosion from currents and attacks from Pokémon alike. The tall youth held a long string of plump Caterpie, strung together with a sturdy green vine, numbering around 5. Meanwhile, the slender youth cradled a feeble Metapod, roughly the size of a basin, its breath faint and its spines limp. "Master, I believe this Metapod still has a chance for recovery. Perhaps the medicine has been administered. Whether it survives now depends on fate." "Huh, what is a jujube flower?" Moments earlier, as they searched for Caterpie, a Metapod had fallen from a tree. Qing initially mistook it for an ambush and struck it away. Ping, recognizing its larger-than-usual size, understood it was on the verge of evolution and, feeling compassion, carried it out of the orange blossom forest. On Road 104, there existed a berry shop, reputed for its quality and variety. "Let us go buy some berries." At the berry shop, Qing and Ping perused the counter for berries. This Memi berry looks splendid, plump and undamaged, with vibrant green leaves. Qing shook his head. "Memi berries are not for us or our Pokémon. There's no need to purchase such pristine specimens." Just these few. I think they will suffice. Following Du Qing's finger, several inferior blue mammy berries came into view, shriveled and oozing juice from their damaged skins, emitting a sour aroma, likely spoiled. Du Qing took a paper bag and filled it with a dozen of these subpar blue mammy berries, alongside a large bag of pomelo berries, intended as a treat for his hippowdon. Ping hesitated at another counter for quite some time before finally selecting a single golden bibril berry. Du Qing noticed and added several more bibril berries to Ping's bag, saying, "Consider it my gift." Behind the counter stood a brown-haired woman in a flowing green dress. Her demeanor gentle. Du Qing glanced at her and pondered before asking, "Do you have any whalemere watering cans?" Despite his usual composure in various situations, Du Qing felt a twinge of nervousness in this modest berry shop. Upon hearing his inquiry, the woman covered her mouth with one hand, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Oh my, the master remembers that? It was no wonder she reacted so. Their berry shop had ceased using the labor-intensive whalemere watering cans a decade prior, having upgraded to more advanced automated irrigation systems. Well, I suppose we might still have some. The woman in the green dress bent down and rummaged beneath the counter for an extended period. Upon finding nothing, she turned to Du Qing with an apologetic expression, opened a door behind the counter, and stepped inside. Approximately half an hour later, she emerged, clutching a dusty, somewhat dim and damaged spray bottle, intricately carved to resemble a Hoenn whale, though it now seemed devoid of its former vitality. Returning to the counter, the woman smiled and said, "If the master of the establishment desires it, please take it. Surely, you must have purchased fruit from us in your youth. It has been ages since any young person in Kanaz City remembered the Hoenn whale spray bottle." Du Qing found himself momentarily speechless, his emotions a tangled web, akin to encountering a cherished toy from his childhood that had eluded him. "I can pay for it. Let us include it with these fruits," he stated, producing a considerable amount of cash from his backpack. The brown-haired woman merely smiled, counting out enough bills to cover the cost of the fruits before handing the remaining notes back to Du Qing. "Ah, the Hoenn whale spray bottle. We often gifted it to trainers who adored our fruits in the past." Du Qing fell silent, bowing in gratitude. He wiped away some of the dust from the spray bottle's surface. It was not particularly large, featuring a round opening at the top meant for filling with water. He then stowed it back into his backpack. The two made their way to the riverbank, where Du Qing paused and waved his hand. "Ping, do you know what baiting is?" "I'm not sure. Do you want to create a nest to nurture these few horned worms?" Du Qing began to elaborate enthusiastically, recounting how, during his time in Wudou Town, his adeptness at baiting enabled him to catch carp kings and agate jellyfish with a mere broken fishing rod to supplement his family's income. Baiting is a technique that involves prearranging bait to attract water-type Pokémon in a particular area. "Oh, I understand now," Ping replied earnestly, though Du Qing knew he had simply memorized the phrase. Using a bone stick, Du Qing repeatedly pounded the man-made fruit inside a paper bag until it was reduced to a pulp, filling the air with a peculiar and enticing aroma. Ping sniffed and sneezed. Du Qing carefully spread the fruit pulp evenly across the bodies of several horned worms, applying some wet mud atop as well. Off you go. The horned worms were tossed into the lake in succession, landing with pinpoint accuracy. Pay attention. This is an essential skill for survival. "Yes, esteemed master of the establishment." Ping nodded, then turned to ask, "Shall we start fishing now? Perhaps we should wait a bit, at the seaside of Wudou Town." "We must wait for about 15 minutes. This was also his first time using Pokémon for baiting, as he had never visited this lake before. "Let us wait half an hour and then explore the orange blossom forest. It would be splendid to catch a talonflame for roasting." Chapter 13. The Water Fleet and the Bug-Catching Boy. In the orange blossom forest, the dense underbrush rustled continuously, with numerous leaves and small twigs falling to the ground. A rather unique caterpie was leisurely feasting, its plump body adorned with a rare purple hue. It pierced the thin bark with its sharp stinger, causing a trickle of yellowish sap to ooze out, which it eagerly lapped up. With its belly full, the caterpie lazily collapsed onto the ground, turning its head to munch on a few leaves with great delight. Suddenly, accompanied by a piercing cry, a rough, white net swooped down upon the caterpie. Perhaps due to its gluttony, the corpulent creature lay still for several moments before realizing it had been ensnared. The caterpie thrashed wildly within the net, but its stingers were dull and ineffective against the mesh. After struggling for several seconds, it collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, and resigned itself to stillness. Casting a glance at the net holder, "An extraordinary caterpie," exclaimed a boy, adorned with a straw hat, a white tank top, and shorts, as he jumped for joy. His excitement palpable. He held the net aloft, scrutinizing the purple caterpie before poking it with his finger. "An extraordinary Pokémon. If I sell it, I could gather enough for tuition and return to Kanaz Trainer Academy. The bug-catching boy's eyes gleamed with fervor, almost to the point of tears. However, once the initial thrill faded, he was soon drenched in cold sweat. If anyone else sees me, it's over. He clamped a hand over his mouth to stifle any sounds, fearing detection by others in the forest or their Pokémon. Frantically, he fished out a Pokeball and hurled it at the caterpie. The lethargic creature offered no resistance. The Pokeball wobbled on the ground for a few moments before capturing it with a flash of light. The boy, elated, cradled the Pokeball, his arms trembling with exhilaration. I've caught it. He picked up the fallen net and stood tall, then bent down to stow the Pokeball in his satchel. Kid, don't move. Upon hearing these words, the boy froze, his pupils dilating as he turned to the source of the voice. A man and a woman, clad in distinctive sailor attire of interwoven blue and white stripes, with black belts around their waists and black boots on their feet, were grinning ominously at him. What terrified the boy most were their black bandanas emblazoned with a white emblem. The Water Fleet, a nightmare for the people of Hoenn. Damn it. Where have the Talonflames in Orange Blossom Forest gone? Qing remarked, his expression darkening. He and Ping had been searching the Orange Blossom Forest for a considerable time without sighting a single Talonflame. Even Ping, usually patient, was beginning to wane in his resolve. He cradled a faintly breathing metapod in his arms, his back damp with sweat. It's indeed peculiar. Even though it's not breeding season for Talonflames, we shouldn't see none at all. None at all. Qing raised an eyebrow, stroking his chin in contemplation. Have they all been captured? Or are they evading something? Ping also began to ponder. Well, both possibilities could be true. As Qing walked in thought, he suddenly slipped, quickly regaining his balance and glancing down at the culprit, a straw hat. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a significant bloodstain on the brim, still fresh, suggesting it had been left not long ago. Surrounding it were drops of blood, staining the grass and tree bark, along with some pale yellow liquid, likely from an injured Pokémon. Several patches of grass had been trampled, and branches were bent, indicating a struggle had occurred. A battle had taken place here. Was it a Pokémon attacking a human? He mused, but it didn't seem likely. Then it must be. Qing deduced the most probable scenario, humans attacking humans. This was not uncommon in the Orange Blossom Forest, where many trainers often quarreled over Pokémon, especially with numerous nefarious organizations lurking within. Certainly, someone has been hurt, esteemed master of the establishment. We must go investigate. Ping exclaimed anxiously, summoning forth his forest lizard, which, upon being released, flicked its long red tongue and danced with glee. Qing nodded in agreement, consenting to this course of action. The dojo master bears the responsibility of eradicating malevolent organizations residing within the area, and with reports of a suspected attack, he cannot afford to remain indifferent. Following the direction of the densest bloodstains, the two individuals hastened onward. It's all your fault for scaring that kid, otherwise we would have captured that aberrant-colored stingtail bug long ago, exclaimed the female member of Team Aqua, her teeth clenched in fury as she glared at the man beside her. How was I to know that Brat possessed a toxic powder moth? My hound accidentally inhaled the spores and is still trapped in its Pokeball. The woman snapped back. Enough chatter. That kid's toxic moth has been airborne with a living person for far too long. It won't last much longer. The pair rode their large hound at a frantic pace, trampling through branches and underbrush, leaving chaos in their wake. Damn it, are we nearing our limit? In the sky, a toxic powder moth clutched the boy tightly, its wings flapping desperately. Its compound eyes flickered with a dim light, while a narrow, gaping wound on its abdomen oozed a yellowish-white liquid. Several holes in its wings allowed air to escape, making each flap increasingly laborious. The boy's pale visage was obscured by dried blood, and a horrific gash on his left forearm bled profusely. Toxic moth, let me down. Fly to the sky. To the trees, don't come back. The moth flapped its wings with greater fervor, emitting a mournful hum as it held on tightly to the boy, unwilling to release its grasp. Ah, how touching, mocked a voice. Onyx jellyfish, use wave of water. Feraligatr, unleash icy wind. The boy twisted his head desperately, watching the vibrating wave of water and the chill-laden wind hurtling toward him, and he lowered his head in despair. Regret washed over him. He lamented not heeding his mother's warnings and felt remorse for endangering the toxic moth by venturing alone into Orange Blossom Forest. Yet, he also found no regret in his heart. His father had lost his job, his mother was ill, and the costs of schooling and treatments at the Pokémon Center had skyrocketed. Chapter 14. The Pursuit in Orange Blossom Forest. If they could truly capture the aberrant stingtail bug, his family would be saved. Yet, all of this remained mere fantasy. He would become a lifeless body, falling within the depths of orange blossom forest. With this thought, the boy resignedly lowered his head, awaiting the arrival of death. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The anticipated chill and wave did not strike him. At that moment, the toxic moth could no longer endure and plummeted from the sky alongside the boy, its claws still gripping his clothing until exhaustion overcame it. Swish! Dozens of emerald green vines surged forth, intertwining around several trees to weave a grand net, catching both the boy and the toxic moth securely. Well done, forest lizard. Jeeping wiped the sweat from his brow and promptly retrieved a spray bottle of medicinal ointment, directing it at the wound on the moth's abdomen. The forest lizard flicked out its long tongue, still bearing a drooping cocoon bound by vines around its waist. The boy, having narrowly escaped death, gasped for air, and once he regained his composure, he hastily cautioned, Be careful of Team Aqua." Yet the young man before him displayed no signs of fear or anxiety. He retrieved a roll of gauze and meticulously wrapped it around the toxic moth's midsection, tending to its injury. "It will be all right. The dojo master has already gone to confront him." The boy's expression shifted to one of astonishment, his eyes a mix of emotions as his mouth opened and closed. Yet no words emerged. A surge of yellow sand swept in, obscuring the wave of water and icy wind. The two members of Team Aqua were taken aback, and their hound grew restless beneath them, its teeth chattering as it emitted an uneasy growl. Hippo, use Thunderfawn. The two were filled with trepidation, quickly scanning their surroundings. But they could not even locate the one giving orders. Roar! The ground beneath them began to tremble violently as soil and grass were flung into the air. In an instant, a colossal creature, black and yellow striped, burst forth from the earth, accompanied by a torrent of sand. With a snap, the onyx jellyfish was bitten in half before it could utter a sound. The Hippowdon displayed its massive white teeth, crackling with yellow electricity, as it hung two severed grayish-white tendrils from its maw, scattering the once lustrous red onyx into shards. Large hound, use malicious pursuit. Large hound, use crunch. The two large hounds propelled themselves from the ground, launching at the Hippowdon like arrows, their roars trembling with fear. The first large hound opened its mouth wide, its teeth glistening with a silvery sheen as it lunged for the Hippowdon's leg, while the other, radiating a dark purple glow, charged forward. Hippowdon stomp. Sparks flew from the black armor on the Hippowdon's legs, as neither of the large hounds managed to break through its defenses. With a sickening crunch, mangled entrails and shattered bones were flung in all directions, leaving only two masses of mud beneath the Hippowdon's feet, remnants of black fur and indistinct flesh. The two large hounds had perished, while their owner had already fled in opposite directions. Huff, huff. The man in the black scarf panted heavily, having fully awakened his body's instincts. His legs moved at a blinding speed, hands frantically brushing aside thorns and branches, his arms torn and bleeding. Yet he dared not pause for a moment, driven solely by the desire for survival. His mind raced, pondering the identity of his assailants. Dewan security? Impossible. That kid looks like a pauper. How could he afford to hire anyone? A trainer? No, at the very least, an elite trainer. He was not particularly knowledgeable, having only encountered the strongest Pokémon once, an ace of Team Aqua's cadre, a missile-like Sharpedo, but it paled in comparison to the terror of the Hippowdon. What could it be? Thud. The man felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, a warm sensation spreading, and his mind began to lighten. He collapsed to the ground, a noticeable dent at the back of his skull oozing a viscous mixture of red and white. Confusion and bewilderment lingered in his eyes. Yet no one remained to provide him with answers. Qing picked up a bone club from the ground, wiping off the blood with a leaf, and removed the man's scarf, placing it into his backpack. The woman from Team Aqua covered her mouth with her hand, tears welling in her eyes. Yet she dared not utter a sound. The last person to perform such an action had been pursued by her and her comrade. Now, the tables had turned. Too powerful. Far too powerful. She regretted her keen eyesight at that moment. Had her vision not been so acute, she would not have been assigned to this mission and would not have witnessed that horrifying scene where two large hounds had unleashed their mightiest attacks but failed to penetrate the Hippowdon's defenses, only to be trampled into a pulp. She took refuge atop a towering tree, nestling herself within a nest of branches and leaves, alongside a few chattering swablu, their cacophonous calls grating on her nerves. After a prolonged silence, the woman dared to move, straining to analyze the sounds around her, only to be interrupted by the incessant chattering of the swablu. A flash of irritation crossed her eyes, yet she refrained from retaliating against the birds. Cautiously, she rose and leaned over the edge of the nest, supporting herself on her hands, peering downward. Grass, trees, shrubs, horned beetles, and fruits. And there, a tall human wearing glasses. Wait, humans? In an instant, as if sensing something, the man beneath the tree lifted his head. The glaring sunlight reflected off his glasses, obscuring his eyes from view. Yet, she could see his lips moving, though the sound was inaudible. She discerned the shape of his words. Found you. The woman from the water fleet recoiled abruptly, a chill running down her spine, and in a panicked frenzy. She fumbled for a pokeball. life.Fish, come out, quickly. Her voice trembled with a hint of desperation. With a hiss, a torrent of water surged forth from the nest, scattering branches and leaves, while several young swablu emitted frantic cries as they were swept from their perch. life.Fish floated upon the crest of the gushing water. Its eye sockets were sunken, and its crimson eyes appeared parched. The scales on its body lacked the smoothness they possessed underwater, appearing particularly coarse and shriveled. life.Fish, go and kill the man beneath the tree. No, no. Don't leave. Stay here and guard me. The woman was now in a delirious state, incessantly issuing contradictory and unattainable commands. The hissing sound diminished as the water beneath life.Fish gradually receded. What began as a gushing tap now resembled the slow drip of a dropper. Chapter 15. The Pursuit in Orange Blossom Forest 2. life.Fish could no longer hold on. It first toppled onto a tree trunk, then struggled to lift itself. But how could it manage? After several futile attempts, life.Fish tumbled down, falling from the tree. Thud! life.Fish crashed heavily to the ground, crushing a patch of grass. It felt its bones shatter and its innards rupture, bleeding profusely. The tiny, dense scales of life.Fish provided some cushioning, thus it did not succumb immediately. It could gradually sense the process of life slipping away, but the duration of this transition was indeterminate. Chirp, chirp. A few swablu, still immature and unable to fly, cautiously crawled over. By flapping their wings in the air, they alleviated much of their downward momentum, resulting in only one succumbing to the fall. They encircled life.Fish, their eyes gleaming with primal hunger. For days prior, their parents had failed to return. life.Fish weakly turned its head, expelling a stream of water that knocked one of the swablu down. This particular swablu was smaller than its siblings, and as the water sprayed over it, several feathers were washed away. It swayed unsteadily, its claws reaching out, grasping at the air before it. Lacking the strength to vocalize, it still yearned to advance. Thud! The swablu fell to the ground, lifeless. Caw! This act did not deter the other swablu. The largest among them charged forth, with the others hastily following suit. The group of swablu pecked fiercely at life.Fish's body, yet they couldn't penetrate its dense, rough scales. Their tender beaks were stained with blood, indistinguishable as to whether it belonged to life.Fish or them. One smaller swablu let out a mournful cry as its beak broke, ensnared by life.Fish's coarse scales. Its head twisted and snapped. None of its siblings paused to glance back. Uft! One swablu lunged at life.Fish's eye, its head nearly delving into life.Fish's skull, desperately sucking at it. Sizzle! Another swablu punctured life.Fish's slightly softer abdomen, greedily consuming the spilling entrails. Crunch! A swablu, its beak smeared with blood, breached life.Fish's sturdy scales. It set one claw on the damaged area, prying away the surrounding scales, lowering its head to peck at the tender fish flesh within. life.Fish weakly thrashed, knocking one of the swablu aside, but it quickly returned. Above the tree trunk, the woman cried out, "Don't come over." Tears streamed down her face as she gazed at the towering man before her hands gripping the rough tree bark. Her fingertips bloodied. "Please, don't kill me. I can do anything." She wore a blue and white crop top that accentuated her taut abdomen, paired with a rough gray skirt, while her blue and white striped stockings were tattered, revealing her sun-kissed skin. Her flaxen hair obscured her face as her body heaved. Stifling sobs. "Look up." Qing's expression was inscrutable. His eyes narrowed into slits as he disregarded the woman's pleas, fixating on her intently. "Did you capture the swablu in Orange Blossom Forest?" The woman hesitated, then hurriedly replied, Yes. If you spare me, I will divulge the organization's plan for capturing swablu. Just let me go, please." With a resounding thud, the woman's forehead caved in from a powerful blow. Her neck could not withstand the force, and with a sickening crack, it drooped lifelessly. Her eyes dimmed, filled with a lingering confusion. Qing wiped the splattered blood from his face with his sleeve, a look of vexation crossing his features. Why did she fall to the ground? He removed the woman's black scarf emblazoned with the Waterfleet emblem, rubbing it against the tree bark to scrape away some blood before stowing it in his backpack. He rummaged through her satchel, retrieving over a dozen pokeballs. Qing took one and opened it, a flurry of feathers erupting as a disheveled swallow emerged. Dried blood clung to its feathers, revealing it had gone without food or water for an extended period. Its marble-like eyes were bloodshot, its throat hoarse and silent. With a sunken belly, it did not regard Du Qing but instead circled in the air, as if searching for something. Moments later, the swallow lowered its head, surveying Du Qing and the nest on the tree trunk, which had been irrevocably altered by life.He's labor. With its wings flapping vigorously, the swallow emitted a piercing wail before collapsing, spewing forth dark blood. Du Qing observed the scene quietly. He climbed down the tree, retrieving a bone stick to open the remaining pokeballs. 8 or 9 swallow and 6 or 7 swablu took flight. Du Qing paid no mind to their trajectories. Instead, he took the bone stick and smashed each pokeball in his backpack. He looked down at life.H's carcass, now reduced to a mere skeleton, flecked with blood. Karma? Du Qing's gaze was clouded, lost in contemplation. If a person commits a crime, does the weapon also bear guilt? He glanced at the few swablu with round bellies, pondering for a moment before ultimately relinquishing the thought, letting out a sigh. What a distasteful situation. In Kanaz City, at the Pokémon Center, Du Qing stood at the entrance, refraining from entering, idly kicking a pebble. He harbored a dislike for the perpetually cheerful Nurse Joy and the medicinal scent lingering within, hence his reluctance to step inside. Hiss. The smooth glass door slid open automatically. Ji Ping emerged. Master, you should really take a look. Du Qing shook his head, clearly uninterested in entering. Ji Ping sighed helplessly. Master, someone is attempting to forcibly acquire that boy's Pokémon, the unusual colored caterpie. Du Qing raised an eyebrow, signaling Ji Ping to lead the way. Inside the Pokémon Center, room 203, Yuta lay upon the hospital bed, the stark contrast between the pristine white sheets and his soiled body strikingly evident. His limbs and back were entwined in bandages, marred only by a few bloodstains, the bleeding having been successfully stemmed. His eyes brimmed with dried tears, a tempest of anger and helplessness swirling within him as he fixed his gaze upon the man before him. Ah, Mr. Yuta, I am offering 50,000 yuan for your rare-colored caterpie, which is indeed a generous price, the man remarked, his meticulously styled hair slicked back, clad in an exquisitely tailored suit that glimmered with the sheen of ample hair gel. Chapter 16. Coercive acquisition of the rare-colored caterpie. Kintaro's lips curled into a perfectly measured arc, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. The creases at the corners of his eyes stacked in layers, devoid of any mirth, only brimming with the thrill of an impending scheme. How fortunate I am. I have heard there exists a statue of some deity in Greenridge City. Perhaps I shall pay my respects during my next business trip there. The more Kintaro pondered, the more exhilarated he became. He was merely representing his department in procuring medicines at the Pokémon Center when he fortuitously witnessed Miss Joy opening an ordinary Pokeball, preparing to provide treatment. Pokeballs, one would surmise, are typically utilized by the less affluent. Kintaro thought disdainfully as he cast a dismissive glance at the Pokémon that emerged from the ball. Lo and behold, a purple caterpie. Kintaro swore. Had the Pokeball containing the rare caterpie been a netball rather than an ordinary one, he would not have entertained any further thoughts. But it was merely a common, albeit somewhat antiquated, Pokeball. Rubbing his hands together, he began to inquire about the caterpie's owner from Miss Joy. Oh, Miss Joy is truly delightful, always wearing a kind smile and answering every question. Room 203. A standard ward. A pauper is indeed a pauper. It was a youth. Oh, a youth, no less, adorned in tattered clothing and covered in wounds. A Pokémon, only a feeble venonat. Alas, common fare. Someone brought him here. Oh, a false alarm. Merely an unremarkable young referee. This business could indeed be negotiated. If he could secure that rare caterpie and apply some specialized medication to influence its evolutionary path, it could metamorphose into a metapod, ultimately evolving into a Butterfree. Well, it is merely a matter of shortening the lifespan of the Butterfree. Should he sell it to affluent collectors of bug-type Pokémon? Or perhaps to nobles enamored with beautiful Pokémon? Kintaro adjusted his collar and produced a damp cloth to meticulously clean his glasses, the cloth crafted from the lotus leaves carried by a lotus child, not the finest material. Yet not inexpensive either. He forced a serious demeanor as he approached room 203, knocking upon the door and lifting his chin. Should the other party adhere to the rules as he did, he was confident he had nothing to fear in a debate. However, the opponent was a seasoned rogue in his 30s, and the young referee soon found himself outmatched. Even invoking the gym leader would not intimidate the man. Left with no choice, he would have to seek out Du Qing outside. A victorious smile adorned Kintaro's face. He feared no gym leader. In fact, he was certain that the crude and boorish gym leader would not dare act against him within the confines of the Pokémon Center. Moreover, he had the backing of the Doe and Company, which served as his greatest support. How about it? 50,000 is not sufficient. Kintaro's impatience grew as he longed to finalize the deal. His gaze lowered as he fiddled with his nails, muttering to himself. In Kanaz City, only Wudou and company can acquire rare Pokémon. Even if you sought elsewhere, no one would dare purchase it, understand? Wudou's grip tightened on the bedsheets, his mind waging a fierce internal battle. Indeed, reality is not a storybook. Even if he ventured to some so-called black market, he would have no means to locate it. Nor would anyone permit a mere youth entry. His family was merely of common standing, lacking the connections to procure the cater pie. As an ordinary individual freshly liberated from academia, Wudou remained oblivious to the true worth of a rare Pokémon, only knowing it was exceedingly valuable, certainly worth far more than 50,000 yuan. Yet what could he do? 50,000 yuan could procure ample medicine for his mother. His father had been scouring the labor market daily for work, returning home late each night. Yet Wudou noticed that his father's clothing remained clean, without wear, and the back pain that had once plagued him seemed to have vanished. "Father, have you truly found employment?" Wudou dared not inquire. When he reached out to his father for school fees, he could not bear to meet his father's gaze. His father had a muscular companion, a stout creature that always trailed behind him, assisting with lifting and handing over tools. Wudou suddenly realized he had not seen it in a long while. That rotund silhouette had vanished from behind his father. "Wudou, the owner of this establishment, pays swiftly. Here, take this to settle your tuition fees. Children should indeed be attending school. Hey, you little brat, are you done yet?" A voice, laced with exasperation, broke through his reverie. Kintaro's brow furrowed, his hand waving in front of his nose, as if attempting to dispel some non-existent odor. I agree. Creak. The door swung open. A tall, muscular young man clad in black entered, nearly matching the height of the doorframe. His expression cold, eyes narrowed into slits. "Kintaro, 50,000 is far too little." Kintaro lifted his head, staring blankly at Qing, an uncharacteristic sense of unease washing over him, yet he feigned composure. "Do not presume that your position as gym leader grants you free rein. I am a legitimate businessman with the other party's consent. What do you intend to do?" Qing remained as impassive as ever, stepping forward, leaning in. Kintaro retreated several paces, nearly stumbling. "What do you think you're doing? In Kanaz City, we abide by the rules. You previously struck a few children without consequence, and those security personnel you injured or killed faced no repercussions. How about this? Once this deal is sealed, I shall grant you a modest profit. How does that sound?" Qing shook his head. Chit-chat. With one hand, he seized Kintaro by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. What are you doing?" Kintaro's feet dangled in the air, kicking futilely, his polished shoes leaving marks on Qing's trousers. Let me go. "You lowly wretch, do not think that just because you've stumbled into the role of gym leader, you can trample upon me." Kintaro, nearly driven to madness, extended his arms, attempting to claw at Qing's face. It had been many years since anyone had dared treat him with such disdain. Ever since the Wudou and company rose to prominence, people are most unaccustomed to experiencing such disparities. Adorned with the emblem of the Wudou and company, officials and dignitaries alike treated him with utmost respect, except for this band of gym leaders. Crash! Qing grasped Kintaro's head, shattering a window. Blood gushing forth as shards of glass embedded themselves into Kintaro's face and scalp. With a forceful kick, Qing sent Kintaro tumbling out the window. He did not glance outside, but instead approached Wudou's bedside. "Are you in dire need of money?" Wudou's eyes widened. He hastily replied, "Yes, my father lost his job, and my mother requires a great deal of medication. I know a buyer who can pay handsomely for your rare cater pie. Is there anything else?" Wudou seemed to suddenly recall something, much like a child seeking out an adult to report an injustice after being bullied. The tuition for the trainer academy amounted to a staggering 100,000 yuan per semester, not including the costs for textbooks and the expenses for Pokémon companions. Qing raised an eyebrow. He distinctly remembered that during Dujuan's tenure, the tuition had been significantly reduced. After Dujuan's departure, the principal had raised the fees considerably, forcing many students from financially struggling families to leave. Whispers among the students suggested that it was he who had conspired with the principal to drive Dujuan away. Having experienced the events of the day, Wudou no longer believed these rumors and hurriedly clarified, "Master Guanju, I do not believe that. I know you are not as they say." "Stop." Qing was genuinely furious now. He cared little for his own reputation, but was deeply concerned about his sister's hard work. How esteemed was Dujuan at the trainer academy? Qing, having once been a student there, understood all too well that even if Dujuan had resigned as the master of the dojo, her position at the Kanaz Trainer Academy still remained. He had secluded himself these past days, refusing challenges and neglecting the myriad of affairs, never imagining he would forget this matter. No, it wasn't forgetfulness. It was inconceivable. Just a few months had passed since his sister's departure. And yet the established rules were being gradually dismantled, returning the academy to its former state. At the entrance of the Pokémon Center, the high-quality suit worn by Qing was torn by gravel, and his right hand was contorted in a peculiar manner. The broken fingers splayed unnaturally as though attempting to grasp something. He coughed intermittently, blood bubbling from his throat, his bruised skin raw and exposed, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The glass door slid open automatically, and Nurse Joy emerged from the Pokémon Center, her path winding until she reached her destination. Her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with a harmless smile. Her smooth pink hair tied back as she surveyed the precarious state of Qing. Qing yearned to cry. Yet the thought of expressing any emotion would cause his facial muscles to react, driving the glass shards deeper. Grasping at straws, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Nurse Joy. Help, help! Joy knelt beside him, her delicate hand brushing the glass shards embedded in his face. Her touch was gentle, but Qing winced in pain, tears streaming down his cheeks. The master of the Kanaz dojo killed the representative of the Duin company. Upon hearing this, Qing's eyes widened in shock, his body rigid. Oh, that must be fascinating. I can't wait to see how he will respond. Joy cradled her face in her hands, a sickly flush adorning her cheeks, her pupils gleaming with a profound madness as she spoke in a sweet, flirtatious tone. Du Qing. She extended her tongue to lick her lips, repeating the name incessantly. Joy grasped Qing's head, giving it a gentle twist. The sound of breaking bones echoed. Crack! Qing's eyes rolled back as he succumbed to death. Joy exclaimed like a startled fawn. Someone is hurt. Someone is hurt. Chansey, hurry over. Tears brimmed in her eyes, sparkling like those of a frightened, innocent girl. In the Pokémon Center, room 203, Du Qing pulled up a chair and sat down, directing his inquiry at Yuta lying on the hospital bed. What is your family situation? How did your father lose his job? My father used to work for a moving company, and my mother had a job too, but she fell ill and quit. My father's monthly earnings weren't substantial, but they were enough to support our family. When teacher Dujuan was still around, we had some extra money for me to attend school. Later, Duin Company acquired my father's workplace. They bought many Pokémon from other regions, like what were they called? Machoke and Steelix, I'm not too sure. Those Pokémon are stronger than humans, have better stamina, and are obedient, requiring no wages. My father was laid off, along with many others. And we didn't even receive our final paycheck. Du Qing fell silent. Even if he were to intervene to reclaim that small sum of wages, what good would it do? Could he restore their jobs? Indeed, fighting-type humanoid Pokémon were advantageous. They toiled diligently, were far stronger, could lift furniture that humans could not, and required no salaries, natural workers. After a lengthy silence, Du Qing opted to change the subject, lowering his head to type on his phone. He contacted a friend from the Unova region who delivered Pokémon. And within minutes, he found a buyer. It's all arranged. The buyer is named 80, the gym leader from Flycloud City in Unova. Known as the strongest bug artist, Yuta's mouth fell open in astonishment. He had never heard of this name, but as a gym leader like Du Qing, he must be an impressive figure. 2 million. What? Yuta exclaimed, utterly shocked, his jaw dropping. Du Qing merely waved at Jeeping, signaling him to follow. Tomorrow, someone will come to collect the goods. I will have Nurse Joy upgrade your hospital accommodations. No one will disturb you anymore. Once you receive the money, hurry and have your parents take you away from Kanaz City. No, try to leave Hoenn altogether. With a creak, the door opened, and Du Qing and Jeeping stepped outside. Several medical staff entered, pushing Yuta's bed into the elevator. The elevator doors opened with a hum, and they arrived at the entrance of another room. Yuta strained to lift his head to see the doorplate. Exclusive level for the master of Kanaz Gym, room 03. Upon their return to the dojo, Du Qing felt, once again, that familiar sensation of being watched. The night in Kanaz was bright, from the high-rise buildings, the cars on the streets, to the modest homes. A multitude of gazes followed him. As Du Qing passed, pedestrians halted. Some raised cameras to capture the moment. Others pulled out their phones to converse about him, while the rest merely stared, their eyes piercing, as if intent on leaving a mark on his silhouette. Jeeping felt increasingly uneasy. Even his breathing grew heavier. Du Qing remained expressionless, striding forward with purpose. At the Kanaz Gym, Jeeping was scribbling furiously. The gym master and the referee patrolled the outskirts of Kanaz Lake, encountering a fruit shop specializing in whale lord berries, from which they procured their supplies before departing. As they reached the periphery of the Changhua forest, the gym master collected the remains of a failed evolution of a caterpie and a metapod, giving them a water burial in the lake. Continuing their patrol, the gym master noticed an anomaly. The population of Swablu within the Chunghua forest was abnormally low, falling below the standard density for Pokémon populations. Chapter 18, 1,950,000 and the IOU. Approximately half an hour later, the gym master and the referee discovered bloodstains and followed the trail. They encountered a male and female member of Team Aqua, who were pursuing a Kanaz citizen and his Venomoth. The Team Aqua members had a Mytayana, Houndoom, Sharpedo, and Tentacruel, while the gym master commanded a Hippowdon and the referee had a forest lizard. The gym master employed Hippowdon to eliminate the Mytayana, Tentacruel, and Houndoom. The referee intervened to rescue the citizens, while the gym leader pursued 2 members of Team Aqua. Approximately 20 minutes later, both Team Aqua members met their demise, and the gym leader released 9 illegally captured Swablu and 8 Altaria. This incident primarily stemmed from the citizens of Kanaz capturing a rare coloration Pokémon known as the Shiny Caterpie. A multitude of Team Aqua members were present in the Orange Blossom Forest, where they had been capturing Swablu and Altaria in abundance. After 2 of their members became separated, they chose to ambush the citizens with the intent of seizing their rare Pokémon. Following the citizens' transfer to the Pokémon Center, a representative from the Duin Corporation attempted to forcibly purchase the Shiny Caterpie for 50,000 yuan. According to League regulations, capture rights of Pokémon are retained by the captor for 24 hours, regardless of tax payment. The gym leader and the Duin Corporation representative engaged in a heated debate, during which the gym leader faced threats due to his position. The representative, in a fit of agitation, accidentally slipped and fell out of the window, a consequence of the poor quality of the Pokémon Center's windows. Jiping closed the gym's ledger, his fingers trembling slightly. In the Kanaz City Duin residence community, Du Qing was engaged in casual conversation with a middle-aged man. 2 cups of lukewarm tea placed upon the table, the leaves devoid of fragrance, leaving only a bitter aftertaste. The middle-aged man, named Nobuo, was the father of Yuta. Over a decade ago, I purchased a plane ticket, boarding Duin commercial flight number 09, where Pokémon flitted past the window, each adorned with a numbered tag. Nobuo, an unremarkable middle-aged man, bore the marks of age, perhaps due to years of manual labor. His deep wrinkles and rough skin were testament to a life of toil, his physique robust and muscular. Eventually, I met the mother of my child, a local woman, and settled in Kanaz City. Years later, I noticed that Duin Corporation began road construction. They also built the bridges over water and planted the greenery along the roadside. From that moment, traversing Kanaz required a fee, a few yuan each month. Though not exorbitant, it was still irksome. Complaining to the city yielded no results. It was indeed a case of birds of a feather flocking together. Nobuo's eyes widened. Gym leader, that metaphor is quite apt. They are akin to rats and snakes congregating. My neighbors are all employees or family members of Duin Corporation. I inquired about their salary conditions. Most reported it to be unsatisfactory, barely sufficient to support their families. They received employee benefits, which included discounts on the company's products. When I asked why they did not seek employment elsewhere, they lamented that aside from Duin Corporation, there were scant opportunities in Kanaz. Subsequently, when Yuta was born, I aspired to purchase a home in the Duin residence community, furnishing our new abode with a sofa and refrigerator from Duin Home Goods. The tuition fees were steep, yet I gritted my teeth and managed to afford them. I vividly recall Yuta's birth. He was tiny, resembling me. I had seen on television that Duin's baby formula was beneficial for infants. An unfamiliar expert enthusiastically extolled its virtues. The ingredients were claimed to be freshly extracted milk, combined with the blubber of the legendary whale wump. The Duin dairy farm shown on screen featured numerous cramped stalls, each housing a plump dairy cow, secured in place, attending to all its needs within that confined space. The feed trough was conveniently positioned before them, while advanced milking machines operated seamlessly, extracting the milk with ease. Ah yes, the famed Duin Express, traversing the seas with massive chains, dragging several enormous blue whales known as whale wump. A vague memory stirred within Du Qing. He recalled having seen that advertisement. The whale wump, full of vitality, emitted indistinct cries as they were towed, waves crashing beside them, isolating them from the so-called ocean. Indeed, the whale wump blubber was authentic. Resolutely, I decided that no matter the hardship, I would not deny my child, and so I purchased it. Later, when the new gym leader, Dooku, assumed office, the unemployed man spoke with trembling excitement. The former trainer school was a prestigious institution, but with Dooku's arrival, tuition fees were lowered, allowing the son of a dock worker like me to attend. However, as time passed, the mother of my child fell gravely ill, and Duin's Pokémon began encroaching on my livelihood. To afford her medication and tuition, I was forced to sell our Makok. When recounting this dark chapter of my life, Nobuo seemed momentarily frozen, lost in thought. Du Qing remained silent, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder before rising to leave. Just as he stepped outside, Nobuo rushed out, his face pale. Gym leader, I was critical of you when you first took office, blaming you for the rapid increase in tuition, thinking you were in cahoots with Dooku. But then I heard you had confronted some troublemakers in the city. You even saved Yuta, eliminating those from Team Aqua and protecting the shiny Caterpie he had captured, which angered Duin Corporation. You, like Dooku, are truly a benevolent individual. That 300,000. We can only ask for 50,000 to buy medicine for the mother of my child. We plan to sell our house and seek a new life elsewhere. Gym leader. Duin looms large over Kanaz. At this, tears streamed down Nobuo's wrinkled face as he bowed his head low, his stooped form resembling that of an old shrimp. I am truly sorry. Du Qing halted, turning his back to Nobuo. The cold wind howled around him, his clothing rustling. The streetlight casting a stark glow upon his still figure, resembling a statue of bronze, his shadow expansive, enveloping Nobuo entirely. For now, take this, write an IOU, and allow Yuta to repay it later. Chapter 19. Enchanting Candies and League Regulations. In Du Qing's eyes, he found the gym leader to be a figure of contradictions. He would accept bribes from challengers due to his inability to support his Pokémon, yet he steadfastly refused the substantial wealth offered by Duin Corporation and other factions. His demeanor towards common folk was generally indifferent, while his treatment of the affluent was decidedly harsh, and he exhibited an unwavering resolve to eradicate evil organizations altogether. The bloodstained scarves emblazoned with Team Aqua's insignia hung prominently on the gym's sign, having been affixed there by Du Qing with a rusted hammer, one blow after another. Du Qing was known for his fiery temperament. Over the past few months, Jiping had witnessed him assault more than a dozen individuals on the streets. The targets of his wrath varied, from petty thieves to Duin security personnel, and even wealthy youths releasing dangerous Pokémon in the city. Du Qing inherited the position of gym leader from Dooku, along with her adversaries. Jiping was well aware of the character of Duin Corporation. After all, it was a representative of Duin who had been assaulted by the gym leader without hesitation. In truth, as long as the gym leader himself was involved, the act of violence was not deemed overly significant. However, before departing, Jiping faintly heard whispers of a person lying on the ground, seemingly on the brink of death. Creak. The door to the gym swung open. Jiping, do you think I am overly impulsive? Du Qing has returned, cradling a large black box in his arms. I merely feel that the time is not yet ripe. The items from the Alliance have arrived. What? Du Qing abruptly slammed the box to the ground. Its material remains unknown, yet it exudes an extraordinary resilience. Jiping, filled with curiosity, scrutinized the black box, caressing its surface and leaning in to inhale its scent. Suddenly connecting it to Du Qing's recent ostentatious behavior, as if he had grasped a pivotal insight. No, could it be? He pondered. Ha! Du Qing burst into genuine laughter, his joy unrestrained. From his pocket, he retrieved a badge, composed of two interlocking triangles, and placed it into a groove atop the black box. This represented the rock badge of the Kanaz Gym, although distinctly different from the badge awarded to challengers. Du Qing's was the original rock badge, subtly unique from the standard version. With a click, the black box sprang open, releasing a wave of peculiar sweetness that instantly filled the entire room. Miraculous candy. It is indeed. Jiping exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he danced about. Yes, miraculous candy, an item not publicly sold by the Alliance. Its effects are immensely potent, capable of forcibly enhancing a Pokémon's strength, disregarding age or potential, and even reviving a Pokémon from the brink of death. In the Hoenn region, only those who have attained certification as elite trainers can acquire limited quantities of miraculous candy through task completion. The allure of the gym leader's position is undeniable. Whether it be fervent practitioners, trainers in pursuit of immense power, or merchants seeking wealth, all yearn to ascend to that esteemed role. Not to mention the extraordinarily powerful Elite Four from various regions, for whom money is a mere figure, and the title of champion merely a vocation. Status and fame come easily to them, with the Alliance often leveraging rare and invaluable items to entice them. Keystone, Holy Ash, Master Balls, Miraculous Candy, and an array of irreplaceable battle items, among others. Of course, some among the Elite Four are driven by ideals, serving as pure guardians of their regions. Each year, the Alliance distributes substantial quantities of miraculous candy directly to gym leaders, while elite trainers usually retain the candies they earn for personal use. The miraculous candy circulating in the market predominantly originates from gym leaders, as the alliance turns a blind eye to their clandestine sales. A single piece of miraculous candy can fetch tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, and this box likely contains nearly 100 pieces. After all, the alliance is aware that the responsibilities of gym leaders are immense, with numerous duties but meager compensation. A gym leader like Wudou Qing, lacking a secondary profession, struggles to even sustain a Pokémon with a voracious appetite. Should a gym leader suffer 3 consecutive defeats, they risk being forcibly removed from their position by the alliance. Nevertheless, gym leaders also possess the right to accept challenges at their discretion. When the alliance finds a gym leader particularly unsatisfactory, they often dispatch or tacitly endorse formidable trainers to challenge them. Wudou Qing's refusal to accept challenges in recent months stems from such considerations. It is relatively simple for the Wudou Company to mobilize elite trainers, and even to enlist the aid of gym leaders is not beyond possibility. Elite trainers typically focus on nurturing 2 or 3 Pokémon as their mainstay. Under normal circumstances, Wudou Qing is unperturbed by their challenges. Despite possessing only a single Hippowdon, he believes that with his tactical prowess combined with Hippowdon's strength and the battle items available in the gym, achieving a stalemate is well within reach. Yet, what if the elite trainers specialize in grass, ice, or water types? Even if he miraculously survives one encounter, they are queuing up to challenge him, clearly intent on wearing him down. What if the Wudou Company were to bring forth a gym leader-level trainer? Generally speaking, active gym leaders are not permitted to stray far from their designated locations for extended periods. They typically limit their activities to their gym and its immediate vicinity. Should they need to be away for too long or travel too far, they must submit a request to the alliance. Of course, possessing a wholesale pass from the alliance would also serve as a viable alternative. This is one of the fundamental regulations set by the alliance. As for the reasons behind it, opinions vary widely. Some assert it is to safeguard the challenge process, while others claim it is to protect regional resources, such as the habitats of rare Pokémon. Additionally, some gym leaders operate in areas where security is a concern, needing to address issues posed by nefarious organizations. However, Wudou Qing believes that while these factors play a role, they are not the crux of the matter. The challenge process? Wudou Qing has been refusing challenges daily without consequence, and many gym leaders find themselves in a similar situation. Protecting rare resources? Not every town has access to wild areas or the fiery depths of empty ember. As for evil organizations, most of their bases are exceedingly covert, engaging in petty crimes at worst, perhaps taking a few lives or stealing some Pokémon. If these organizations were to unite for a grand scheme, a single gym leader would be powerless to stop them. Wudou Qing's perspective is straightforward. The fundamental reason gym leaders are restricted in their activities is the alliance's assertion of authority. The alliance indirectly governs the region through the gym system, fostering a plethora of novice trainers, while gym leaders must demonstrate absolute compliance with the alliance's directives. As for the gym leader of the Wudou Town gym, Fujimatsu, who allowed an alliance envoy ship to sink into the sea, most of those envoys are likely still alive. The maritime trading hub established by Fujimatsu serves not only evil organizations, but also caters to the covert demands of the affluent, officials, and trainers, with opportunistic merchants drawn to the minimal tax rates. The Wudou Company covers the aerial trade routes of Hoenn. Chapter 20. The Hippowdon with Pika. The Hoenn region boasts the largest oceanic expanse among all regions, nearly equal in area to its landmass, presenting immense market potential. Fujimatsu's strength ranks among the more formidable gym leaders in Hoenn, and he shares a close bond with the fighting-type champion, Shiba, having trained together for several years, allegedly as master and disciple. Most gym leaders in Hoenn are relatively young, brimming with potential. Wudou Qing considers himself not yet at the level of Hoenn, who is not regarded as one of the strongest among Hoenn's gym leaders. His combat experience remains insufficient, and he possesses but a single Hippowdon. Previously, he could not discern the alliance's stance on him. However, now that the miraculous candy has been distributed, it signifies the alliance's recognition. In principle, gym leaders function as the guardians of their respective cities. They are responsible for matters that Junsha can manage, as well as those she cannot. This encompasses, but is not limited to, eradicating evil organizations, pacifying rampaging wild Pokémon, and organizing rescue efforts following natural disasters. From suppressing restless legendary Pokémon to aiding elderly women across the street or helping children locate lost Pokémon, the responsibilities are varied and significant. Wudou Qing feels that the alliance has allocated insufficient support. Here, take these, Wudou Qing insisted, seizing a handful of miraculous candy and unceremoniously stuffing it into Xi Ping's pocket. Disregarding his protests, but this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Ji Ping exclaimed, hastily attempting to prevent the candies from slipping into his pocket. For the forest lizard, and that metapod. Take them, take them. After a brief struggle, Ji Ping's pockets were filled with candies. Humph. The Hippowdon was released from Du Qing's pokeball, still appearing as if it had just awakened. Its massive form filled the room, rendering it unable to turn its head. Here, give it a try. Du Qing retrieved a handful of rare candies and held them near the Hippowdon's mouth. The outer layer of the candy was made from edible materials, thus consuming it bore no adverse effects. The peculiar aroma tantalized the taste buds, causing Du Qing's throat to swallow involuntarily. Why is it so enticing? The enchanting fragrance of the rare candies had always been one of its defining characteristics. Merely wafting it before one's nose could cure even the most severe cases of anorexia. This scent was irresistibly alluring to Pokémon, and humans found it equally difficult to resist. However, the usually gluttonous Hippowdon surprisingly did not open its wide mouth, instead using its paw to block its nostrils, signaling its disdain for the smell. Although Du Qing found it strange, he did not press the matter. Perhaps the Hippowdon was simply a peculiar creature among Pokémon. He pulled out a large bag of berries from beneath the table, all acquired from the berry shop. Here, eat this. The Hippowdon's eyes sparkled, and it immediately opened its mouth wide. A cascade of berries tumbled into its maw, and after a moment of chewing and swallowing, it gazed at Du Qing with an innocent expression. Having spent 7 years in close companionship with the Hippowdon, Du Qing had come to understand its general intentions. Are you saying you just want to taste? A single rare candy could fetch prices ranging from 50,000 to several 100,000, depending on market conditions, and they were perpetually in high demand. Selling just a few would alleviate any concerns regarding this month's expenses. As for the mere berries, they were inconsequential. Humph. The Hippowdon joyfully bobbed its head, its paws rhythmically slapping the ground, causing the entire gym to shake, with tables lifting into the air before crashing down heavily. Stop. Upon hearing the command, the Hippowdon immediately feigned seriousness, its eyes fluttering open and closed, before yawning widely, indicating its fatigue once more. Ji Ping inadvertently inhaled the air exhaled by the Hippowdon, his eyelids drooping, his body swaying for a moment before he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to a deep slumber. Du Qing remained unaffected, still full of energy. Ever since he began living with the sand Hippowdon at the age of 14, he had developed immunity to yawning. With Ji Ping now fast asleep, Du Qing hoisted him onto his shoulder and carried him to Ji Ping's room, laying him on the bed. Ding ding ding. Du Qing's phone began to vibrate, signaling a new message. He glanced down, then closed the door behind him and proceeded to the gym entrance, preparing to welcome guests. Outside the Kanaz Gym, a helicopter hovered in the air. At the top of the Duan building, several crystal chandeliers hung evenly from the ceiling, most dim and flickering, their flames emitting a faint glow. So, Kaneda was killed by that gym leader? A silver-haired individual spoke, his serious and expressionless face radiating a cold aura. He was fiddling with a turquoise alligator leather belt, a material sourced from the rare color-shifting Gyarados. Indeed, the responder, also silver-haired but with a mix of colors, appeared younger and more handsome. The silver-haired youth continued, his voice filled with fury. Second brother, how long has it been since such an incident occurred? Previously, when I sent someone to deliver money, they were turned away. This new gym leader shows us no respect. We must retaliate forcefully. If we do not strike back this time, how will the useless people in the company and those beneath us view us? Eldest brother, I already have a plan in mind. Just give the word, and I will arrange for someone to eliminate him. Rest assured, second brother, I will take care of those involved in the assassination, just like before. There will be no leaks. The silver-haired man in a position of power remained silent, tapping rhythmically on the table made from pure, unblemished pink crystal. The tapping was irregular, sometimes loud, sometimes soft, sometimes long, sometimes short, causing those listening to feel agitated. Yake, are you being a bit hasty? Do you wish for me to step down first? Yake trembled, lowering his head. Second brother, how could I possibly harbor any treachery against you? Ever since father succumbed to dementia and you took charge of the company, I have never disobeyed your orders. As he spoke, Klee's eyes turned red, nearly shedding tears. After all, he was merely a newly appointed gym leader. What significance did it hold to take action against him? Shinya remained cold and indifferent, unmoved by his brother's tears. Indeed, he is merely a newly appointed gym leader. We have already confirmed the whereabouts of Dujuan. If Du Qing did not directly kill Kaneda but spared him, it indicates he still harbors some concerns and dares not offend us too gravely. Can a mere two-story fall kill someone? I consulted Joisha, and she stated that Kaneda was already dead when he was on the second floor. Pushing him down was simply Du Qing's way of venting his frustration. Chapter 21. News from Du and Company and Dawu. I do not believe anyone is a fool. Du Qing's actions suggest he has received certain hints from others, or perhaps. Shinya tilted his head, casting a glance at one of the crystal chandeliers, speaking softly. What does he possess that we are unaware of? Yake remained silent for a long while before finally raising his head, his expression no longer one of panic. Second brother. There must be another reason, right? Regardless of what so-called backing he has, Kanaz is still our family's domain. Upon hearing this, a flicker of emotion crossed Shinya's otherwise impassive face for the first time. You are correct. The Fire Rock team and the company have clashed in Inshur City, resulting in the deaths of 2 of our elite trainers and the loss of one of their executives. An international Interpol agent is coming to phone you on. His movements and intentions are the highest secrets of the League. Our people have only discovered his codename, Handsome, but we do not know whom he will target first. Tai Xian has expelled all our personnel from Ziji City and killed the numbered 009. We couldn't even recover the body. Hearing this, Yake broke into a cold sweat. The arrival of an international Interpol agent meant bloodshed was inevitable. It was likely that the greedy, corpulent mayor was already on his hit list. Numbered 009, known as the Roaming Claw, was an exceptionally powerful dragonite, possessing a high combat IQ and a violent temperament. Having previously killed gym-level trainers and participated in legendary beast hunting projects, its genes were derived from the ace Pokémon of the Dragon Envoy. Purchased with a substantial sum from Yanmok City by Zavukamu Gene, combined with Du and Company's advanced breeding technology, created solely for the purpose of battle. Tai Xian was an extremely exclusionary gym leader, firmly rejecting Du and Company's expansion and responding only to force. Consequently, the company deployed numbered 009 along with several elite trainers. But unexpectedly, the unique numbering system of Du and Company was established to protect its interests in a physical sense. Anything above numbered 100 was involved in transportation, passenger services, and other matters. Controlling Pokémon equates to wielding power. Humans can change, betray, and sell out the company for personal gain, but Pokémon do not. Zavukamu Gene once stated that Pokémon are the best employees. They lack the cunning of humans, and as long as they are treated well, they will respond with absolute loyalty. Furthermore, the control balls developed by Du and Company's research department enable numbered Pokémon to recognize the ball rather than the person. At Devon Corporation, the sprites numbered below 20 are typically composed of demigod sprites, exhibiting unparalleled strength, capable of single-handedly eliminating gym leaders and their Pokémon. It is rumored that the company possesses several legendary Pokémon, though their designations remain undisclosed. According to Yake, the sprite numbered 008, known as the Mountain Tyrant, has been assigned by the company to pursue the former gym leader of Kanaz, Cuckoo. In stark contrast to this news, the conflict between the Team Magma and the corporation, which resulted in the demise of merely 3 elite trainers, appears trivial by comparison. Xinyan rose from his seat, resting his hands on the crystal table before him. The loss of a sprite numbered 009, along with the elite trainers, amounts to nothing more than a minor setback for the corporation. Yake pondered for a moment, his expression transforming into one of disbelief. Could it be? Their elder brother had gone missing. The revelation struck like a boulder plummeting into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of shock throughout him. His complexion paled momentarily before flushing with a rush of excitement. Who was their esteemed elder brother? Zavuki Daigo, the former champion of the Hoenn League, the most formidable master of Steel-type Pokémon across the entire region. Xinyan's choice of words was missing rather than unreachable, indicating that Daigo had reached a point where even their father could not establish contact. A fervent collector, Daigo harbored a passion for gathering rare stones and traversing various regions, often disappearing from public view for years on end. Yet, whenever a message was dispatched by Zavuki Mushin, Daigo would invariably respond. Yake understood acutely that although he and Xinyan were both sons of Zavuki Mushin, their standing in relation to Daigo was vastly disparate. Daigo's mother was the first wife of Zavuki Mushin, while he and Xinyan had never laid eyes on their biological mother, having been subjected to strict upbringing, making them seem more like mere tools for managing the corporation in contrast to the free-spirited Daigo. Yake was exceptionally astute, despite having been indoctrinated from a young age. He had long surmised Zavuki Mushin's true intentions, to bequeath a sufficiently robust Devon Corporation to Daigo. Indeed, Daigo had conferred numerous advantages upon the company. As long as he remained alive, Devon Corporation would be a force to reckon with, enjoying myriad extraordinary privileges, with Kanaz City ranked just below Kaiyu City and Lioli City in Hoenn. How many talented researchers and elite trainers had been drawn to the company solely due to Daigo's reputation? Countless, beyond reckoning. At that moment, Xinyan's demeanor mirrored Yake's excitement. His previously stoic face now adorned with a flickering smile. Several years prior, when their father succumbed to dementia, he had impersonated his father to maintain communication with Daigo. But now Daigo had been silent for half a year. Daigo's ideals diverged significantly from his own. His standards were exceedingly high. When their father held power, Xinyan had refrained from voicing his thoughts. But what if he were to assume power himself? A shiver coursed through him. During the years of their father's illness, he had expanded Devon Corporation to a terrifying scale, yet he had engaged in many unscrupulous deeds. Should Daigo return, Xinyan imagined the scene of his authority being usurped. Daigo would merely need to stroll through the company, and throngs would rally to his side. Those unruly yet powerful trainers, the self-important mad scientists, the insatiable board of directors, and the lowest-tier employees, his meticulously reclaimed powers would evaporate in an instant. He feared Daigo's potential demise, for should he lose the title of champion, the League would dispatch envoys to occupy the corporation, leading to a significant loss of resources, and his own standing would plummet. Yet, he simultaneously yearned for Daigo's disappearance to be confirmed as a death notice. No longer would he live in constant trepidation, fearing the day Daigo would return to reclaim his authority, allowing him to emerge as the true heir of Devon Corporation. Xinyan's breathing grew increasingly labored as he cast a glance at Yake, who occupied a subordinate position. The vast disparity in their father's affections forged a bond between them, centered around Xinyan, even though they were not full-blooded siblings. Chapter 22, the gym leader of Raven City and the late-arriving sprite. At this moment, Yake had lowered his head, revealing no discernible emotion. Xinyan's tone softened unusually. Yake, I intend to send you to Zijing City to handle matters related to Taishian. You may take sprites numbered 012 and 019 with you. Xinyan's intentions were glaringly apparent. He sought to remove Yake from the power core of the corporation. How could Taishian, whom even the Wandering Claw could not overcome, be resolved by sprites numbered below him? It was merely a ploy to ensnare him in a futile struggle in Zijing City. Draining his energy, Yake's head remained bowed, obedient and compliant. Upon hearing his brother's command, he lifted his gaze, eyes ablaze with fervor. With their elder brother's fate uncertain, the company would soon fall under the sway of the second brother. Many on the board merely feigned support for Xinyan, for it was Daigo they truly revered. Now that he was missing, Xinyan could freely initiate his plans. As for that Qing, he scarcely posed a threat, should he interfere with the scheme. It would be simple to dispatch a sprite to eliminate him. Yake's unwavering loyalty remained unchanged as he earnestly proposed various suggestions. The furrow in Xinyan's brow relaxed. Had he perhaps misjudged his brother? Very well. Go to the research department and retrieve sprites numbered 012 and 019. Head to Zijing City for now. Let the matters of Kanaz wait. Understood. Yake promptly stood and exited the room. He walked briskly, traversing the distance from the door to the elevator in mere moments. And as he moved farther from the room, the fervor on his face gradually faded. Upon entering the elevator, his expression reverted to its usual coldness. Those familiar with him understood that Yake was typically stoic, revealing other emotions only in the presence of his brother. Within the room, illuminated by the soft glow of the crystal chandelier, Xinyan reclined in his chair, eyes fixed on the screen displaying Yake's austere visage in the elevator. Had he truly misjudged him? In the elevator, Yake retained his stoic demeanor, though his clenched fists in his sleeves grew tighter, nails digging into flesh without drawing blood. At the Kanaz Gym, a sleek black helicopter hovered in the air. With a flash of electric light, a tall, graceful figure descended. She was strikingly beautiful, with exquisite features and long black hair styled neatly. Adorning her head were antenna-like headphones, and two slender braids cascaded down either side. She wore a vibrant yellow puff-sleeve top, boldly exposing her toned abdomen, while her long, smooth legs gleamed with a lustrous, alabaster sheen. Standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, she was the gym leader of Raven City in the Unova region, celebrated as the radiant beauty, Zyjur. At that moment, she tilted her chin slightly, scrutinizing the tall, robust young man before her. He had cropped black hair, piercing red eyes, ruggedly tanned skin, and symmetrical features. His broad shoulders and upright posture spoke of strength. With well-defined muscles that did not appear bulky, clad in a simple brown t-shirt, he exuded a rugged charm. Yet the refined half-frame glasses perched upon his nose tempered this ruggedness. Zyjur's lips parted slightly in surprise at her height. It was rare for her to look up at anyone. What I initially thought to be a mere exercise in futility turned out to be rather splendid in appearance. It must be nearly 2 meters tall. As time elapsed, Xiao Ju heir remained silent, her gaze fixed upon me. Could you perhaps refrain from staring? Oh, my apologies. Caught in the act, a faint blush spread across Xiao Ju heir's cheeks. She blinked rapidly before regaining her composure. Boss Ju once owed a favor to Du Wan. Hence he entrusted me with the task of delivering a Pokémon to you. You must be Du Qing. At this juncture, Xiao Ju heir rummaged through her sleeve and produced a pristine Ultra Ball. I sincerely apologize for the delay, as I was previously occupied with other matters. This Pokémon was personally captured by Boss Ju in an ancient relic. Being a specialist in the ground type, his discerning eye is undoubtedly commendable. Boss Ju? It appears he is also a gym leader, well-versed in ground-type Pokémon. Strangely enough, the Kanaz Gym represents the rock type, yet Du Qing possesses no rock-type Pokémon. Only a ground-type Hippowdon. Among all regions, trainers who can rightfully represent the ground type are a scarce breed, but without exception, they are exceptionally formidable. The Alolan regions, Pony Island Queen Hippo. The Sinnoh League's ground champion, Juyi, rumored to be a relative of a certain champion from the Quartz League. The Paldea League's ground champion, Exine Li, who also serves as the league's examiner. And of course, that Evergreen City Gym leader, Team Rocket leader, self-proclaimed strongest man, the Earth Shaker, Sakaki. As Du Wan remarked, Du Qing has always held a fondness for ground-type Pokémon. The reason for this affection? Du Qing himself cannot articulate it. Perhaps standing firmly on the ground brings him solace? No, he simply enjoys them. Akin to the innocent infatuation of youth, devoid of any rational explanation. Du Qing accepted the Ultra Ball and promptly released its contents. A loud roar erupted. The creature, adorned in a rich tawny hue with pronounced black stripes, a pink underbelly, a stout tail, sharp claws, and menacing white teeth, boasted two black eyes that resembled dark sunglasses. With its forelimbs crossed over its chest, it gazed up at Du Qing with an air of arrogance, a slight smirk gracing its lips, exuding an aura of superiority. Du Qing maintained a stoic expression as he silently pressed the button on the side of his glasses. The Pokémon, known as the mischievous croc, is the evolved form of the black-eyed croc, often found in groups that intimidate and hunt other Pokémon. Its black membrane covering its eyes shields it from swirling sand, protecting it from the ravages of sandstorms. This Pokémon prefers to roam in packs, recognizing its more ferocious brethren as leaders. Gender, male. Type, ground, dark. Ability, overconfidence, which boosts its attack power with each foe it defeats. Height, 1.8 meters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Acquired moves include Sand Attack, Glare, Scratch, Swagger, Quicksand Abyss, Scary Face, Bellowing, Dig, Bluster, Bite, Sandstorm, Flower Gift, Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail, Scale Shot, Shadow Claw, Roar, Wide Area Destruction, Kick, Grass Knot, Protect, Rock Slide, Tackle, Mud Bomb, U-Turn, and Brick Break. Inherited moves include Body Slam, Vengeance, Double-Edged, and Water Tail. Du Qing exhibited a rare expression of surprise and confusion. Was this truly captured in the wild? Xiao Ju heir seemed to discern Du Qing's thoughts, twirling a strand of hair with uncertainty as she spoke. Boss Ju mentioned it was caught in an ancient relic, so it must be true. Observing the arrogant, mischievous croc before him, Du Qing returned it to the ball, acknowledging its rather unpleasant demeanor. Ah, an excellent Pokémon indeed. It's normal for some to possess peculiar temperaments. Chapter 23. Would you like to come in for a moment? Strangely enough, Xiao Ju heir's voice grew increasingly timid, dwindling to a whisper. Would you like to come in for a moment? Recalling Du Wan's counsel, Du Qing prepared to extend a polite invitation to the young girl who had come to deliver the Pokémon. Me? Sure. Xiao Ju heir nodded slightly, her response surprisingly decisive, seemingly unconcerned about the hovering helicopter above, which took Du Qing by surprise. Please, come in and follow me. Du Qing turned and entered the gym, with Xiao Ju heir closely trailing behind. The chandelier in the gym had evidently seen better days, casting a dim light that limited visibility. Xiao Ju heir followed closely behind Du Qing. Do you usually live here alone? No, there's also a referee. Besides dealing with challengers, what else do you do? Training. This was not a boast. Typically, he ventured out only to procure daily necessities, occasionally taking the opportunity to confront the unruly and malicious. While the rest of the time was spent within the confines of the gym, the Hippowdon was exceedingly lazy, lazing about on the battlefield, only roused by hunger to consume the berries Du Qing provided, and occasionally filling the fissures caused by the earlier earthquake. Du Qing, however, devoted himself to relentless training, practicing various combat techniques, running laps around the battlefield under the weight of boulders to build endurance, and utilizing stones for strength training. Ever since his days in Wudou Town, he had maintained this routine, Aside from fishing, his time was consumed by training. Muscles akin to armor do not develop without effort. A robust physique demands sacrifice. The disparity between human and Pokémon in terms of physical prowess is staggering. Even now, Du Qing's strength only marginally surpassed that of a 10-year-old Sandshrew, naturally, as the Sandshrew itself was exceptional even among its kin. Continuous eating and sleeping gradually bolster strength, albeit at a slow pace, measured in years. The human body remains too frail. As a trainer, one must not impede their Pokémon's progress. Oh. Xiao Ju'er stole a glance at Du Qing, noting his serious demeanor, which seemed genuine, before her gaze fell on his muscular arm. Upon reaching the door to the reception area, both had to stoop slightly due to their considerable height. Du Qing gestured for Xiao Ju'er to take a seat while he retrieved a teapot that resembled a lidded wooden barrel. He then took out 2 polished teacups from a drawer and poured fruit tea into them. This tea is brewed from dried carob fruit, possessing mild invigorating properties. Du Qing placed the cups before them, and Xiao Ju'er lifted hers, taking a cautious sip. The initial bitterness was soon followed by a hint of sweetness in the aftertaste. It was a rather plain, clean tea, much like the person before her. As a model, she needed to maintain her figure, avoiding excessive sweets and fruit teas, but Xiao Ju'er found herself unable to resist taking a few more sips. Du Qing, being somewhat taciturn, struggled to initiate conversation, gulping down tea and refilling his cup after finishing the first. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Ju'er, noticing Du Qing's reluctance to speak, hesitated before parting her lips to initiate dialogue through her area of expertise. Do you know what sport Pikachu, the electric-type Pokémon, enjoys the most? Faced with this seemingly nonsensical question, Du Qing remained silent for a moment. I don't know. Cricket, because when they play, it goes pika-pika and makes a ruckus. Not funny. Xiao Ju'er initially grasped the soft fabric of her clothing, then lowered her head, nervously fiddling with her fingers, wishing she could cover her face and vanish into a crack in the ground. She had messed up again. She always meticulously prepared jokes before going out. In front of the mirror, she practiced the gestures and expressions associated with telling a joke, meticulously considering the area of her hand that would cover her mouth upon laughter, the height to which her elbows should rise, and how to appear more composed. Yet, she faced failure after failure. Not even her fans in the United Regions had ever found her amusing. Ha ha ha. A sudden burst of laughter interrupted Xiaoju'er's train of thought. She lifted her gaze. Incredulity etched across her face as she looked at the young man before her. Du Qing leaned back against the sofa, his mouth agape, one hand clutching his belly while the other pounded on the table, reveling in hearty laughter. His robust frame shook rhythmically with his mirth, and the laughter radiated infectious joy, filling the room with exuberance. Xiaoju'er loosened her fingers, her brows twitching, a flicker of bewilderment lingering in her eyes, soon replaced by exhilaration. She swiftly strode over to Du Qing, her delicate hands resting on his arms, her voice tinged with shyness and a hint of stammering. Is it really that funny? Please, don't just say that to comfort me. Du Qing continued to chuckle, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes testifying to his current delight, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. Xiaoju'er tapped her head, feeling flustered, hastily retrieving her phone from her pocket, swiping the screen, her fingers moving to type while she murmured, I must remember this joke. As if releasing the pent-up pressure of recent days, Du Qing laughed for what felt like an eternity, recovering only after several long seconds. Rubbing his sore abdomen. I've heard a similar joke before. Huh. Xiaoju'er's eyes widened, her mouth agape in astonishment, revealing her pearly white teeth. She gently grasped Du Qing's shoulders, her long, graceful legs resting against his waist, her expression urgent, her petite, exquisite nose nearly brushing against his. Where did you hear it? Who told you? Du Qing's demeanor had returned to calm, yet a glimmer of amusement remained in his eyes. From a very far place, impossibly distant. The joke is yours. But not quite you. Before she could fully comprehend his words, she became aware of their proximity. Their faces were too close. Xiaoju'er and Du Qing locked eyes, his deep gaze holding a potent allure, drawing her consciousness entirely into its depths. She could feel his warm breath, catch the strong scent of his hormones, and sense the firmness of his muscles. Her soft form sank slightly into his solid physique, the sculpted muscles beneath her gently curving body. At this moment, her cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze hazy, her breath fragrant. Xiaoju'er struggled to gather her thoughts, silently reciting the regulations of the alliance, attempting to compel herself to remain composed. He was 6 or 7 years her junior, still beneath the legal age in the United Regions, merely the younger brother of her friend. Why you need to let me down? Xiaoju'er gasped softly, her words tumbling out, yet her body remained unyielding. Du Qing opened his arms, his large hands waving in front of her. Chapter 24. The Rascally Croc in the Past of the United Regions. My apologies. Xiaojia felt a twinge of embarrassment, slowly rising to dismount from Du Qing. Yet suddenly, she felt a force at her waist halting her movement, hands encircling her slender figure. Feeling the heat radiating from his broad palms, Xiaojia's face turned crimson. Her curvaceous form quivering, inadvertently pressing closer against Du Qing. What are you doing? Du Qing chuckled lightly. At that moment, amidst the splendid scenery, he was far from a naive fool. You think you can take advantage of me and just leave? What do you want? At this point, Xiaojia had completely unraveled. A thin veil of moisture clouding her eyes, her voice trembling, her eyelids reddening, laced with a hint of pleading. Of course, to reclaim what's mine. Du Qing released his hold on Xiaojia, pushing her aside nonchalantly, his tone devoid of urgency. Xiaojia abandoned her previous posture, collapsing onto the sofa, momentarily stunned. Is that it? Du Qing picked up the tea on the table, taking a gentle sip. That's it. What else were you expecting? Hearing this, Xiaojia gritted her teeth, her cheeks ablaze. Fleeing the room in haste, twisting and turning her way out of the dojo. Once outside, she shut the door behind her, leaning against it. Huff, huff. Only then did she realize her short top was thoroughly soaked, sweat dripping to the ground, her legs trembling incessantly. Xiaojia cast a frustrated glance back at the dojo. Snapping her fingers. Snap. The helicopter in the air trembled slightly, and several adorable electromice glided out, their bodies crackling with electricity, gathering around Xiaojia. Take me up. Responding to her command, the electromice grasped her clothing, two of them lifting her shoes, ascending gracefully amidst their cheerful chirps. The helicopter was devoid of a pilot. Xiaojia settled into the co-pilot's seat, issuing commands to the void beside her. Rotom, initiate the driving program. You navigate. We're heading back to Raven City. Okay, Rotom. A wave of human-like electronic sounds filled the cabin as the helicopter's lights activated, soaring higher into the sky. Xiaojia cradled her face in her hands, tilting her head to gaze out the window towards the direction of the Kanaz dojo. For reasons she couldn't quite grasp, she found herself secretly hoping for the robust young man to pursue her, yet he never appeared, and the helicopter drifted further away until the dojo vanished from her sight. Leaving her with an undeniable sense of disappointment she was reluctant to acknowledge. Sigh. Master, why are you sighing? Rotom inquired. Xiaojia's expression froze, her frustration rising. Be quiet, I am not sighing. Understood, Master Rotom. At the Kanaz dojo, Du Qing finished the remaining fruit tea in the wooden barrel with fervor, wiping his mouth. He felt a rising heat. After all, he was at an age brimming with vitality, with his bodily functions fully intact. Facing such exquisite temptation and managing to withstand it was already quite remarkable. He took out a brand new high-grade pokeball, polishing it to remove non-existent dust before pushing open the door and heading toward the battle arena. In the arena, the rascally croc reminisced about its days in the desert. In those times, it basked in glory. Initially, it was just a young black-eyed croc, trailing behind a scarred rascally croc, joining in on the ambushes against slippery tricksters and fiery bobbleheads to seize territory. Now, the heroic figure of the desert, the slippery trickster was merely a disorganized mob, resorting to mindless violence, lacking both organization and discipline. The fiery bobbleheads, though brave, fought alone, often falling victim to sandstorms, rendering them inconsequential. In the desert, only the black-eyed croc and the rascally croc mattered. These were the last words of the scar-faced elder. Just as it finished speaking, a massive gorilla, its fists larger than its head and flames erupting from its cranium, smashed down, obliterating its skull into a red and white spray. The black-eyed crocs scattered in panic. At that time, its sole ambition was evolution, to transform into the strikingly powerful rascally croc. Eventually, it departed from its group, wandering alone in the desert. Gradually, it evolved, becoming as formidable as the scar-faced elder, the mightiest rascally croc. In truth, it ranks as the second strongest, slightly inferior to the fiery-faced gorilla. After its evolution, it forsook its primal objective as a crocodile, wandering aimlessly through the desert along a straight path that never wavered. Until that fateful day, when it collided with a formidable wall, nearly fracturing its nose. This wall was robust, and it could discern another ruffian crocodile on the other side. With cold, jet-black eyes, sharp teeth, powerful limbs, and formidable claws, its stout tail bore perfectly arranged stripes, each of appropriate thickness. Utterly handsome, both powerful and striking. Wait, could such a perfect ruffian crocodile truly exist in this world? The seldom used mind, which had lain dormant since birth, stirred with rare activity. This was simply me. No. Besides myself, could there truly be another ruffian crocodile so exquisitely handsome? We must be twins. The ruffian crocodile crouched against the wall, observing intently, and to its astonishment, it discovered that the dashing ruffian crocodile was also gazing back at it. The ruffian crocodile plopped down onto the sand. When it stood, the other crocodile mirrored its movement. When it flicked its tail, the dashing crocodile did the same. When it opened its mouth wide, the other crocodile followed suit. Their actions synchronized perfectly. The ruffian crocodile was momentarily stunned, tears welling in its dark eyes. Brother, I shall undoubtedly rescue you. With determination, the ruffian crocodile puffed up its cheeks and expelled a stream of sand against the wall. Nothing occurred. On the other side, the handsome brother was also expelling sand. The brother wished to rescue himself as well. The ruffian crocodile was deeply moved, more so than when Scarface taught it to dig. Well, perhaps it was a similar level of emotion. Regardless, the ruffian crocodile's resolve solidified. It seemed I possessed the ability to dig. A glint of determination flashed in the ruffian crocodile's eyes as it bent down, focusing on the ground, its claws fervently clawing at the sand. The sand was slick, flowing back in as quickly as it was excavated, and a moment of inattention would render all efforts futile. The ruffian crocodile exchanged a glance with its brother, who was also bent over digging. Such striking eyes. No, now was not the time for such thoughts. Remembering that its brother remained trapped on the other side, the ruffian crocodile was filled with rage, forgetting all affection, digging with reckless abandon. Its frail claws left fleeting shadows as the flying sand mingled with the swirling yellow dust, disappearing without a trace. Hours passed, and as the sun descended, the ruffian crocodile had dug several meters down. Overcome with joy, it wept, finally able to rescue its brother. Raising its head, it gazed at its equally tearful brother. The ruffian crocodile vowed to protect that tragically handsome face from ever shedding tears again. Chapter 25. The Past of the Ruffian Crocodile in the United Regions. Brother, stop crying. Let us embrace. Bang. What was that? It stood frozen, greeted not by a warm embrace, but by the cold wall. As its mind processed this, the ruffian crocodile's pupils dilated instantaneously, the entirety of its being overwhelmed. It sensed something vaguely, an elusive presence akin to grasping at a phantom thread, seemingly visible, yet utterly unreachable. The ruffian crocodile came to a complete standstill. It remained motionless, as if its very existence were frozen in that moment, allowing the raging sands to brush past its body without flinching, standing there in solitude. In the sky, the sun, embedded at the zenith, extinguished, while boundless darkness swallowed the light. 12 hours elapsed, and the sun rose with punctuality, its radiance once again embracing the desert. The majority of the ruffian crocodile's body lay buried beneath the yellow sands, with only its neck and above remaining unscathed. It remained immobile, its gaze vacant, resembling a stubborn stone sculpture. Countless cycles of day and night passed. The ruffian crocodile's form had shriveled, its scales dried and cracked, entirely ensconced in the yellow sands. With only a pair of nostrils protruding, a low, guttural roar shattered the silence of the desert border. From the deep-set eye sockets, long deprived of water, a glimmer of light erupted, a protective film veiling its eyes from the encroaching sands, and the ruffian crocodile began to dig, guided by its dim sense of direction. In mere moments, it resurfaced to the light of day. Roar! The ruffian crocodile thrashed its tail, now lacking the former robust strength, its muscles having diminished significantly, leaving only a thin layer of skin covering its bones. Water flowed around its tail. With a powerful swing, the tail struck the wall, sending dust billowing. But a sharp pain shot through its left half. On the other side of the wall, the brother's body was equally emaciated, gaunt, and skeletal. The ruffian crocodile felt a pang in its eyes, its entire body trembling, yet unable to shed a tear. It finally comprehended, it finally understood. That was not a brother. That was itself. The ruffian crocodile shook its head, fixing its gaze resolutely on the sturdy wall. An inexplicable pride surged within its chest. The brother was an illusion. Yet, the self was undeniably real. This was unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. The powerful and handsome self was trapped in a fabricated world. The ruffian crocodile's determination crystallized, opening its mouth wide. To an exaggerated degree, almost dislocating its jaw, it paid no heed and bit down on the wall. Crack! Several teeth shattered and fell to the ground. Blood pooling on the broken teeth's surface, soon to be buried beneath the swirling sands. The ruffian crocodile collapsed to the ground, struggling to rise once more. No teeth. Still, it had claws. The ruffian crocodile grasped its left paw with its right wrist, a surge of dark energy pulsing from above, and it roared, striking the wall once more. Bang! A miracle did not occur. The claws broke, the splintered bone piercing its skin. No claws. It still had legs. No legs. It still had a head. The ruffian crocodile, seemingly tireless, attacked with frenzy, its energy long since depleted, yet its movements never ceased. Until, upon that impenetrable, unyielding wall, a minuscule crack appeared. The fissure was no thicker than a strand of hair. The ruffian crocodile collapsed onto the ground, its blood staining the surrounding sands. Its snout was shattered, flesh hanging limply at the end, with barely a tooth remaining, its mouth filled with blood, and several deep wounds exposing bone. The exposed flesh sticky and coated with a layer of yellow sand. Roar. Consciousness faded into oblivion. In the United Regions, an unknown research facility. When did you begin to observe this ruffian crocodile? Two researchers clad in white coats stood side by side before a colossal nutrient tank. Inside, filled with emerald liquid. A skeletal crocodilian creature lay in a tranquil slumber, various tubes embedded throughout its body, with faint movements at its chest. The display screen outside showcased its vital signs. That day, the slightly younger researcher rested a hand on his chin, seemingly lost in recollection. Its time spent gazing at the wall exceeded the warning threshold. In the past, there have been others capable of breaking through walls. This ruffian crocodile is relatively weak, merely causing an imperceptible crack. There have been those who escaped and wreaked havoc. Why are you particularly invested in this one? Had it not been for your meticulous observation, we would not have discovered this crack. The younger researcher shook his head. It's different. In the past, individuals who shattered barriers were predominantly rogue crocodiles, hoodlums, and the highly evolved Dharma baboons, creatures that had reached the zenith of their respective species. The desert, as their habitat, seemed rather confined for their grandeur, inciting them to venture into the fringes. However, this particular rogue crocodile was different. It appeared to wander aimlessly, seemingly driven by a simple desire to observe the world. Moreover, according to various data collected upon its capture, it should have ceased to exhibit vital signs many days prior, coinciding with its inaugural use of the water tail technique. Was it the spirit of the creature? The elder researchers were taken aback. Their current subject aimed to simulate a wilderness survival environment and investigate whether, in the absence of guidance, the creatures would awaken a sense of self-awareness. In other words, the elder researcher's voice grew increasingly animated. Had it transcended the phase of ignorance and attained self-consciousness? The younger researchers maintained their composure, suggesting that it might be a result of incomplete brain development, leading to such inexplicable behavior. The precise outcome required further testing. They resolved to commence with skill acquisition assessments, followed by additional evaluations, culminating in coordination tests with trainers. Reports indicated that the D19 specimen's skill acquisition results were normal, exhibiting exceptional learning efficiency and surpassing the evolutionary benchmarks set by the control group of standard egg-laying black-eyed crocodiles. Additionally, the ecological behavior of the D19 specimen aligned with that of wild rogue crocodiles observed in ancient ruins. The combat testing reports were exceedingly promising, showcasing a high battle IQ, a robust desire to attack, and formidable output. Yet what remained unspoken? The researchers exchanged awkward glances. During its confrontation with the B-07 soul-gathering eye, it exhibited an inability to meet the creature's gaze. Was it fear? The soul-gathering eye could reflect the appearance of Pokémon, but should not possess elements capable of instilling fear in D19. Chapter 26. The Unruly Rogue Crocodile. The young researcher furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before speaking. You are a frontline tester. Share your insights, and I shall consider them. The report indicated that D19's excessive narcissism could be the cause. The young researcher was momentarily taken aback. As a top graduate from the United Alliance Technology Academy, he had never contemplated this perspective. The testing personnel, eager to share, began to elaborate as if finally given a chance to express their long-held thoughts. You see, D19 has significant issues with its lifestyle. It lingers in the corridors of the 6th floor, reluctant to depart. Initially, I assumed it had developed a sense of territory or nesting instinct, compelled to wander due to a lack of security. But as it turns out, it's because the corridor mirrors provoke its vanity. Every time it passes, it cradles its face with its claws, posing in front of the mirror. The young researcher gasped, nearly dropping his glasses. Is it possible that the specimen can experience such narcissistic emotions? Nevertheless, he recalled the words of the former champion of the United Regions, Adai, who had once advised maintaining reverence for Pokémon and nature. The young researcher adjusted his glasses, regaining his composure. Let us not interfere. As long as it does not hinder the progress of our experiments, We need not intervene in D19's cognitive development. Elevate D19's ranking to A12. The researchers were taken aback. It was known that all specimens designated with an A prefix were final evolutionary forms. Without exception, this was indeed a precedent. Reports indicated that the coordination test results with the trainer for A12 were dismal. A total of 41 volunteers, including novice trainers recently certified by the Alliance and seasoned trainers with 5 badges, were unable to command A12. Furthermore, 2 elite trainers, hired at great expense, also met with failure. One attempted to intimidate A12 with force and suffered a head injury, though he was no longer in life-threatening danger. Additionally, the gym leader of Fanba City, known as the Underground Boss, experienced a complete failure in directing A12, which disregarded all commands throughout the encounter. Yet he proposed a purchase request. At this juncture, the young researcher, disheveled and fatigued, cradled his head in his hands, his appearance a stark contrast to his previous polished demeanor. The research institute had no so-called hidden benefactors. Its income primarily stemmed from renting experimental facilities or fulfilling research needs for corporations or individuals. The enterprise that had initiated the study regarding Pokémon awakening self-awareness in the absence of guidance had collapsed due to financial instability. Presently, the losses incurred from A12 far exceeded costs, including the fallen counterparts, hired trainers, and exorbitant expenses for sustenance and skill acquisition. 5 million, if he dares to offer it. We shall buy it, the report stated. Boss Ju has claimed he will only accept 3 million. Otherwise, he will seal our above-ground passage with miners. The young researcher pounded the table in frustration, scattering documents across the floor. Such audacity! How can they wield their might to impose such outrageous prices? I shall report him to the Alliance. Heir, sir, we are a clandestine research institute without Alliance registration, came the subdued reply. After a moment of silence, the young researcher gathered the scattered documents, placing them orderly on the table, and spoke with a hint of gravity. Indeed, possessing power does grant one the liberty to act with impunity. They were willing to sell D19, even at a great loss. After 2 months of relentless struggle against A12, Boss Ju ultimately conceded. The creature was utterly devoid of humanity, often attacking its own allies. Sitting at his desk, the deepening wrinkles on his face suggested he had aged a decade. Despite having grasped certain nuances over the past few days, he had yet to achieve success. Ding dong. A message arrived on his phone. Squinting at the screen, Boss Ju realized it was from the young gym leader of Hoenn. A favor owed? Oh. It seemed indeed to pertain to the discovery of a vast expanse of unexplored or requiring a powerful ground-type Pokémon for transport. Specifically a juvenile or one in the early stages of evolution. Quite the ambitious request. Casting a glance at the high-grade Pokeballs on his desk, he noted that all conditions were met, making it an opportune moment to part with such a formidable rogue crocodile. It remained to be seen whether this young man could successfully tame it. In the Kanaz Gym of the Hoenn region, on the battleground, the rogue crocodile regarded the human before it with disdain, raising its head in arrogance. Yet another aspiring leader sought to dominate it. The human appeared tall, even taller than those before him, seemingly towering over the rogue crocodile itself. But what of height? What did it matter? All they did was deploy other Pokémon to confront it. After gathering a horde of creatures to overwhelm it, they would offer strange-smelling candies or bizarre fruits, along with the flesh of unknown Pokémon, before patting its head. Did they think such actions would lead to its subjugation? How could a feeble, powerless human aspire to reign over the mighty and charismatic rogue crocodile? Come forth, human. I fear no means you might employ. In stark contrast to the agitated ruffian crocodile, Qing exhibited a calm demeanor, his gaze fixed intently upon the sprite before him, though his mind had already drifted into realms far removed from the present. The self-assured dark-type crocodile believed that once it reached the desert, all would improve. In the Unova region, possessing 2 of the 4 desert champions was enough to bring about a state of equilibrium. The overconfident ruffian, endowed with exceptionally high defensive stats, stood firm, bolstered by its formidable resilience, absorbing blows or resting to sustain its endurance, effortlessly pushing forward. With a forced strike, it unleashed its power, epitomizing raw output and engaging in pure combat, capable of obliterating various sprites with a single well-timed attack, its demise only resulting from reflective damage. The magical defensive prowess of the dark-type emblematic bird relied on its relatively high base stats to mercilessly overpower unsuspecting children. Wielding a dual offensive capability of psychic and flying types, its skill pool seemingly bottomless. Among these, Qing held a particular fondness for the overconfident rogue crocodile, for with each sprite it vanquished, its attack power surged. Armed with an admirable distribution of base stats and an array of potent moves, it was capable of relentless advancement. Once the ruffian crocodile evolved, the game would essentially reach its conclusion. Meanwhile, the ruffian crocodile felt a creeping unease as it sensed the human's penetrating stare. Why did this human regard it with such intensity? It felt as though they were gazing beyond the surface, perhaps dismissing it entirely. How dare they ignore its presence? With a layer of dark energy enveloping its right claw, it struck the ground with its tail and lunged at Du Qing. Chapter 27. Powerful and dashing. This is the boss. Du Qing, pulled from his reverie by the oncoming ruffian crocodile, felt a jolt of urgency. He swiftly sidestepped the impending attack, then extended his right foot to trip the crocodile as it charged, causing it to crash face-first into the ground. Despite the impact, it remained silent and quickly rose. Snarling, it opened its mouth and expelled non-existent sand, glaring fiercely at the human before it. How dare he attempt to ambush me? Maintaining his composure, Du Qing leaped back to create distance. Reflecting on the villains and nefarious organizations he had encountered in his previous life-'s gaming experiences, he noted that Dark-type Pokémon comprised a significant portion of their ranks. After all, children's games need to allow players to instantly recognize the villains through their Pokémon. However, based on his decade-long experience in this world, it was evident that even in reality, Dark-type Pokémon remained the backbone of evil organizations. Most Dark-type Pokémon shared little affinity with kindness, often exhibiting character flaws or behavioral quirks. The arrogant and self-centered Hoenn, who only trusted itself, frequently disregarded its trainer's commands in battle. The suspicious and cunning Honchkrow struggled to forge trust, often doubting its kin, other Pokémon, and even its trainer. The cruel and merciless Ursaring was known to attack both Pokémon and humans indiscriminately, even during times of abundance. Meanwhile, the savage and brutal Tyranitar was still manipulated by various evil organizations through scientific means, and each trainer with a Tyranitar possessed a unique approach and perilous experiences. What characteristics define the members of these nefarious organizations? Extreme personalities, unscrupulous methods, and treating Pokémon merely as tools. Perhaps, in the eyes of certain Dark-type Pokémon, this constituted a form of charismatic leadership. Du Qing was reminded of the Elite Four member, Lily, who once sought to vindicate Dark-type Pokémon, suggesting that societal perceptions were not entirely accurate. A growl interrupted his thoughts. Du Qing shook his head, realizing that overthinking only led to questions, while action provided answers. He focused intently on the fierce ruffian crocodile before him, assuming a combat stance. So, which category do you belong to? Though the ruffian crocodile could not comprehend human speech, it sensed a change in the human before it, a difference from the initial encounter. Though it could not articulate what it altered, the crocodile's muscles tensed, its scales glistening with a hardened sheen, and its teeth and claws seemed sharper than before. Du Qing's expression grew grave. Even if the adversary was human, they had chosen to enhance their power first. A white energy coalesced into a dagger shape in the crocodile's claw, and it charged forward, targeting the human directly. With a swift motion, Du Qing evaded the attack, feeling the fabric of his right arm tear as a shallow wound was inflicted. The ruffian crocodile blinked in surprise. Typically, this move would incapacitate those who dared to challenge its dominance. How intriguing. It had been ages since it had sustained an injury, and its responses had become sluggish. Had it grown complacent? Du Qing ignored the wound, feeling his blood boil and his heart pound fiercely as he faced this formidable threat. His body operating at an unprecedented level. The battlefield was eerily silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, punctuated by the thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat. A flash of madness crossed Du Qing's mind as he charged directly at the ruffian crocodile. The crocodile, taken aback, had never encountered such a scenario. Instead of fleeing or summoning other Pokémon for assistance, the human boldly advanced. How audacious! The ruffian crocodile snarled, undeterred by the human's audacity. The ensuing clash was destined to be an uneven contest. Human versus Pokémon, strength, defense, speed, and endurance all favored the ruffian crocodile. Du Qing's only advantages lay in his reflexes and technique. The sound of bone breaking resonated as Du Qing endured numerous wounds, his fists bloodied and raw, revealing sinew beneath. The ruffian crocodile's claws fractured during its eager assault, granting Du Qing an opportunity to strike back. Though furious, the crocodile could not help but acknowledge that only 3 of its 10 attacks had successfully landed upon the human, with much of their force diffused. This human was indeed different. With a crack, Du Qing's left arm fractured, his hand dangling uselessly. Yet, his expression remained impassive, his eyes shining with unwavering resolve. Bloodied and tatters of his clothing strewn aside, leaving only the essential parts intact. What of using just his right hand? The ruffian crocodile's face swelled, panting heavily. A tooth missing, while yellow scales littered the ground around them. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of ribs snapping echoed as the crocodile's sharp claws pierced through, emerging from beneath. Trailing bone fragments and blood. Blood splattered across Du Qing's face, obscuring any semblance of his expression. Despite the agony, he uttered not a single cry. Instead, with his remaining strength, he grasped the ruffian crocodile's claw, channeling energy into a powerful twist, launching it through the air like a crescent moon, crashing it down onto the ground. But he did not cease. Again, he swung it, repeating the motion, slamming it down once more. This continued, over and over, until torrents of blood flowed, staining the earth a vivid crimson. Finally, with the last vestiges of his strength, he hurled the ruffian crocodile away, sending it crashing against a massive stone. Panting heavily, he stood his ground, his chest heaving, droplets of blood mingling with sweat cascading from his brow. In the distance, the ruffian crocodile, enduring excruciating pain, struggled to rise, still possessing some strength. It lifted its head, gazing intently ahead, where a tall human figure was reflected in its pitch-black eyes. The man stood motionless, erect as a pine, with well-defined muscular contours that exuded a sense of raw power. His features sharp and unyielding as iron. Despite its battered and scarred body, a certain beauty remained, rendering it akin to a unique sculpture. The human's gaze returned to its previous calm, reminiscent of their first encounter. How could he be so handsome? The ruffian crocodile felt as though struck by lightning. Its body tense, a howl lodged in its throat, unable to escape. Stormy tumult swirled within its eyes, ultimately yielding a murky tear. This was true strength. The brute force of a red gorilla crushing the ruffian crocodile's skull was not strength. The crocodile driving the human away was not strength either. To know victory is unattainable, yet still to exert oneself fully, battling to this extent with a frail human form. Chapter 28. The Hippo Beast with Pika. This is true strength. Both formidable and handsome. Was this not the leader it had always sought? Well. The ruffian crocodile rushed over, clinging to Du Qing's leg and weeping uncontrollably. Du Qing, at a loss for words, pushed the weeping crocodile aside, rummaging through the blood-stained, tattered clothing until he unearthed a mobile phone and a pokeball. Hello, is this the Pokémon Center? I am Du Qing, the gym leader of Kanaz. My Pokémon has been injured during training. Please dispatch medical personnel immediately. He repeated, please send medical staff at once. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Du Qing gasped for breath, crossing his legs as he sat on the ground, pressing the button on the pokeball to release the Hippo Beast. The Hippo Beast, perpetually appearing as though it had just awakened, shifted positions to sleep upon release, its basketball-sized nostrils twitching slightly. Sniff, sniff. What is this smell of blood? Roar. In the next moment, the Hippo Beast's eyes widened. It stared, stunned, at the severely injured Du Qing, fury igniting in its gaze as rationality vanished in an instant. A whirlwind of sand spiraled around, rocks shattered, and the entire battlefield trembled violently. The ruffian crocodile jumped in fright. Its right leg was fractured, the tip of its tail severed, and its organs damaged, its condition far from ideal. The Hippo Beast glared at the culprit, emitting a deep, throaty roar, opening its cavernous maw to unleash a torrent of sand, its body gleaming with a metallic sheen. Stop. At the moment Du Qing spoke, the Hippo Beast's frenzied gaze cleared instantly. Family, cough, cough. Du Qing attempted to restrain it, but soon succumbed to another fit of coughing, covering his mouth with his hand. After a moment, he noticed remnants of flesh and blood on his palm. The Hippo Beast was no longer drowsy but fully alert, for the first time in its life exerting itself to such a degree to unleash a sandstorm. The raging sandstorm within the arena did not cease. Rather, it grew more formidable as the wind whipped up debris, transforming the area into a zone of desolation, visibility nearly zero, engulfing the entire battlefield. Only a small safe zone remained, accommodating Du Qing and the ruffian crocodile. The ruffian crocodile's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. The leader's other minions were so powerful, it felt akin to that black, rotund mole with a pointed head and claws, wearing a hat. Thankfully, none could rival this lord's handsomeness. Du Qing glanced at the ruffian crocodile, whose expression oscillated between astonishment and self-satisfaction, and sighed inwardly. Most likely, there was something amiss in its head. He opened his mouth to speak, but remained silent. Though the Hippo Beast's actions were extreme, they were indeed for its own safety. Hiss. Given the distance to the gym and the Pokémon Center, shouldn't they have arrived by now? Waiting felt interminable, as mere minutes stretched into years, until a series of knocks echoed. Bang, bang, bang. The urgent knocking resonated heavily, causing the door to tremble. Du Qing, are you there? It's Joy. The Chansey informed me that not only Pokémon are injured, I've brought human medicine as well. The voice brimmed with unmasked excitement, seemingly eager to enter the battlefield. Du Qing felt a headache brewing. He yearned for standard medical assistance, not someone like Joy. If others were aware of Du Qing's thoughts, they might mistake them for sarcasm. After all, Miss Joy seldom left the Pokémon Center, and summoning her through ordinary cries for help was nearly impossible, the odds exceedingly low. Given Du Qing's severe injuries, he could not afford to be overly cautious. If he did not receive treatment soon, he might not see the sunrise. Hippo Beast, HM. Amidst the sandstorm, a pair of scarlet eyes emerged as the shifting sands parted, creating a clear path between the door and Du Qing. Bang, bang, bang. Du Qing, I'm coming in. Joy burst through the door, cradling a white box in her arms, followed closely by a plump Chansey, which also carried a white box. She wore a peculiar smile, snickering with a sense of self-satisfaction. Ah, who would have thought someone like you would get hurt? It can't just be a little blood, right? The howling wind swept away her nurse's cap, her pink hair cascading down. Du Qing, bloodied and battered, reflected in Joy's eyes, causing her words to falter. Her azure pupils widening, the corners of her eyes reddening. What happened to you? She rushed to Du Qing's side, adjusting his body to lie flat. The contrast between her delicate, porcelain skin and the youth covered in wounds and blood was stark. Who did this to you? Du Qing looked perplexed. Are we not acquainted? Why does this Miss Joy seem so agitated? Chansey, upon witnessing its master's condition, exhibited no reaction, its expression vacant, as if it were a machine, simply moving its short legs step by step toward Du Qing. Chansey, don't move. Seeing the severity of Du Qing's injuries, Joy panicked, her lips trembling slightly, her tone betraying a hint of fear. Chansey remained unresponsive, seemingly disregarding Joy's command. The white box it held fell to the ground, many medicine bottles shattering, the liquid soaking the ground, emitting sizzling sounds and rising wisps of white smoke. I said to stop. Joy's flicker of fear morphed into anger as she scolded the moving Chansey, pulling a healing ball from her pocket. The healing ball was thrown, and for the first time, emotions flickered in Chansey's tiny eyes. Roar. The Hippo Beast, having lurked for a while, burst forth from the sandstorm, its rough, dull teeth ablaze with fierce flames. And it took a bite, tearing half of Chansey's body clean off. Chansey's enormous wound turned black, its lower half wobbling as it collapsed. A strange scent of charred flesh filling the air. Gag. The Hippo Beast's enormous eyes bulged, as if it had consumed something revolting, and it vomited the other half of Chansey, retching uncontrollably. Perhaps overwhelmed by the aftermath, the Hippo Beast opened its massive mouth, directly devouring large chunks of earth and stone, chewing voraciously. Chomp, chomp, gag. After chewing for a while, it spat it out, then took another mouthful of dirt to chew. You. Joya helplessly gazed at the heart-shaped ball on the ground, casting a glance at the repeatedly retching hippopotamus creature. Never mind, saving lives comes first. Du Qing tilted his head, quietly observing the scene, his throat constricted by coagulated blood, yet his mind began to wander. The familiar scent suggested that the meat at the Pokémon Center must be. Don't move. Chapter 29. There is much more I must do. Joya shot a displeased glare at Du Qing. She opened her pristine white case, revealing a meticulously arranged array of gleaming metallic surgical instruments and an assortment of colorful vials and jars. Don't move. Joya donned gloves and placed a white mask upon her face, then retrieved a bottle of transparent solution, spraying it around Du Qing and on his body. Her slender fingers gripped two sharp scalpels as she leaned closer to Du Qing's ear, imparting some precautions with a hint of reproach in her tone. I want to anesthetize you. After all, you don't trust me. You're robust enough to withstand the diluted elixirs. Du Qing bowed his head in silence. The first incision was made into the surface skin, followed by the exposure of the wound, the parts tainted with sand and dark energy being roughly excised. The muscle tissue was pulled and tugged, while a timely hemostatic clamp controlled the bleeding. A rudimentary splint was applied to stabilize the fractured left arm, and an advanced biological adhesive was used to bond the broken ribs, carefully affixing the extracted fragments. As the final suture pierced through flesh, Joya's hands trembled and her back became drenched with sweat as she clumsily tied a knot. The restorative potion was potent. In 3 days, she could call the Pokémon Center, and medical personnel would come to remove the stitches. Joya appeared somewhat conflicted, her expression flustered as she touched her face and leaned closer to Du Qing's ear. her lips barely parting as she whispered in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Let us exchange contact information. If you're uneasy about others, I can remove your stitches later. Du Qing, feeling his body rapidly recuperate, vacantly replied, is it really necessary? I could simply call the Pokémon Center for help. Joya waved her hands in a flurry, hastily countering, if you call the Pokémon Center, others will know about it, and all the Joys will be informed. And it will be recorded by the system. Adding just one Joy would help avoid dealing with a horde of them. It's a fair trade. Du Qing raised his right hand, pointing to the ground beside him. Then let us do it. You can grab my phone. Joya turned her back, her previous anxiety vanishing in an instant, replaced by a triumphant smile. She picked up Du Qing's phone, carefully examining it. It was entirely black, heavily worn, and quite outdated. Seemingly released a decade prior, offering only basic functions like calling and messaging. Joya could hardly contain her excitement as she swiped the phone screen, nearly gasping in delight as she opened Du Qing's contacts. The first name was Duda, Du Qing's adoptive father. How ordinary. An esteemed elite trainer from an ancient family in Kanaz, he was the biological father of Duwan, who had once served as a police officer but fell ill after a rift with Duwan, now spending his days recuperating at home, rumored to be nearing the end of his days. The second name was Duwan, the former gym leader and Du Qing's sister, also quite normal. The third name was Jun Shanu, the chief of the Kanaz City Police Department. A flicker of surprise crossed Joya's eyes, almost causing her to drop the phone. The image of the dashing, curvaceous officer flashed through her mind. What gives her the right? Perhaps it was merely a professional connection. I must be misunderstanding. Wait, what right do I have to misunderstand? The fourth name was Zaijur. Joya's hands trembled, her teeth chattered, and a potent sense of crisis surged within her. Why? Why does she have a connection to? The remaining contacts. Joya's fingers froze as she desperately input her own number, too afraid to look. Just the 10th contact, right? Joya slapped her flushed cheeks, a glimmer of madness in her eyes, secretly reveling in her thoughts. They are all distant from Du Qing, yet I am the closest to him. I can eliminate his enemies, tend to his needs, and remain by his side. Du Qing, such a unique man, must belong to me. No, at the very least, I must belong to him. Joya became fully immersed in her perfect plan, propping her delicate arms up, her slender fingers caressing her flushed cheeks as she chuckled softly. Du Qing turned to look at the strangely shaped Joya, opening his mouth to speak, but finding no words. The Joy family's eccentricities. He exhaled deeply, placing his right palm on the ground, preparing to rise. Ow! The sound came from the rowdy crocodile, which lay on the ground, looking miserable and motionless. My apologies, I forgot about you. Though he uttered words of apology, Du Qing's tone bore little remorse. He knew that this level of injury was far from the limits of the rowdy crocodile's endurance. He retrieved the remaining bulk of a restorative potion from Joya's bag, pressed the switch, and unleashed a vigorous spray towards the injured crocodile. Whoosh, whoosh. The wounds on the rowdy crocodile began to heal at a visible rate. Fractured bones rapidly being pushed back into place, the newly formed bones closely resembling the originals, and even the damaged skin began to regenerate, with scales regrowing. Ow, ow. The rowdy crocodile performed a flip, swinging its tail before standing upright. Du Qing watched as the crocodile regained its vigor, a tinge of envy stirring within him. Pokémon truly are the darlings of this world. What a pity, he mused. Unlike the renowned martial arts masters like Shiba and Kaido, who possessed strength rivaling that of Pokémon, capable of grappling with formidable creatures like Onyx, or the extraordinary psychics like Naz, the Golden Gym leader with telekinesis, or the disallowed participants like the Unova region's psychic champion, Gardevoir, who could unleash devastation simply through emotional fluctuations. Then there are the enigmatic psychics, such as the ghost-type gym leader Matsuba from the Johto region, endowed with the ability of clairvoyance, allowing him to perceive what is invisible to ordinary eyes. Compared to these individuals, Du Qing shook his head. He was merely an ordinary person with a modicum of strength. Most humans, when faced with Pokémon, remain woefully fragile. Brutal creatures like Tyranitar or Hydreigon can effortlessly obliterate small to medium-sized towns. How many of those legendary Pokémon that sporadically appear are benevolent? I have much yet to accomplish, my body nearing its limits. Only through relentless training can I navigate this world. The rowdy crocodile stared blankly at the contemplative Du Qing, unable to comprehend human language. It simply felt that its master was looking exceptionally dashing at that moment. Chapter 30, Kanaz Trainer Academy. The Kanaz Trainer Academy. The gold-embossed school emblem, adorned with a rock pattern, lay on the ground, embedded in the muddy earth, while several white forms were scattered about, dressed in a black suit. The balding Mediterranean man wore an expression of fury as he unleashed a torrent of physical and verbal abuse upon a frail student. You wretched pauper should have left long ago. You can't even afford tuition and still dare to set foot in this school? On either side of the school entrance, stern-faced guards observed the scene with a chilling detachment. Please, Teacher Zhao Hai, grant me just a few more days. I assure you, I will gather the money very soon, pleaded the emaciated student, clutching Zhao Hai's leg desperately. Despite the relentless blows raining down upon him, his body marred with bruises and on the brink of bleeding, he refused to let go. With trembling lips, he mustered the courage to speak. Teacher Zhao Hai, could you possibly lend me some money? I promise to repay you later. I can write an IOU, or even rent my Pokémon to you. Zhao Hai scoffed derisively, delivering a powerful kick that sent the frail student sprawling. A sinister grin crept onto his lips. Do you think Du1 is still around? She lent money to you destitute students. But who among you is still thriving? And that useless superior of yours, picking up trash at school every day makes me sick. Does the Kanaz Trainer Academy still allow such rubbish? Rent it out for what? To collect garbage? Get lost with your worthless Pokémon. What business do you have in school without money? Zhao Hai's face flushed with rage, as if haunted by unpleasant memories. He stepped forward, lifting his polished boot once more, ready to deliver another kick. However, the frail student swiftly recoiled. The anticipated impact never came. Zhao Hai was left kicking air. A wave of inexplicable irritation surged within him. He fixed his gaze straight ahead, lifting his boot again. Ah, so you dare to dodge. He sneered, but his words were abruptly halted as he realized it was not the frail student avoiding him, but rather a young man in athletic attire, with dark hair and a towering, muscular build, who had effortlessly lifted the student off the ground and placed him gently back down. Ah, it's Lord Du Qing. Zhao Hai felt a surge of fear. The new gym leader was notorious for his volatile temperament and propensity for violence, regardless of status. Du Qing, his expression inscrutable, spoke. Your sister is indeed gone. Zhao Hai, bewildered, struggled to maintain his composure, puffing out his chest to feign bravery, and refrained from responding. That's why I'm here. With that, Du Qing raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to Zhao Hai's chest. The sound of impact echoed as Zhao Hai coughed up blood, propelled backward several meters. The guards, previously frozen in inaction, finally appeared alarmed. Lord Gym Leader, you cannot simply. Du Qing ignored them, turning his calm gaze towards the guards. The air seemed to thicken in that moment. The tranquility in his eyes exuded an overwhelming pressure, causing several guards, dwarfed by his stature, to stammer and fall silent. Du Qing then turned back to the dazed frail student. What is your name, where do you live, and what level are you? At Kanaz Trainer Academy, students were not classified by a conventional academic calendar, but rather by a tier system based on daily behavior, exam results, and combat performance. There were 3 tiers in total. Students could enroll at the age of 10, with first-level students typically being newcomers. After several years of study, they would take an examination to advance to second-level status. This stage could take anywhere from 3 to 5 years for those without exceptional talent or a privileged background, relying solely on hard work and average Pokémon. The final tier required students to undergo practical tests administered by faculty members, as well as comprehensive examinations encompassing breeding, Pokeball crafting, and coordination. Many students from ordinary backgrounds found themselves stymied at this juncture, as knowledge and combat skills came at a cost, with practical assessments not easing in difficulty due to weaker Pokémon. Common students only encountered an energy block manufacturing machine once a week during a single class, with the academy providing minimal berries and requiring students to cover the rest out of pocket, unless one had connections. Even affluent students would face delays of 3 to 4 years navigating this system. Du1 had entered the academy at 10, ascending to the 2nd level in a year, then to the 3rd level the following year, ultimately obtaining various qualifications, including the Hoenn Trainer Teacher Certification and the Hoenn Alliance Rock-type Junior Lecturer Certificate in her last 2 years. This remarkable achievement led to her being directly appointed as the gym leader of Kanaz City. The academy's reputation soared following her tenure, gaining recognition across regions. Regaining her composure, the frail student introduced herself. My name is Wudou Town. I live in the suburban area of Kanaz South and Old District, and I am a 2nd-level student. A female? Wudou Town lifted her head, revealing slightly curled short hair, straight brows, and skin weathered by sun and wind. Her features were unremarkable, yet bore a certain spirit. From a distance, one might easily mistake her for a boy. The question made her uneasy, and she averted her gaze from Du Qing, replying in a hushed tone, yes. Speak of the tuition and what transpired after Sister Du1's departure. Okay. Minutes passed as Du Qing stood attentively, listening quietly. Won Yu's account bore striking similarities to Yong Tai's, with the gist of the story aligned, yet enriched with additional events and more detailed elaborations. During Du Wan's tenure, tuition at Kanaz Trainer Academy was collected annually, with each student charged 10,000 yuan per year, a sum manageable for families of modest means. Additionally, the academy offered scholarships and financial aid for underprivileged students, all funded by Du Wan herself. Before Du Wan's ascension, the academy enforced a stipulation requiring each student to possess at least 3 different local Hoenn Pokémon to complete their enrollment process. Although there was no overt prohibition against commoners, it was as if a sign reading "No entry for the poor" was practically hanging there. Years ago, it was a challenging era when Pokeballs were exorbitantly priced, making it exceedingly difficult for commoners to acquire even the starter Pokémon, let alone gather 3. The upheaval in the alliance a decade ago led to a significant reduction in Pokeball prices, allowing commoners to obtain starter Pokémon after paying sufficient taxes. The process for obtaining trainer licenses was also simplified, making it more accessible. The specifics of the alliance turmoil remained unclear to Du Qing, as the event was classified among the alliance's top secrets. However, its impact was undeniable and far-reaching, seemingly initiated by the common-born dragon champion, Yuan Ji. The incident resulted in the demise of the then-flying champion and all his Pokémon, while the previous ghost champion sustained serious injuries and retreated, causing Mount Ho to close its doors for a while. Consequently, the Hoenn Alliance welcomed a new ice champion from another region and a very young dark champion with a troublesome past. Many elder gym leaders resigned. A stark contrast to the past. There are scarcely any precedents for individuals under the age of 15 to assume the role of gym leader, as the Alliance has enforced the appointment of numerous youths to such positions. Among these young leaders were the likes of Chisato, Mikoli, and Naki. This occurrence has led to the demise or retirement of a multitude of seasoned trainers, thereby establishing the new benchmark for elite trainers as the acquisition of 7 badges, marking a pivotal shift within the Alliance. Du Qing has always held the belief that if Du Quang was able to gracefully step down and appoint a gym leader, that venerable champion must have contributed in some capacity. How many Pokemon do you possess? 2, a Snivy and a Geodude. Upon the mention of Pokemon, Won Yu retrieved 2 Pokeballs from her pocket, a smile unconsciously gracing her features, dispelling the gloom that had settled on her face. This Geodude was given to us by teacher Du Quang. Students with fewer than 2 Pokemon are entitled to receive one. Let me see your Geodude. Certainly. When you press the central button on the Pokeball, releasing the creature within. A Geodude, with its arms propped against the ground, surveyed its surroundings, raised its arms to display its muscles, only to lose its balance and tumble over. Du Qing activated his Pokédex, and information materialized on the screen. Geodude, the rock Pokemon, predominantly inhabits caves or mountainous paths. Stepping on it inadvertently can provoke its ire. It is a Pokemon composed entirely of rock, with a penchant for consuming soil and minerals. Gender, NA. Type, rock, ground. Ability, sturdy. Height, 0, 5 meters. Weight, 28 kilograms. Moves learned, tackle, rollout, rock polish, heavy slam, rock slide. Inherited moves, wide guard, heavy slam. Du Qing nodded thoughtfully. Your sister has indeed shown consideration. These Geodudes are likely offspring of one of her Graveler. They were not exceptional, yet they were adequate. Perfectly suited for a student of modest means. He stood before the Academy's entrance, gazing at Won Yu, and spoke. I have come to the Academy solely to restore it to its former state before my sister's departure. You may accompany me inside or return home to await news. Won Yu recalled her Geodude into its Pokeball, her expression animated, her fists clenched yet gradually relaxing. Her gaze dimmed, her jaw set tightly. Du Qing did not inquire further. He turned away and stepped through the gates. Return home. Understood. At the Kanaz Trainer Academy, in the indoor battle arena, a weary Snorlax stood at one end of the battlefield, its rocky exterior chipped and shedding, its red nose missing a piece, its eyes vacant, suggesting it had endured numerous grueling battles. Opposite it was a rotund Swampert, proudly displaying its ample belly, exuberantly slapping its sides, unblemished and seemingly fresh for battle. Azzy, adorned in her school uniform, bore traces of dirt, her thick notebook having fallen to the ground. She trembled with indignation, her bright eyes brimming with fury, her face flushed. She endeavored to suppress her anger, calming her tone. Teacher Mari, my Snorlax has fought 17 matches. Its condition is severely compromised. Please allow me to take it out for a rest. Only 17 matches, and it can't endure any longer? The voice belonged to a sharp-nosed, haggard old woman, bespectacled, her face lined with creases, stooped, and wielding a cane, her tone raspy and laced with mockery. At your teacher's age, she could single-handedly take on the entire school. And here you are, whining about needing a break after just 17 battles. I truly wonder how Du Quang managed to produce such a lackluster student. Her teaching must be rather subpar. The mere mention of Du Quang's name struck a nerve, and in an instant, Azzy, who had been valiantly suppressing her anger, seemed to have the wind knocked out of her. Since the 12th match, her Snorlax had been in a state of severe injury, yet each time she requested a respite, she was met with this same retort, striking at her vulnerabilities. The teachings must be sound. It is I who am weak, failing to meet her expectations. Continuous battles are meant to strengthen Pokémon, yet Snorlax is already exhausted. Can it not have a moment to rest? Azzy's gaze faltered, her discomfort palpable, her tone tinged with desperation. Observing the effectiveness of her plea, Mari cleared her throat, her cane striking the ground, her insides churning with malevolence. Even that undeserving brat, accompanied by that lazy Swampert, has never lost a single battle in the academy. Not once. Du Qing. The name thundered in Azzy's mind. As if a bolt of lightning had struck, she adjusted her glasses, picked up her thick notebook, her demeanor shifting to a robotic stance, muttering, "Teacher, this time I will not let you down." Azzy shouted toward her opponent, who was indulging in snacks several meters away. "I will definitely defeat you. Snorlax, prepare for battle." The overweight student, startled, dropped his snack bag, trembling. What's going on? Snorlax strained to rise, gathering the scattered pebbles around it to patch its battered body, a fierce determination igniting within its dark eyes. The chubby student, lacking in combat skills, had long harbored disdain for Azzy, viewing her as a student of humble origins, who, under the protection of Du Quang, and with just a slight edge and strength over her peers, had risen above them. He had heard that Azzy was currently in a grueling series of battles, her condition deteriorating. He saw this as an opportunity to assert his own prowess. "Well, I usually don't compete, but I have strength too." Yet, something felt amiss. Why did she seem so resolute? "Swampert, use water gun." "No, wait, use rock slide. Go head-to-head with it." Chapter 32. Azzy in her 17th consecutive battle. Azzy called out, "Snorlax, use pain split." Buzzing. Snorlax hugged its head with its short front limbs, its dark eyes shimmering with a white light, stones cascading off of it as it vibrated, emitting an eerie hum. The hefty Swampert clapped its hands, confusion evident in its gaze. After a moment, it managed to conjure a boulder the size of a basketball. Just as it prepared to throw it, it suddenly collapsed, the stone shattering upon impact. Snorlax opened its front limbs, revealing its dark, cavernous ears. A white thread connected directly to the orange spot on Swampert's belly, thick as a finger, splitting into two strands that linked to Snorlax's deep ear holes. Buzzing. Swampert's belly ruptured, blood mingling with vitality coursing through the white thread, continuously feeding into Snorlax. "Yoa!" Swampert emitted a wretched scream, its front paws frantically slapping at the thread, while water jets erupted from its mouth in a futile attempt to sever its connection. The chubby student was taken aback, collapsing onto the ground. He had only ever indulged Swampert in leisure, never witnessing such a spectacle. "Swampert, don't panic. Quickly use that move. What was it? Mud shot? I can't remember." Yet all was in vain. The once corpulent body of the marsh jump fish gradually shrank, its cries diminishing to mere whispers, and its eyes lost some of their luster. Its once smooth body became parched, and its bulging belly contracted noticeably. Compared to its previous excessive obesity, it now resembled a marsh jump fish of normal proportions, albeit still somewhat diminished. In contrast, the body of the nosepass began to swell again, shedding flaky rock-like scales that were now regrowing. The entire Pokémon appeared to have gained some vigor, but the deep fatigue was still evident in its small eyes. With a crisp sound, a white thread fell from the belly of the marsh jump fish, leaving behind a small, fingernail-sized round wound that seeped blood. The remaining white thread burrowed into the ear of the nosepass. The plump student, frazzled and racking his brain, suddenly remembered that move. He stood up and pointed at the nosepass, shouting, "Marsh jump fish, use that mud shot you learned when you first evolved." Azzy's expression shifted to one of surprise, and she sighed, clearly exasperated. As a pure rock-type Pokémon, Nosepass was vulnerable to ground-type moves. While its high physical defense was commendable, its special attack capabilities were undoubtedly its Achilles heel. The Mud Shot, being a ground-type special attack, posed an immense threat by combining both weaknesses. After all, the Marsh Jump Fish was one of Hoenn's starter Pokémon, likely obtained by this affluent boy from Professor Okido, whose lineage assuredly boasted formidable parents with robust bloodlines and rigorous training from an early age. Over the years, the Marsh Jump Fish had accompanied the plump student in indulgence, gaining considerable weight without ever engaging in battle, merely splashing water and playing in the mud. Now, having tasted blood, its once hefty form had vanished, and it seemed to recall its training days. Its cheeks puffed, and a long-lost fighting spirit ignited in its eyes. With a whoosh, a clump of mud shot from the marsh jumpfish's mouth, forming a straight line aimed directly at the nosepass. "Hold on. Nosepass, use harden," Azzy exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Beads of sweat soaking her back. If this were Nosepass at its peak, such an attack would hardly scratch its rocky exterior. Buzzing. The Nosepass shielded its head with its arms, eyes shut tight, as half of its body sank into the ground, radiating a pearlescent glow. With a series of splats, the marsh jumpfish poured all its effort into launching mud clumps, each one crashing into the Nosepass's rocky shell, relentlessly and without pause. The mud shot continued for several minutes, and eventually, the Nosepass was completely obscured beneath a massive mound of mud, resembling a burial site of clay. Exhausted, the marsh jumpfish collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air as it opened and closed its mouth. The prolonged mud shot had proven exceedingly taxing for this once-cherished Pokémon, now reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, unable to launch another clump of mud. "Nosepass! Nosepass!" The cries echoed into the mud mound, yet it remained unmoving. Harden is a perilous move. Even when subjected to devastating, potentially lethal attacks, it leaves a sliver of hope for retaliation. But what comes after? With a fatal blow? If there remains a breath, it is commendable. Withstanding the onslaught and retaining the capacity for counterattack is the essence of Harden. Yet, even if Nosepass managed to endure the relentless mud shot, would it truly survive being buried under such a massive quantity of mud, barely clinging to life? Azzy's eyes widened, a mist of tears forming as her legs trembled. Regret washed over her. Her Onyx and Aerodactyl were still in Teacher Molly's possession. She needed to retrieve her Pokémon to rescue Nosepass. "Teacher Molly, please throw me my Pokeball," Azzy shouted desperately, waving at the elderly woman at the referee's table. What did you say? "It's too far. I can't hear you." Molly feigned deafness, cupping her ear as if striving to catch every word. She observed Azzy's frantic demeanor with a cold, mocking smile, having achieved her objective. Molly had harbored disdain for Azzy's teacher, Hoenn, since her student days. Coming from an illustrious family, Hoenn was naturally gifted, excelling in battle and teaching far beyond Molly's own capabilities, which only fueled her resentment. Was it the moment Hoenn pointed out her mistake in class? Or the fact that the 13-year-old Hoenn obtained a certification that took Molly until the age of 32 to achieve? Or perhaps it was simply the stark contrast between their successes, leaving Molly feeling like a wretched rat in the muck? Now, Molly had long forgotten the origins of her hatred, which had festered into something far more sinister. With Hoenn in power, she suppressed her animosity. But now that Hoenn had fallen from grace, it resurfaced. It wasn't only Hoenn that she loathed. There was also Qing, who had disfigured her grandson. Yet, she was aging. And so were her Pokémon. Her husband had grown weary of her as well, muttering about how she would be dealt with later, alluding to the troublesome gym leader. Chapter 33, The Advancing Nosepass. Molly knew that she posed no threat to Hoenn or Qing anymore. Yet her hatred burned fiercely, and she set her sights on Hoenn's student, Azzy, who bore a striking resemblance to her mentor, albeit with a less privileged background and slightly inferior talent. If she could not take down the two, then surely she could target this girl. Using her position, Molly did her utmost to torment the 14-year-old, who was a classic introverted and obedient student. Incapable of standing against a woman in her 60s, Molly relished in tormenting her, slowly boiling her like a frog, breaking her spirit and body, and dismantling her Pokémon. Her wrinkled face quivered with excitement, contorting into an expression of glee. "Can't hear? Old age does that, doesn't it?" Azzy cried out multiple times, but Molly remained unresponsive, tears streaming down her cheeks. She tossed aside her thick notes and leaped into the battlefield. The several-meter drop was perilous for a 14-year-old girl unaccustomed to physical activity. Upon landing, she twisted her ankle, losing a shoe and falling to the ground, her Azure School uniform now caked in dust and mud. She paid no mind to her appearance and stumbled toward the massive mud mound. With her slender, delicate fingers, she plunged into the mud, digging frantically as tears cascaded down her face like a torrential river. She bit her lip, suppressing her cries. "Nosepass, hold on. Hold on. I will save you. Just wait for me." The plump student shook his head, chuckling in disbelief. Witnessing the normally proud Azzy in such distress stirred no sympathy within him. Instead, he found pleasure in her misfortune. He withdrew the marsh jumpfish and raised his phone to record the moment. Just as his chubby, pig-like hands opened the camera, A large hand seized his phone, crushing it to smithereens, the screen shattering like glass, and tiny electronic components flew out, striking the student in the eyes. He fell back onto the ground, clutching his face, cursing furiously. Alas, who dares to allow Howley to crush my mobile phone? Behind the plump student stood a tall, imposing figure, the so-called Howley, whose expression remained inscrutable as he finally spoke. Who is the supervising teacher? Who is the temporary referee? At the sound of his voice, the overweight student jolted awake, twisting his head to glance behind him. There stood the individual infamous in their circle, known by various derogatory titles such as the barbaric scavenger, the foolish curator, and other unflattering names bestowed by Guan Yu. It was Du Qing. You. The plump student's face turned ashen, beads of sweat trickling down his greasy skin, momentarily at a loss for words, stammering incoherently. Du Qing, however, paid him no heed and, like a machine, repeated the same question. Who is the supervising teacher? Who is the temporary referee? Why, yes, it's Molly. The plump student hastily pointed towards a high platform in the arena, indicating an elderly woman leaning on a cane. That one. With a resounding thud, Du Qing raised his leg and delivered a kick to the plump student's head. The student's eyes rolled back, and before he could emit a cry of anguish, he collapsed, frothing at the mouth, and fell unconscious. Witnessing this scene, Molly turned pale, her lips whitening in terror, her entire visage seemingly aging a few years as she trembled, clutching her cane. Attempting to escape to the elevator behind her, Du Qing summoned a gang crocodile, directing it towards Ma Li on the high platform. Subdue her. The gang crocodile, with keen eyes, leapt towards the platform. A glint of malice flashed in Ma Li's eyes as her frail hands rummaged through her pockets, attempting to summon her own Pokémon. But the gang crocodile's tail swiftly struck, severing her hand, causing her to collapse and scream in agony. Du Qing leaped off the battlefield, racing towards the grave mound and the struggling girl. Only when Du Qing approached did a Z snap back to reality. Her gaze was vacant. Tears mingled with dirt smeared across her face, tarnishing her fair complexion. Several of her nails were broken, blood intermingling with mud embedded in her fingertips, swollen and sore. Upon seeing the man who had haunted her nightmares countless times, Z reacted like a marionette, devoid of any response. She mumbled, "I'm sorry, North knows. I'm sorry, teacher." She turned her head again, seemingly seeking confirmation. Du Qing, did North Nose die? Is it dead? Z extended her bloodied and muddy hands, yearning to touch the man before her, but recoiled as if shocked. Her voice was laden with desperation. This girl who once regarded him as a rival now hung her head, trembling. "I know you are truly formidable. Please, can you help me? Help me dig out North Nose's body." Du Qing's eyes were complex as he summoned a Hippowdon to clear the accumulated dirt. The drowsy Hippowdon shook its head, mustering its energy, extending its front paws to stomp on the ground, causing the once impenetrable grave mound before Z to crack open, revealing a motionless blue-gray boulder within. Z burst into tears, lunging forward to embrace the unyielding North Nose. I'm sorry. Observing the heartbroken AZ, the Hippowdon tilted its head at Du Qing, a look of confusion on its face, its mouth moving in a silent question. Humph. Du Qing raised an eyebrow, utterly bewildered. Are you saying this boulder is not dead? He pressed a button on the side of his device, and lines of small text appeared on the screen. North Nose, compass Pokémon. Its red magnetic nose always points north, due to the repelling nature of like poles. North Nose cannot bring its nose close to another of its kind. It is a Pokémon that can never embrace its kin under natural conditions. Gender, unknown. Type, rock. Ability, sand force. Height, 1.2 meters. Weight, 120 kilograms. Known moves, tackle, harden, block, rock slide, thunder wave, sleep, rock smash, volt tackle, power gem, rock blast, discharge, sandstorm, iron tail. Heavy slam, endure, sturdy, gravity. Inherited moves, self-destruct, rollout, wide guard. Unlike previous assessments of Pokémon information, this time, several significant words were added at the end. Current status, evolving. Du Qing's mind raced. The evolution condition of North Nose was to train in a special magnetic field, with a chance of evolution during battles and daily life. Some regions even used thunderstones to facilitate its evolution. Du Qing stood up, surveying his surroundings. The battlefield was strewn with numerous blue-gray rock fragments and a few red magnetic pieces, which vaguely formed an irregular circle, with North Nose at the center. These seemed to be parts of North Nose's body. Upon closer inspection, there appeared to be an inexplicable glow. Chapter 34, Great Memory Restoration Technique. The most crucial condition for evolving into Steel Nose was the special magnetic field. It was accomplished. Qing reached out and patted a Z, who was still holding North Nose, conveying this revelation to her. A Z blinked in astonishment and quickly wiped her tears away. Yes, it must be so. North Nose can evolve, she repeated, releasing her hold on North Nose. Moments later, North Nose began to struggle and shake. At that instant, the air seemed to freeze, and a Z held her breath cautiously. 3 minutes later, the debris and gravel in the arena began to levitate, swirling around North Nose as the magnetic field gradually formed. 10 minutes later, the floating debris and gravel began to move slowly, coalescing into a vortex, with North Nose at its center. A dazzling white light erupted from the core of the vortex, filling the surroundings with dust. As the dust settled, a gigantic Pokémon with a metallic sheen appeared on the battlefield. With eyes the size of basins, a red magnetic cap, and a sharply defined nose, below which entwined black fur surrounded 3 small blue steel North Noses that floated around it. Qing did not deactivate the Pokédex mode, and relevant information promptly materialized on the screen. Steel Nose, Compass Pokémon. It is the evolved form of North Nose, capable of releasing a formidable magnetic force from its body, controlling the 3 components known as small North Noses. It is the leader of wild North Nose groups, a very rare Pokémon under natural conditions. Gender, unknown. Type, rock, steel. Ability, Sand Force. Height, 2 meters. Weight, 600 kilograms. Known moves, Tackle, Harden, Block, Rock Slide, Thunder Wave, Sleep, Rock Smash, Volt Tackle, Power Gem, Rock Blast, Discharge, Sandstorm, Iron Tail. Heavy Slam, Endure, Sturdy, Gravity, Earth Power, Stone Edge. Inherited moves, Self-Destruct, Rollout, Wide Guard. A Z stared blankly at Steel Nose, her lips slightly parted. She opened her arms to touch its cold exterior, but found herself at a loss for words. Steel Nose emitted a gentle hum in response, tears streaming from its blue eyes, soaking a Z's clothing. Observing this scene, Qing took out his phone and dialed a series of numbers. The location was the Kanaz Trainer Academy, Room 1, Battlefield, with the injured being a 14-year-old human female and a Steel Nose. You can come alone. After hanging up, Qing looked up at the gang crocodile on the high platform. Its tail held the ugly old woman firmly in place. Qing made a mighty leap, grasping the edge of the platform, and, under the astonished gaze of the old woman, he executed a swift somersault, landing atop the platform. Are you the supervising teacher? Were the orders issued by you? The aged face of Molly, marred by deep creases, contorted unnaturally as she feigned confusion, weakly swatting at the tail of the ruffian crocodile. I truly do not know. Oh dear, old age has rendered me quite useless. I simply cannot recall this matter. My mind is a bit muddled, and I seem to have forgotten. Young man, I genuinely cannot remember who gave the command. Could you please persuade your ruffian crocodile to release me? At my age, my frail bones cannot endure much more turmoil. If it tightens any further, I might just have to visit the Pokémon Center. I am a senior instructor at the Kanaz Trainer Academy. I cannot afford any mishaps within the school. Qing narrowed his eyes into slits, a faint smirk playing on his lips. With a swift motion, he delivered a kick to Molly's face. She let out a wail, propelled backward, rolling on the ground multiple times. Oh dear. Molly could hardly believe it. Despite having reached an age exempt from detention and most regulations, she was still subjected to violence? Old hag, have you remembered yet? Molly's eyes widened in horror, her parched skin trembling, her thoughts a chaotic whirlpool. Stop. I remember now. I remember. Without granting her the opportunity to speak further, Qing stomped down, crushing Molly's skull, blood and bones scattering in a gruesome display. Eliminate this old woman, Qing commanded, his expression devoid of emotion, merely brushing off his shoes on a clean patch of ground. Thoughts swirled in his mind. Aji's Pokémon, which had not been released, must have been taken by this old crone. Qing flipped the corpse over with his foot, effortlessly discovering 2 Pokeballs, which he pocketed. Meanwhile, outside the battle arena in Room 1, a throng of people and Pokémon had gathered. The majority were students, distinctly divided into 2 groups, one larger and one smaller. The more populous group consisted almost entirely of individuals not donned in academy uniforms, each impeccably dressed, with the boys standing tall and exuding an air of affluence, while the girls displayed poise adorned with shimmering jewelry. They regarded the other side with disdain, unwilling even to cast a glance, as if mere sight would tarnish their eyes. Their accompanying Pokémon were formidable and rare, featuring not only the commonly seen starters like Feral Chicken, Marsh Leap, and Forest Lizard, but also powerful creatures like Strength Beast, Hoodoo, and Roserade. On the opposite side, the students were uniformly clad in school uniforms, numbering only a handful, most accompanied by small Geodudes, with an occasional Snivy or Shuckle among them. A few teachers entered the battleground. They first noticed the steel nose and Aji at the center, followed by Du Qing, whose shoes were stained with blood. One young female teacher, surveying the scene with furrowed brows, addressed Aji with authority, "Student, what has transpired here? Where is Teacher Molly?" This young teacher was not unfamiliar with Aji, but feigned ignorance to perform for certain onlookers, a symbolic act to delineate boundaries. "She is dead." Du Qing leapt down from the platform, the ruffian crocodile following suit, nostrils flaring defiantly at the gathered crowd. The young teacher's pupils constricted, one hand covering her mouth while the other pointed accusingly at Du Qing. "How could you commit murder within the academy, especially against the esteemed Teacher Molly?" As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, though no actual tears fell. Du Qing merely cast a glance at the ruffian crocodile, which first scratched its head, then smacked its own brain. Immediately grasping the unspoken cue, it became enraged. "How dare you point at our powerful and handsome leader?" The ruffian crocodile raised its leg, mimicking Du Qing, launching itself into the air to deliver a kick towards the young teacher. With a resounding thud, the teacher spat blood, sent flying far off, crashing into the polished assembly of students, inciting a commotion. Chapter 35, Murder. Murder. Faint curses could still be heard as several students and teachers rushed to assist the injured young teacher, initiating various emergency measures, some applying burn ointment, others wrapping her wounds, transforming the scene into utter chaos, even resulting in a minor stampede. Amidst the crowd, Joya, clutching a white box, perched atop a nearly 2-meter-tall Happiny, which rudely pushed aside nearby aristocratic youths and their Pokémon, forcing its way through the throng. Joya did not intervene to stop Happiny's boorish behavior. She regarded the surrounding individuals with indifference. Despite their ostensible grandeur and nobility, to Joya, they mostly appeared as a gaggle of nouveau riches. After all, when it comes to family power, how many can rival the Joy family? True aristocratic families, steeped in tradition, would never allow their heirs or distinguished descendants to attend so-called trainer academies. Across all regions, over 90% of trainer academies would boast pride in cultivating a single elite trainer, celebrating them as successful alumni, etching their lives, names, and Pokémon into the academy's notice board for students to revere. After all, elite trainers are the closest to gym leaders in any region. Even the Kanaz Trainer Academy, reputed across various regions, considers itself a prestigious institution. Yet, its highest achievement is merely producing a single gym leader. What role does the academy truly play in such success? For those long-established, deeply rooted families, producing trainers of gym leader caliber is merely the minimum standard for heirs. Within these families, having several individuals surpassing the gym leader level, even reaching the Elite Four, is commonplace. Gym leaders were originally local powerhouses rewarded by the league. Throughout history, how many Elite Four members and champions have emerged? How many of them were educated in academies? Yes, but only a scant few, let alone those legendary trainers who effortlessly clinch championship titles. What surnames in this world are older than Joy and Kunsa? Among the crowd, a tall, well-dressed, slender youth gazed at the Happiny. He bore a striking resemblance to Du Qing, albeit with a shadow of gloom in his expression, his eyes rimmed in red, his complexion pallid, and sparse stubble adorning his lips, a visage hollowed by indulgence and vices. He seemed to recognize Joya, straightening his attire as he called out, "Miss Joy, someone has already been injured here. She was struck in the abdomen by the ruffian crocodile. Please, come assist her." Joya, still seated atop Happiny's head, merely cast a sidelong glance at him, recalling his background. Du Wei, half-brother to Du Qing, born of Du Da's first wife who passed away, while Du Wei was the offspring of his new wife. It was said that he had great potential in battles during his early years, and his social skills were commendable, being groomed as the family's second heir. However, for reasons unknown, he had since faltered, failing to uphold the family banner when Du Qing nearly severed ties with the family and Du Da fell ill, subsequently sinking deeper into decline. It seemed Du Qing harbored little affection for him. With this thought in mind, Joya disregarded the entreaties of Du Wei, allowing Happiny to push aside several teachers blocking the entrance, striding directly towards the center of the arena, where Ozzy wept in the embrace of Steel Nose. "Miss Joy?" Ozzy timidly spoke, then nudged the steel magnet, attempting to push it towards Joya. When she found it immovable, she retreated behind the steel magnet, concealing her swollen, bleeding hands behind her back. "Let us treat the steel magnet first." I'm fine, it can wait." Upon her first glance at Ozzy, Joya had already organized the relevant details about the girl in her mind. Her humble origins, her combat potential, though not particularly remarkable, her extreme diligence, her reclusive nature, and how highly she was regarded by Du Jiao, with a team composition similar to that of Du Jiao. The 14-year-old human girl mentioned in the phone call was undoubtedly this very individual before her. The call had been made by Du Qing, who was at the trainer academy, with unknown intentions, but it seemed increasingly likely that it was concerning this girl named Azzy. He values her, doesn't he? Yes, indeed, she is family. Joya's demeanor instantly transformed into a warm smile, appearing more benevolent. She signaled for Happiny to set her down, then opened the white box she was holding. Retrieving several bottles of diluted medicine and a roll of bandages, Joya gently approached Azzy, tenderly cradling her hands, leaning in close as she poured the medicine onto them, carefully washing away the dirt and dried blood. Bear with it, it might sting a little. Azzy bit her lip, her eyes reddening, her frail body trembling slightly. After cleansing the surface grime and dried blood, Joya produced a small tool, meticulously cleaning the wound, delicately extracting debris from the torn nail beds, including grains of sand, mud, and fragments of broken nails. A beam of sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating the two figures, Joya with her gentle and serene countenance, and Azzy, pitiful yet resilient, brimming with unspilled tears. This poignant tableau resembled that of a girl, often climbing high and frequently injured, and a mother who indulges her, never wishing to chastise her. Such a scene, imbued with maternal warmth, was precisely what Joya yearned for. She subtly lifted her gaze and stole a glance at Du Qing. Noticing his eyes were upon her, Joya lowered her head further, though her lips could not suppress a smile, her heart brimming with delight. On the high platform, a young male teacher, having just ascended, found himself breathless, staring directly at a headless corpse. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. The young teacher examined the edge he clutched, noting a white, viscous substance smeared upon it, interspersed with fine strands of blood and hair. And his hands were now coated with it. He stood frozen, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, breathing frantically yet stifling his mouth and nose. Feeling the air escape him, his stomach churning violently. Ugh, ugh. It wasn't until he vomited up the remnants of last night's dinner, leaving a pool of filth on the ground, that he paused. His eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse and strained as he shouted, "Murder! Murder! Teacher Molly is dead." Perhaps outside, a nefarious organization wreaked havoc, with Pokémon hunters and various ferocious trainers lurking about, with lives lost daily at the claws of Pokémon, and countless Pokémon slain by humans. Chapter 36, the so-called Rainy Day Defense. Yet in the city of Kanaz, home to the Devon Company, especially within the Trainer Academy, death was a matter of grave significance in the eyes of teachers who spent their days in offices, having never encountered a corpse. The academy was a small utopia, and Du Qing shattered that illusion. Call the police, call the police. A life has been lost. Du Qing remained expressionless, quietly awaiting the unfolding events. As time ticked away, most students scattered like frightened birds, causing minor chaos, leaving only the brave students and teachers lingering at the entrance of Battle Arena 1. Every finger of Azzy was wrapped in a thin layer of gauze, the steel magnet secured in its pokeball, along with a hefty notebook and 2 other pokeballs stowed away in her bag. Joya had her sit atop Happany's head while she carried the white medicine box, standing beside Du Qing. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing sound of sirens blared from outside as several police cars arrived at the academy gates, with a dozen armed officers wielding electric batons. In their midst stood a wilting Lotto tot, surrounded by several motionless Lotto kids, while a disheveled Pelipper soared above them. Torrential rain began to pour, flooding the arena. The alternating red and blue lights illuminated the scene as a middle-aged man, resembling a police chief, entered. He appeared weary, straightening his posture as if summoning courage to speak. "Lord Du Qing, we kindly request that you accompany us. A homicide has occurred at the academy, and we require your statement." The chief approached Du Qing, tensing his body and looking up at him. What a striking figure he was. A perfect amalgamation of strength and beauty, solid and formidable like an insurmountable wall. Yet Du Qing merely stood there, exuding an oppressive pressure that felt almost tangible. Thud, thud, thud. The middle-aged chief could feel his heart racing, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He sensed his blood flow had stagnated, his dormant instincts awakening, his brain sending out urgent signals. Flee, flee, flee. It was reminiscent of ancient times devoid of pokeballs, where unarmed, scantily clad humans faced the ferocity of wild Pokémon. Behind Du Qing, the slumbering Hippowdon in the center of the arena stirred awake. It typically preferred to remain indifferent, but sensed the tension in the air. Hippowdon snorted, its massive body supported by 4 powerful claws, releasing 2 columns of scalding steam from its nostrils, its crimson eyes glimmering, fixating on the officers, and the Pokémon gathered outside. The scattered sand and gravel on the ground began to swirl around Hippodon, rising into the air as the stones within the arena shattered and ascended, causing the arena and the entire academy to tremble slightly. The crocodile fixated on the middle-aged man before it, licking its lips with its tongue. A glint of malice passed through its dark eyes as its scales hardened, muscles tensing, its claws shimmering with a white light, and water began to seep from its tail, which, with a gentle flick, shattered the floor tiles into fragments. Sweat drenched the back of the middle-aged chief, the shadow of death looming over him. He had no doubt that should Du Qing exhibit even a hint of intent, those two fearsome Pokémon would spring into action, mercilessly slaughtering all officers and Pokémon, obliterating the pride of their rainy day defense in an instant. After a moment of contemplation, Du Qing nodded. Very well, I will accompany you to the station. No sooner had the words left his lips than Hippodon and Crocodile retracted their imposing presence, resuming their languid and carefree demeanor. The middle-aged chief exhaled deeply, as if a massive weight had been lifted from his shoulders, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He bowed deeply to the young master before him, expressing, "Thank you for your cooperation." Du Qing turned to Joya, handing her a brass key. "Take Azzy back to the gym, stay there, and do not emerge. There is a man who loves to read inside. If you have any questions, you may ask him." Du Qing then cast a lingering gaze at the round and plump Happiny. The rosy visage of the blissful egg bore a gentle smile, one that was neither rigid nor forced, but rather imbued with a touch of serene spirituality. It stood with care, its short limbs neatly clasped, ensuring that Aji felt no jarring movements. I recognized that this particular happiness egg was unlike the previous ones. You hailed from the Joy family, and naturally possessed a deeper understanding of such creatures. Listening to this nonsensical remark, Joya accepted the brass key, her mind momentarily blank. Her cheeks flushed instantly. As though entrusted with a formidable mission, she patted her chest, causing the medicine box to tumble to the ground, and found herself at a loss for words. "I will ensure the task is completed," she stammered. Aji parted her lips, yet no words escaped her mouth. She gazed at Du Qing, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions, as if brimming with infinite meanings, ultimately managing to utter a few words. "I will wait for you, for your return." Du Qing nodded in acknowledgement, trailing behind the middle-aged police chief. A police officer, only slightly shorter than Du Qing, stepped forward to hold an umbrella for him, while 7 or 8 other officers surrounded them, their electric batons crackling ominously, as if to shield the towering gym leader at their center. Amidst the fine drizzle, a voice emerged from the roadside. "Qing Jier." Upon hearing those 3 words, Du Qing abruptly halted, causing 2 officers still in motion to collide with his back, unprepared, and tumble into the ring. The voice belonged to a tall young man with unkempt facial hair, gaunt cheeks, and pronounced dark circles under his eyes. His bloodshot orbs reflected a tumultuous mix of emotions: jealousy, admiration, hatred, fear, envy, and melancholy. Du Qing turned his head, resuming his pace alongside the police chief, offering only a brief In Kanaz City, at the municipal police department, Du Qing occupied the passenger seat of the spacious police vehicle, which felt somewhat confined due to his towering stature. In stark contrast to the focused police chief and the 2 officers in the back seat, who breathed with utmost caution, he maintained an air of tranquility. Thoughts swirled within Du Qing's mind. It seemed futile to trouble the diligent officers and the chief. Observing the officer's demeanor, it was evident that even the weather defense tactics, typically reserved for large-scale operations against malevolent organizations, had been deployed. Chapter 37. The luxurious configuration of the Wind Speed Hound. Such a minor rain defense was hardly a threat to someone of the gym leader's caliber. At most, it would merely cause a slight inconvenience. The so-called mobilization of weather defenses appeared more as a symbolic gesture of authority. In Kanaz City, only one individual would dare to employ such a tactic to signify their status in the pursuit of him: Ms. Junshano, the highest leader of the Kanaz police system. Du Qing recalled the words spoken by Du Jiao before her departure. "Ms. Junsha is trustworthy. She will neither harm you nor assist you." That same day, Ms. Junsha had taken down Du Qing's contact information. It was then that he learned her name. They had never exchanged a single word nor sent a message. The outwardly amiable and compliant mayor, the equally submissive Miss Joy, and the deceased representative from Du and Company, all were unworthy of trust. At that time, Du Qing believed Ms. Junshano was equally untrustworthy. It was only due to his faith in Du Jiao that he had begun to reconsider. Du Qing reached up to pluck a few strands of his lustrous black hair, twirling them between his fingers, releasing a few dark flecks, while the remnants shone with a hint of azure. He harbored suspicions, albeit not yet confirmed. After assuming the role of gym leader, Qing acted with utter disregard, engaging in multiple assaults and even homicide, refusing challenges with ease. The operations of the Kanaz Gym had stagnated for nearly half a year. To the eyes of officials and the powerful, Qing was utterly absurd. During Du Jiao's tenure, she had similarly opposed them, but her limits were too low. She acted without concealment, leaving a trail that was relatively predictable. The outrageous acts committed by Qing could still be smoothed over with his identity and power. Today's incident, involving a murder at the Kanaz Trainer Academy, with the victim being a 60 or 70-year-old teacher, had been recorded in its entirety by the battlefield surveillance, bearing severe implications and ramifications. It was whispered that the deceased, known as Molly, had a somewhat influential husband. The old man was not only the vice mayor of Kanaz, but was also rumored to have participated in the establishment of the black market, engaging in dealings with certain malevolent organizations. Of course, such matters were mere hearsay, for under the laws of the Fenyuan Alliance, collusion with evil organizations was punishable by death. So, at this very moment, what could Ms. Junsha possibly want with him today? Upon arriving at the location, Qing unfastened his seatbelt and exited the cramped vehicle. Several police cars had come to a halt, and over 10 officers, leaving their electric batons in the cars, encircled Qing, their expressions tense, sweat pouring down like rain. One young officer stepped forward, speaking softly, "Gym leader, according to regulations, your Pokémon cannot be brought in." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged police chief's eyelids twitched. He hastily raised his baton and playfully thumped the young officer's helmet, reprimanding him with a tone that was not quite friendly. The gym leader's status is special. He cannot be treated like an ordinary person. Be more astute in the future. Facing the entrance of the police station, Qing strode forward with purpose as the two officers on guard sprang into action, hastily opening the door for him. Entering the police station, Qing was received by several clerks, and after navigating a labyrinthine path, he stepped into the elevator, ascending to the highest floor of the Kanaz City Police Department. Ding! The elevator door slid open. An elderly clerk, with a few strands of gray in her hair, attended to Qing. Her face bore small age spots, suggesting she had long surpassed retirement age. She leaned slightly, her stature modest, reaching only to Qing's waist. The elderly clerk first bowed deeply, respectfully greeting him, then gestured for him to follow her. After traversing a lengthy corridor, they finally halted before a redwood door. The elderly clerk bowed once more to the door, mirroring her earlier gesture towards Qing, before gently knocking upon it, her rhythm steady and her volume gradually increasing. Tap, tap, tap. "Miss, Lord Qing has arrived." A languid voice emerged from within. Let him in." The elderly clerk turned the doorknob, signaling Qing to enter, before departing, presumably to attend to other matters. Qing pushed the door open and stepped into the room. Contrary to the anticipated stern office atmosphere, the interior resembled a cozy living room, complete with a sofa, a wall-mounted television, and a warm-toned carpet made from an unknown Pokémon's fur. A simple table held an unadorned teapot and cups. Looking around, everything appeared quite ordinary, until Qing's eyes widened slightly at the sight of an enormous dog bed. Rather than a mere dog bed, it resembled a deformed mass, with a large indentation in the center, pressed against one side of a damaged sofa. Surrounding the bed were numerous broken table legs and torn leather scraps. Nestled within the bed was a dog-like Pokémon, panting with its tongue lolling out, its fluffy beige fur obscuring its face and neck. With round, brown eyes that gleamed with a certain allure, the creature known as the Wind Speed Dog bore alternating stripes of black and orange across its robust body. Its legs were similarly adorned with a thick coat of fur, while a particularly abundant tuft at the end of its tail swayed rhythmically from side to side. Qing shifted his gaze to the creature's face, only to be met by a fearsome visage. Its sharp fangs jutted out menacingly, and its eyes sparkled with a cruel intensity, veins bulging, as if poised to pounce at any moment. A shudder coursed through his muscles, and he felt a disquieting drain of strength. He fought the impulse to retrieve a Pokeball. Closing his eyes momentarily, he reopened them to behold the Wind Speed Dog once more. This time, the fearsome image had transformed into a countenance that appeared somewhat solemn, albeit with a tongue protruding, exuding steam. To validate his hypothesis, Qing pressed a button on the edge of his frame. The Wind Speed Dog, a legendary Pokémon, is the evolved form of the Houndour. With its splendid mane and regal presence, it can run as if flying, despite its legendary status being somewhat common. As sightings are not particularly rare, it is said to be capable of covering 10,000 kilometers in a single day and night. Many have been captivated by its graceful form, a Pokémon steeped in ancient Eastern legends. Gender, male. Type, fire. Ability, intimidate. Height, 5 meters. Weight, 215 kilograms. It has mastered a plethora of skills, including play rough, fire fong, flame charge, howl, assist, crunch, revenge, endure, agility, stomp, roar, tackle, sunny day, flamethrower, fire spin, U-turn. Sweet kiss, close combat, overheat, dragon pulse, extreme speed, and many others. The inherited skills include rampage, double kick, sacrificial charge, and great fury. Such an extravagant array of abilities. Excluding the cost of TMs, the expenses associated with teaching moves and unlocking potential are astronomical, unimaginable to the average person. It is indeed a testament to the excellence of the Junsha family's nurturing of the wind speed dog, with every attribute maximized. Chapter 38. Is it to your liking? Junsha Nua pushed open a door and entered the living room. Her deep blue, damp hair cascaded elegantly, framing her cheeks, while her reddish-brown eyes sparkled with mirth. Her complexion slightly flushed, clad only in a black nightgown. Her ample figure filled the loose-fitting garment, and the exposed skin of her arms radiated warmth, releasing fine wisps of steam. Beneath her delicate feet, simple, thick-soled slippers padded softly, leaving moisture on the floor. I just finished showering. I'm sorry for the hasty appearance, she said with a radiant smile directed at Du Qing, her tone apologetic yet lacking genuine remorse. Du Qing met her gaze, as if searching for something within, but eventually shook his head and offered a brief assessment. The wind speed dog is a fine creature. At this unusual compliment, Junsha Nua let out a soft laugh, her full figure shaking slightly, droplets cascading to the floor and soaking into the carpet. I'll take that as a compliment. Please, make yourself at home. Without hesitation, Du Qing settled himself on the sofa, claiming a substantial portion of the space with his broad frame, sinking into the plush cushions. Junsha Nua covered her mouth, taking a seat on the opposite end of the sofa, inevitably brushing against the man beside her. So, how do you intend to resolve this matter? Du Qing asked directly. Having come to discuss and address issues at hand, Junsha Nua hesitated momentarily, appearing unconcerned, as she poured a cup of tea with a somewhat clumsy grace and presented it to Du Qing. It's nothing serious. It merely has an unfavorable impact. Du Qing nodded, acknowledging the situation, raised the cup, and drank heartily before standing up to leave. Hey, wait. Seeing Du Qing's intent to depart, Junsha Nua's demeanor shifted from nonchalance to urgency as she grasped his arm, coaxing him back into his seat. She looked at him curiously. Aren't you at all curious why I'm helping you? If you wish to speak, you will, Du Qing replied, pouring himself another cup of tea and draining it in one go. If you don't wish to share, then asking is futile. Junsha Nua appeared somewhat disheartened, pouting and playfully pinching Du Qing's robust arm. You're quite dull. The elderly woman you killed was hardly a virtuous individual. She was a mediocre talent, elevated through connections and backdoor dealings to become a senior teacher. It took her over 60 years to ascend to her position, employing outdated teaching methods, often accepting gifts from students' parents while being particularly harsh on those who did not offer bribes or gave less. Those with affluent backgrounds were exempted from her scrutiny. Junsha Nua recounted various details about the deceased, utilizing her authority to access the Kanaz Police Department's information system, easily uncovering the significant events of any Kanaz citizen's life. Not to mention, senior educators like her were well documented. Her husband had a bit of influence and a rather inspiring story. From humble beginnings, he clawed his way up to a civil servant position through his mediocre writing. With charm and flattery, he steadily climbed the ranks, reaching the position of Secretary General in his 40s and becoming Deputy Mayor in his 60s without retiring. He owned over 10 shops in Kanaz's black market and was among its primary architects, facilitating numerous projects from the Alliance and city government, contracting them to the Devon Company. He was also somewhat loyal, securing a teaching position for his wife, who had failed public service examinations for over a decade. At the Kanaz Trainer Academy, many of his neighbors and kin received favorable positions, and it said he distributes red packets whenever he returns to his hometown. Junsha Nua poured another cup of tea for the man beside her and tossed a bone-shaped chew toy into the dog's bed. Du Qing, however, refrained from drinking this time. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. You are correct, but not entirely. He was a man of the underworld, a native of the north and old district of Kanaz City, orphaned and impoverished. He became a junior civil servant at 16 and advanced to a senior position by 24, during which time he married a store clerk named Mari. His exceptional work capabilities, coupled with bold bribery and promises, propelled him upward. He was not a faithful man. I cannot ascertain the number of mistresses, but I have seen no less than 18 illegitimate children. Those who owed him favors occupied land, oppressed others, and engaged in smuggling and poaching Pokémon under his protection without drawing too much attention. The collusion between the black market and the water fleet, along with other smaller malevolent organizations, is a well-known secret. The Fujishu Maritime Trading Post, with alliance personnel involved, has managed to avoid incidents. However, the Kanaz black market is strictly prohibited. Du Qing tapped his index finger against the table, causing the teacup to tremble and spill some tea. He fixed his gaze on Jun Sha and declared, "I know you possess evidence of Kuroda Ping's collusion with the water fleet. If you report it to the Alliance, I can lead a raid on his home and, consequently, eliminate him." Gazing at the earnest man before her, Jun Shano parted her lips slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with playful glints. "Of course, I can," she replied, her tone shifting as she curled her legs. Kneeling on the sofa, her fair hands clasped Du Qing's shoulders, and she leaned her cheek against his side, delicately inhaling his scent with her finely sculpted nose. Jun Shano gently caressed the clean, neatly cropped black hair of the man beside her, her fingertips playfully teasing, as she uttered a rather nonsensical remark. "Your new hair must be growing out quite nicely." Du Qing's body jolted, and he turned to gaze at the woman beside him. His crimson eyes flickered with a dim light, contrasting vividly with the bright chestnut in Jun Shano's gaze. "It does, doesn't it? You feel it too, right?" Jun Shano's cheeks flushed with warmth as she excitedly licked her lips, wrapping her arms around Du Qing's robust arm, her expression one of sheer enchantment, her tones sweetly saccharine. "It does, it really does." Du Qing, without hesitation, broke free from her embrace, rising abruptly from the sofa. Nearby, the wind speed dog, witnessing the scene, dropped the chew toy from its mouth, tilting its head in confusion. It trotted over, nuzzling Du Qing's side with its fluffy head, panting with its tongue lolling out, its tail wagging like a propeller. After a moment of restraint, Du Qing finally patted the wind speed dog's head, inhaling deeply before resuming his seat. Jun Shano shot a reproachful glare at the wind speed dog. "You traitor, I've cared for you all these months." Chapter 39, Matters of Recruitment Must Not Be Mentioned Again. "Hey, have you made up your mind?" Jun Shano inquired, her voice laced with an alluring undertone as she produced a high-grade pokeball, pressing it into Du Qing's arms. "In a few months, you'll turn 18. If you wish to return to your family, come see me after your birthday." She gestured towards the obedient wind speed dog sitting on the floor. "You really like this little fellow, don't you? If you promise to return, it shall be yours, or rather, it already is yours." This little creature, though still young, had already undergone exemplary training by the family. No one understood the essence of wind speed dogs better than the Jun family. Although still in its youth, it was perilously close to becoming the ace Pokémon of an ordinary gym leader. "You currently possess only 2 Pokémon, don't you? Doesn't that tempt you?" Jun Shano shifted her position, clearing the teacup and pot from the table, and sat directly across from Du Qing, her soft, supple form leaning into his embrace. An intoxicating fragrance wafting from her. Du Qing furrowed his brow, sinking into deep contemplation. Both of his parents were fallen police officers during his childhood. He scarcely understood the nature of their work, only knowing they rarely returned home, sometimes disappearing for weeks or even months. After their tragic demise at the hands of a nefarious organization, their identities dwindled to that of ordinary Kanaz police officers. Ordinary officers. Yet they could be absent from home for months. His hair had been black since childhood, but as he aged, it began to take on a blue hue. Particularly evident in recent times. Blue hair and red eyes, with parents who were police officers. Jun Shano extended her pristine arm, cradling Du Qing's face with earnest seriousness. A stark contrast to her previous radiant demeanor. The family requires a young and promising gym leader, and you need a sufficiently formidable backing. I know you are different from others. Your ambitions are vast, and your list of adversaries is endless, spanning the globe. Yet, you stand alone. Du-Wan cannot offer you much assistance, and Duda cannot be your support. His influence is too feeble, and he is reluctant to pass it on to you. The family holds you in high regard, viewing you as a seed poised for the Elite Four level, ready to grant you the highest level of treatment. With the Jun family's support, you could truly pursue even the most audacious endeavors without hesitation. Jun Qing, come back, come back. Du Qing reached out, his large hands gently lifting Jun Shano by her armpits, disregarding her struggles as he set her down on the sofa as one would a child. Exuding an air of resolute authority. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If I were still in Wudou Town, still cleaning the beaches, I would not be considered part of any family. When I was crammed into a leaky tin house with a sand shrew, laboring for the next meal, you were nowhere to be found. When my parents perished and their pensions were withheld, leaving me utterly alone, you did not appear. Now that I have become a gym leader, possessing both strength and power at a young age, you show up. His memories of his mother were few. And she too had not had a wind speed dog. Her hair was black, and with so many tasks, she likely received little recognition. Jun Shano, in a state of urgency, quickly replied, "Your parents' work issues were the family's mismanagement. Your mother is a distant bloodline and has little emotional connection with the family. The pension system was established by the Foenyuan Alliance during a time of turmoil. We were powerless to intervene. If you feel the family has wronged you, we can make amends. Your status, strength, and potential are all exceptional, eligible for the family's highest investment. If you desire, the compensation could be a mere gesture, requiring only that you become an elite and do some work for the family, expanding its influence." Du Qing shook his head, dismissing her words, continuing, "Duda has raised me for nearly a decade, and Duwan granted me the position of gym leader. I will not abandon my surname to become a member of your family on a whim. While my ideals may differ from my adoptive father's, I resonate with my sister's beliefs. The many absurd actions I undertake stem from my own volition." Du Qing's gaze drifted to the window, his eyes deep and melancholic, as if reminiscing about the past. In a distant land, there exists an ancient saying, "To eat the king's grain is to share the king's troubles. Only by extricating oneself from any force's influence can one tread a path less traveled. If you are willing to assist me personally, I shall likewise extend my help. If not, I shall forge my own path. Recruitment matters must not be mentioned again. Let us both act with prudence." With an expressionless visage, Du Qing did not look back as he strode forward, pushing the door open and departing. Jun Shano's pupils widened, her delicate frame trembling as she weakly stood from the sofa and hurried to the door. You. But as she peered outside, not a single figure was in sight. The man had left. Staggering backward, she collapsed onto the sofa, her deep blue hair swaying gently as she inhaled deeply, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. Refusing to join the Jun family, she mused, recalling Du Qing's words before his departure, her breath growing heavy with astonishment. Could the position of elite truly be his final destination? Beside her, the wind speed dog appeared equally stunned, its mouth clutching a broken table leg. Tilting its head in confusion, its fluffy fur flickering with sparks of anxiety as it paced restlessly. Why did they almost embrace only to part ways again? Jun Shano regained her composure, realizing that her previous actions toward Du Qing, favoring him, were merely a duty to fulfill the family's recruitment responsibilities. Whether she wished to acknowledge it or not, she now harbored a unique sentiment towards Du Qing. A seed had been sown within her heart, slowly beginning to sprout. So stubborn. Woof woof. The wind speed dog gnawed on a piece of a dilapidated bench leg, looking quizzically at the woman before it, its tail gently wagging. The last remnants of gloom dissipated as Jun Shano's laughter rang out. She gazed at the adjacent speed dog with a playful smile, her tone laced with a hint of schadenfreude. "Your master no longer wants you." The rickety leg of a dilapidated stool tumbled from the speed dog's mouth, eliciting a soft whimper from it, tinged with dismay. Though it could not comprehend human language, it was attuned to the nuances of tone and atmosphere. Junshanu affectionately ruffled the speed dog's fluffy tufts, burying her face within them, repeatedly nuzzling, attempting to lift its hefty head, only to find it steadfastly immobile. "Oh, portly pup. It is high time you shed some weight, lest your master truly abandon you." The creature emitted a mournful whine. Whoa whoa. Junshanu lowered the dog's head and peered outside, then dashed out of the living room, rummaging through her room. Chapter 40. The Tyrant of the Mountains, exhausted and frenzied. The photographs before her depicted a young man with short black hair and well-defined features. There were candid shots alongside official portraits, most captured from covert angles. Junshanu cradled the stack of photos and spread them out on the table, addressing the speed dog. "Come here, dear pup, and commit to memory the visage of the individual in these photographs. He is the one who just departed. Remember his appearance, remember his scent." With utmost seriousness, she articulated, "His name is Du Qing. Memorize the syllables. He is your true master, unlike any other. He has entrusted you to my care and will reclaim you in due course." She gestured for the speed dog to lie down and leaned closer to its ear, adopting a grave demeanor. "If you remain as rotund as you are now and neglect to train and grow stronger, your master will forsake you. You will become a forsaken little dog, reduced to scavenging for scraps on the streets." The speed dog stood, then promptly sat down, nodding eagerly, its massive form nearly brushing the ceiling, licking its lips, appearing as a woeful child weighing over 400 pounds. A woo, a woo, a woo. Junshanu wore a mischievous grin, lost in her thoughts. In the Foenyuan region, an uncharted domain, near the watery frontier, a colossal beast loomed over the sea, towering nearly 10 meters high, propelled onward by the surging waves beneath it. Its entire body was encased in a thick green shell, with robust, sharp spikes jutting from its skull, shoulders, and back, while its chest and abdomen lay bare. Covered only by a slate blue shell, the sides of its neck and the outer thighs bore dark orifices, expelling water. Its gaze was wild, its visage menacing. Designation: 008. The Mountain Tyrant. Above this gargantuan creature, a massive, gray, dragon-like entity with an expansive wingspan and violet membranes soared through the air, its mouth filled with sharp, pearly teeth, and the tip of its tail adorned with a glimmering spike. The ancient sovereign of the skies, the fossil pterosaur. Behind the fossil pterosaur stood a woman clad in a simple long dress. Her features were exquisite, her gaze resolute, though her skin appeared slightly parched. This was the long-missing former leader of the Kanaz Gym, Wudou. Observing the relentless pursuit of the massive armored beast behind her, Wudou sighed in resignation. Have they dispatched such monstrosities to drive me from Hoenn? Designation: 008. Target airborne entity ahead. Initiate ice beam. A sleek black square metal device adhered to the forehead of the Bangilas, glossy and firmly affixed with 4 specially designed steel nails. The commanding voice emanated from this black metallic block. Bangilas struggled momentarily, seemingly resisting the command, but after a brief pause, a glimmer of confusion crossed its eyes, and it complied. With an enraged roar, it launched an attack at the soaring gray dragon. A robust beam of white light erupted forth, causing water to freeze around Bangilas and dropping the temperature in the air significantly, a chill wafting across the sea. Wudou furrowed her brow. Here it comes again. She swiftly tossed out a great ball, releasing an unsightly shell-like creature with writhing tentacles. The spiny ammonite, rock smash. Several rounded rocks soared forth, producing a jarring sonic boom as they collided with the white beam. The beam was only partially shattered, ice shards and rocks cascading into the seawater, yet it continued unabated. The spiny ammonite toyed with a green dye in its tentacles, which spun rapidly before finally settling on the number 5. Immediately, more rocks were hurled, obliterating the white beam completely. Designation: 008. Maintain surfing stance. Prepare for the next assault. Target airborne entity ahead. Initiate destructive beam. As before, a flicker of confusion and resistance flickered in Bangilas's eyes. It did not attack immediately. Wudou, however, resolved not to remain passive any longer. Previously, she refrained from engaging with this corporate monster to avoid endangering innocent civilians or damaging essential infrastructure. Now, with the battle taking place at sea, there were no innocents to harm, so she would unleash her full might. The corporate representatives, commanding such formidable Pokémon from afar, truly underestimated the resolve of a gym leader. Wudou's expression turned grave as she hurled a Pokeball directly at Bangilas's face. Steel Magneton, heavy slam. A powerful magnetic field enveloped the surroundings, causing Steel Magneton to levitate. Its long, wide blue and white headband expanded, adorned with pulsating red patterns, its body gleaming with a metallic sheen, gaining weight as it plummeted from the sky. With a thunderous crash, the nearly 1-ton Steel Magneton struck Bangilas's forehead, producing a sound akin to cracking shell. The black metallic block dented inward, the sounds emanating from it becoming intermittent, accompanied by the crackling of electricity, though it seemed to remain operational. Designation: 008. Use Thunderbolt. Target the black block on its head. A powerful current formed a thick beam of light, fully penetrating the black metallic block. The sound of sizzling electricity erupted. Tiny electronic components bursting forth, the crackling sound reverberating as a portion of the black block was gouged out, revealing a complex array of shattered components and circuitry within. Designation: 008. Bangilas bellowed in agony, releasing its fury through a chaotic display of various attacks, unleashing flames, electricity, ice shards, and debris, transforming the entire sea into a tempestuous chaos. Several Magikarp floated belly up on the surface, and numerous Wingulls plummeted from the sky, their bodies mangled. Countless Pokémon were caught in the crossfire. Steel Magneton, wide guard. Enormous circular shields unfurled, enveloping the rampaging Bangilas and absorbing the majority of the attacks. Ultimately, Bangilas ceased its onslaught. After pursuing Wudou for days on end, it had unleashed its full power but could not sustain the exertion and collapsed, panting heavily. Yet its eyes still gleamed with madness. Chapter 41. It has always been so, has it not? Gazing upon the frenzied behemoth before her, Wudou hesitated for a moment before returning Steel Magneton and the spiny ammonite to their Pokeballs. Although this Bangilas has spiraled out of control, The Devon Company will undoubtedly be able to ascertain its location. The most pressing concern now lies with the personnel of the Devon Company, though it remains uncertain when they will arrive to reclaim it. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. The fossil pterodactyl flapped its wings, letting out a long howl as it soared into the higher skies, swiftly vanishing from Banjula's view. Du furrowed her brow, her thoughts swirling. She had been pursued for months, during which time there had been no news, and reflecting on the myriad events she faced during those years of being targeted, her heart felt constricted, making her breath increasingly labored. Could her brother withstand the pressure? Qing was a soft-spoken, introverted individual. She wondered if he might be bullied. In Kanaz City, within the hallowed halls of Kanaz Academy, the principal's office, Qing's expression was devoid of emotion as she abruptly delivered a kick, sending the impeccably dressed middle-aged man crashing against the wall. The middle-aged principal let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. The entire room trembled slightly. Just sign it when I tell you to. Stop with the nonsense. Upon the neat desk lay an array of tea sets and antique items haphazardly scattered around, with a stack of white information files at the center. The file bore the photograph of a girl with short, ear-length hair, her expression appearing somewhat detached and vacant, as if she were pondering some profound question. The middle-aged principal struggled to rise, raising a hand, swaying it before the towering youth. Stop. Let us discuss this calmly. Let us sit down and talk. Qing, however, paid him no heed, merely pushing the file forward once more. I believe she is ready to graduate now. Please sign her name. The page marked with the word graduation contained 3 signature areas, designated for the student, the current principal, and the resident curator. The signature area was filled with various assessment results, each box brimming with the second-tier grade of A. Students graduating from Kanaz Trainer Academy could simply present their graduation certificate to register as trainers at the trainer service hall. Qing's tone was flat, yet it carried an undeniable air of authority that brooked no refusal. The middle-aged principal coughed up blood, picked up a white handkerchief hanging from the nearby rack to delicately wipe the blood from his lips, and reluctantly took the pen, meticulously signing his name on the file. Qing nodded, took the pen, and similarly inscribed her name. Is there anything else, Mr. Curator? Regarding the regulations of Kanaz Academy, I will replenish the funds for scholarships and subsidies to restore it to the state it was in before the previous curator departed. The middle-aged principal's eyelids twitched, and he felt a sudden discomfort in the principal's chair. Carefully weighing his words, he hesitated and replied, Well, Mr. Curator, you should understand that the academy isn't solely under my jurisdiction. I support it, but the other leaders. Qing scrutinized the middle-aged man before her and suddenly spoke. You have profited quite a bit over the years, haven't you? The middle-aged principal's body trembled, attempting to feign a cough, only to spit out more blood. Well, Mr. Curator, if I don't take my share, how would others? If the subordinates are not allowed to benefit, they will lack sincerity in their work. I am, in fact, compelled by circumstance. As he spoke, the middle-aged principal even sighed, a shadow of desolation crossing his face, as if truly compelled to accumulate such wealth. Qing let out a cold laugh, mercilessly exposing him. What more do you have to say about the sincerity of your subordinates? You and your ilk have devoured so much over the years, yet have accomplished nothing. The Kanaz Trainer Academy, despite its prestigious status as a renowned institution in Hoenn, has not produced a single top-tier trainer in nearly 5 years. If we exclude the students of the former curator, the academy indeed encompasses a wide array, with various young masters and mistresses from other regions arriving with exotic Pokémon and their retinues, crossing oceans to gild their resumes. The locals merely see the school as a stepping stone. With this prestigious diploma, it sounds impressive when mentioned. A trainer who does not teach battles, nor cultivate Pokémon, but instead engages in frivolous galas and tea parties, with merely a dozen spots in a class, and yet only 1 or 2 attend the lectures. What nonsense about second-tier or third-tier students and diplomas. After the former curator's departure, they even began to assign prices. The tuition has skyrocketed to over 100,000. Do you think the esteemed educators at the academy are worth such fees? It's one thing to fail to produce elite trainers, but with so many courses on cultivation and coordination, there has yet to emerge a single outstanding cultivator or coordinator. What a farce. Qing's words were sharp as swords, ruthlessly shredding the facade of the Kanaz Trainer Academy's illustrious reputation. The middle-aged principal lowered his head, weakly responding, But the phenomena you mention have always been this way. The previous principal operated like this, and when I took over, the academy was already like this. Qing's expression remained cold, and the air within the room seemed to solidify for a moment, growing heavy. Is that so? Is it acceptable simply because it has always been this way? Upon hearing those words, The middle-aged principal's pupils dilated, and his breath hitched. My demands are not excessive. Restore the academy to its state prior to the former curator's departure. This task is not insurmountable. I know you can accomplish it. Consider it an opportunity. Qing picked up the file from the desk, turned without a backward glance, and before leaving, she uttered a final remark. This is merely the first step. Once I have completed my business and withdrawn, the next time I return here, even more lives will be lost. The middle-aged principal stood in a daze for a considerable time as he watched the tall youth depart. He recalled the scene from just 10 minutes prior. When Qing had first arrived, Ma Li was dead, and he was in a frenzy, dealing with matters from Hippo. The tuition revenue was due again. Yet he had no time to count the money. This curator had entered the room, demanding his signature with an exceedingly poor attitude. The middle-aged principal had felt a surge of anger. I am the principal. Your graduation certificate requires my signature. How dare you disrespect me? And then, he had been kicked against the wall. The curators, it seemed, preferred to resolve issues through force. As for restoring the system, the principal believed he was still capable. After all, he had been principal for over a decade, and this task was not particularly difficult, though it would mean reduced earnings. However, more than this matter, he was troubled by Qing's words as she departed. An opportunity bestowed upon him? The thought of the lost money pained the middle-aged principal deeply. Yet, in the end, he chose to bow his head. In front of the upright and gentle Wudou, he could feign the role of a paragon, but now, in the face of the tyrannical Qing, he could only play the part of a scheming minister. Alas, what a predicament! How one earns must also come with the means to spend. Chapter 42. The Disheartened Youth and the Mediterranean. In Kanaz City, at the Devon Entertainment Bar number 07. In a dimly lit corner, a small table was set upon the ground, with two men seated across from one another. One of them, clad in a tailored suit, sported a shiny, bald head devoid of hair, with sparse tufts on either side, a classic Mediterranean look. He wore a pair of non-prescription glasses, his face lined with deep wrinkles, exuding an air of scholarly wisdom, yet his brow bore a hint of shadow. Opposite the Mediterranean figure sat a disheartened youth. His dark circles were pronounced, the whites of his eyes marred by a web of blood vessels, his beard unkempt, and his posture hunched. He held a finely crafted cigarette, occasionally exhaling a cloud of smoke. Holding a half-filled wine glass in hand, the golden liquid swayed gently, as if pondering whether to be consumed in a single gulp. The Mediterranean counterpart, similarly clutching a glass of wine, remained utterly still, contemplating for a moment before placing it upon the table, clearly not inclined towards drinking. Teacher Zhaohai, if you're not going to drink, may I have it instead? My family is rather strict and doesn't provide me with money for alcohol, Wei spoke up, his gaze fixed intently on the glass in Zhaohai's hand, devoid of any distraction, solely fixated on his thirst for alcohol. Zhaohai's demeanor grew somewhat awkward. He glanced around nervously, inching towards the corner as if fearing the sight of acquaintances. Ah, young Master Wei, with such a remarkable talent, why let it go to waste? As far as I know, your combat science score from 5 years ago was among the top in the entire academy, he remarked with a chuckle. However, Wei displayed no sign of joy upon hearing this. Instead, a hint of self-deprecating humor surfaced on his face. After a moment of internal struggle, he opted to down the half glass of wine in one swift motion. Phew, was it good? At that time, I was merely second among the first-year students. With an overall historical ranking of third, perhaps influenced by the alcohol, Wei's voice grew increasingly boisterous. He glared at Zhaohai and queried, do you think that's impressive? Is that a good score? Wei leaned across the table, gripping the front of the man's shirt, beginning to shout, saliva splattering onto Zhaohai, who hurriedly wiped it away. Second, third, you actually think that's commendable? Zhaohai, feeling somewhat flustered, set aside the tissue he had been using to wipe and attempted to soothe him. Young Master Wei, please, let's not get agitated. We can discuss this calmly. A sudden flicker of realization washed over Wei, and he transformed as if a different person, settling back into his seat with unexpected composure. You are right, Teacher Zhaohai. I was too agitated, Wei said, his demeanor shifting to one of refined elegance as he adjusted his disheveled attire, resembling a well-mannered young gentleman. Zhaohai maintained a facade of a smile while internally cursing. Both brothers are mad. Teacher Zhaohai, Wei began, scratching his head and swallowing hard, somewhat embarrassed. May I have a sip from your glass? Of course, of course. Zhaohai hastily extended the glass. Wei took it and gulped it down in one go. Thank you. I appreciate your hospitality, teacher. It's nothing, Zhaohai chuckled. Young Master Wei, what do you think of the current director? How does he compare to the previous one? Faced with such a probing question, Wei froze, his hand halting midair, unable to move. Zhao Hai's eyelids fluttered, a sense of unease creeping in. Has he triggered some mental affliction? Several minutes passed before Du Wei regained his senses. In the realm of elven combat, we must possess extensive theoretical knowledge, reciting 1,000 words from the combat guide daily, while also engaging in practical battles at least 7 times a week. Zhao Hai raised his hand, his tone frantic, waving it in front of Du Wei. Young Master Du Wei, are you all right? Where were we? Du Wei shook his head, a glimmer of clarity returning to his eyes. Zhao Hai's eyes darted as he stumbled over his words. We were discussing, the character of the current director. Du Wei nodded earnestly, his fingers stroking his stubbled chin, and countered, what do you think of the character of the previous and current directors? I believe the current director's methods are excessively. Du Wei interrupted, lifting his gaze. Barbaric, right? Upon hearing that term, Zhao Hai's expression brightened, as if he had confirmed some pivotal answer, his demeanor becoming more animated. Indeed, he is exceedingly barbaric. Having fortuitously become a director, he has become arrogant and oppressive, resorting to violence against those who displease him. In Kanaz City, he runs rampant, breaking the fingers of law-abiding youths and sending them to the hospital. A venerable teacher, who toiled through life, met his demise merely for reprimanding his girlfriend. Zhao Hai spoke passionately, tears welling in his eyes. Although I have never taught him, I can ascertain that he must have been a wretched child. And Du Wan, instead of caring for her uncle, assists that outsider Du Qing, even passing the directorship to him. What foolishness, sheer folly. Young Master Du Wei, that position should be yours. Du Qing has usurped what rightfully belongs to you, and it must be reclaimed. Zhao Hai's fervor escalated, saliva and spittle spraying everywhere. He appeared as if he were a strategist rallying against a traitor to support a righteous king, filled with passion and zeal. Du Wei laughed. Ha. His laughter grew increasingly boisterous, his body shaking with mirth until tears streamed down his face. Ha. Zhao Hai stood awkwardly, compelled to join in the laughter. However, the laughter abruptly ceased. Du Wei rose, his demeanor shifting into something unrecognizable. With a resounding thud, Du Wei swung his fist and struck Zhao Hai in the face. Ouch! Zhao Hai collapsed to the ground, covering his face, his expression one of confusion as he stammered, "Why, young master?" The response he received was not an answer, but another punch. Du Wei's expression contorted, his eyes reddening. What do you think you are? Du Wei unleashed another blow, sending Zhao Hai sprawling. What do you think you are? He barked. Do you even have the right to speak of Brother Qing and Sister Wan? Du Wei raised his foot, mercilessly trampling on Zhao Hai while cursing. Do you even deserve it? To hell with you. I know. I'm not as composed as Brother Qing, nor as kind-hearted as Sister Wan. I know I am inferior to them. Not satisfied with merely trampling, Du Wei surveyed his surroundings and seized a metal stool, relentlessly smashing it against Zhao Hai. The sounds of cracking bones and deforming flesh resonated ominously. I admit it. I am not as good as either of them. I, Du Wei, acknowledge it. I have already accepted it. So why must you, of all people, question me? With a final crash, the leg of the stool shattered. Du Wei finally halted his assault, breathless from the exertion. On the floor lay Zhao Hai, a bloodied figure. Crimson splatters staining the surroundings and soaking into Du Wei's trousers, barely drawing breath. The sounds of the scuffle were unmistakable, drawing curious onlookers. Upon witnessing the scene, patrons at nearby tables shrieked in alarm, the glamorous men and women shoving each other in fear as they fled, wine glasses crashing to the ground. A considerable commotion erupted in the small bar. Approximately half a minute later, 3 men clad in casual attire arrived, their expressions resolute, physique robust. With neatly strapped pokeballs at their waists, their garments adorned with identical rock patterns, clearly indicating professional training. The leader of the group, somewhat shorter in stature, appeared not particularly old, yet his hair was streaked with gray and his face bore several scars, rendering him exceptionally fearsome. His gaze was fixed on the despondent youth slumped on the ground. 2 bartenders, resembling startled quails, cowered beneath the bar counter, observing the arrival of this group. The older bartender made a phone call, and upon receiving confirmation, waved to the 2 awkward security guards at the door, prompting all 4 to stealthily escape through the rear exit. The 2 men approached Du Wei and gently helped him to his feet, guiding him to a chair. Young master, the master has expressly forbidden you from attending such gatherings. Du Wei remained silent, patting his chest and puffing his cheeks as he stared at the scarred man in the center. The scarred man, evidently well acquainted with Du Wei's temperament, immediately understood and pushed a trash bin in front of him. Ugh. Once he had finished retching, Du Wei brushed aside the 2 young men beside him and said, Scar uncle, I understand. You're here to take me back. The scarred man nodded, signaling the other 2 to encircle Du Wei, his tone respectful yet devoid of courtesy. Indeed, this is the master's command. Please do not make things difficult for us, young master. A faint smile of resignation appeared on Du Wei's face, as he chose not to resist. Hell, let us go. The scarred man glanced at the shattered wine glasses and the refuse strewn across the floor beneath the table, his mouth opening slightly, as if to criticize or advise, but he ultimately refrained from speaking. Take the young master away. In the city of Kanaz, within an unnamed estate, the massive iron gates were pulled open by guards flanking either side. The gates bore intricate diamond-patterned stone engravings, which, though complex, had weathered the elements, leaving patches of rust on their surface. As the grand door swung open, a wide path of thick stone slabs, meticulously arranged, greeted them, devoid of any litter. Even dust was a rarity, presenting an overly pristine appearance. This stone pathway stretched long, with Du Wei and the scarred man seated atop two armored rhinoceroses, progressing slowly. The estate's interior was vast, almost comparable to a village in the outside world, yet it was dominated by a solitary castle, with no signs of life, save for a few scattered servants wielding brooms and tidying the already immaculate stone path. The sole structure was a castle constructed of stone, topped with a massive flag emblazoned with the same intricate stone pattern as the gates. Sparse moss and vines clung to the outer walls, with fragments of fallen plaster littering the ground below. In stark contrast to the modern high-rises and aerial railways of Kanaz City, this castle evidently belonged to a bygone era, its age rendering it a solitary relic. Du Wei observed this castle, where he had spent his childhood, with an air of indifference. Not a single fond memory of a blissful youth surfaced, nor did he experience any joy at returning home. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of malaise, a heavy, decaying atmosphere. The two reached the castle's entrance, where a creaking wooden drawbridge was lowered with a groan. Du Wei gazed at the long dry moat, furrowing his brow while a peculiar smile crept onto his lips. The pair entered the castle, navigating through a maze of familiar corridors until Du Wei swiftly arrived at his intended destination, the master bedroom. This room was spacious, adorned with numerous oil paintings, and illuminated solely by candlelight. The furnishings were sparse, with a grand bed positioned at the center. Upon their arrival, a figure clad in a white coat, resembling a doctor, stood from beside the bed, carrying a white medical kit as he exited the room. On the large bed, an elderly man, sporting reading glasses, was fiddling with the latest smartphone. The complex and vibrant interface caused the old man to furrow his brow, and after a few moments of gesturing with his fingers and letting out a sigh, he set the device aside without uttering a word. You've arrived. Du Wei's body jolted. He had always harbored an intense fear of his father, and at this moment, he felt utterly uneasy, lowering his head. Come here, let me see you, the elder intoned, gazing at Du Wei for an extended period before speaking. Complying, Du Wei approached the bedside, kneeling on one knee, allowing the old man's hands to caress his face. Yes, it is Avi. The nose and eyes are correct. How old are you this year? Just turned 16. Ah, 16 already. How has your recent studies been? Have you fallen behind in your battles? Have you been listening to your teachers? Du Wei appeared perplexed, a deep frown etched across his face. He had not returned home for nearly a year, claiming to reside at school, when in truth he had been out wandering daily. He had anticipated a stern reprimand or even punishment upon being summoned by his father, but he never imagined their reunion would unfold in such an ordinary manner of reminiscing. Duda was a strict father. Especially following the rift with his daughter, his severity had escalated to an almost pathological degree, extending to his son as well. It had been an eternity since they had experienced such a scene, resembling an ordinary father-son interaction. After a prolonged silence, Duda, noticing his son's lack of response, suddenly inquired, Avi, do you blame me? The question jolted Du Wei from his reverie, and he broke into a cold sweat, hastily responding, How could I? Father, you only wish what is best for me. It is my own lack of diligence that has let you down. Heh. Duda let out a strange chuckle, the deep lines on his weathered face becoming even more pronounced. You have worked hard enough. I know that. In truth, I have always known. Aware that my expectations for you were too high, I wished to cultivate a second Yuan, while regarding a Qing with an air of mystery. Honestly, I have never fully comprehended him. Chapter 44, The Kanaz Underground Exchange. When I first brought a Qing home, he was unlike any child, orphaned. He arrived in a new environment without a single cry or complaint. He never commanded the servants, insisting on doing everything himself. He was exceptionally intelligent, consistently achieving excellent grades despite minimal study. Though I had never witnessed his childhood battles, I had heard he had never lost. Eventually, he graduated at 13, a commendable achievement. Yet having enrolled at 8, It was not particularly impressive for him. I had intended for him to return to the family, arranging for him a position, securing a spirit, and paving a path for his future, all to prepare him to assume Scar Uncle's role. However, Awan's relationship with me had deteriorated significantly. She supported a Qing in pursuing teaching credentials, aiming for him to become an instructor at the trainer academy. Yet, he rejected both offers. Duda suddenly turned his gaze to his son before the sickbed, inquiring, "What do you think?" he said. Duwei felt somewhat dazed, pondering for a long time, but failing to grasp the reasoning. Why would a Qing refuse such excellent opportunities? The rationale eluded him entirely. Father, I cannot discern it. He said he didn't want to owe me too much. He observed the majority of teachers and students at the academy and found them utterly repulsive. Ha ha. Duda burst into laughter, his spirit seemingly invigorated by the sound, yet it was bitter and devoid of joy. In the end, he went to Martial Combat Town, taking on the role of a beach caretaker. Duda's laughter gradually faded, eventually ceasing altogether, as tears of murky sorrow streamed down his eyes beneath his spectacles. His voice trembling. A Qing's father saved my life. I owe him greatly, and yet here I am, sending his son to the beach to collect trash. Duwei felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, his head bowed in trepidation as he dared not gaze upon his father lying in the hospital bed. Away. Your brother is an extraordinary individual. He will not merely assume the role of an ordinary dojo master. Do not defy him, Duda said, managing to steady his emotions and speak earnestly. My appointed individuals frequently visit Wudou Town to observe him. Over these years, he has indeed been serving as a beach caretaker, spending his days cleaning up refuse, maintaining the shoreline, and occasionally fishing. For a full 4 years, he has refrained from engaging in battles. A Juin selected him as the dojo master, and there is no doubt that there will be an evaluation. Yet somehow, he has managed to maintain his position for 4 years without any challenges. I am growing old, away, my time is limited. From now on, you must forge your own path. Upon hearing these words, Duwei abruptly lifted his head. The once despondent and rebellious youth was finally moved. His lips trembled, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Father. In the outskirts of Kanaz City, within the black market, the air was filled with swirling yellow sand. As dozens of sandstorm tornadoes wreaked havoc among the shops and buildings, as if divine retribution had descended upon this wretched place. Amidst this protracted and colossal sandstorm, a pair of crimson eyes could be discerned, representing a fierce and formidable sand beast. The once vibrant black market was now reduced to crumbling ruins, as grains of sand mingled with blood and severed limbs, creating a nauseating stench. At the underground Pokémon trading post, the entrance was heaped with the bodies of various humans and Pokémon. A tall, muscular young man with dark hair stood quietly before the entrance. In his hand, he held a twisted skull, still attached to a portion of a neck, as if it had been wrenched off after being violently snapped. Bloodied rags adorned the skull, featuring a bizarre bone pattern, the emblem of Team Aqua, one of Hoenn's most notorious criminal organizations. Du Qing retrieved his phone and snapped a photograph of the skull and the rag. Beside him, the thug croc was drenched in blood, his body riddled with wounds, some deep enough to expose bone. Yet, the thug croc seemed unfazed, radiating an unparalleled confidence from his dark eyes, his tail thrashing wildly as he brandished his claws. A palpable aura of battle intent enveloping him. As more individuals emerged from the underground trading post, various security personnel lined the entrance, each summoning different Pokémon. Croc, earthquake. The thug croc howled to the heavens. Having followed Du Qing through a path of carnage, the count of fallen Pokémon and humans at his hands was beyond reckoning, and his confidence had escalated to a terrifying level. The ground trembled violently, fissures appearing in the hardened earth, the intensity of the shockwaves almost tangible, impacting everything around. Du Qing clutched a massive red balloon in his right hand, soaring through the sky, witnessing the chaos below. Humans and Pokémon perished in droves, their flesh torn apart from the shockwaves, blood gushing from orifices, the sounds of shattered bones and anguished screams echoing relentlessly. Croc, rock slide. Without granting the adversary a moment's respite, the thug croc spread his arms wide, causing a torrent of boulders to plummet from the sky, obliterating the remaining Pokémon into a mush of flesh and iron debris. Once the dust settled, the bodies before them formed a small mountain, or rather, a flattened mound. Du Qing released the red balloon, allowing it to fall to the ground, and took out a bottle of healing spray, applying it on Croc until the entire bottle was exhausted. He strode into the trading post, with Croc closely trailing behind. As he stepped inside, a pungent odor assaulted his nostrils. The once opulent trading post was now a dismal environment, cluttered with containers bearing various insignias. Dark cages crowded the trading area, and the merchants had vanished, their whereabouts unknown. Some cages lay empty, leaving one to wonder if the Pokémon had been sold or taken away. Qing approached the nearest stall, stacked high with cages. Inside, a dozen cages housed a single species of adorable yellow Pokémon, EV. One of the EV trembled. Its beautiful fur matted and filthy, its body marred with wounds, emaciated to the bone, yet its belly appeared unnaturally distended, as if it had ingested something it could not expel. Qing's expression grew increasingly grim, for this EV was the most normal among the lot. The others exhibited a range of distressing conditions. Some were dazed, drooling, their fur unkempt, while others had their fur dyed red. Their necks and tails unnaturally elongated by some unknown substance, bearing signs of blood. The nameplate even inscribed the words Flareon. There were others with fish fins sewn on, their fur glued into spiky formations, dyed purple, or completely shaved. Several empty cages likely held those of better quality, either sold or taken by the merchants. Qing's face darkened as he moved to the next stall, filled with Pikachu and Deden, electric mice. He turned away, unwilling to gaze further. The cages, stacked ominously, obscured the light, with the largest cage towering 7 or 8 meters high, while smaller cages were crammed into the gaps, transforming the entire trading area into a labyrinth. Chapter 45, Trading Area, Combat Zone. Within these cages were Pokémon from various regions, their cries and roars intermingling, resonating throughout the room. Countless eyes opened in the darkness, fixated on the towering human and the thug croc as they ventured deeper. The sight grew heavier with each step Qing took. The eyes of the goldfish Pokémon, their fins gruesomely severed, were filled with fear, crammed together in a narrow tank of murky, slightly yellow water that seemed tinged with blood. These ornamental Pokémon had been subjected to artificial breeding, aimed at producing unique and aesthetically pleasing specimens. A single attractive fish could yield a handsome profit, appealing to the tastes of the affluent. The toothless Rockruff were chained to wooden posts, huddled together in a large cage. The floor covered in disheveled straw mixed with piles of dried yellow excrement. The Rockruff whimpered in fear as they looked towards Qing. These Rockruff, unique to the Alola region, were beloved for their cuteness and loyalty, making them ideal pets. However, their presence in the underground trading post of Kanaz City was likely due to smuggling. In Alola, they were commonplace, yet transported across vast oceans to Hoenn, their prices skyrocketing. Such prices were enticing enough for smugglers to take the risk. On the high seas, no one cared for the well-being of the Rockruff. As for their health, a potent concoction sufficed, as long as it was mixed into their feed, allowing the Pokémon to exhibit their tenacious vitality. Adjacent to them was a group of Meowstic, their pink fur and docile temperaments endearing them to many young girls. Each Meowstic had been cruelly deprived of its tail, purportedly for the creation of certain items. Through the fervent promotion by merchants and experts, many came to believe that tailless Meowstic were more aesthetically pleasing and healthier, reducing the risk of genetic diseases. Most of the Meowstic appeared dazed, some with cracked lips or their noses fused to their faces, struggling to drink from bowls only to collide with the ground. This was the result of long-term artificial intervention and extensive inbreeding, with rumors circulating about certificates of pure Meowstic lineage. The so-called purebred certificates serve to validate the purported purity of a Pokémon's lineage. They are also a marketing ploy devised by merchants to inflate prices, or perhaps a means for buyers to showcase some form of validation. Qing walked on with an impassive expression. The delinquent crocodile trailed behind him, its confidence waning, tail flicking nervously as an unsettling feeling washed over it. Advancing further into the central area of the trading zone, an array of artworks came into view. There were belts fashioned from the hide of a powerful crocodile, earrings intricately carved from the eyes of a soul stealer, and a grotesque skeleton assembled from various parts, boasting 6 arms and 2 pairs of wings. Additionally, there was an exquisite dagger crafted from the black horns of an Absol. Ultimately, Qing arrived at the end of the trading area. His body trembled slightly, and his eyes narrowed into slits. Before him stood a black cage, larger than any he had encountered thus far. Within it, rather than any Pokémon, were living humans. From a girl who appeared to be no more than 10 years old to a robust man nearing 30, the captives included both men and women, all strikingly handsome. Each shackled in chains, exposed and displayed like mere merchandise, confined within the cage. Upon seeing the imposing and cold Qing, accompanied by a menacing Pokémon, the captives inside the cage, regardless of gender or age, exhibited expressions of sheer terror, huddling together in fright, reminiscent of the Pokémon Qing had previously encountered. Du Qing remained silent as he reached into his backpack, retrieving a stout and sturdy bone. With a resounding crack, the dark iron lock was shattered. He stepped into the cage, methodically breaking the shackles binding each human's feet. One woman, appearing somewhat conscious, spoke up, her pallid skin indicating she had been subjected to numerous injections. "Who are you?" "I am Du Qing, the gym leader of Kanaz," he replied. "Stay here and do not move." Without a backward glance, Du Qing exited the cage and left the trading zone behind, entering another section of the underground marketplace. Seemingly a combat arena. This arena was not designed for trainers to command Pokémon in battle, but rather for Pokémon to engage in life-and-death struggles against one another, or even against humans. The circular battlefield was surrounded by towering electrified barbed wire, beyond which loomed an even taller wall adorned with irregular metal spikes. Above the wall and the barbed wire was the spectator area, comprised of a standard section formed by stone steps and a separately elevated VIP section. It was indeed a modern gladiatorial arena. At this moment, the combat area lay desolate, long abandoned. Yet, remnants such as cigarette butts, liquor bottles, and dice scattered about the spectator area bore witness to the horrific revelry that had once transpired here. Perhaps the onlookers had hastily fled through some secret passage or back door. In the center of the circular arena lay a fallen Pokémon, while another stood upright. The one on the ground was a gruesome sight, its body riddled with conical wounds and deep claw marks that exposed raw flesh and bone. By the faint brown stripes and the upright fur, one could barely discern that it was a common Pokémon from Hoenn, a slaking. Its foreclaws were broken, its abdomen gaping open with shattered organs spilling onto the ground, a sickly yellow-green puddle staining the cold metal floor. Its already modest head hung limply. With a gaping hole in its skull, the brain reduced to a mushy pulp. Its once vibrant blue eyes now stared vacantly into the abyss. The standing Pokémon hailed from the Kanto region. It possessed 3 heads. The left one hung helplessly, its slender neck bitten through, exposing the white trachea to the air, from which blood slowly oozed. The right head trembled, having lost a significant portion of its feathers and skin, its elongated beak cracked in the middle, dribbling saliva and blood. The central head held itself high, its brown feathers unnaturally shedding, revealing pink, bumpy skin, with tiny eyes filled with blood. The central head of the Dodrio jolted, turning to regard the sudden arrival of the human, its body trembling violently as it paced erratically, even from a distance of over 10 meters. Du Qing could still detect the acrid scent of alcohol mixed with stimulants. Chapter 46. The Savage Leopard, the Proud Fowl, the Knight, the Robust Woman. Crocodile. Granted a swift end. A woo. The delinquent crocodile opened its mouth wide, unleashing a sharp stone blade that swiftly severed the Dodrio's slender neck. With a sickening thud, a torrent of dark red blood gushed forth from the severed neck, its color markedly different from normal blood, appearing almost gelatinous. Du Qing, accompanied by the delinquent crocodile, navigated through the twisting corridors until he soon discovered the area where Pokémon and humans were imprisoned. In stark contrast to the crowded trading zone, each Pokémon and human had been assigned individual confinement cells, perhaps to ensure safety prior to their matches. The variety of Pokémon confined was immense, hailing from various regions. Yet the facilities were rudimentary and insufficient. It seemed that some hallucinogenic or anesthetic substances had rendered the Pokémon in a dazed state. One particularly peculiar savage leopard paced incessantly in its cell, tracing circular paths on the floor as if it were an unceasing machine following a command. Its fur was matted in places, and patches of exposed skin bore crusted wounds. A massive Nidoking was crammed into a cramped cell, its head and tail stuck. Unable even to turn its body, its horns, ear spikes, and blunt claws all sawed off. The Nidoking's eyes were bloodshot, its eyelids drooping in a struggle against sleep. A proud fowl stood before another cell, appearing far more vibrant than the previous Pokémon. Its bright red crest stood tall. Though much of the feathers on its wings had been clipped, it paced restlessly within its confinement, brimming with excitement. The fowl's neck was completely bare, dotted with pink growths. As Du Qing approached, the proud fowl fixed its piercing gaze upon him, its emaciated belly hollow and sunken, its coin-sized yellow eyes glimmering with primal hunger. Du Qing turned away and proceeded to the section where humans were held. In the narrow metallic corridor, scattered medication boxes and pills littered the ground. Almost every cell door was flanked by syringes, the acrid liquid dripping onto the floor, corroding the metal surface with small pockmarks. After a thorough inspection, Du Qing noted that the majority of the cells contained men, with only a scant few housing women. One gaunt man, clad in alloy armor stained with blood, wielded a long sword and shield, his helmet resting on the ground as he stared blankly at Du Qing. His eyes widened in shock as he suddenly rushed to the bars, banging on them with fervor, shouting, "Is someone there?" A figure approached, pleading fervently, "Please, grant me just one more hit, just a single taste." The knight's complexion was ashen, his cheeks gaunt, and his eyes devoid of life, bloodshot and hollow. His hair was unkempt, and his neck and one side of his face were marred by acne. A drug addict, perhaps. Du Qing chose to ignore him, proceeding to inspect the next cell. As Du Qing moved on, the knightly man grew increasingly desperate, gripping the railing with both hands, shaking it vigorously. "Don't leave. Choose me. Just give me a chance, and I'll slay the elves." His sanity was unraveling, and the railing activated some mechanism, a surge of electricity coursing through, charring the knight's hands black. The next cell contained a woman, but she was no ordinary woman. Towering and robust, she was nearly as tall as Du Qing, with a thick neck and prominent veins, her body a tapestry of muscle interspersed with scars, both fresh and old, crisscrossing across her arms. This cell reeked of pharmaceuticals. The railing was cluttered with various syringes and medicine boxes, and one could faintly discern names like Kintaro Muscle Growth Enhancer, Explosive Monkey Tendon Thickening Injection, and Snorlax Weight Gain Feed Additive. Upon noticing Du Qing's arrival, the muscular woman lifted her head, her emotions surging. Her face bore many masculine features, with thick, dark eyebrows and sharp angles. When she spoke, her voice was akin to a weathered bellows, hoarse and heavy, yet tinged with sorrow. "Who are you? What type of elves am I battling this time? A great hound? After this, it will be the 20th, right? You promised me you'd change me back." Du Qing regarded the nearly towering woman quietly. "I am Du Qing, the gym leader of Kanaz. I remain here, awaiting the rescue from the Alliance." With that, he turned and left, leaving the robust woman frozen in place, clutching the railing, her body shaking uncontrollably. Her lips trembled as tears streamed down her face, the sound of her sobbing raw and unrefined. Wah! The cry was a mixture of liberation and despair. The thug, mixed with a crocodile, shuddered, feeling the scales on its body bristle, hastily following Du Qing. Next cell, and the next. Du Qing gradually grew numb until he reached the corridor's end. To his right was a slightly larger cell, pristine and orderly, though the bars were denser, with electricity coursing along them. Inside was a man, half of his body mechanical, connected by numerous tubes that continuously delivered yellow nutrients to sustain his life. His upper and lower arms were metallic, embedded with electronic components, with flexible, pulley-like structures serving as joints, coated in a transparent, gel-like lubricant. His intact half was tightly restrained, various shackles securing his wrists, ankles, and neck, as if fearing any movement. The man lifted his head, gazing at the newcomer. His right eye was a mechanical prosthetic, emitting a red glow, while the muscles in his face appeared lifeless. Betraying no emotion, he struggled to utter a sentence, fragmented and labored. "I came from the Carlos district, Mirei City, Zijing, Fengyuan, Taishan. Kill me." Du Qing did not probe further. He nodded, and the thug understood. This time, the thug refrained from howling, keeping his mouth shut and making no unnecessary movements. A sharp stone blade materialized, piercing the cell. With a series of explosive sounds, the man's head exploded, scattering various parts, components, and chips, along with crimson and white matter. Some of the remains splattered against the bars, where the powerful current scorched them black, filling the air with a charred scent. Du Qing, accompanied by the thug, approached the door. Just as he stepped onto the threshold, a piercing voice rang out. "Dreaming Dreamer, activate your psychic force." Chapter 47. The thug crocodile evolves into the rogue crocodile. The voice had evidently been premeditated, laced with an indescribable excitement. A potent psychic force surged forth, distorting the surrounding air as it struck Du Qing's head directly, causing blood to spurt forth as he stumbled against the wall. From the shadows emerged a man clad in a suit, with a gaunt face and sharp features, grinning with a grotesque satisfaction. Inoue's heart churned with turmoil. He was exhilarated, his repulsive visage twitching with laughter. Ha! No human can withstand a psychic attack from a psychic-type Pokémon. No matter how strong the exterior, the human brain is fragile, easily shattered by psychic force. Inoue yearned to dance with joy. As a mere hypnotist in a trading house, he was on the verge of eliminating a figure as esteemed as a gym leader. The ground trembled with fresh news of the black market being assailed by an unknown force, with communication systems ravaged by a sandstorm. Rumors spoke of over a dozen attackers, accompanied by numerous Pokémon. Who could possibly dare to assault Kanaz black market? Many colleagues had fled with rare Pokémon, while esteemed guests had hastily slipped away through underground passages. Inoue had been in the midst of hypnotizing himself with the dreaming dreamer, relishing a life unfettered by reality. Little did he know that his poor rapport with colleagues meant no one had alerted him. By the time he sensed the danger, it was too late. As he fled the competition area, he encountered the invaders. Initially, he assumed it was the Junsha family's weather defense advancing, mistaking it for an ordinary officer, and thought to ambush and take a gamble. To his astonishment, it was a significant catch. Behold the unique physique and countenance of the gym leader of Kanaz, Qing. Rumor had it that many esteemed guests harbored disdain for this gym leader. Inoue cackled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, already envisioning his life after slaying Qing. The powerful would take notice of him. He would emerge as a formidable figure who had slain a gym leader, gaining fame and fortune, surrounded by wealth and beauty. Ascending to the pinnacle of life. The allure of wild combat was intoxicating. Even someone as insignificant as he could kill a gym leader. Huh? Inoue spread his arms wide, laughing heartily, lost in the euphoria of his thoughts. Indeed, the thrill of wild combat lay in ambushing trainers. Suddenly, an unexpected voice jolted Inoue awake. Wait, what am I doing? Celebrating without even checking the body. He cursed the dreaming dreamer internally. Damn it, I've been hypnotized too many times lately. I can hardly distinguish between reality and illusion. Dreaming dreamer, use your psychic force once more, eliminate him. A profound silence ensued, with no response. A roar of fury echoed through the space. Inoue shot up, his eyes wide. He seemed to glimpse his dreaming dreamer, albeit in a fragmented form. A creature resembling a crocodile, adorned in yellow-brown stripes with a pink underbelly and deep, dark eye sockets, materialized before him. Clutched in its claws was a chunk of yellow flesh, the edges of which were adorned with white fur, dripping blood onto the ground. Upon closer inspection, tiny eyes, pointed ears, and a long yellow snout could be discerned within the flesh. Wait a moment, wasn't that the head of the dreamcatcher? A tall shadow forcefully pushed aside the crocodilian creature. This figure bore a cold, unyielding visage, with blood streaming from its eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, staining its shirt a vivid red. The strands of hair, shimmering with a bluish hue, danced in a ghastly interplay with the crimson liquid, revealing a bizarre grayish purple. It was Qing. He was still alive. Qing's muscular arms bulged with veins as his broad palms exerted strength, dragging a yellow corpse with limbs. The neck of this corpse was riddled with shattered bones and forcibly severed muscle fibers, blood dripping incessantly onto the ground, as if beating like a heavy hammer upon the heart of the well. The ruffian crocodile, seething with rage, ground its teeth repeatedly, emitting a low, furious growl. Unforgivable. How dare it cross him and threaten the boss? To place the boss in peril and humiliate oneself before him. Human, your path to demise is now sealed. Jing Shang's legs trembled uncontrollably as he collapsed to the ground, terror etched upon his face, pointing at Qing and shouting in fear. You are not human. How could a mere human withstand the psychic assault of a supernatural creature? It is utterly impossible. A dampness spread between Jing Shang's legs, releasing a pungent odor. He was utterly paralyzed with fear, his mind in disarray. Qing's eyelids slowly descended, as if preparing to narrow into a mere slit. Suddenly, he turned to face the enraged ruffian crocodile, his eyes wide open now, no longer squinting. The ruffian crocodile was trembling with fury, its dark eye sockets ablaze with wrath. Its body engulfed in black flames, causing cracks to form on the metallic floor. It fixated intently on the instigator of the boss's peril. Come at me. Qing suddenly spoke, gazing at the ruffian crocodile, as he began to wipe the blood from his face with a sanitary wipe extracted from his backpack. Upon hearing his voice, the ruffian crocodile looked momentarily bewildered, but excitement soon coursed through it. The moment of atonement had arrived. With a roar, the ruffian crocodile propelled itself off the ground, its muscles taut, hurling the head of the dreamcatcher directly at Jing Shang. With a resounding thud, the severed head collided with the pathetic man, the tremendous force transforming it into a projectile, scattering flesh and bone throughout the vicinity. The ruffian crocodile was now in a state of euphoric ecstasy, bouncing with glee. After releasing its pent-up energy, it trembled with excitement until a brilliant white light erupted. The dim room was illuminated in a blinding radiance. Within this dazzling light, the ruffian crocodile's form began to undergo a transformation, gradually growing stronger and larger. As the intensity of the white light peaked, evolution was complete. Its skin transitioned from a light brown to a deep crimson, its jaw elongated and powerful. A grayish-white belly adorned with interspersed black stripes, sharp claws extending from its hands and feet. Qing opened his Pokédex, revealing pertinent information on the screen. Ruffian crocodile. The intimidation Pokémon is the evolved form of the ruffian crocodile. It lies in wait for prey, for no one can escape its jaws. Its formidable jaw strength can easily crush cars. Known as the desert bully, it is a brutally aggressive Pokémon. Chapter 48. There are too few dead. Gender, male. Type, ground. Dark. Ability, overconfidence. Height, 2.6 meters. Weight, 186. 5 kilograms. Learn moves, sand attack, glare, scratch, swagger, body slam, dig, bite, dragon tail, dragon claw, mud shot, tackle, pursuit. Taunt, shadow claw, struggle, bully, flower gift, sand abyss, mud bomb, rampage, terrifying face, wide area destruction, roar, and more. The ruffian crocodile was utterly exhilarated, admiring its newfound form, opening its gaping maw to unleash a triumphant laugh. Hee. Only such a powerful and handsome physique was worthy of following a strong and charismatic leader like Du Qing. Du Qing nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips, sharing in the ruffian crocodile's joy, though his demeanor was not one for verbosity. The ruffian crocodile, seeing Du Qing's nod, was on the verge of tears, trembling with emotion, but ultimately feigned strength, wiping away its tears and standing proudly. Du Qing rummaged through his backpack, finally producing a peculiar pair of oversized black glasses, clearly not intended for human use. Approaching the ruffian crocodile, which lowered its head, Du Qing placed the glasses upon its snout. These black glasses will enhance your dark-type moves. They are perfectly suited for you. After donning the glasses, the ruffian crocodile was invigorated, darting about the room, striking various poses while adjusting the glasses' height. Du Qing could only shake his head in bemusement. Was it searching for a mirror? Once the ruffian crocodile's excitement subsided, the duo departed from the location. After a lengthy search, they ultimately discovered a hidden passageway. Perhaps due to the hasty escape of many, the entrance was left completely exposed, bright, and unshielded. The entrance was circular, approximately 5 meters in diameter, wide enough to accommodate multiple humans and Pokémon fleeing together. Du Qing lingered for a moment before retracing his steps with the ruffian crocodile. At the rear of the trading area, the cage that had imprisoned the humans contained not a single escapee. Men and women, apathetic and numb, remained shackled, their hearts ensnared by invisible chains. Even as the gates lay shattered, not one dared to stir. Du Qing recalled the lecherous man he had slain, accompanied by the Dreamcatcher. These humans had likely been hypnotized, perhaps more than once. Prolonged hypnosis could alter their perceptions. If the depth of hypnosis was too profound and the repetitions excessive, it might even inflict permanent trauma. Moreover, it was likely that not only humans were affected, Pokémon too would not be spared. To reverse the altered perceptions of these humans and Pokémon, an abundance of psychic and ghost-type Pokémon would be necessary. Ideally, Pokémon specializing in dream manipulation, such as the Dream Demon, Dreamcatcher, and Dream Eater, would be most beneficial, more in numbers and greater in strength. Alas, Du Qing was a rock-type gym leader with only 2 ground-type Pokémon at his disposal. All he could do was document evidence with his old mobile phone, recording videos and taking photographs. In the Hoenn region, or indeed across all regions, the black market has always existed, a topic most officials prefer to avoid, and one that the Pokémon League often turns a blind eye to. After all, many within the league are known to engage in transactions within the black market. Even figures like Vice Mayor Kanaz, who operate within the league structure, exploit their positions to partake in the black market's dealings. Based on Du Qing's experiences thus far, he surmised that the Kanaz black market was indeed thriving. The core of the Kanaz black market lies within the Kanaz Underground Exchange, encircled by a zone of unrestricted trade, meticulously maintained by personnel from the water fleet. Within this realm, establishments such as casinos thrive, all intricately woven into the fabric of the black market. 3 dominant factions, the municipal government, the Duan Corporation, and the water fleet, constitute the ruling hierarchy of the Kanaz underworld. They facilitate a plethora of illicit services, including the trafficking of stolen goods, smuggling, money laundering, and the trade of human lives. For ordinary trainers, the most coveted aspect is the trading functionality. Engaging with the official channels of the Alliance is often thwarted by exorbitant fees and terrifying commissions, which deter many trainers lacking sufficient financial resources. Conversely, the black market presents lower commissions and minimal entry fees, prompting numerous trainers to favor it over the Alliance's legitimate trading posts. However, the merits of the black market are woefully scarce compared to its myriad of vices. This so-called black market is a den of iniquity, concealed beneath the veneer of a bustling civilized city. Du Qing suddenly finds himself empathizing with Tengshu. Both official and unofficial trading routes exhibit this sordid reality. Shaking his head, Du Qing focuses solely on documenting the scene, determined to elevate this issue to the highest echelons, ensuring that it becomes common knowledge throughout the Hoenn region. Only in doing so can he safeguard these humans and their Pokémon. Only by compelling the alliance can he achieve this end. One individual and one crocodile resurfaced to the ground. A dozen towering sandstorms wreaked havoc, obliterating various structures, their relentless currents resembling monstrous waves upon the ocean, surging wildly. The ground was fissured, and scattered among the debris were the bodies of both humans and Pokémon, entombed beneath the shifting sands. The Hippowdon lay quietly atop a massive rock, wearied by the prolonged exposure to the swirling sands, its crimson eyes appearing dry and fatigued. Beneath the boulder, a heap of bodies lay in disarray. Du Qing climbed atop the stone, retrieving a restorative potion from his backpack. He swiftly uncapped the bottle and poured the liquid directly into the Hippowdon's mouth. "You've worked hard," he murmured. The Hippowdon strained to regain its composure, attempting to mask its exhaustion. Yet, Du Qing, well acquainted with its demeanor, understood that if the Hippowdon appeared disheveled and drowsy, it indicated a state of alertness. Conversely, if it looked spirited, it signified sheer fatigue. Du Qing produced additional restorative potions, pouring them into the Hippowdon's mouth in one fluid motion. Gulping eagerly, the Hippowdon quickly absorbed the liquid, allowing it to take effect. The myriad of small wounds across its body began to heal, its once dull eyes gradually regained their luster, and its expression shifted to one of languor. With a soft grunt, the Hippowdon closed its eyes and promptly fell asleep. Du Qing's expression softened, a rarity for him, as he gently stroked the Hippowdon's coarse skin before recalling it into its pokeball. Nearby, the crocodile flexed its arm, showcasing its muscles, its robust tail slamming against the ground, shattering a rock in the process, signifying its recent evolution and abundant strength. Du Qing nodded, tightening his grip on the bone club as he stood atop the boulder, scanning the desolate surroundings in search of something. Raising his gaze, he focused on the distant skyline, where the towering edifices of Kanaz City stood like a forest of steel. The damned had yet to perish. Chapter 49. The Ruthless, Unyielding Young Gym Leader. In the heart of Kanaz City, within the municipal building, an elderly man with graying temples and profound eyes sat in his office. Dressed impeccably, his well-maintained appearance was accentuated by a gold watch adorning his wrist. A formidable aura emanated from him, one that commanded respect without uttering a word. On the wooden desk before him lay a shattered glass and scattered documents, remnants of chaos. The audacity. He Ping's mastery of restraint had been tested. It had been an eternity since he had felt such fury. Ever since the new gym leader assumed command, he had endured nothing but misfortune. He had tolerated the disfigurement of his grandson, for wealth could mend even the most grievous injuries, prolonging recovery only at a higher cost. Moreover, with numerous descendants, over a dozen grandchildren in Kanaz City alone, he could weather such storms. Yet, his business dealings with the water fleet in the Orange Blossom Forest had also been disrupted. After capturing several hundred Swellow and Talonflame, authorities intervened, citing concerns over the new gym leader's background and the necessity for caution. Merely a ruse to extract further concessions from him. This clandestine and malevolent organization was insatiably greedy. He Ping bore this as well. Then came the unthinkable. His wife of several decades met her demise at the hands of this gym leader. They claimed she had punished the leader's young girlfriend, resulting in a brutal murder within the school, leaving her body in a state of utter desecration. He Ping dismissed such narratives. He knew that Molly was a petty and spiteful woman, not one to be trifled with. The true circumstances were likely that she had committed an egregious act against the gym leader's girlfriend and was subsequently caught and killed. But did the truth matter? For someone of He Ping's stature, the murder of his wife could not be overlooked. Many eyes were fixed upon his position, a throng waiting for him to falter, anticipating an explosive confrontation with this reckless gym leader. Yet, He Ping remained silent, a reaction that took everyone by surprise. Initially, he had contemplated taking action upon hearing the news, but once he learned the gym leader had been taken into custody by the police, he understood that the Junsha family had made their investment. This individual was beyond his reach. He Ping began to counsel himself. The three great fortunes of middle age, promotion, wealth, and the death of a spouse. He had already experienced the first two during his middle years. His affection for his late wife had long since faded with the passage of time. With the powerful gym leader looming, He Ping donned the guise of a tragic figure bearing the weight of humiliation, while a few astute confidants surrounded him, playing along with the charade until He Ping himself nearly began to believe it. Yes, I am deeply sentimental. only compelled to endure such grievances due to the overwhelming strength of my adversary. He convinced himself that his beloved wife, watching from the heavens, would not wish to see him blinded by hatred. Thus, He Ping became enraptured in this facade, even resorting to medication, summoning a few of his mistresses, and preparing to welcome another grandchild, until a phone call shattered his reverie. Mayor, unidentified forces have attacked the exchange, the entire free trading market. The sky is filled with sand. It is likely the Junsha family's weather defense has pushed it in. The call abruptly ended, and He Ping hastily donned his clothing and made his way to the municipal building. He summoned his advisory team, and after prolonged discussion, they could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. Out of the 8 weather units in Kanaz City, only one specialized in sandstorm conditions. The remote surveillance footage revealed a nightmarish scene. The sweeping sandstorm had nearly transformed the entire free trading zone into a desert, with security personnel and their Pokémon falling en masse. Was this the work of a single sandstorm unit? Could a colossal golem and several onyxes wreak such devastation? To generate a storm of this magnitude, even the most formidable dual-numbered Pokémon would find it challenging. Ultimately, the advisory team settled on 3 hypotheses. The first scenario suggested that the Duan Corporation had become unhinged, suddenly deciding to unify the free trading zone, deploying units 008, 029, and 037, and possibly even resorting to weather manipulation tactics. The 3 Pokémon in question are Tyranitar, Hippowdon, and Golem. According to the data and information analyzed, Pokémon number 008 has long since departed from Kanalave City, and its current whereabouts remain unknown, making it a likely suspect in the attacks. However, the free trade zone also houses numerous enterprises affiliated with the Devon Corporation. Why would they turn against their own? The second possibility is an assault by Team Magma against Team Aqua. As is widely recognized, Team Aqua, being one of the architects of the free trade zone, is responsible for a significant portion of the more nefarious undertakings, including smuggling and human trafficking. Their adversaries, Team Magma, represent a formidable and notorious evil organization. The animosity between Team Magma and Team Aqua runs deep, often resulting in violent confrontations at first sight, each side vying for the other's destruction. Team Magma possesses the capability to conjure massive sandstorms, aligning with the description of a large-scale assailant, indicating that more than one individual may be involved. The third possibility, while the least likely, is the most chilling. It posits that the attacker is a solitary individual, or, more specifically, a trainer who orchestrated the attack with only his Pokémon at his side. This would require the trainer to possess multiple Pokémon with the Sandstream ability or a single exceptionally powerful Pokémon with this characteristic. Notably, the Hoenn region does not boast trainers renowned for their ability to wield sandstorms or ground-type Pokémon. Even among the Elite Four and gym leaders, few meet these criteria. However, there exists one person who tenuously fits this description: Qing, the gym leader of Kanalave, who commands a rock-type gym without a single rock-type Pokémon. Yet, as a leader who has only recently taken office, can his ace Pokémon truly achieve such feats? If this is indeed his doing, then his formidable Hippowdon may possess destructive capabilities far exceeding those of a typical gym leader's prime Pokémon. He Ping suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. For some reason, he found himself most inclined to believe the third possibility. His intuition had always been remarkably accurate, and an unsettling feeling washed over him. Could a mere individual, who had spent years collecting garbage on the beach, truly attain such heights merely 6 months into his tenure as gym leader? Coupled with the suspected investments from the Junsha family, He Ping could hardly contain his disbelief, exclaiming to awaken several advisors, "It must be Qing. We have underestimated him. We all have underestimated him. It is time we cease viewing him as a fortunate newcomer. His strength has escalated to the point that he must be regarded as a true gym leader, a young, ruthless, and unscrupulous one." Chapter 50, The Quiet City Hall. He Ping continued to confer with his advisors for quite some time until dusk fell, at which point he dismissed them. They had crafted distinct solutions based on the 3 possibilities, ensuring that losses would be minimized regardless of the outcome. If it truly is the last scenario, wherein the young gym leader personally attacked the free trade zone, He Ping had already devised a contingency plan. If retribution cannot be exacted upon you, can it not be taken out on those around you? At that moment, He Ping's desk was cluttered with several forms, all detailing individuals close to Qing. A young judge without much background can be dealt with. A former gym leader's apprentice also can be dealt with. A certain Joy, he is untouchable. Furthermore, they had compiled information on those whom Qing had aided or offended. All details laid bare for scrutiny. He Ping retrieved a beautifully crafted box from his drawer extracting a cigar which he clipped at one end before savoring its smoke. The elder, who had ascended from humble beginnings, wore a grave expression as he calculated quietly. Dense smoke billowed around him, obscuring his features, while an unusual fragrance permeated the room, seemingly possessing hallucinogenic qualities. He appeared entranced, relishing this rare moment of relaxation. Suddenly, a ringing interrupted his reverie. It was a voice, aged and tremulous. Pingu. About my child's employment situation. He.S. hoping to work as a clerk at the trainer hall. Could you possibly lend a hand? He paused in silence before inquiring, what were his rankings in the written and interview assessments? The voice on the other end hesitated, a palpable pause before responding. He ranked 16th in the written exam and 1st in the interview. Overall, that places him 3rd, but there are only 2 clerk positions available. As the conversation continued, a hint of a sob crept into the aged voice. Pingu, you know how it is with a Tian. He merely had a few drinks and accidentally hit some people while driving. He has been out of jail for a year now, yet still, he remains without prospects. I know you're incredibly busy, and you've already exerted effort on his behalf. Can't you find a way to help him, considering our past connection? I would be content with that. He took a deep drag on his cigar, his weathered face inscrutable. If the first 2 individuals were of questionable background, I would intervene and ensure that a Tian secures employment, advising him to be less trouble-prone and to work diligently. Thank you, Pingu. I'll be sure to convey that to him. After hanging up, He let out a barely perceptible sigh. Mere moments later, another call came through. Hello? He pressed, extinguishing the cigar in his tea, releasing a wisp of white smoke, as he answered the call with a weary tone. Ping Shu, there has been an incident. My son got into a fight with some classmates at school and injured 2 people, causing quite a commotion. Several parents are now blocking the school gates with banners, demanding answers from the institution. The voice, belonging to a middle-aged man, sounded as though he had indulged in drink, his speech slurred. Another incident. He interrupted, his face darkening as he chastised. Do not burden me with such matters. Keep your affairs clean to avoid leaving traces. Which school is involved? Upon hearing the inquiry, the voice on the other end brightened considerably. Ping Shu, it's the Devon Sports Academy, the one in the east of the city. I understand. I will handle it. He maintained a stern demeanor, preparing to issue further reprimands, only to suddenly recall something, his tone softening. In the future, be swifter in your actions. The winds are shifting, and such incidents should be avoided. Alas, alas, thank you, Uncle Ping. When you find a moment, please let me know, and I shall take Xiao Wu to visit you. He can give you a massage for your legs. After hanging up the phone, He Ping fell into a prolonged silence, reminiscing about the moment he first secured his position. As the inaugural individual from the village to work in the city, the villagers, in a bid to preserve his dignity and shield him from ridicule, pooled their resources to gather 20,000 yuan, enabling him to acquire a large Qing yen. This Qing yen, however, was aged and nearly incapable of flight, with a bare neck and a multitude of scars. Its bones were somewhat frail. When it rained, it would emit a hoarse cry, its beak a sickly yellow, barely able to catch insects, surviving instead on thin porridge. It was evidently a retired Pokémon, discarded by its trainer. Yet, He Ping cherished it dearly, for it was his very first companion, accompanying him everywhere. Later, he observed his well-off colleagues, who boasted forest lizards, marsh jumpers, and Kecleans, appearing far more impressive. In contrast, He Ping donned a threadbare shirt, accompanied by a nearly featherless Qing yen. Faced with the peculiar gazes of his peers, he longed to vanish into the depths of the earth. Compared to them, he felt akin to a rustic bumpkin, and that old yen only underscored his humble origins. Upon receiving his first month's salary, He Ping promptly rushed to the department store to purchase the cheapest suit available. He dressed in the suit, dampened his hair, and slicked it back while gazing into the mirror. He vowed, with fervor, to rise above his circumstances and live a life of dignity. Subsequently, while shopping at a convenience store, he encountered Ma Li, who was quite beautiful at the time. He Ping thought to himself that she would make an admirable companion. After pursuing her for 2 months, they wed. Eventually, he truly ascended in stature. Those colleagues who had once shunned him now surrounded him with sycophantic flattery, addressing him as director with deference. As time passed, his position continued to rise, while the old yen that had once accompanied him from the village had long since perished, the memory only lingering in the foul stench of its decaying body, which he had disposed of in the downstairs trash bin. Having reflected on all this, He Ping gazed at the tea that had absorbed the scent of smoke, his throat tightening with thirst. He called out for his secretary, requesting a fresh pot of tea. Oddly enough, at this time each day, fresh tea would have already been served. Today, however, it was delayed. The atmosphere in the city government felt unusually subdued. Xiaoyan, where's my tea? Heiping's patience waned, prompting him to raise his voice. He was quite pleased with this secretary, youthful, attractive, obedient, and of modest background. His voice echoed softly in the room, yet there was no response from outside. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, trickling into the creases of his brow. He tried calling out to several others, the bodyguard stationed at the door, subordinates, and the departing advisors. Yet, his calls fell into silence, as if cast into an abyss. Failing to stir the air beyond the door. With a creak, the door swung open. Thud, thud. Several corpses tumbled to the floor, piled upon one another. Having leaned against the door, as the intruder pushed the door, several bodies rolled down. Blood pooled across the floor. A head rolled slowly to the front of the desk. Heiping widened his eyes, straining to identify it. It appeared to be a member of his advisory team, a man in his 50s, robust in stature. Beyond the threshold, a young man with dark hair stepped onto the pile of bodies, advancing steadily. He was tall and muscular, with dark hair tinged with green. His athletic attire marred with cracks, drenched in blood, and his face smeared with indistinct bloodstains, as if hastily wiped. In the corridor outside, several men and women clad in professional attire were huddled in terror, their mouths stuffed with cloth, trembling uncontrollably. The bodyguards, dressed in uniform, lay sprawled in disarray along the corridor, all deceased, many still clutching pokeballs. Regrettably, the assailant had executed his deadly work with such swiftness that most had not even had the chance to summon their Pokémon. At the corridor's end, a rogue crocagator blocked the elevator, its eyes glinting with a merciless light, surrounded by the bodies of several Pokémon, none left intact. Heiping endeavored to maintain his composure, regretting the half-submerged cigar in his teacup. Even with the fastest of actions, how could there have been no sound? The cigar, laced with Dream Eater's essence, should not be smoked excessively. In mere moments of indulging in fantasy, all these people had been slaughtered, and he remained blissfully unaware. Are you Heiping? The dark-haired youth inquired, his gaze shifting to the desk cluttered with documents, files, and photographs, all linked to Du Qing. Heiping cleared his throat and began to speak. Actually, between us, Du Qing abruptly lifted his leg and delivered a swift kick to the elderly man's head. In Heiping's final moments, the last image he beheld was that of a bloodied Shu soul. Strangely enough, as his life ebbed away, he found himself preoccupied not with his numerous descendants, but with the villagers he held dear. If I perish, the heavens will collapse for my fellow villagers. Crimson and white splattered across the surroundings, staining the various exquisite paintings and antiques that adorned the office. Blood gushed forth from the severed neck, obscuring all information on the desk. This man, who had ascended from the depths, participating in the establishment of the black market and wielding immense power in Kanaz City, was dead. Dead beyond resurrection. Without even leaving behind a formal farewell, Du Qing did not linger to regard the corpse. He turned and exited, accompanied by the rogue crocagator into the elevator. The so-called Kanaz city government, in principle, should be led by the mayor, who seldom attended. Thus, the myriad affairs and portions of authority had devolved upon the vice-mayor. The first floor of the city government housed the residence service hall. Du Qing and the rogue crocagator emerged, not pausing to survey their surroundings, making a beeline for the exit. Typically, the hall was devoid of residents conducting business, only staffed by idle employees. Now, however, those employees trembled in fright, cowering in corners or beneath desks, none daring to utter a sound for fear of provoking the tyrant of Kanaz. Upon exiting the city government, a sleek black luxury car approached, elongated and heavily modified, clearly violating regulations against being on the streets. Evidently, the vehicle's owner was of noble status, unconcerned with such trivialities. The car halted before the city government, and as the door swung open, a rotund, balding man extended his hand slowly. He was immensely corpulent, nearly bursting his clothing, and with the assistance of two graceful ladies, he awkwardly descended from the vehicle. This man was none other than Mayor Wudou of Kanaz City. Wudou's eyes were bloodshot, a sheen of sweat glistening on his face, his multiple folds of flesh quivering in rage, nearly bursting his buttons. How dare you, to come to the city government and murder officials of the Alliance? Do you possess the Alliance's order? Do you have permission from your superiors? Do you have concrete evidence? Du Qing's expression remained impassive as he delivered a swift kick. The blood-soaked soles of the shoes sank into the flabby flesh, and with a powerful burst of force, Wudou was kicked into the carriage. The former deputy mayor of Kanaz, Heiping, colluded with a nefarious organization, engaging in the smuggling of fairies and human trafficking, while shielding his relatives and disregarding the laws of the Alliance. With irrefutable evidence, he has now met his demise. After being violently kicked, Wudou simmered in silence for several seconds, only to find a calmness wash over him. Indeed, the actions of the esteemed dojo master were justified. This old wretch, Hippo, was deserving of death, truly a fitting end for a talent handpicked by Lord Cuckoo. Wudou gasped for breath, crawled out of the carriage once more, his previous ferocity replaced by a solemn countenance. As if he genuinely supported Du Qing's actions in executing the corrupt deputy mayor. Wudou twisted his ample form and bowed deeply to Du Qing before returning to the vehicle. The presence of such a young, principled dojo master in Kanaz is indeed a fortune for the citizens. However, master, I implore you to exercise caution in your future endeavors, lest certain individuals seize upon a weakness. After all, crimes will ultimately be judged by the government and the courts. Du Qing maintained his composure and turned away. In Kanaz, no one can judge me. The rogue crocodile followed closely behind Du Qing, emitting a sinister cackle as he gripped the car door, effortlessly crushing it with a slight exertion and casting a disdainful glance at the corpulent human. A surge of unnameable anger welled up within Wudou. Yet his face remained a mask of joviality. At the Kanaz dojo, Du Qing spoke slowly into the phone. In my capacity as the resident dojo master, I hereby declare a state of war for Kanaz City. I command the highest leader of the Kanaz police system, Jun Shano, to relinquish control of the police command, accompanied by at least 200 officers and 4 weather squads. Proceed to the outskirts of West Kanaz City for assembly. I have sent the specific coordinates. Upon arrival, lock down the Kanaz black market and eliminate all suspicious individuals without hesitation, awaiting the dojo master's arrival. Chapter 52. Non-harmful disposal. Dispatch officers to monitor the personnel under the former deputy mayor Hippo and his hometown neighbors, as well as any illegitimate offspring. Such impactful news was delivered. Yet there was no hesitation or contemplation from the other end of the line. Yes, Du Qing hung up and immediately dialed another number. I am Du Qing, the master of the Kanaz dojo, and I declare a state of war for Kanaz City. I request the representative of the Kanaz medical system, Joysha, to heed my orders. While ensuring the citizens and their fairies receive standard medical treatment, I urge the mobilization of medical personnel, the more, the better, to the outskirts of West Kanaz City. I have sent the specific coordinates. Upon arrival, remain on standby and do not treat human casualties independently. There was a brief pause on the other end of the line, and after approximately 10 seconds, the response came. Yes, master. The call ended. Du Qing gazed at the dojo's entrance, pushed the door, and found it tightly sealed. With a sigh of relief, he departed. In the outskirts of West Kanaz, Du Qing stood atop a massive stone, the highest point in the area, crafted by Hippo, offering a panoramic view of the Kanaz black market. Behind him stood 2 women. One wore a white lab coat, adorned with glasses, her smooth pink hair tied in a simple ponytail, her expression cold and exuding an air of aristocracy. The other donned a blue-black police uniform, her azure hair concealed beneath a cap, revealing only a strand, her chest adorned with numerous medals, her demeanor serious. Jun Shano stepped forward, whispering a few words into Du Qing's ear. The 4 weather squads have taken positions at the corners of the black market, completely sealing off the entire West Kanaz area. 240 officers have entered the scene to maintain order, having eliminated 17 suspicious individuals and 41 dubious fairies. According to reports, the black market currently holds 983 fairies and 82 humans. 126 illegal artifacts, crafted from the limbs of fairies and humans, devoid of labels. Production dates, creator names, or manufacturing locations have been confiscated, totaling 201 items, which have now been stored separately based on compatibility. This operation has dismantled 3 black workshops producing energy cubes, seizing 7 energy cube manufacturing machines. The relevant personnel have accounted for 201 human corpses. In addition to 67 recognizable human remains, 302 fairy corpses, and 76 identifiable fairy remnants. 1 large structure has been destroyed, along with 706 illegal stalls and 14 medium-sized buildings. The more Jun Shano spoke, the greater the astonishment in her eyes. After all, the devastation of the entire Kanaz free trade zone was largely the work of Du Qing alone. With merely 2 fairies, the destructive capacity was akin to a large-scale assault. At the onset of this attack, the Jun family's informants within the black market had escaped and relayed information, claiming an unknown force had attacked the free trade zone, causing violent tremors and resulting in mass casualties. Now it appeared that this so-called unknown force referred to the young dojo master before them. All cages holding the captured fairies have been relocated from the trading post and free trade area. 60 humans have been rescued and are currently receiving treatment. Joysha spoke calmly, her appearance and demeanor starkly contrasting with the gentle nurse Du Qing had first encountered. If previously she had been the demure and amiable nurse, now she bore the semblance of an arrogant healer from a prestigious lineage. The remaining 22 humans, having undergone extensive drug modifications, exhibited unstable behaviors and aggression, and remain in custody. Among the 983 fairies, approximately one-third were born with genetic defects, some suffering from congenital diseases, deformities due to unnatural causes, or a combination of all three. There are 16 large fairies, 342 medium fairies, and 625 small fairies. The remaining fairies mostly bear minor injuries and slight psychological issues, and following extensive treatment, they are expected to recover without complications. All detained humans, along with a small portion of fairies, demonstrate cognitive dissonance due to prolonged exposure to hypnosis, requiring a report to the Alliance for assistance from specialized professionals. Du Qing had been listening quietly to the report and finally spoke. The fairies born with deformities, diseases, or genetic defects shall undergo non-harmful disposal. Joysha trembled slightly, her pink lips parting in surprise, yet she refrained from inquiring further. Yes, master. Du Qing observed the bustling officers and medical personnel below, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Without Joysha and Jun Shano, this lone dojo master would find it immensely challenging to accomplish anything. Joysha had already moved away. Upon hearing this, Jun Shano stepped closer to Du Qing, gently grasping one of his large hands, her crimson lips slightly parted. Do not speak such words. We are family. Let us not dwell on matters of recruitment. Who says we can only be family through returning to the clan? Du Qing gently shook his head, opting to change the subject. Due to injuries and fatalities among the officers, the Kanaz dojo will provide additional compensation. Due to certain historical issues, Du Qing has always regarded matters of pensions and subsidies with great importance. Nearly 1,000 fairies hail from 7 different regions, most experiences of being harmed by humans. When coupled with the displacement from one's homeland, if left unchecked and allowed to scatter freely, could potentially result in a significant loss of life. This would also pose a threat to the ecology of the Hoenn region, particularly to the adjacent orange forest. Even the preliminary restoration efforts are a daunting task, requiring several days to accomplish. All medical personnel and law enforcement officers involved in this matter will receive an additional subsidy to be covered by the Kanaz Gym, amounting to 20,000 each. Du Qing turned to Junsha Nua and stated matter-of-factly, I will liquidate all the rare candies in my possession. Given the stature of the Junsha family, they should be able to absorb this easily. Junsha Nua's beautiful eyes shimmered with surprise as she remarked. The gym leader exhibits remarkable resolve. Considering the frugality of the Hoenn League, one wonders how long it will be until the next allocation of resources to the gym leaders. Even if you distribute compensation and subsidies, the returns may be minimal. At best, you will gain a good reputation, but what is rightfully yours will remain yours. And the goodwill extended to others will yield little benefit. Is this a venture you truly wish to undertake, gym leader? Winning hearts requires careful consideration of the audience. As she spoke, Junsha Nua covertly scrutinized Du Qing's expression, regrettably finding no sign of the anticipated response. Du Qing maintained her usual composure, showing no sign of wavering in light of her words. Those who diligently labor deserve their rightful rewards. I will report to the League, requesting necessary support and further subsidies. Chapter 53. A pile of cash on the pillow. As night fell, a weary young officer trudged into the hastily constructed tent. Most of the Kanaz officers had never encountered such a horrific sight as the remnants of the black market. Deformed limbs of Pokémon lay scattered about, with severed appendages and corpses being dragged away in droves. Human bodies would be identified by professionals from the municipal government, while those from Duan security were regarded as belonging to the water fleet. The citizens of Kanaz were all decent folk, with the municipal government diligently performing its duties, and Duan company striving for excellence. A scene teeming with life and vitality still lingered in their minds. The construction of the black market, which involved the trafficking of humans and Pokémon, was, without a doubt, the work of the nefarious water fleet. However, it was abruptly halted by the gym leader, who insisted on the identification of each body for the sake of future killings, allowing him to establish connections based on the list of corpses. A professional from the municipal government vehemently opposed this, proclaiming words of fearlessness against tyranny and emphasizing that justice is inherent to the human heart. In response, the gym leader kicked him into the fire. When he crawled out, covered in ash, his attitude had changed. Expressing gratitude for the gym leader's correction regarding the discrepancies in the investigation, the corpses were subsequently classified, compiled into a list, and incinerated en masse. The gym leader asserted that the names on the list belonged to individuals colluding with evil organizations, all of whom had violated league laws by smuggling and trafficking Pokémon. Yet, several entries remained blank, devoid of names. The task of handling the Pokémon corpses was truly exhausting and horrifying, as the sheer number of bodies was overwhelming. They piled into small mountains, with the stench of decay rising to the heavens. A mound resembling a hippopotamus trampled the ground, creating fissures. The mountainous heap of Pokémon corpses was pushed into these cracks, burning for an entire day and night without being fully consumed. Thick, black smoke enveloped the skies of the western outskirts, mingling with 4 distinct weather patterns, obscuring the sunlight. Police floodlights, powered by electric-type Pokémon, operated relentlessly. The officers remained perpetually on edge. In the western outskirts, nearly every building concealed hidden doors, secret passages, and basements. Various self-destruct mechanisms and concealed individuals posed significant threats to the officers, resulting in considerable casualties. Even during the transport of Pokémon and humans, they had to remain vigilant against attacks, causing widespread unease among the ranks, with many colleagues and their Pokémon sustaining injuries. The officers earned a base salary of 8,000 monthly, and if assigned to a task, they would receive subsidies from the Junsha family, making for a decent income. Indeed, the subsidies were issued by the Junsha family, while the official salary was dispensed by the municipal government, originating from the League. In Kanaz City, this combination of base salary and subsidies was considered quite favorable, allowing them to provide for their families. However, the demanding nature of the job, coupled with the associated dangers, meant that most positions were filled by commoners, many of whom lacked specialized skills. Reality was not akin to films. Ordinary trainers could not survive solely on league benefits and preferential policies, and thus sought legitimate employment to support their families and Pokémon. Acquiring a Pokémon independently was unfeasible. One had to pay the Junsha family for a Pokémon, undergo training, which also incurred costs, and ultimately obtain a Kanaz officer's license to operate legally. Of course, those without money could opt for installment payments, though this would involve additional interest. If one was utterly destitute, loans were available from the Junsha family, known as the Junsha Exclusive Pokémon Loan, which could be extended for up to 20 years. Each assignment completed would grant an additional subsidy from the Junsha family. And if one accepted numerous tasks, the cumulative subsidies could sometimes surpass the base salary. Thus, those officers with nothing to their name would frantically pursue assignments in hopes of swiftly repaying their debts. Yet, as the saying goes, one cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. The more tasks one undertook, the greater the risk of death. The loss of human life was inconsequential, as long as the Pokémon could be recovered. The death of both human and Pokémon was also acceptable, as it was inherently a no-risk venture. Breathless, the young officer collapsed onto the makeshift bed. His oppressive black uniform, soaked with sweat, went through cycles of dampness and drying, resulting in a crusty layer of white salt forming on the surface, emanating a foul mix of salty and sweaty odors. Yet he was utterly exhausted, too weary to even lift his head, unwilling to remove his clothes or shoes. Suddenly, he uttered a weak exclamation as he found himself poked by something hard. What could this be? In the darkness, the young officer groped around and soon grasped the object, a stack of crisp, high-denomination banknotes resting on his pillow. He switched on a small lamp, counting slowly under its light. 100, 200, 3,000, 4,000, and finally 20,000. Astonished, he exclaimed, "So much?" Instantly, his drowsiness evaporated, and he leapt from the bed. How generous of Lord Junsha! It is not Lord Junsha, but rather Gym Leader Qing, chimed in a colleague from the adjacent bed, who had returned later and thus had more information. Lord Qing distributed money, pushing it from the eastern tent all the way to the western one. Not just us, but even the doctors and nurses received 2,000 each. For the injured humans, 5,000 for minor injuries, 10,000 for serious ones, and 20,000 for those who perished. For the Pokémon, 1,000 for minor injuries, 2,000 for moderate ones, 5,000 for severe injuries, and 10,000 for those that died. My Tuchu ninja lost 2 legs, and Lord Qing gave me an extra 2,000. The new officer brandished 2 stacks of cash he retrieved from his bed, shaking them in disbelief. Without waiting for a response from the individual before him, the newly arrived officer turned to leave. The young officer, still somewhat dazed, hurriedly inquired, "It's so late. Are you not going to rest?" The newcomer glanced back with a smile, saying, "Having received such a substantial sum, I must make some gesture of gratitude. No, I still possess a bit of energy, so I shall venture out to attend to some matters." The newcomer, with dark skin and youthful vigor, exhibited a glimmer of brightness in his eyes. devoid of any trace of fatigue, instead radiating an exuberance filled with hope. After this operation, with the generous support from the esteemed gym leader and Lady Junsha, I will be able to gather enough funds for the taxes. My sister has been accepted into the trainer academy, and I have heard that the tuition fees have decreased. It is indeed the finest school available to us. If I can endure a little longer and pay a bit more in taxes, I will be able to ensure that my sister has access to the starter Pokémon. Beneath the dim light, the officer's face remained indistinct, with only his bright eyes visible, brimming with hope and anticipation for the future. Chapter 54, Aftermath. The young officer stood momentarily stunned, hesitating for a moment before rising from his bed and following suit. Night had long since fallen, and one would expect an enveloping darkness. Yet the entire temporary camp was ablaze with light. As the young officer surveyed his surroundings, he observed that each tent was continuously spewing forth individuals, some clad in dark uniforms, others in white coats. Under the illumination, the stark contrast of black and white was evident. Merely 2 days later, the chaos of the black market had been managed. For teams from the Weather Brigade had withdrawn, and nearly half of the officers had similarly departed. Before their departure, each officer received a bonus of 10,000. 1/3 of the Pokémon had been disposed of, the land stained crimson with blood, vast swathes of vegetation perished, and the soil grew damp and foul. The small, hill-like Hippowdon had emerged, leaving a multitude of fissures in its wake. Human and Pokémon remains were uniformly cast into each crevice, while groups of Pokémon stood on the surface, unleashing flames into the fissures, incinerating the bloodied earth. With the acrid scent of charred flesh permeating the camp, the gym leader proclaimed that come spring, new flora would sprout here. In 50 years, a new forest would arise. The remaining nearly 600 Pokémon and close to 100 humans, scavenged from the black market, were largely of inferior quality, portioned out daily to barely sustain the lives of these Pokémon. Each day witnessed the death of both Pokémon and humans, the flames of the cremation pits eternally ablaze, black smoke wafting through the air, and the masks provided by the medical personnel nearing depletion. Among the 22 individuals rescued from the competitive zone, 12 were escaped criminals. 2 were gamblers burdened with immense debts, and 3 were self-destructive addicts. They were executed by the gym leader, tossed into the flames. 5 innocent souls, alongside dozens of trafficked humans, were gathered for treatment, awaiting the aid of the Alliance's envoy. At the entrance to the patient camp, Qing stood quietly behind the tent. A fearless youth and a robust assistant were laboriously lifting a stretcher. The individual upon the stretcher was remarkably strong, towering even among humans. With his lower legs dangling in the air, the stretcher itself joined from 2 separate pieces. It was difficult to discern the person's gender. Their physique suggested a robust male. Yet their face was androgynous, arms marred by circular scars, and their entire body exuded an indescribable medicinal scent. Whether due to the weight of the person on the stretcher or their prolonged labor, the 2 Pokémon appeared exceedingly strained, panting heavily, sweat dripping onto the ground. Qing observed in silence. Suddenly, the individual on the stretcher opened their eyes. They were a murky gray-white, with long eyelashes, and the pupils contained floating particles and debris, rendering them exceedingly clouded. "Mr. Gym Leader, I am running out of time." Qing, gazing at the battered form, inquired, "What is your name? Where is your hometown? Do you have any family still alive?" The individual on the stretcher abruptly coughed, their voice growing ever fainter, expelling a strange, viscous substance on the brink of death. "I do not wish for my family to see me in this state. Please do not ask for my name. Let it be as if I never existed in this world." "Mr. Gym Leader, Miss Joy Alola." Joysha had already pushed aside the tent flap and stood behind Qing. Her eyes shadowed, clearly having had little rest over the past 2 days. Upon seeing Qing standing, Joysha paused momentarily before explaining. "Her body has been altered by hundreds of drugs. The internal environment is exceedingly complex. Those who transformed her never intended for her to revert. I have done my utmost to prolong her life, but the will to survive within the injured is alarmingly weak. In half an hour, her vital signs will completely cease." She mentioned that she is from the Alola region, which signifies hello and goodbye. Joysha rummaged through her pocket and produced a photograph. This is her only keepsake, hidden within the folds of her clothing. The photograph depicted a family portrait. 2 individuals, presumably her parents, smiled wearing bright shirts and grass skirts, adorned with coconut leaf crowns. A girl in a dress stood barefoot on the sand, a sunflower tucked in her hair. The family sat together on the ground, parents embracing the child, while a grinning meerkat perched in the child's lap. An ordinary family portrait, a quintessential snapshot of a small Alolan family. Qing's expression remained impassive as he accepted the photograph, and placed it upon the stretcher. The woman upon the stretcher then ceased to breathe, her eyes remaining open, tears of milky white streaming down her cheeks. Du Qing reached out to gently close her eyes. Burn her. Yes. Above the Hoenn region, 2 meteors streaked across the sky. Their speed astonishing, seemingly unaffected by any atmospheric resistance, leaving behind a purple trail. Within, faint silhouettes could be discerned swaying. In Kanaz City, on the outskirts of the West City, 2 figures shrouded in black robes hovered in the air. One of the figures exuded a purple mist from beneath their robe. A massive purple hat floating above, rustling in the wind. A muffled voice emerged from the left figure, indistinguishable in gender, with a peculiar accent, fluctuating in tone like someone unfamiliar with speech. Yuzi, this mission is of utmost importance. Do not act rashly. This opportunity was sought by our lord from the Alliance's esteemed king. The black market of Kanaz City had been dismantled by a youthful gym leader. He lacked the prowess to reclaim it, nor did he desire to. The Pokémon and items seized could serve as provisions for our lineage's secluded training for several years. The other black-robed figure, smaller in stature, interjected with an impatient female voice. Isn't he just an ordinary gym leader? Does he dare to stand against us? I have heard of him. He has no notable reputation, no significant background, and his Pokémon are hardly rare. He was merely a scapegoat pushed forth by the previous gym leader. It's unclear who has thrust him into this role. It's likely this black market was never destroyed by him. He merely reaps the rewards. Perhaps this was all orchestrated by the One Company, presenting this naive fool to the forefront. The 2 exchanged words, displaying no restraint. At this moment, the temporary camp had drawn a sizable crowd. A stark dichotomy of black and white, predominantly black, with fewer in white, comprising mostly officers and medical staff. The 2 conversed with an air of casual disregard, treating those beneath them as mere weeds, utterly indifferent to their presence. Envoys of the Alliance, descend, Du Qing proclaimed, having positioned himself at the center, casting his gaze skyward. The onlookers, including the officers and the medical staff who had just begun their respite, dispersed. Chapter 55, The Black-Robed Envoys from the Alliance. Jun Shano appeared to be preoccupied with some matters, having not made an appearance since he had summoned an entire cart of money for Du Qing. At this moment, only Joy Sha, clad in a white coat, remained behind him, diligently polishing her glasses. The 2 black-robed figures in the sky exchanged words, as if embroiled in a dispute, but ultimately descended to the ground. The moment they landed, Du Qing's brow furrowed ever so slightly. For a peculiar odor wafted towards him, one he had encountered numerous times over the past few days, leaving no room for misjudgment. The stench of decay emanated primarily from the smaller black-robed figure. The black-robed figure adorned with a hat was the one to speak, lacking any trace of the foul odor, yet surrounded by a continuous haze of purple mist. It seemed as though there was no corporeal form beneath the robe, its steps ethereal, almost as if it floated. Esteemed Master of the Hall, we are the envoys sent by the Alliance to take charge of this place. All matters here shall be addressed by us. You may take your leave. Though the black-robed figure employed respectful titles, the tone was devoid of any courtesy, as if it were a matter of course. Oh. Du Qing's gaze grew increasingly frigid. He cleared his ears and inquired, I have dismantled the black market. Logically, there should be a reward forthcoming from the Alliance. When can I expect its issuance? This incident has resulted in significant casualties and numerous injuries. When will the medical resources I requested be delivered? And what of the subsidies I applied for on behalf of Officer Kanaz and the local medical staff? The black-robed figure in purple replied nonchalantly. Such matters do not fall under our jurisdiction. Our sole responsibility is to oversee this location. For all other affairs, we kindly request that you inquire directly with the Alliance. Before Du Qing could respond, the smaller black-robed figure interjected, its tone unkind. When we tell you to leave, just leave. Why waste so many words? A mere dojo master disregarding the commands of the Alliance? Upon hearing this, the coldness in Du Qing's gaze vanished, replaced by a mocking smile. It appears I have overestimated the Alliance. He swiftly produced a high-grade pokeball and summoned his mischievous crocodile. As the crocodile landed, it immediately began to enhance itself. Its scales glistening with a sheen, muscles tautening, its form growing more imposing. With its cavernous maw agape, it lashed its tail, emitting a cackling laughter as it fixated intently on the black-robed figure in purple. There are patients and Pokémon here who have been subjected to prolonged hypnosis, leading to cognitive dissonance. Please tell me, when can we expect the professionals dispatched by the Alliance to arrive? At that moment, Joy Sha, who had remained silent since the beginning, finally spoke. You 2 hail from the Send God volcano, do you not? And, if I am not mistaken, the gentleman in the hat is a Pokémon, correct? With their identities exposed, the black-robed figure in purple ceased to conceal itself, its robe transforming into wisps of smoke that danced in the wind, revealing its true form. It was a Pokémon entirely cloaked in purple, with a head shaped akin to a wizard's hat, adorned with 4 protrusions at the back, and 3 red gems embedded in its chest. The overall appearance resembled a purple cloak with a face, wearing a hat. Since Miss Joy has revealed our origins, why do you not counsel the Master of the Hall? Do you dare disregard the name of the Sand God Volcano? The dream demon spoke confidently, yet its gaze frequently darted towards the mischievous crocodile, betraying a hint of trepidation. The Sand God Volcano stands as one of the most formidable forces beneath the Hoenn Alliance, alongside the Meteor Clan and the Awakening Shrine. However, due to the unique characteristics of the latter two, the Meteor Clan remains hidden from the world, residing within the Meteor Falls, forging deep bonds with dragon-type Pokémon, and rarely engaging with outsiders, instead focusing solely on their training within the falls. Even the most ordinary members of the Meteor Clan, upon venturing into the outside world, typically possess no fewer than 7 badges, marking their entire lineage as elite trainers. Their only shortcoming lies in the lack of top-tier combat prowess, a standard equivalent to that of the Meteor Clan. In contrast, the Awakening Shrine is even more exceptional. The number of individuals within the entire shrine can be counted on one hand, and it shares a profound connection with the Luminous Island. It is said that every master of the Luminous Island hails from the Awakening Shrine, and each master has invariably been the strongest of their generation within the Hoenn Alliance, serving as a substitute for the Elite Four. However, the current situation is unique. The present substitute for the Elite Four is a master from a foreign land, in the prime of their youth. Nevertheless, the transcendent status of the Luminous Island remains unshaken. The Awakening Shrine and the Meteor Clan are polar opposites. The former possesses only top-tier combatants. The current guardian of the Awakening Shrine is the former champion, a coordinator renowned for their flamboyant battle style. If the Awakening Shrine is the highest peak of the Hoenn Alliance, then the Sand God Volcano is its longest river. Its influence is structured around families, bound by blood relations. The Sand God Volcano monopolizes the funeral services within the Hoenn region, housing the largest Pokémon cemetery in the area. It also holds a monopoly over ghost-type Pokémon, particularly the Cursed Doll family and the Wandering Spirit family, while other ghost-type Pokémon may be acquired by trainers. These two families are predominantly held by those from the Sand God Volcano. A common saying circulates: the ghosts of Hoenn rely solely on blood, surname, and sexual reproduction. While these factors are undoubtedly significant, they are not the primary considerations. The most fearsome aspect of the Sand God Volcano lies in its ability to consistently produce elite 4-level combatants. Throughout history, countless Elite Four members have emerged from Hoenn. But without exception, each generation has seen at least one Ghost King. The history of the Sand God Volcano predates that of the entire Hoenn Alliance. Its only significant setback occurred during the turmoil of the Alliance 10 years ago. The Dragon King single-handedly blocked the entrance to the Sand God Volcano. For every individual that emerged, he would slay them, and for every group that appeared, he would annihilate them. It is said that he held the blockade for no less than 6 months. The former Ghost King was compelled to descend from the mountain and confront the Dragon King, resulting in the loss of 5 of his 6 Pokémon, leaving him severely injured. A series of events followed. The Alliance was restored to peace, and the Sand God Volcano fell into silence for several years, only to emerge with an unremarkable young girl. The outside world knew nothing of her. She burst onto the scene, passed the test of the former champion, and seamlessly assumed the position of Ghost King. Following this event, the other forces within the Hoenn region held the Sand God Volcano in even greater esteem. After all, to recover from such a devastating blow and introduce such a youthful champion is a feat that only the ghosts know how many nameless strong individuals the Sand God Volcano conceals. In the present Hoenn region, compared to the ancient 3 great forces, the emerging force of the Duin Corporation exhibits the most vigorous development. The tripartite balance of power in the Hoenn region is on the verge of becoming a quadripartite one. In Greenridge City, an elder sage once prophesied that if such a time were to come, a new turmoil within the Alliance would likely commence. Chapter 56. Neither human nor ghost. Indeed, one possesses quite the eloquence. Qing exhibited no surprise upon discerning that the figure clad in a purple hat and black robe was not of human origin. The lenses of his spectacles reflected a myriad of intricate characters and patterns. The Dream Demon, an evolved form of the Dream Pokémon, emits a cry akin to an incantation, capable of inflicting excruciating pain and vivid illusions upon any creature that hears its call. It chants spells that symbolize both calamity and fortune. This elusive entity is a Pokémon shrouded in mystery. Gender: unknown. Type: ghost. Ability: levitate. Height: 19 meters. Weight: 50 kilograms. It has mastered moves such as Jealous Flame, Meditation, Cuddle Curse. Hold On, Fake Cry, Assist, Hyper Voice, Seal, Vent Anger, Trick, Spirit Dance, Guard, Rain Dance, Thunder, Trickery, Will-O-the-Wisp, Grudge, Fright, Sunny Day, Magical Leaf, Power Gem, Psychic, Skill Swap. Trick Room, Mind Reader, Nightshade, Pain Split, Phantom Force, and Mystic Fire. No inherited moves. With the information laid bare, the Pokédex continued its revelations, disclosing that this particular Pokémon is of the ghost type, possesses a corporeal form, and its age is estimated to be between 300 and 350 years. Truly an ancient being. It appears that ghost-type Pokémon have exceptionally long lifespans. Throughout his life, Qing had never heard tales of a ghost-type Pokémon meeting its demise from old age. Of course, knowledge pertaining to ghost-type Pokémon is considerably restricted in the Hoenn region, heavily obscured by the machinations of certain factions. In the eyes of many common folk, and even trainers, every ghost-type Pokémon is exceedingly rare, imbued with an air of enigma. The revered Mount Sendai, renowned for its ghost-type Pokémon, has become increasingly mysterious and formidable in the public's perception. Qing cast a scrutinizing gaze upon the dream demon, shrouded in purple mist, its eyes resembling emotionless scanning devices. Prolonged observation would yield further insights. However, the dream demon remained oblivious to this, perceiving Qing as one who disregarded its words, showing no concern for the might of Mount Sendai, instead regarding it with an objectifying gaze. Feeling a chill of apprehension at Qing's unsettling scrutiny, the dream demon involuntarily swallowed, despite lacking a throat. At that moment, the petite figure in the black robe beside it spoke up. She shed her cloak and advanced forward. Her skin was excessively pale, with a tinge of bluish hue, and her delicate features were arranged upon a doll-like face, accentuated by dark circles under her eyes and gaunt cheeks that lent her an eerie appearance. A mere country scrap dealer dares to dismiss me? You must be weary of life. With the removal of the black robe, a more pungent odor of decay wafted into the air. Even Joycia could not suppress a frown, covering her mouth and nose with gloved hands. Yuzi keenly observed this detail, casting a disdainful glance at Joycia, yet refraining from verbal retaliation. She considered herself astute, recognizing the Joycia family's extensive influence throughout the region, and deemed it unworthy to provoke conflict over such trivialities, merely harboring a grudge. However, this lumbering oaf of a gym leader was evidently an easy target. The previous gym leader's fate remained uncertain, and as for that so-called ancient rock family, removing the cuckoo merely rendered them a minor power, hardly deserving of concern. This naive country bumpkin had likely already pledged allegiance to whatever company held sway. Now thrust into the limelight under pressure, perhaps he even reveled in what he perceived as a significant accomplishment befitting a gym leader. His towering frame was likely a product of some pharmaceutical enhancements. Indeed, it must be so. Yuzi seethed inwardly, her expression contorting into one of bitterness. Her delicate features scrunched in frustration as an unnamed jealousy ignited within her heart. Initially dismissive of this oafish gym leader, she found herself envious upon witnessing his vibrant vitality, her teeth gnashing in irritation. What she loathed most was this robust body radiating the essence of life. In stark contrast, her own form felt like a desiccated mouse corpse beneath a roof beam. No, my current state is the epitome of perfection. Everyone in my family embodies this visage, save for the esteemed champion. How could these rustic folk outside possibly comprehend such a flawless physique? Yuzi chuckled to herself, her laughter moist and unsettling, as if something were lodged in her throat. Qing observed this scene with a raised brow. What manner of individuals emerge from Mount Sendai? They must be mad. Neither human nor ghost. Qing's words escaped his lips like the sharpest of daggers, piercing through the self-constructed defenses of the girl before him. Upon hearing this, a faint flush appeared on Yuzi's pallid face, her discordant laughter abruptly ceasing. What did you say? How dare you insult me? Do you even know who stands before you? At that moment, Qing's patience reached its breaking point. He pressed his right foot against the ground, as if triggering a hidden signal. With a thunderous crash, the tranquil earth erupted, and a crimson-eyed Hippowdon emerged from the debris, its ivory tusks glinting ominously, enveloped in a shroud of dark energy. With a swift motion, the Hippowdon clamped its jaws around the dream demon, violently shaking its head. The orifices on its body underwent a transformation, unleashing a continuous stream of purple mist and black smoke in a terrifying spectacle. Yet, the Hippowdon showed no signs of impatience. its massive maw opening and closing as if it were devouring something. From its gaping, fearsome mouth, purple mist and dark flames billowed forth, dispersed like floating cotton. A scream, piercing enough to rupture human eardrums, erupted from the Hippodon, a sound laden with agony, echoing in fragmented bursts. For mystical walls of light materialized around them, one encompassing the area entirely, effectively stifling the transmission of sound. As the Hippodon broke through the earth, Joycia swiftly retrieved her love ball, summoning a towering Happiny to mitigate the impact of this confrontation. Yuzi stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. The rapid succession of events, occurring in mere seconds, had rendered the dream demon utterly incapacitated. As a flower nurtured within the volcano, Yuzi found herself momentarily forgetting to summon her Pokeball, her face a canvas of astonishment. Struggling to articulate her thoughts. How dare you? Lay hands on a Pokémon from Mount Sendai. Chapter 57. Forward assertive, yet respectful. Qing did not consider himself particularly clever, nor did he view himself as a fool. The arrogance exhibited by the emissaries of Mount Sendai, devoid of any understanding of human sentiment, was palpable. He could decipher the thoughts swirling within the mind of the figure before him, recognizing that many within the alliance, thousands of miles away in Kaiju City, would hardly regard him as a true gym leader. Qing understood that his period of silence had persisted long enough. Without causing a significant stir, no one would take themselves seriously. It is permissible to feign ignorance, but one cannot pretend to be the fool who consumes fodder. A true master of a dojo wielding genuine power cannot simply be manipulated by a mere pawn from a powerful faction. At this moment, Yuzi regained her composure. After all, she hailed from the sacred Fire Mountain and possessed the essential qualities of a seasoned trainer. Come forth, Curse Doll, and employ Shadow Sneak. Were this a formal battle, Yuzi might have regarded Qing with a measure of respect. However, in the realm of wild skirmishes, few Pokémon could rival the prowess of the Cursed Doll. A ghost-type creature adept at directly assailing trainers, a domain in which ghost types excel. Yuzi felt a surge of confidence. Shadow Sneak is a priority move, allowing one to emerge from the shadows to attack an unsuspecting human with ease. Inflicting severe injury upon that reckless gym leader would suffice. Outright elimination would prove somewhat troublesome. At the moment those words were uttered, Qing turned to glance at the shadow behind him. The silhouette was contorting, stretching, and shortening in a bizarre manner. To an ordinary person, such a sight would likely induce terror. Yet Qing remained unfazed, for armed with the advanced Pokédex from Dr. Yu, he could effortlessly discern the Pokémon lurking within his shadow. It was a doll-like creature, entirely black, fashioned in an antiquated style reminiscent of decades past. With a yellowed zipper stitched across its mouth, and two slit-like eyes fixated intently on Qing. The Cursed Doll, an evolution of the Morning Doll Pokémon, harbored formidable cursed energy that would erupt if its body were pierced. Once a pitiful, abandoned toy, it now pulsated with life, fueled by unending resentment and imbued with cursed power. This Pokémon, embodying pure malice and containing cursed energy, is of the ghost type, possessing a physical form. Its age is approximated to be between 5 and 10 years. The shadow of Qing on the ground began to undergo a transformation, suddenly solidifying into a spiky form that shot upwards. To onlookers, it appeared as though Qing's shadow had come to life, brandishing a knife-like appendage in an attempt to slay him. In that critical moment, the rogue crocodile, which had been reinforcing itself since the onset of the conversation, sprang into action. Its red and black scales glimmered ominously, resembling armor, while its massive body swelled, claws lengthening and hardening. Muscles rippled beneath its skin, akin to steel, and its teeth sharpened to lethal points. With a gleeful cackle, the rogue crocodile's eyes glinted with excitement beneath its sunglasses as a blade of light coalesced in its claws. In a swift motion, the light blade sliced through Qing's animated shadow, severing it in half. The upper half of the shadow emitted a haunting wail, a sound so piercing that it sent shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. The shadow extended a black tendril, writhing slowly as it struggled. After a brief struggle, it revealed its true form, a cursed doll, now lying on the ground, its body cleaved in two. The cross-section revealed a viscous black stuffing, seeping with an unknown energy that oozed purple oil. Upon contact with the earth, the purple oil caused the soil to sink, becoming brittle and desiccated. With a pained expression, the cursed doll raised its hand and unzipped its yellowed mouth. With a soft pop, a red and yellow band was expelled, falling to the ground. It appeared as though this band had endured some burden for the cursed doll, snapping in two. Despite the rupture, the cursed doll's torso seemed to reconnect as it used its hands to bind its lower half. The black stuffing, and purple oil amalgamating to restore its form. Yuzi, now struck dumb with shock, felt a rising warmth in her previously frigid body. Her mouth agape, she struggled to catch her breath. Will Master Zhu cease hostilities? The Hippowdon's mouth and body began to exude an increasing amount of purple mist, which, like a living entity, slowly drifted through the air, eventually coalescing into the shape of a purple figure adorned with a hat and cloak, the injured Dream Eater. Du Qing was not taken aback. After all, this was a ghost that had existed for centuries and could converse. It would be absurd for the Hippowdon to end its life in a single bite. Du Qing raised his gaze to the Dream Eater hovering above. Since you are the Dream Eater, surely you possess the ability to heal those afflicted with cognitive dissonance, both human and Pokémon. Will you comply or resist? The Dream Eater showed no hesitation, nodding fervently with a peculiar accent. Truth be told, Master of the Dojo, I have long been prepared to heal. I implore Miss Joy to accompany me to the injured. We all serve the Alliance and must unite in our efforts. Du Qing nodded, considering the matter settled. Some individuals, the more one concedes, the more they take liberties. Only through confrontation, inflicting pain to instill fear, could one engage in meaningful discourse. As the gym leader of Kanaz City, it was imperative to advocate for local interests and reprimand the impudent envoy of the Alliance. The more Du Qing appeared weak, the more the Alliance would look down upon him. Displaying a banner of weakness would only invite slaughter. True strength would garner respect. Only by demonstrating value and might could one earn a seat at the table. Just as with the Dream Eater and another envoy, discussing matters earnestly had no effect, while a firm stance followed by a decisive action yielded understanding. Before departing, the Dream Eater shared a few words with the dazed Yuzi. The essence of the message conveyed that previous misunderstandings existed. As they belonged to the same faction, mutual assistance was imperative. The Dream Eater acknowledged its prior discourteousness towards the gym leader and sought to express an apology. Yuzi trembled, her petite frame shaking uncontrollably as she numbly retrieved the barely conscious cursed doll, her head bowed, overwhelmed by a profound sense of defeat. With labored steps, she approached Du Qing. Chapter 58. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. Master of the dojo, my previous demeanor was, indeed, far too Yuzi stammered, her body quaking as she spoke in fragmented sentences, bearing the weight of immense humiliation. Although she now offered an apology, resentment brewed within her, and vengeful schemes began to form in her mind, contemplating ways to retaliate against Du Qing. As a master of the dojo, despite the Alliance's favoritism, he was not someone she could easily contend with. Yet, even if she could not inflict severe harm upon Du Qing, annoying him and obstructing his endeavors would suffice. After all, as a trainer adept in ghost types, such mischief was well within her capabilities. Yuzi became lost in her vengeful fantasies, plotting how to retaliate for her humiliation, until she lifted her head. The ground before her was empty. Du Qing, along with Joy and the Dream Eater, had already distanced themselves. Just like a fist striking upon cotton, Yuko felt akin to a jester, tirelessly striving to amuse others, yet utterly disregarded. Despite having endured the humiliation of an apology, a burden so weighty that it should command respect, it seemed trivial in the eyes of the dojo master. He didn't even spare her a glance. With a sigh, Yuko endeavored to compose herself, observing the retreating figures of San and the others, gritting her teeth before resolutely following behind. In a makeshift encampment, an armory was relentlessly throwing punches, its skin not the vibrant hue of health, but rather an unsettling bluish-black. Bloodshot eyes were filled with a manic intensity as its hands alternated in a mechanical rhythm, striking at an invisible foe as if executing a programmed task. As long as the command persisted, the arms would not cease. This peculiar condition could only be halted by binding it, controlling its movements. Otherwise, it would remain in this state, relentlessly attacking the void. Joisha adjusted her glasses and turned to the Dream Demon, offering an explanation. After a moment of contemplation, the Dream Demon spoke in its peculiar accent. This situation is easily remedied. It seems an imaginary enemy resides within its mind. Simply dispel the hypnotic effect, and all shall be well. With that, the Dream Demon floated above the armory, enveloping it in a cloak-like shroud. A thick purple mist began to swirl around the tent. The armory ceased its relentless punches, its eyelids slowly drooping, and after a brief moment of hesitation, it succumbed to a deep slumber. The Dream Demon shook itself free from the armory, declaring, "A trivial matter, my lord. Are there others suffering from the same affliction?" Du Qing nodded, acknowledging the efficacy of the Dream Demon's treatment. "There are approximately 200 individuals, both elves and humans combined, who require your esteemed medical expertise." I hope you will not withhold your skills and tend to the rest as well. Though Du Qing's words were courteous, there was an unmistakable undertone of command. The dream demon's non-existent lips twitched. At that moment, the scene mirrored a past encounter, only with their roles reversed. The dream demon glanced at the menacing rogue crocodile towering behind Du Qing, still emitting its sinister chuckle, its tongue incessantly licking its teeth. It then looked down at the ground, sensing the imminent threat of a rampaging hippowdon. Enough of this. There exists an ancient adage from a long-lost kingdom. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. The dream demon bowed respectfully, its tone imbued with deference. It is my honor to serve you, my lord. Your courtesy is appreciated. However, we must rely heavily on your capabilities in this situation. We are both under the Alliance's banner and thus akin to one family. Du Qing replied, his expression impassive. The dream demon responded, indeed, indeed. To overlook the past is a blessing. Their exchange resembled a theatrical performance set in antiquity, rife with insincerity. Yuko stood by, her demeanor betraying a sense of defeat. Throughout this entire encounter, Du Qing had not once regarded her, not even with a hint of derision. This blatant disregard pierced Yuko deeply, as if she were merely an inconsequential wisp of air. In her family, she was celebrated as a prodigy, a genius among her peers. Yet she found herself crushed by an unexpected upstart. Time passed, and soon it was the following day. The dream demon had tirelessly labored for over 10 hours, finally rescuing all those who had lost their cognitive faculties, both human and elf alike. Its form was now ragged, its gaze devoid of luster, and the once vibrant purple mist had faded to a mere whisper of its former self. My lord, may I inquire about the management of this area? Du Qing turned to the dream demon, his expression revealing an unspoken pressure, devoid of emotion, as if scrutinizing an inanimate object. Perhaps we should let this matter rest. The dream demon stammered, sensing an unsettling chill as it began to drift away from Du Qing. How strange. As a spirit of over a century, the dream demon had not felt fear in eons. Why did this human instill such trepidation within it? That gaze, familiar, reminiscent of the cold indifference it had encountered over a decade ago when first meeting the young king, a look devoid of empathy for life. Could this individual be of the same ilk as the king? No. If they were akin to the king, could they still be considered human? The dream demon shuddered, casting a glance at Yuko, who stood in the corner. It quickly called out, what I've gained from this journey is more than sufficient. It is time to return home. Without waiting for Yuko's response, the dream demon enveloped her in a cloak-like embrace and ascended into the sky, transforming into a streak of purple light that vanished in an instant, leaving behind a long, trailing hue. Du Qing gazed skyward, a hint of sarcasm lacing his words. After sustaining injuries and working nonstop for so many hours, it still moves with such swiftness. I suspect during our 2-day wait, the Alliance has been engaged in pointless squabbling, treating the cleanup of the black market as a coveted task. As Du Qing spoke, Joey Sha remained silent, choosing to observe him discreetly, pondering. Indeed, he is an extraordinary individual. No wonder my sister is enamored with him. With over 600 elves and dozens of humans from various regions, do you have a plan for their accommodation? The sudden directive inquiry interrupted Joey Sha's thoughts, leaving her taken aback, and she lowered her head to avoid Du Qing's gaze. The arrangements for accommodation are entirely at your discretion, my lord. Chapter 59, forming a long line for elves. Du Qing retrieved an antiquated mobile phone and began dialing. Consano. All personnel involved in the cleanup of the black market and the surveillance of the remnants of the Black Peace, please come to the outskirts of West City to collect an elf. On the other end of the line, Consano was taken aback, his voice trembling. There are over 600 elves. Do you truly wish to Consano? The wartime status in Kanaz City has yet to be lifted. Please adhere to the orders. Understood. Du Qing hung up the phone and addressed Joey Sha. Medical personnel involved in the rescue efforts may also collect an elf according to their needs. Joey Sha, equally astonished, momentarily forgot to respond. My lord, even so, there will still be over 100 elves remaining. Du Qing dialed another number, once more initiating a call. Hello, Principal. How many civilian students are currently enrolled at the Kanaz Trainer Academy? Please hold a moment. After approximately a minute, the voice on the other end resumed. My lord, there are currently 113 civilian students in the academy. Organize the teachers and students to the outskirts of West City to collect their elves. I have sent the precise coordinates. In the principal's office of the Kanaz Trainer Academy, the middle-aged principal sat on a leather sofa, his expression one of shock. Before me stands a figure resembling a teacher. Clad in a tailored suit, his hair slicked back and face meticulously groomed, holding a stack of documents. Is Lord Du Qing distributing spirits to the common students in an attempt to emulate the former curator, or perhaps to begin consolidating hearts and minds? Or is there a deeper significance that eludes my understanding? The middle-aged principal shook his head and spoke in a neutral tone, suspecting that a certain nefarious organization had been dismantled, merely distributing some useless roadside spirits to impoverished students. The teacher nodded eagerly, appearing to fully endorse the principal's words. And then his eyes darted about as he inquired, "I heard that not long ago, the curator managed to dismantle the black market." The middle-aged principal, ever responsive, replied, "Indeed. That is the case." "Huh. The strength of this curator is profoundly concealed. I now comprehend why he secluded the gym for half a year. He is far more formidable than any of us could have imagined. With the black market dismantled, I estimate that Lord Du Qing will reap substantial rewards. Even a mere trickle from his bounty could suffice to satiate those students." The teacher nodded vigorously, hastily affirming this notion. The principal cast a scrutinizing glance at the teacher, his expression tinged with disapproval. "I know you harbor disdain for those impoverished students, but mark my words. The admission of common students and the provision of subsidies are demands set forth by Lord Du Qing. As long as Lord Du Qing remains in power, you shall obey without question. Do not entertain any subversive thoughts or intentions. He is not Lord Du Jiao, who is so easily placated. Should he discover any insubordination or deceit among you, blood will surely be shed. Principal, I truly dare not harbor any treachery." The teacher, slick-haired and powdered, prostrated himself upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "What you say now holds little significance. What you do is what truly matters. Remember this. Perform your duties well. While you may not wish to live, I certainly do." Having deemed the admonition sufficient, the principal rose from his seat. He entered the adjoining bedroom, rifling through his wardrobe for a considerable time before finally selecting the simplest and least expensive suit, which he donned. Upon returning to his office, the principal cleared his throat twice and gestured grandly. "Gather the students and bring out those 2 school buses gathering dust in the garage. We are departing for Kanaz City, west suburb." In an orderly fashion, 3 teams, black, blue, and white, assembled. The larger, more aggressive spirits, such as Nidoking, Golem, and Grimer, were led away by the police chiefs and elite members of the weather team, as these creatures required substantial sustenance and were difficult to tame. The more refined species, which necessitated a degree of maintenance, such as Espion, Shiny Meowth, and Drifloon, were taken by the highly paid doctors, who, as elite members of the Joy family, could certainly afford their care. Meanwhile, the mid-sized creatures, like Meowth, Rattata, and Porygon, were naturally divided among the remaining officers and ordinary medical staff. In the presence of the means to care for them, no one would refuse the acceptance of a spirit. The weather team and ordinary officers both required the combat prowess that these spirits provided, while the high-income medical practitioners sought spirits befitting their status. Most ordinary medical staff lacked a spirit of their own. Thus, they would not squander this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The most exhilarated and delighted were the common students from the Kanaz Trainer Academy. The smaller, less demanding spirits, such as Eevee, Psyduck, and Swablu, were allocated to the children. Prior to this, most of them possessed only one spirit, with only a few boasting 2. Now, they all found themselves with new companions. The middle-aged principal stood in stunned silence, witnessing a scene he had never before encountered in his lifetime. At this moment, words failed to encapsulate his astonishment. Lining up to receive free spirits? Surely, this must be a jest. Had the sun risen in the west? I must surely be dreaming. For such absurdity could not be real. After what felt like an eternity, the principal's inner turmoil began to settle, and his mind raced as he pondered the intentions of this youthful curator. The most plausible conclusion was that this curator intended to consolidate the hearts of the people, distributing spirits without charge, even offering monetary support, specifically targeting medical personnel and officers. Was this not akin to undermining the foundations of the Joy and Kunsa families? The principal cautiously raised his gaze, observing intently. He looked towards the giant stone where Du Qing stood. Behind the young curator were 2 graceful figures clad in blue and white. They stood dutifully behind Du Qing, subtly suggesting a hierarchy. They were the heads of the Joy and Kunsa families in Kanaz. The principal was taken aback. This was a wager. But this was unusual in previous bets. The others were typically in the lead. Why had the dynamic shifted in favor of Du Qing? Was this paving the way for him? With the involvement of both families, the situation had become utterly inscrutable. The middle-aged principal found himself ensnared in a whirlwind of thoughts, his breath becoming heavy. Yet, there remained another possibility, one so astonishing that he momentarily forgot to breathe. This notion flickered into existence before being swiftly extinguished. No, that cannot be right. The curator acted with such ruthlessness. Chapter 60. The baton has precision. The middle-aged principal shook his head, hurriedly dispelling this dreadful thought. Amidst the raucous students, a girl with neatly cropped hair surreptitiously gazed at the elevated Du Qing. Clutching a rock ruff tightly to her chest, the creature licked her arm with its tongue, its tail wagging with delight at its new owner. Lord Curator, she mused, gazing at the luminous young curator and the two elegant figures behind him, discernible as joy and kunsa through their attire. In her eyes sparkled a glimmer of deep-seated insecurity, and she lowered her head. After a moment, she gritted her teeth, summoning her resolve. She must reach the necessary heights to be worthy of standing behind him. At the northern entrance of Kanaz City, a luxurious black sedan halted at the checkpoint, thwarted by security personnel. The occupants within were agitated, hurling curses. Before them, several police officers clad in black stood firm, wielding batons with solemn expressions. Behind them, several spirits stood motionless, while the officers, their faces as cold as ice, disregarded the occupants' every word. You mere officers dare to block my path. Have you no idea who I am? Truly, your eyes must be blind. Within the vehicle, a middle-aged man with a face marked by excess and a thick gold chain around his neck pointed at the officers, unleashing a torrent of abuse, his spittle flying. Utterly arrogant, the leading officer wiped the spittle from his uniform, his dark complexion belying his youth. The young officer's expression remained unchanged, resolute, and unwavering. Lord Du Qing has decreed that the state of war in Kanaz has yet to be lifted. Therefore, without a release order, any suspicious individuals are barred from leaving the city. Damn those suspicious types. In the past, there were no such troubles. It is clearly that damned curator who wishes to eliminate dissent and target us. At this moment, a young man with crimson hair, seated in the back of a luxurious car, chimed in. He was as slender as a reed, adorned with black tattoos on his arms, and his face was bedecked with an array of piercings. Father, why waste your breath on them? Just drive straight through. These officers are merely after their own gain, seeking bribes. We shouldn't give them a single coin. The youth became increasingly agitated, gesticulating wildly. And that so-called curator, he killed Grandfather Ping for no reason. Ordinary citizens of Kanaz can roam freely, yet we are being held back. Who knows what nefarious schemes that curator is concocting? We must report to Caillou City and bring down this barbaric curator. Upon hearing these words, the dark-skinned officer's expression turned ominous. He glanced back at Hayok, who was indeed a gift from the curator. Suddenly, the officer's radio crackled to life, compelling him to momentarily suppress his emotions and respond to the call. After half a minute, he set down the radio and gathered a few officers, whispering orders to them. Meanwhile, the father and son in the car continued their tirade. That Du Qing is nothing but a dictator. Uncle Ping was an exemplary official, respected by the citizens of Kanaz for his integrity and love for the people. Yet he was murdered without a second thought. Is there no justice left in Kanaz? With a sudden crash, Hayok's head shimmered with metallic sheen as he smashed through the glass. A hand reached through the window, seizing the middle-aged man who was cursing vehemently. You bastard! Get out and say that again. The dark-skinned officer sneered, his face contorted with rage, as he yanked on the man's gold chain, dragging him halfway out of the car. The middle-aged man, initially panicked, soon regained his composure. How dare you speak to me like this while Uncle Ping is still alive? Let me go? Upon hearing this, the dark-skinned officer grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Lord Du Qing has decreed that former Vice Mayor He Ping of Kanaz has betrayed the alliance, colluding with a nefarious organization to subvert it. From this moment, apprehend all of He Ping's associates. No unit shall obstruct or shield them in any form. Anyone who defies this order shall be deemed a traitor and punished accordingly. Bring him here. Beat him. Beat him hard. Another officer stepped forward, joining forces to drag the hefty middle-aged man from the car window. Give him a good thrashing. The dark-skinned officer brandished his baton, landing a series of brutal blows to the man's face. The middle-aged man, in agony, attempted to shield his face, collapsing to the ground. In truth, he had already submitted after the first strike, wishing to plead for mercy, but with the first blow landing on his mouth, he found his speech rendered impossible. The dark-skinned officer barked at his comrades. Why are you just standing there? Don't stop. Keep hitting him. Several officers surrounded the fallen man, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, forcing him to curl up on the ground amidst a cloud of dust. The dark-skinned officer leaned into the car window, spotting the crimson-haired youth hiding behind the driver's seat. Ah, a familiar face, he remarked. This youth, whose name eluded him, seemed to be known as young Master Wu, frequently visiting the police station. Rumor had it he had assaulted several female students and often bullied his classmates, leaving a trail of injuries in his wake. Yet, due to his family's influence, he always emerged unscathed, growing more brazen with each incident. With a sudden lunge, Hayok bit into the car door, and with a screeching sound, the entire door was wrenched off. The dark-skinned officer seized a fistful of the youth's crimson hair, dragging him out. Young Master Wu thrashed wildly. But being as thin as a reed, he lacked the strength to resist and was hauled into the street. The dark-skinned officer raised his baton, swinging it furiously. "Stop! Please! Don't hit me!" Young Master Wu cried out, but the officer's baton continued to rain down upon him, splattering blood everywhere, staining the road red. In the eastern gate of Kanaz, two individuals stood at the security checkpoint. One was a hunched, emaciated old woman, her face resembling that of ancient bark. With squinty eyes and sparse white hair cascading over her head, her mouth curled in disdain. The other was a disheveled young man, deep dark circles under his eyes, wearing slippers and exuding an air of indifference. Several officers clad in black stood at the security checkpoint, a few elves behind them preventing the two from passing. "Why can everyone else leave the city, but not us?" the old woman protested. "Lord Du Qing has decreed that Kanaz is currently under martial law. All movements are restricted, and suspicious individuals are forbidden from exiting the city." Among the officers, a middle-aged man resembling a sergeant spoke up, sporting a thick beard that lent him a fierce appearance. Behind him loomed a massive Nido, eyeing the mother and son with predatory intent. "Ah, you're that Gutian from last year. The one who carelessly ran over several people on the street," the sergeant remarked, recognition dawning. "You should still be serving your sentence. Wait, you were sentenced to death and then had it commuted to life. How is it you are free now?" Gutian remained aloof, pretending not to hear, engrossed in picking at his nails, ignoring the sergeant entirely. "How dare you ignore me?" The sergeant, quick to temper, advanced and grasped Gutian's wrist. "This is a special time. Come with me to serve your time in jail." "Hey, what are you doing?" The old woman quickly grabbed hold of Gutian's other hand, as if in a tug of war to pull him back. The sergeant, wary that the frail old woman might perish from the strain, released his grip, allowing her to reclaim her son. The old woman, her fine clothing damp with sweat, resembled a fluffed-up hen as she shielded her son behind her. Gutian cowered behind, still fixated on his nails. "On what grounds do you arrest my son? You've made a grave error. How could my son possibly run someone over? He is timid and kind-hearted, always considerate, and wouldn't he even harm a blade of grass? Those wretched souls crashed into my son's vehicle. How can you blame him?" The old woman's shrill voice pierced the air, her bony finger nearly poking the sergeant's nose. The sergeant, with his thick beard, was not easily swayed. "The evidence is irrefutable. The surveillance footage is clear. There is no chance of wrongful accusation." The bearded officer's words had yet to finish when he was abruptly interrupted by the piercing wails of the elderly woman. She plopped down onto the ground, beating her thighs and lamenting loudly. "Oh dear, my child's father died young. As a widow, I have toiled to raise my child alone. And now these officials seek to bully us, a mother and her orphan." Gutian, hiding behind his mother, suddenly burst into tears as well. He strained to muster a semblance of sorrowful cries, yet his face bore only a grimace, devoid of any tears. "Mother, I'm scared. It's so dark in prison. I don't want to stay there." Upon hearing her son's lament, the elderly woman sprang up from the ground, her arms protectively enveloping her child as her nails clawed at the bearded officer. "Did you hear that? My son is terrified because of you. Do you have no humanity left? I will go to Caillou City to seek justice. The two of us will walk step by step to Caillou City, and you will await our arrival." The bearded officer stifled his fury. He yearned to inform this woman that one cannot simply walk to Caillou City. One must either fly or climb up from beneath the waterfall. Glancing at the imposing figure of Nido behind him, he observed its sturdy, smooth blue shell, its robust physique, and the tender, newly grown spines. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. All of this was a gift from the young lord of the manor. He chuckled inwardly, resolving not to lose his temper. After all, he must not jeopardize Lord Du Qing's important matters. Suddenly, the intercom crackled to life, interrupting the officer's thoughts. He picked up the device, listening intently. Yes, understood. I assure you the task will be completed," he replied, setting the intercom down, no longer consumed by anger. The bearded officer now felt a surge of excitement. He summoned several officers, proclaiming loudly, "Lord Du Qing has decreed that the former vice-mayor of Kanaz City, Hippo, has betrayed the alliance and colluded with evil organizations, attempting to subvert the alliance. From this moment on, apprehend all of Hippo's accomplices. No unit shall obstruct or harbor them in any form." Any act of defiance will be deemed treason, and they shall be executed on the spot. Noticing the tense atmosphere, the elderly woman suddenly produced a mobile phone, aiming it at the officers while shouting, "Help! Come and judge this. The police are bullying honest people." With a resounding crack, the bearded officer swung his electric baton, shattering the phone in her grasp. "You old hag, I've long found you displeasing," he barked. "Someone beat her." With another thud, an unknown officer kicked the elderly woman, sending her sprawling several meters across the ground. The bearded officer was momentarily stunned, then turned sharply to the officer who had acted, saying, "Well done, but let me strike first next time." Soon, several officers surrounded the pretentious Gutian, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks, subjecting him to a severe beating as well. In Kanaz City, within the confines of an excessively large cell, dozens of individuals were crammed together. Most were men, with only a handful of women, ranging from young to old, all squeezed tightly within the cell. An air of oppressive silence hung about them. They understood the reason for their capture, and not a single one cried out in protest, patiently awaiting their fate. After a prolonged silence, a tall, robust young man with black hair, flanked by a dozen guards, approached the cell. Approximately half a minute later, a man with dark blue hair arrived. He had high cheekbones and deep-set eyes, dressed in a well-tailored black military uniform, his reddish-brown eyes standing out as he respectfully stood to the side. The guards announced in unison, "The warden has arrived." "Stop, stop, stop! You fools, don't embarrass me." In front of the lord of the manor, refrain from such antics. The warden approached Qing, bowing deeply, mimicking the gestures of a servant he had seen previously at the Kanaz City Public Security Bureau, as if performing an ancient salute reserved for the direct descendants of the Junsha family. "My lord of the manor, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Junsha Fong, one of the two wardens of Kanaz prison." Qing regarded the military uniform worn by Junsha Fong, pondering for a moment before posing several questions. "Are you a soldier? Who is the other warden, and from which faction do they hail?" Chapter 62. The warden named Shan Bai. Junsha Fong adjusted her collar, bowed her head in contemplation, and replied, "The Fengyuan alliance has not engaged in external warfare for many years, and the Fengyuan army has long been disbanded. I am not a soldier." She gestured to her military attire with a sense of pride, adding, "This uniform is a legacy from my grandfather, who was once a colonel. This is a replica of his uniform." As for the other warden, Junsha Fong gazed cautiously at Qing, as if fearing to provoke him. "She has some connection to you." Oh, Qing's interest was piqued. He contemplated for a moment, but could not recall knowing anyone of that stature. "Go on." Receiving permission, Junsha Fong continued, "Her name is Shan Bai. She is a remarkably young elite trainer affiliated with the Alliance and currently works for the Duan Corporation. Once, she was the disciple of Lord Dujian and is the only elite trainer among the graduates of Kanaz Trainer Academy in the past 5 years. However, she hesitated, as if grappling with her words. Her relationship with Lord Dujian seems to be rather strained. Qing appeared unfazed, his expression unchanged. "Well, that makes sense. It's normal for a student to rebel against a mentor who has taught for so many years. I understand this matter." He raised an eyebrow, stated a few words, but refrained from probing further into Shan Bai's issues and abruptly ceased his inquiries. Junsha Fong was somewhat taken aback. She had anticipated that Qing would press for more details, questioning the reasons for the rift, why a warden of the Alliance would work for the Duan Corporation, her whereabouts, and so forth. Yet Qing asked nothing more, his expression hardly shifting. Before meeting Qing, Junsha Fong had rehearsed countless times in her mind. Yet only a few of those thoughts were utilized. This young lord of the manor seemed to regard Shan Bai with little regard. This was not surprising, however. It was known that this lord had only ascended to his position half a year prior, yet within his family, evaluations of his personal strength had already approached that of a true lord. Oh no, that's not right. Following the incident of the destruction of the Kanaz Free Trade Zone, his rating should have already reached that of a legitimate lord. Moreover, assessments of his future potential by the family were exceedingly bold, already reaching the level of a champion. In this world, only the Junsha and Joy families were most sensitive to the emergence of genius. Observing through history, even though neither the Junsha nor Joy families had a champion-class powerhouse in the open, they maintained excellent relations with all champions across the region. Furthermore, none of the legendary trainers from various regions held any animosity toward the Junsha or Joy families. Those unparalleled fiends, capable of single-handedly obliterating top-tier malevolent organizations and subduing legendary Pokémon, are essentially champions in their own right, with potential that knows no bounds. It is rumored that the leader of a certain nefarious faction, having been struck by these formidable individuals on 2 separate occasions, deemed his own power insufficient. Consequently, he forsook his organization and retreated into seclusion for self-cultivation. Whispers suggest he has yet to re-emerge. The Junsha and Joy families typically extend their goodwill towards such talents even before their journeys commence, crafting a benevolent facade. How amusing it is that they presume the potential of those who have yet to receive their Pokémon, as if they possess the gift of foresight. In truth, Junsha harbors numerous speculations regarding this phenomenon, yet he dares not voice them, even in the recesses of his mind, for fear of being scrutinized by certain mind-reading Pokémon. He lifts his gaze to the imposing figure of the young gym leader before him. The family's predictions indicate that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he will likely attain the rank of Elite Four by the age of 25. In the greater Hoenn region, Qing stands as the most esteemed among his peers. Even in comparison to the older generation, such as the gym leaders of Wudou Town and Zhejiang City, and even the former leader of the Kanaz City Gym, Qing's standing remains notably superior. According to Junsha's knowledge, Qing's true standing aligns closely with that of the gym leaders of Wudou Town and Yindu City, just beneath two deeply entrenched individuals, one of whom has already reached the elite level. It is worth noting that Qing has only been in office for half a year, having recently graduated from school without any prior engagement in battle-related endeavors. To achieve such heights in a brief span is indeed a rarity. Data extracted from the Pokémon Association reveals that since Qing's appointment, there has been but a single recorded formal battle within the gym. Yet, he has engaged in numerous informal skirmishes, creating a stark contrast in their proportions. According to records submitted by a referee dispatched by the Alliance, all of Qing's informal battles have adhered to Alliance regulations. None have involved the misuse of his authority as a gym leader for illicit contests. Incidents such as a 7-year-old child commanding Pokémon with the intent to murder a gym leader or being attacked by a youth while walking on the street, as well as patrolling the Orange Forest to punish the nefarious Aqua Team and rescue virtuous citizens of Kanaz while combating the malevolent Devon Corporation, all appear to fall well within the bounds of propriety. Reflecting on Qing's nonchalant attitude towards another warden, it becomes evident that this mere young elite trainer does not warrant the esteemed attention of Qing. The more Junsha contemplates, the more he feels he has approached the veracity of the truth. Alas, it must surely be my overthinking and misplaced sentiments. How could someone of Qing's caliber perceive an elite trainer as a rival? Before Junsha, Qing stands quietly, oblivious to the elevation of his status in Junsha's mind. Nor does he realize that the latter is attempting to decipher the divine will. Qing's thoughts are rather straightforward. Each individual has their own fate. Even if a student of the former leader diverges from their mentor's path, it is a natural occurrence, not deserving of alarm. Qing is confident in his own strength. Despite the profound depths of the elite trainer tier and the vast disparities in power therein, he does not believe that the warden named Shanbai surpasses him. In Qing's childlike and simplistic worldview, enemies are merely classified into categories: those who can be killed, those who cannot, those who are relatively easy to eliminate, those who are somewhat challenging, those who cannot be killed now but may be in the future. Such distinctions are all that matter. Since he stands on opposing grounds with Warden Shanbai, he will find a pretext to eliminate him in due course. Chapter 63, The Infamous New Gym Leader. After a moment of silence, Junsha breaks the tranquility, gesturing towards the imposing prison behind him, housing dozens of men and women. Qing. All direct blood relatives of He Ping in the Hoenn region are here, without exception. Most of those we have imprisoned are his progeny. It is entirely at your discretion, my lord. Qing nods in approval, commending the efficiency of the operation. He then waves his hand, ordering, "Eliminate them all, leave not a single one alive." With his hand placed over his chest, Junsha proclaims, "Yes, my lord." He retrieves his phone, casually issuing a command. Location, large cell number 06, I, as warden. Command the execution to commence immediately. Before long, a faint gas seems to pervade the large cell, and the assembled individuals fall silent, gradually succumbing to slumber. Collapsing onto the floor. Qing, the execution has concluded. Junsha respectfully stands by, awaiting further instructions. Very well, Qing nods, before hastily departing, as if summoned to attend to some urgent matter. In a luxurious villa within Kanaz City, today marks the gathering hosted by Hoenn. His steward has meticulously arranged accommodations for significant figures, including executives from the Devon Corporation, renowned trainers, and other influential officials from Kanaz City. Having recently weathered the storm of the death of the second-in-command and the destruction of the black market, Hoenn, as the de facto leader of Kanaz City, must reach out and foster connections, while simultaneously reassuring those working under him to stabilize morale. His ability to maintain his position as the mayor of Kanaz City over the years stems from his lack of a notable background coupled with an extensive network of acquaintances. As the most economically prosperous region in Hoenn, all factions desire a mayor who is one of their own. Wudou, however, possesses a clear understanding of his role. He belongs to neither side. Of course, Wudou's stance does not imply an ambition to play all sides. After all, none are foolish enough to believe that one can reap the benefits from all parties without consequence. Such individuals would find themselves swiftly eliminated. Wudou, remarkably, refrains from wielding the powers of his office. Aside from his initial day in office, his visits to the city government are few and far between, delegating all matters to Hippo, the second in command. Regardless of the demands from various factions, Wudou greets all with a smile, yet when it comes to executing tasks, he deftly deflects, dragging matters out without resolution. However, it is precisely this approach that enables him to solidify his position. After all, he treats everyone equally, should Wudou falter. The ensuing struggles among factions would lead to chaos and uncertainty regarding who might rise to power. Upon reflection, it is evident that Wudou's impartiality is indeed more advantageous. Rather than a few benefiting while others suffer, it is far better that all remain equally deprived. In the eyes of certain opposing factions, witnessing the other prosper is more unbearable than experiencing their own losses. Thus, Wudou's secure hold on the mayoral seat begins to make sense. Based on the most intrinsic human nature of begrudging the prosperity of others, a delicate balance has been meticulously crafted. Within a lavish private chamber, elegantly attired guests engage in convivial toasts, each indulging in spirited discourse, exuding an air of unrestrained joy. The banquet table is adorned with a sumptuous array of delicacies, sourced from an assortment of rare mystical beings. There are fried lobster pincers, the tail of a Snorlax airlifted from the Kanto region, and a delectable stew made from leeks and duck, alongside a gelatinous preparation crafted from fried pork skin. Seated in a position of prominence is a corpulent man, his girth exceedingly ample, reclined upon a specially designed chair that is nearly the size of two conventional seats amalgamated. His round visage bears indistinct dark spots. This individual is none other than Wudou, the mayor of Kanaz City. With the assistance of several servants, Wudou finally settles into his chair, gasping for breath. This simple act appears to be an arduous endeavor, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. In the assessments of various factions, Wudou, as an individual whose weight significantly exceeds healthy standards, has a dismal life expectancy. The prognosis suggests the likelihood of sudden demise due to incidents such as myocardial infarction or nocturnal cardiac arrest looms ever present, should he require assistance from the Pokémon Center. And if the Joy family opts not to expend resources on his behalf, Wudou's life could swiftly come to an end. Indeed, the specter of imminent death constitutes one of the weights in this precarious balance. A servant raises a white handkerchief, cautiously dabbling at the perspiration upon Wudou's brow. What was once a pristine cloth is now sullied by a faint yellowish sheen of oil and skin flakes. The servant subtly furrows his brow, only to quickly restore his expression, fearful of detection by the corpulent man. Wudou casts a few glances at the servants surrounding him and, with a pout, declares, "You lot. Begone. This chamber is reserved for esteemed guests. Your status is too low to comprehend proper decorum. Depart at once, and be sure to close the door behind you." "Yes, sir," several servants promptly respond, hastily exiting the room. In the corridor outside, the servant holding the handkerchief wears a troubled expression, veins bulge in his hand, and his lips quiver as if engaged in a profound internal struggle. "Hey, what is the matter with you?" The butler, having observed the scene, approaches with a serious demeanor, ready to admonish. The young servant lowers his gaze, stammering, "Sir, I seem to have upset my stomach." Upon hearing this, the butler grimaces, covering his nose in distaste. "Quickly, go to the restroom, the one designated for servants in the courtyard. Do not disturb our esteemed guests. And from now on, address me with respect. Refer to me as sir and not Mr. Should you address me so again, I shall break your legs and expel you from here, leaving you to ponder your employability." The butler's expression is fierce, his tone menacing. Once the young servant has departed, the butler resumes his solemnity, adopting a respectful demeanor as he faces the chamber door. Wudou clears his throat several times, surveying the assembly of guests before speaking. "Ahem, today I have invited you all, and I trust you can surmise the purpose of our gathering. The esteemed master of this establishment, I must regretfully assert, is utterly lacking in both talent and virtue, prone to tyranny." With eloquence, Wudou expounds for several minutes, enumerating Du Qing's various transgressions, beginning from the onset of his tenure and culminating in the recent upheaval within the free trade zone. His language is impassioned, his sentiments seemingly genuine. The numerous offenses attributed to this youthful dojo master accumulate like a mountain, rendering him irredeemably culpable. The term unforgivable hardly suffices to describe Du Qing. A more fitting, perhaps even more egregious term eludes Wudou, despite lengthy contemplation. In short, this is the situation at hand. Wudou's eyes brim with expectation, yet his plump face trembles, betraying his indignation. As pillars of Kanaz, you cannot tolerate the abuse of power and rampant misconduct exhibited by this dojo master. Indeed, we must not allow him to wreak further havoc, polluting the air of Kanaz. Who could disagree? I've heard this dojo master was once a mere beachcomber. That such riffraff could ascend to the position of dojo master is baffling. It seems Du Qing has lost his way. The loyalty and talent of Kanaz citizens are being persecuted, the regulations of the league dismissed by Du Qing as inconsequential, and the free trade zone, which caters to the shopping needs of the populace, lies in ruins, with the League's authority trampled underfoot. Ladies and gentlemen, is this the Kanaz we desire? With such a tyrant in power, how can we hope to govern Kanaz effectively? Indeed. Witnessing the eager and impassioned reactions of the guests, Wudou beams, his facial fat quivering rhythmically, expressing his delight. Yes, this is as it should be. After all, the current state of Kanaz bears the imprint of your collective efforts. Do any among you possess strategies to confront Du Qing? At this inquiry, the previously fervent guests fall silent, exchanging glances of uncertainty, each hesitant to speak. The bravado that had animated them moments before has evaporated. Indeed, to confront Du Qing would prove daunting, as the assembly comprises no ordinary individuals. They are well aware of the events surrounding Du Qing through various channels of information. The good news is that all the misdeeds can indeed be attributed to Du Qing. The bad news is that all the misdeeds can indeed be attributed to Du Qing. The single act of dismantling the free trade zone suffices to elevate Du Qing's standing to that of a dojo master. Initially perceived as a brash upstart, a fortunate beachcomber merely serving as a placeholder, it has become apparent that he is indeed committed to his role. Du Qing's notorious reputation has been forged through a series of calculated actions, his competence unmistakable. After all, this is a banquet, a gathering for merriment, to share stories, sip fine drinks, and savor delightful dishes, a most splendid affair. However, to delve into discussions regarding strategies against Du Qing would be rather impolite. The chamber falls into an oppressive silence, so quiet that the sound of a pin drop could be heard. Wudou's face twitches. He had anticipated such an outcome when he began to enumerate Du Qing's offenses. Yet, he had not foreseen that these loafers would be so disinclined even to feign participation. Did you think I invited you merely for a meal? A voice breaks the silence, belonging to a dignified middle-aged man clad in exquisite business attire, his chest adorned with a name badge. Upon closer inspection, the content of that badge reveals the name Duan. The badge, framed in silver metal, exudes an air of distinction, signifying that this individual holds a high-ranking position within the Duan Corporation. In Kanaz City, a badge bearing the name Duan is more valuable than any identification or permit, granting free access to most restaurants and toll booths. Of course, ordinary plastic badges hold no such merit. This most rudimentary of employee badges is exclusively bestowed upon the ordinary workers of Kanaz, whose meager salaries and lowly status afford them scant privileges. Upon hearing this gentleman speak, Wudou promptly concealed a hint of displeasure from his visage, instantly donning a benevolent smile. Indeed. Today, I am honored to host you all. It should be a day of joy, and on such a fortuitous occasion, we must refrain from discussing any ill-fated individuals. Let us all indulge in the delicacies. The delicacies. Wudou awkwardly rose from his seat, disregarding the rotating platter on the table, and directly picked up several thin slices of the tail of a dai beast, placing them onto the plate of the esteemed executive from Devon Company. Here you are, my friend. This delicacy has been airlifted from the Kanto region. It is said that these dai beasts enjoy music daily, drink fresh moo milk, and even receive massages from humans. Each beast yields but a single tail before being dispatched. Each tail is a genuine rarity, embodying the essence of the dai beast, both fragrant and tender. As for me, Wudou, I harbor no particular hobbies. I simply adore food. Each of my chefs is well compensated, all being distinguished culinary artists. Come, my friend, do sample it. The middle-aged executive accepted the meat slice, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. After all, he was the mayor of Kanaz, a figure of considerable stature. His earlier remarks had served to slightly undermine his dignity, yet he appeared utterly unfazed. It is no wonder he has achieved success. Mayor, you are too kind. Without your esteemed presence, I would hardly have the fortune to savor such exquisite delicacies. The middle-aged executive feigned astonishment as he placed the Daitai beast tail slice into his mouth, savoring it with delight. Ha ha ha, it is both fragrant and tender. Come now, let us all partake. Dish after dish emerged from the bustling kitchen, where servants hurried in and out, presenting new culinary creations while clearing away the empty platters. It must be said that Ueno possessed a profound understanding of gastronomy. A plethora of astonishing dishes graced the table, including a tantalizing appetizer salad made with finely chopped rose lait duo, its red and blue strands intermingled, drizzled with a sauce crafted from 3 varieties of bee nectar. Succulent black sausages, sizzling and glistening, were prepared from the entrails of a mosquito frog, coated in a generous layer of spices to mask any fishy odor. Faced with these rare delicacies, both guests and host indulged with gusto, their satisfaction evident. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Ueno carelessly grabbed a white cloth to wipe his mouth, momentarily disregarding his cultivated image in the face of such culinary delights, and proudly declared, "Gentlemen, do save some room. I have yet another grand dish to present." Chapter 65. Everything is normal. We may proceed. Soon, there arose a commotion outside, as several attendants wheeled in a cart. Chattering sounds emanated from it, and upon closer inspection, the guests were taken aback to discover a small monkey with a cauliflower atop its head. Its large, round ears flanked its green-haired, heart-shaped visage, while its body remained concealed, as the monkey's neck protruded through a circular hole carved into the table. The little monkey's neck was trapped, its paws similarly restrained. Observing the astonished expressions of the guests, Ueno experienced a peculiar satisfaction. He cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Ahem, gentlemen. Allow me to introduce this delightful creature, known as the cauliflower monkey, for its head resembles a cauliflower. It hails from the United Regions, a local specialty. Recently, I have devised a new culinary creation." With a hum, a servant promptly handed him a gleaming axe, its blade radiating a chilling glimmer. First, he would sever the cauliflower from the monkey's head, and then cleave through its skull. Another attendant brought forth a bowl of boiling hot oil, bubbling and spitting. Ueno grinned, revealing a set of jagged yellow teeth, and waved away several servants, speaking leisurely. "Then, we shall pour the hot oil into the monkey's head, stir it about. This shall serve as our natural sauce. The cauliflower pieces, dipped in the sauce, will be simply delightful. Do not underestimate this cauliflower monkey. I procured it from the United Regions, feeding it prime meat daily, and should it refuse, I would discipline it. After nearly 2 months of such treatment, it has grown quite plump. Otherwise, its head would bear a strong grassy odor, rendering it nearly inedible." Ueno once more struggled to rise, gripping the axe as he cheerfully remarked, "Since I am the host, it falls upon me to portion this cauliflower. Rest assured, not a single morsel will be wasted." With a swift motion, he cleaved through the cauliflower atop the monkey's head. The severed edge resembled white jade, still quivering slightly, releasing steam, and even displaying a web of fine blood vessels. Is this considered a meat dish or a vegetarian one? Ha ha! The cauliflower monkey writhed in desperation, its large eyes glistening with tears, yet its neck and wrists remained bound. The little table trembled with its vigorous struggles, nearly spilling the hot oil onto Ueno. "Rebellious creature!" Ueno scoffed, striking the monkey's face with the back of the axe, blood gushing forth. "The ingredients are rather unruly. Please forgive me, gentlemen, for the spectacle. Ha ha! Fear not, for a feast lies before us. We can all afford to wait. Ha ha! Mayor, your efforts are truly commendable, even procuring such rare delicacies. This is indeed an unheard-of culinary marvel, and the mayor has graced it with such high praise. One can only imagine the exquisite flavor." The guests erupted in laughter, voicing no objections. These individuals, clad in fine attire and holding esteemed positions in society, shed their facades within the confines of this secluded chamber. In a modest restroom somewhere within the estate, a young servant, brimming with excitement, quietly spoke into his phone. "Yes, indeed. We received notice yesterday to begin preparing the banquet and sourcing ingredients, so I am certain that the fat pig is now being readied for the feast. Sure enough, many notable figures have arrived today. They are currently in a private chamber on the 2nd floor of the villa, and I have ascertained their positions, provided you can." "Hey, what are you saying?" Startled by the voice, the young servant jolted, quickly looking up to hang up the call. "You heard that?" The newcomer, an elderly servant with graying temples, gazed incredulously, trembling as he pointed a finger at the young servant. "Are you conspiring with outsiders to betray our master?" The young servant, gritting his teeth, could not contain his retort. "To hell with that. The institution of slavery was abolished long ago by the Alliance." The elderly servant's eyes widened in disbelief, his lips quivering. You ungrateful wretch. Our master is a paragon of kindness, providing us, the downtrodden, with employment and shelter. How dare you contemplate betrayal? You are a thankless, treacherous wretch. At this moment, the young servant's eyebrows furrowed, his anger intensifying. You foolish, old wretch, how loathsome you are. Permit me to inform you that in the city of Kanaz, at your advanced age, you still find yourself compelled to toil, receiving mere scraps akin to those offered to a gluttonous pig. This pig has feasted upon the lifeblood of Kanaz, and you, in your ignorance, cherish the paltry remnants of decayed vegetable leaves as if they were treasures bestowed upon you. You even express gratitude towards it. You dare to accuse me of betrayal. Yet you regard us, the lowly, as beneath notice, subjecting us to arbitrary beatings and cruel punishments. Our dwelling is nothing more than a converted barn, and we are forced to erect a makeshift toilet in the yard. The young servant's rage intensified with each word, his teeth clenched. Last year, my sister, still a student, was humiliated by that fifth young master. We reported it to the authorities, unfurling banners at the school entrance, and lodged complaints with the city government. Yet it was all in vain. After providing a brief statement at the detention center, he was released. Our cries for justice fell upon deaf ears. My father, in his quest for evidence, scoured the city, ultimately losing his job and suffering a broken leg in an alleyway ambush. Now, I hear whispers that the fifth young master has been beaten to a pulp and is being judged according to the law, facing execution in prison. His estate has been divided, and our family has received compensation, funds that should have been ours last year, finally arriving this year. I may have dropped out of school, and my intellect may not be sharp, but I recognize those who treat us with kindness and those who regard us as human. The old servant was left utterly stunned, trembling as he pointed at the young man before him. I must report this to the master. Upon hearing these words, the young servant relinquished all restraint. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he declared, "You will not see your gluttonous master again." With a sudden, fierce blow, the young servant struck the old man down, then mounted him, one hand clamping over his mouth while the other rained down fists upon him. It was only when the old servant lay motionless that the young man ceased his assault, dragging the lifeless body into a corner of the toilet. The phone rang insistently. The young servant answered, stating, "All is well, we may proceed." Chapter 66. Intent to commit treason, immediate execution. Within the private room, after several rounds of wine and culinary delights, both host and guests were basking in the afterglow of their feast, savoring the lingering flavors. Several small tables, equipped with wheels, were crammed into the space, their surfaces stained with blood, and dismembered monkey heads lay scattered, grotesquely exposing their brains, which were mixed with a viscous substance and sprinkled with spices. The tables bore the marks of frantic clawing, the surface paint scratched away, nails and flesh embedded within. These noble figures were thoroughly satisfied, their collars speckled with blood and some viscous white substance. Wudou raised a glass of golden liquid and drank deeply. "Oh, I trust you all have enjoyed your meal." The guests wiped the blood from their mouths, smiles gracing their faces as they echoed his sentiment. Wudou refilled his glass, feeling as though the remnants of food lodged in his throat. "Gentlemen, given my health is not at its best, I shall remain seated for this final toast. Come, let us raise our glasses to conclude this gathering." The guests complied, lifting their glasses high. With a chorus of clinking, the wine was consumed. The banquet concluded, and Wudou called for a servant, for rising from his chair was proving quite arduous. Meanwhile, the guests hurriedly dressed and adjusted their appearances. The once lively room now fell into an eerie silence, save for the rustling sounds and Wudou's calls. "Something is amiss," Wudou noted with confusion, swiftly followed by a surge of anger. Yet, this wrath flickered momentarily, dissipating like a stone cast into a vast lake. Having held the mayoral office for over a decade, Wudou was no fool. He sensed something was wrong through the servants' unusual silence. Something is very wrong. This group of servants had never dared to defy him. Not with a loyal steward outside the door. How could it be that no one responded? This situation hinted at an impending attack. Who seeks my demise? A flurry of faces raced through his mind, all enemies or potential foes. Finally, one visage crystallized, a figure with dark hair and blood-red eyes. Suddenly, a series of heavy knocks reverberated through the room, interrupting Wudou's thoughts. The sound crashed upon the hearts of everyone present, constricting their breaths. What is this?" One guest stammered, closest to the door, extending a trembling hand towards the handle, yet unable to turn it. His hand quaked uncontrollably, making even the simple act of grasping the doorknob a daunting challenge. "My hand." It stopped shaking. The knocking ceased, replaced by a more forceful rhythm, echoing like a heartbeat. Thud, thud, thud. This pulsation pierced through the heavy wooden door, resonating within the room. At that moment, the nearest guest seemed to regain his composure, his trembling hand gradually steadying. Observing this, Wudou shouted, "Wait! Do not open the door." But it was too late. The guest's hand instinctively twisted the knob. Creak! The door swung open to reveal an excessively tall young man. The average height in the Fengyuan region is modest, with most doors standing just 2 meters tall, sufficient for nearly all. Yet, this young man barely fit beneath the threshold, his crimson eyes gleaming, his expression cold as he surveyed the room. A suffocating pressure enveloped the space. The threat of death surged forth, an oppressive wave of fear washing over the guests, who now comprehended the earlier guest's terror. They all trembled, some collapsing from their seats, convulsing upon the floor. Creak! The red-eyed youth pushed the door shut, locking it behind him. He turned to face the assembled guests, his muscular frame taut, veins bulging in his arms, the contours of his body glistening with steam. Mayor Wudou of Kanaz, colluding with a nefarious organization, intent on treason, shall be executed immediately. When the officers, having arrived a moment too late, found only the door gushing blood from the cracks. They heard frantic pounding and cries for help emanating from within. At the Kanaz dojo, a seemingly ordinary young man was fervently scribbling away, his eyes bloodshot, his complexion pallid, and dark circles shadowing his eyes. On the 14th day of September, the gym leader single-handedly obliterated the Kanaz black market. He dismantled numerous criminal dens, claiming the lives of over 100 criminals and vanquishing nearly 1,000 implicated Pokémon. He seized hundreds of unlicensed items and rescued over 600 Pokémon, as well as nearly 100 humans. On the 15th of September, the deputy mayor of Kanaz, Hippo, was implicated in severe violations of law and discipline. Colluding with malevolent organizations, he was engaged in smuggling and trafficking Pokémon, as well as tax evasion and money laundering. According to the laws of the League, he, along with over 20 of his accomplices, was executed by the gym leader. By the 18th of September, the aftermath of the Kanaz black market had been initially addressed. 2 League envoys arrived, displaying a complete lack of discipline. They threatened the gym leader's safety, intending to exploit the reconstruction efforts for personal gain, resulting in physical altercations and Pokémon battles with the gym leader. Ultimately, the envoys were defeated and, following amicable discussions, they envisioned a collaborative effort to foster a prosperous alliance. They shook hands in reconciliation, with the envoys participating in the aid of the injured, while the gym leader engaged in cordial dialogue with them before their departure. On the 19th of September, the gym leader distributed Pokémon, targeting grassroots police officers in Kanaz, the Weather Bureau, licensed medical practitioners at the Pokémon Center, basic healthcare workers, and students at the Kanaz Trainer Academy, reaching a total of over 600 individuals. On the 20th of September, the gym leader ordered a thorough investigation into the Hippo affair, with the assistance of grassroots police officers and concerned citizens of Kanaz. Over 100 of Hippo's accomplices were successfully apprehended. Their transgressions were grievous and innumerable. In accordance with League regulations, more than 80 of them were executed, and their assets were confiscated for public use to compensate the victims and their families. On the 21st of September, the mayor of Kanaz, Wudou, was found conspiring with wicked organizations intent on treason. Gathering with his trusted allies, he plotted to assassinate the gym leader, but an informant emerged from within their ranks, leaking the details of their meeting. Wudou, his accomplices, and over 10 allies were executed by the gym leader. Their vast wealth, over 90% of which was of dubious origin, far exceeding the normal salary standards for their positions, was seized for public use to appease the afflicted citizens and medical personnel of Kanaz. Hippo set down his pen, stretching his back with a forceful motion. He had maintained the writing posture for over 10 hours, and now, a slight movement caused his bones to creak. Rubbing his eyes vigorously and slapping his face a couple of times, he sought to awaken his senses. In less than a week, the monumental events that had unfolded surpassed the entirety of the past year's occurrences in Kanaz. Each incident, if examined in isolation, would have caused an uproar in the former Kanaz. Yet now, as these significant events piled upon one another, they seemed less alarming. The insidious black market, akin to a parasite, had been uprooted, while the once mighty deputy mayor and mayor faced execution. The sheer number of lives lost, both human and Pokémon, due to these events was so great that there was scarcely time to conduct proper burial rites. The bodies of humans and Pokémon formed small hills, relegated to the outskirts of the city, or consigned to the earth. This series of events was orchestrated by the young gym leader. Hippo momentarily drifted into reverie, recalling his first encounter with Qing. Initially, Hippo received an order from Dujin, announcing her abdication and instructing him to notify the new gym leader. Very well, I shall make the call. Lady Dujian is astute. She would not select someone unworthy. The voice on the other end was that of a startled youth, mingled with the sound of wind and seemingly punctuated by laughter. That very night, Lady Dujian informed him that the transfer had been successfully executed. Indeed, Lady Dujian is benevolent. The choice made will be sound. As a professional referee dispatched to Kanaz, Jiping had resided in the Pokémon Center since his arrival, enjoying accommodations commensurate with that of trainers. He awaited news from the gym leader. While engrossed in reading at the Pokémon Center, the gym leader arrived unannounced. Ah, he is quite muscular, was Jiping's first impression, and then nothing more. Subsequently, numerous events transpired, predominantly involving Du Qing's frequent confrontations with others, though those he fought were seldom virtuous. Initially, witnessing Du Qing kick a bodyguard into a fissure left Jiping alarmed, causing him restless nights. However, as time passed, the frequency of Du Qing's altercations increased, along with the status of those he confronted. A week prior, upon hearing that Du Qing had slain a teacher at Kanaz Academy, Jiping had grown desensitized to such occurrences, hardly bothering to remember them. The gym leader was a person of discernment, or so Jiping believed. While outsiders labeled Du Qing as brutish, reckless, and thoughtless, a mere hothead, Jiping held a different view, having spent day and night in close quarters with him. During the 6 months of the gym's closure, Du Qing rose before dawn, racing to the battle arena for relentless training, often running laps for hours. His specially crafted shoes, made from the hide of black fruit, were incredibly durable. Yet Du Qing had ruined several pairs through sheer exertion. The battle arena was littered with protruding stones, which Du Qing would shatter with his fists and feet, continuing undeterred even when his hands bled. After applying some recovery ointment, he would resume his rigorous practice. By nightfall, after bathing, he would often embrace a book to read. Dujian was a wellspring of knowledge, and under her influence, the Kanaz Gym boasted a small library filled with assorted tomes, some on battle techniques, others on Pokémon breeding, and even some chronicling historical curiosities. At some point, Du Qing ceased sleeping in his bedroom, opting instead to lay out a cloth on the study floor, reading until fatigue overtook him, at which point he would simply drift into slumber. Du Qing asserted that the League's true intent was not to suppress Pokémon, Pokeballs, or various technical machines, but rather knowledge itself, knowledge that encompassed all facets of life. The common populace found it exceedingly difficult to access Pokémon-related knowledge, not solely due to the League's stringent censorship, but also because the League manipulated education and societal norms, instilling in the masses a lack of awareness regarding the pursuit of knowledge. Most individuals acquired their first Pokémon in youth, only for it to evolve in their 40s or 50s. Basic knowledge remained unrestrained, while advanced knowledge was shrouded in obscurity. For instance, every master Pokeball maker was subject to League oversight, typically forbidden from leaving their hometowns. The League would provide for the maker and their family, but would not allow them to escape their grasp. They also scrutinized the individuals to whom the makers could disseminate knowledge. Even taking on an apprentice required reporting to the League. Those who defied the League faced forced relocations far away, severing ties with their families. Similar situations afflicted breeders, item crafters, and others. The most stringent regulations, however, were imposed on skill masters. In the Hoenn League, all skill masters were centralized in Caillou City, never permitted to leave. In contrast, the League offered them extraordinary privileges. The families of skill masters were supported by the League, and their direct descendants, upon birth, could immediately secure positions within the League, receiving salaries, allowances, and enjoying the status equivalent to that of trainers. The skill masters possess knowledge of certain specialized abilities. They not only have the capability to wield the skills of spirits themselves, but more importantly, they possess a formidable talent for imparting this knowledge to others. There are exceedingly few skills that lack a corresponding technical machine, or in other words, technical machines are exceedingly rare. Skills such as Earthquake, Stone Edge, Ice Punch, Quick Attack, and Dragon Dance are not impossible to record. Rather, their dissemination is hindered by human intervention, primarily aimed at curbing their spread. The regulation of skill masters is also a component of the Alliance's influence. For instance, during a particular period in the Hoenn region, the inhabitants of the Meteor Falls, known as the Meteor People, became restless, leading a significant number to venture out into various locales across the Hoenn region. Following an assessment, the Hoenn Alliance deemed this movement a severe threat to the personal safety of the populace. Consequently, the Alliance summoned a cadre of elite trainers who had undergone rigorous vetting, gathering them in Lilycove City, where numerous skill masters began to teach Ice Punch, Blizzard, and Moonblast. Within 6 months, The majority of the meteor people were repelled by these elite trainers, who had been given the necessary guidance. This incident solidified the Hoenn Alliance's resolve to restrain gym leaders and elevate elite trainers. Thereafter, the status of gym leaders began to gradually decline, while the treatment of elite trainers steadily improved. Chapter 68, Du Qing's Birthday. In stark contrast to Du Qing, his two Pokémon appeared somewhat lethargic. The Hippowdon was exceedingly indolent, spending its days sprawled across the battlefield, only rousing from its slumber when hunger struck, devouring an entire cart of berries in a single sitting before returning to its nap. Du Qing remarked that the Hippowdon could consume several carts, but its laziness led it to deem eating too laborious, opting instead to gulp down its food and digest it in dreams. The Crocodile, on the other hand, was notably more spirited, displaying an energetic demeanor each day. Du Qing had gifted it a large mirror, and the Crocodile would spend hours admiring its reflection, striking various poses and unleashing different skills, all while grinning at its own image until sunset. Du Qing believed that every individual and their Pokémon had their own suitable path of training. For himself, he thrived on physical conditioning, incessantly honing his body, expanding his knowledge, and fortifying his spirit. The Hippowdon suited a regimen of continual feasting followed by digestion, awakening only to eat again. Over time, the Hippowdon's physique not only remained free from obesity, but grew steadily in proportion, albeit at a slow pace. With no signs of decline, the Crocodile, however, exhibited severe narcissism. Du Qing mused that there might be something amiss in its cognitive faculties. Given its vanity, the Crocodile's training regimen involved daily self-admiration. It reveled in striking poses and observing itself unleash various skills in the mirror. Du Qing noted that the Crocodile's skill pool was unfathomably deep, having taken an entire day to fully explore after capturing it, which served as motivation for its skill acquisition, with the belief that mastering each skill would render it undeniably impressive. Thus, Du Qing and his two Pokémon embarked on a 6-month training journey. Jiping was also busy, continuously turning down challenges from the outside world. After 6 months had elapsed, precisely 1 week ago, Du Qing emerged, stirring up a storm. The gym leader, known for never undertaking ventures without assurance, had his reasons for such actions. Perhaps now, I need not protect him within the gym chronicles. Jiping pressed a hand to his forehead, deep in thought. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from outside, jolting Jiping from his reverie. Being in the reception hall, the door was naturally unlatched. A short-haired girl wearing round-frame glasses entered, directly addressing him. Jiping, do you know what day it is? Why are you still here waiting? After pulling an all-nighter, Jiping's mind felt muddled, somewhat dazed. What day is it? It's Du Qing's birthday. He turns 18 today. Jiping leapt from the sofa in shock, nearly forgetting the occasion. A Z scratched her head, expressing her frustration. Can you bake a cake? I'm hesitant to buy one outside. All the bakeries are in the Duford Mall, and Du Qing mentioned not to go there. Jiping was taken aback. I can't bake a cake either. I heard it requires moo milk and certain Pokémon eggs. Is there still time to go buy them? No, we can't buy anything. The counters selling moo milk are all under the Duford Company. The two exchanged blank stares. A Z, adjusting her glasses with resignation, said, in any case, let us prepare the candles first. Suddenly, a loud knock at the door interrupted them. Both turned in unison. Jiping rushed to the door. The current gym door had been reinforced, extremely heavy, strengthened by Du Qing over several layers to withstand the repeated assaults of most Pokémon. Jiping pressed his eye to the peephole, scrutinizing the view outside. The gym leader had once advised that if he didn't see a human, he shouldn't open the door. If he saw a strange human, he shouldn't open the door. If he saw a strange Pokémon, he shouldn't open the door, and if nothing was visible outside, he also shouldn't open the door. A Z, standing behind him, added, also, if you see Du Qing, don't open the door. Before leaving, Du Qing had mentioned that whoever was outside could not possibly be him, for he would not enter through the front door upon his return. Jiping adjusted the angle of the peephole, trying to discern the scene beyond the door. A white nurse's cap, pink hair, blue eyes, and a familiar face, accompanied by 3 plump pink Pokémon, greeted his sight. Oh, isn't that happening in Miss Joy? Hello, can you hear me? Miss Joy's cheerful voice resonated from outside, her smile genuine and unfeigned. She lifted a large transparent package that seemed nearly half the size of a Jigglypuff, showcasing an impressive strength for her slender arms. Peering through the transparent wrapping, Jiping realized it contained a cake, a 3-tiered confection, gleaming white, with the top layer adorned with fruit preserves inscribing Happy 18th Birthday, Du Qing. The middle layer was filled with caramel crisps, while the bottom layer was laid with fresh raspberries, supported by a central pillar, exuding a simple yet enticing allure. Wow! It's from Miss Joy? Ping exclaimed. A Z, I have poor eyesight. Come take a look. Is this the same Miss Joy who returned you the other day? Ping stepped back, allowing a Z to approach the peephole. After a moment of observation, a Z solemnly declared, I can't tell. All Miss Joys look identical. I don't understand how Du Qing distinguishes them. Voices from outside continued. I'm Joya, here to celebrate Du Qing's birthday. Could you kindly open the door and let me in? With that, Joya shook the enormous cake, her expression brimming with joy. Upon hearing her words, Ping was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. Wait, how does she know so conveniently? She must have been investigating the gym leader. Besides, we cannot distinguish between the Miss Joys. Even if she is truly Joya, we have no way to verify it. It is imperative that we refrain from any actions that might lead to mistakes. The esteemed master of the dojo has entrusted us with its guardianship, and we must ensure that when he returns, he finds the dojo intact and unblemished. Outside, as she listened to Ping's impassioned discourse, Joya struggled to maintain a semblance of a smile. How utterly pedantic. A torrent of dark thoughts flitted through her mind, and a flicker of malice crossed her eyes, nearly betraying her true nature. No, she must not proceed in such a manner. The individuals within are those she holds dear. She cannot bring harm to them. Regrettably, Du Qing had retracted the specially crafted badge he had given her, which would have granted her direct access to the dojo. Joya forced her smile, striving to appear more amiable. Haha, it's quite all right. I shall simply wait here for his return. In Kanaz City, at the municipal police station, Du Qing stood with his hands in his pockets, observing the bustling clerks before him with a detached demeanor. Chapter 69, Jun Shano and Du Qing's birthday. The number of lives taken recently has been excessive. After all, within the confines of the current league system, the deceased must possess identities. For people do not simply emerge from the earth without a background. The individuals who perished in the Kanaz black market were a motley crew, hailing from various regions, each with their own diverse identities. Identifying these bodies, with many of them beyond recognition, presents an almost insurmountable challenge. However, this is a world imbued with Pokémon. No matter how unfathomable or complicated the situation may be, nothing is beyond possibility. At this moment, among the busy clerks, stood a dignified Pokémon. Du Qing skillfully opened his Pokédex, and information materialized on its reflective surface. Shinado, the Embrace Pokémon, is the evolved form of Cerulean, supported by psychic powers. It is unaffected by gravity and possesses the ability to foresee the future, predicting the dangers that trainers may soon face, while unleashing astonishing psychic energy. It is a Pokémon willing to wager its life to protect its beloved master. Gender, female. Type, psychic, fairy. Ability, telepathy. Height, 1.7 meters. Weight, 2 kilograms. Moves learned include Call, Cuddle, Meditate, Dream Eater, Endure, Throw, Seal, Knock Off, Light Screen, Finger Flick, Substitute, Protect, Thief, Provocation, Hang Tough, Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, Ice Punch. Triple Kick, Vacuum Wave, Aura Sphere, Ultimate Impact, Destruction Ray, Wide Area Combat Power, Moon Power, and Thought Headbutt. Inherited moves include Destiny Bond, Bind, Shadow Sneak, Farewell Gift, and Dark Look. Du Qing's lips twitched. What an absurd move set. One must wonder, can Shinado truly extract fragmented memories from corpses to unearth the names of the deceased? It seems a tad far-fetched. The death of over 1,000 individuals is certainly a monumental undertaking. It feels as though the master of this Shinado is merely putting on a show for the benefit of certain observers. But alas, with the dead gone, their identities become inconsequential. A facade is simply a facade, regardless of the league's scrutiny. What are you staring at my Shinado for? Spoke a bright-eyed woman clad in a police uniform. Sporting sunglasses, her lips glistened like tempting cherries, and her blue-black uniform seemed tailored to accentuate her curves. Behind Jun Shano, a fluffy, round-headed Rapidash trotted over, tongue lolling lazily. This Rapidash was exceedingly large, nearly 3 meters in height. Du Qing, perplexed, inquired, "You must hold some status within the Jun Shano family. Why have you never brought your Rapidash to public events before?" As a rare and formidable Pokémon, Rapidash has become somewhat of a symbol for the Jun Shano family. Occasionally, a Rapidash may stray from the family, but only a few are not affiliated with them, as most are gifted to promising trainers. Any member of the Jun Shano family who possesses a Rapidash typically brings it along to signify their status and authority. Diao Jian had once revealed to Du Qing that this Miss Jun Shano from Kanaz only had one Pokémon. Initially, upon meeting her, Du Qing assumed it was the Rapidash, only to later realize it was not. Not one to pry into others' private matters, he refrained from asking further. Now that he had encountered her, It was only natural to inquire. Faced with this man who feigned ignorance, Jun Shano felt somewhat exasperated. Your perspective in questioning is always rather unusual. I was able to choose a Katy dog at the age of 5, but I found the choices too monotonous, so I opted for Carillion instead. She is a well-behaved girl, unique compared to her kin, and I adore her. Is that satisfactory for you? Just as she finished responding, Jun Shano suddenly leaned closer. Her reddish-brown eyes fixed intently on the man before her. She sweetly asked, "So, how do I look today?" Qing raised an eyebrow and took a step back. A fleeting expression of disappointment crossed Jun Shano's face, and a wave of defeat washed over her, causing her meticulously applied makeup to feel uncomfortably warm. "You look beautiful." Upon hearing this, Jun Shano's face brightened, the gloom lifting as she regained her radiant demeanor. "Haha, are you trying to comfort me?" Qing shook his head, his gaze earnest. "I speak only the truth. Beauty is beauty, and I shall not embellish." Jun Shano was thoroughly elated. She hurriedly stepped forward and embraced Qing, her soft form pressing against his solid abdomen, sending a shiver through him. Observing this scene, the surrounding clerks broke into a cold sweat, collectively averting their gazes as if to pretend they had seen nothing. Is this really appropriate? Is this still the usually stoic and serious Miss Jun Shano? Typically reclusive. She maintained a cold demeanor with everyone, yet when action was required, she was decisive and formidable. To see her display such affection was indeed surprising. One could only say, Qing possesses a remarkable ability to elicit reactions from others that most cannot. The Rapidash remained unfazed. Alongside Shinado, they were the two most composed beings in the room. With nothing else to do, it playfully licked at the air, shaking its fluffy mane, sending sparks flying. It was merely a case of the master and caretaker sharing an embrace. A trivial matter. Shinado, too, exhibited little reaction, compared to the calm Rapidash. It appeared to possess an unyielding stoicism. Qing did not push Jun Shano away, a hint of surprise lacing his tone. This occasion seems rather grand. What day is it? After a prolonged embrace, Jun Shano reluctantly released him. What day is it? You don't know? Qing stroked his chin, ruminating for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. I cannot recall. I do not know. Jun Shano covered her mouth, letting out a light laugh. Silly. Today is your birthday. You've been so preoccupied with significant matters these past few days that you've completely forgotten about your own. It was only then that Qing snapped back to reality, piecing together the significance of the day. Indeed, it was today. He had not celebrated a birthday since graduating from the academy, and the passage of time had made him forget entirely. As Qing recounted his story in a slow and deliberate manner, Jun Shano felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, struggling to catch her breath. In a moment of reverie, she was transported back to many years ago, when she was still a child, and recalled her mother's words. To love someone is to feel a sense of pity just watching them walk. Suddenly, a blush crept onto Jun Shano's cheeks, igniting a warmth that spread from her face to the very roots of her ears, vivid as if it might bleed. Chapter 70. Clearly, I arrived first. What is happening to me? Jun Shano cupped her face with her right hand, feeling the heat radiating from her skin. Qing, quite unperturbed, grasped her left hand and began to walk out. Hey, what are you doing? We're heading to the dojo to celebrate a birthday. Why did you just grab my hand? Qing slapped his forehead and replied, I truly apologize. That was rather abrupt of me. Just as he contemplated retracting his hand, he felt a sudden surge of strength as she tightly clutched his two fingers. Don't let go. I want to allow it. Jun Shano murmured, her head bowed, obscuring her expression as she spoke in fragmented sentences. All right, I'll hold on. Does the Jun family possess some unique technique for exerting strength? Despite your not being particularly strong, you can unleash such force in an instant. The speed at which you suddenly embraced me was impressive. Had I not been attentive, I would have failed to react. Would you like to learn? I'll teach you anything once we become family. Let us put that aside for now. Humph. I wouldn't teach you even if you begged. The wind speed dog trailed leisurely behind them, donning a serious canine expression, as excess sparks from its overnutrition scattered across the road with each step. Ah, the bond between master and caretaker grows ever stronger. This is indeed a good thing, thought Shinado, its expression unchanging, its eyes scanning the corners and sporadic passers-by, cloaked in a purplish glow as if assessing potential dangers. Lightning crackled around its fists, poised for action. Upon reaching the dojo's entrance, they beheld 3 large pink figures encircling the door, seemingly engaged in some activity. Hearing the heavy footsteps, the drowsy Joya sprang to her feet, quickly adjusting her expression while retrieving a small mirror to scrutinize her face and the upward curve of her lips and eyes. Everything seems perfect. Joya feigned difficulty as she lifted a transparent packaging box, gesturing for the nearby Happiny and Chansey to step aside. Once the light returned, she flicked her hair to create an impression of disarray, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Du Qing, I'm here to celebrate your birthday. Her voice faltered as she beheld her most dreaded scenario. Du Qing had been preempted by another woman. In the dappled light, a tall and handsome man stood, with Jun Shano, clad in her police uniform, beside him, her face enraptured as he held her left hand. Why? Joya felt a sting in her nose, tears rolling down her cheeks, her delicate frame trembling as the salty droplets reached her lips. It's not fair. I was here first. The enormous packaging box slipped from her grasp, unable to withstand the weight. At that moment, the previously motionless Happiny raised its small hand, swiftly generating a light wall to catch the falling box securely. Du Qing approached, gently wiping away Joya's tears with one hand while taking hold of her other hand. Moments later, he released both women's hands and knocked on the dojo's door. I'm back. Without waiting for a response from within, he produced a complexly embossed rock badge and pressed it against the lock. With a click, the door swung open. As soon as the door opened, several stones came hurtling toward him. Du Qing clenched his fists and struck fiercely, shattering the rocks into a cloud of dust. The air was filled with a sharp bang, followed by the swift slicing of leaves as he deftly countered, obliterating the flying blades with a side swipe. Stop, I'm back. Inside, a Z and Ji Ping lurked in the shadows beside the ancestor bird and forest lizard. It's definitely Du Qing. That special key has always been with the dojo master. Since the door is open, it's highly likely to be him, though not guaranteed. Enough chatter. You two have done well. When I said I wouldn't use the front door, I meant not to open it for anyone. By now, Du Qing had stepped into the dojo, and Joya and Jun Shano exchanged glances before following him. Considering the presence of Pokémon, the dojo's main entrance was quite spacious. A Happiny accompanied by two Chansey approached, followed by the Wind Speed Dog and Shinado. Joya retrieved two love balls, capturing the two Chansey while leaving the Happiny behind. Birthdays are trivial matters. Let us wrap this up quickly. The group did not proceed to the reception area, which typically accommodated only a few guests. With so many in attendance, it would feel excessively cramped. The Kanaz dojo was primarily composed of various rooms, the only truly spacious area being the battle arena. Du Qing carried a table in his left hand and a bench in his right. The others mimicked him, each hauling a few benches. They leisurely made their way to the battle arena, setting up the table and placing the cake upon it. The dojo lacked beverages, so Du Qing fetched a bucket of fruit tea, pouring it into paper cups for everyone. Ji Ping took a sip of the fruit tea, finding it bitter at first. With a hint of sweetness in the aftertaste, he seemed to be lost in thought. Moments later, he stood up and proclaimed, "Today marks the birthday of our esteemed dojo master, and we gather here to celebrate." Stop. Du Qing placed his forehead in his hand, exasperated. No need for such formality. When did you start learning to make grand speeches? I read it in a book. Stop reading those books so much. Du Qing waved his hand, signaling for him to sit. Yes, esteemed dojo master. Just call me by my name. Yes, Lord Du Qing. Du Qing wished to avoid a lengthy debate over titles. Pausing before saying, let us forego wishes, candles, and formal attire. Let us cut the cake directly. The moment the last word fell, Joya swiftly produced a knife, which was not sharpened and had a wide blade, perfect for slicing cake. Let me do it. Joya's eyes curved into crescents as she adopted a familiar warm demeanor. Her cuts precise, each piece of cake perfectly portioned. Excellent technique. Upon hearing Du Qing's peculiar compliment, Joya's expression briefly stiffened. She slowly turned her head to prevent him from seeing her face, a thousand wild thoughts racing through her mind. It's fine, it's fine. At least he is praising me. Chapter 71. Receiving gifts, one after another. After everyone enjoyed the cake, they summoned their Pokémon, sharing the remaining cake among them. Seeing that the time was right, Ji Ping stealthily slipped away. Minutes later, he returned, cradling a box tied with a meticulously crafted black ribbon. Esteemed master of the pavilion, I have prepared a gift for you. Ah. Upon witnessing Du Qing receive the present, the three women simultaneously gasped in astonishment before the recipient could muster a reaction. You truly are thoughtful. Du Qing accepted the gift. Being a forthright individual, he promptly unwrapped it, loosening the ribbon and circling the exterior. He opened the box to reveal a beautifully encased tome inside, an exquisite edition of a comprehensive history of the Fengyuan region. Given Ji Ping's salary, it would take an eternity to save enough to acquire such a treasure. Splendid, I adore it. Meanwhile, Jun Shano inwardly lamented, as she had been preoccupied with her appearance and completely overlooked this matter. It's just that. As he glanced at Du Qing, then hastily lowered her head, her speech fragmented, betraying her embarrassment. I forgot to prepare a gift for you, but I shall make amends in the future. That's quite enough. Du Qing shook his head. You are still a child. There is no need to dwell on such matters. Dedicating yourself to your studies is the greatest gift you can offer me. But I've already graduated. Du Qing's gaze turned earnest as he spoke. Education is a lifelong journey. It does not cease upon leaving school. He then directed his attention toward the visibly awkward Jun Shano, extending his arm toward the gluttonous Frosmouth. Licking a plate nearby? Taking good care of this hefty creature would be the finest gift you could present to me. Adjusting his posture, he then faced the nearest, Joya. You brought this cake, and I haven't had the chance to thank you. There's no need for gifts. Joya's lips curled into a smirk, casting a teasing glance at the somewhat defeated Jun Shano before responding. But how can a cake not be considered a gift? Very well. Du Qing surveyed the room, sensing that the day had been quite fulfilling, and thus prepared to utter some concluding remarks. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of a phone interrupted him, prompting Du Qing to retrieve his black slab of a phone and hold it to his ear. Hello, Du Qing, it's Xiao Jue. I know today is your birthday, but my schedule has been exceedingly packed, and I've already signed contracts, making it impossible for me to fly to Fengyuan to accompany you. Knowing your fondness for ground-type Pokémon, I purchased one for you. Once I've trained it sufficiently, I'll bring it over as a substitute for this gift. Happy birthday, Du Qing. Du Qing's eyelids twitched as he replied, Wait, the gift is. The call abruptly ended. In the Qingdu region, at the Raven City Gym. Within a modest dressing room, Xiao Jue's fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she abruptly set her phone down, curling up in a soft chair. Phew. I knew I could do it. Several minutes later, Xiao Jue stretched her limbs, seated in the chair, biting her lip as she gazed at a Pokémon cavorting in the corner. It had a pale white face, a long and upturned nose, and was covered in black fur adorned with several stripes. Its broad paws extended into 3 conjoined white claws. A shuckle. This particular specimen was markedly different from the usual shuckles, boasting a blue snout instead of the typical pink, and sporting vibrant pink stripes rather than the conventional dark blue. An anomalous shuckle. It was said to possess formidable potential, and its exorbitant price tag had reached 8 digits. At that moment, the mirror before Xiao Jue flickered with an electric current, suddenly coming to life. Master, this chubby black rat with sharp claws has spent all your savings accumulated over the past 2 years, Lodo. Shut it. I know. No need for your reminders. Master Lodo wants to ask you, what does it feel like to buy a gift for a man for the first time? Xiao Jue's face alternated between shades of green and white, gritting her teeth as she replied, I can spend my own money however I please. It's none of your business. The mirror flickered inconsistently, with blue electricity dancing across its surface. But Master, Lodo heard that the man seems reluctant to accept gifts. If he wants to refuse, he should speak up quickly. Xiao Jue's petite frame trembled slightly. This time, she was genuinely shaken. What do you know? He clearly desires my gift. But Master, what do you mean but? He is so pitiful. His parents passed away early, his adoptive father neglects him. And his sister is indifferent. At just 17, he has been compelled to become a gym leader. He must have faced considerable hardship in the Fengyuan region, with no one to support him. If I don't help him, who will? The more she spoke, the more fervent her tone became, her exquisite eyes suddenly sparkling with hope, as if envisioning a future not far off. If I take on more challenges and accept more brand endorsements over the next 2 years, I can earn more money. Then, I'll bring him to the United Regions. And we can buy a large house by the seaside and live together every night. Master, you're drooling. Get lost. If you utter another word, I'll lock you in the washing machine and pull out your wires. Master, maintain your composure. Huh. He is not even here. I can say whatever I want. In the Fengyuan region, before the Kanaz Gym, Du Qing waved farewell to the 2 women in the distance, signifying goodbye. Phew, finally sent them off. Just as he turned to enter the gym, an abrupt voice rang out. Young Master Du, the elder wishes you a happy birthday. Du Qing turned back, directing his gaze toward the source of the voice. Beneath a street lamp, several tall men stood, their attire not uniform, yet each bore a similar rock-patterned insignia on their chests, indicative of their affiliation. The leader, graying at the temples with a menacing scar etched across his face, spoke next. The elder is unwell and unable to attend in person. Yet he remains concerned for you and is aware of this auspicious day, thus he has brought you a gift. With a wave of his hand, a man beside him stepped forward, cradling a plain black box that lacked any embellishments, presenting an unremarkable appearance. However, Du Qing could sense a potent energy emanating from within. Chapter 72, The Super Bracelet. The identity of the visitor was unmistakable. In Kanaz City, few could address Du Qing in such a manner. especially since he had spent a significant amount of time residing in the castle during his youth, making their acquaintance inevitable. Scarface, what is this? The scarred man raised his hand in a gesture, and the man beside him promptly opened the box. Inside lay a circular object, entirely silver, embellished with a colorful, round gemstone, seemingly a bracelet. The super bracelet, capable of enabling Pokémon bearing a Mega Stone to undergo Mega Evolution during battle. The man approached Du Qing, holding out the box. His intentions clear. Du Qing did not immediately accept it. His expression remained stoic as he fell into contemplation. In these tense times, his hands were stained with countless debts of blood, and he was acutely aware of the many eyes upon him. Yet, he could disregard the local officials and merchants of Kanaz, even the scattered nefarious organizations, as in most circumstances, the gym leader inherently represented the strongest force in the area. The situation in the city of Kanaz is quite unique, being one of the few exceptions. The influence of the Duin Corporation is exceedingly vast, characterized by its ostentatious and reckless behavior, which has even extended to other cities. This time, numerous individuals associated with Duin have been eliminated, and although no retaliation has yet manifested, it is implausible that it will not occur. Du Qing has also publicly affronted Mount Xinhua by sending the envoy back empty-handed. Though few are privy to this knowledge, the repercussions are undeniably detrimental. Mount Xinhua maintains a close affiliation with the Fenyuan Alliance, possessing substantial hard power. And while they may not overtly act, they are capable of covertly undermining Du Qing by sowing discord, withholding resources, or slightly altering information to vex him. Surveying his surroundings, Du Qing finds himself lacking notable allies. Jun Sha Nua and Xiao Iyo are merely individual sentiments, incapable of making a significant impact. In the current predicament, the only viable course of action is to enhance his own strength, for that is the unassailable truth. Were he to possess the prowess of a king-level trainer, he would not need to tread so cautiously. With this thought, Du Qing ceases to ponder further. He retrieves a simple silver bracelet from the box, tracing the resplendent colored gemstones with his fingers. I accept this. I have been preoccupied with affairs lately, but I shall visit my father in due time. Upon hearing this, a flicker of emotion finally crosses the scarred man's otherwise impassive face, as the corners of his mouth lift slightly, exhaling a breath that still appears menacing. Young Master Du Wei intends to challenge you tomorrow. He seeks your guidance and hopes you will acquiesce. Du Qing does not hesitate. After all, it has been nearly half a year since he last engaged in a formal battle. As a dojo master, he must not become complacent, whether in official contests or skirmishes. Very well, let him come. In response, the scarred man solemnly bows. Young master, the rock fortress will always be your home. However, Du Qing does not reply to this statement. He gazes deeply at the scarred man before pocketing the bracelet and returning to the dojo. A silence ensues. The scarred man lets out a bitter laugh, reminiscing about a decade ago when he first encountered Du Qing. Back then, Du Qing was merely a 7-year-old child, appearing like any ordinary boy, albeit taller and more reticent than his peers. Orphaned, he had never once wept or thrown tantrums, displaying an unwavering composure in the face of anyone. To be frank, the scarred man greatly admired the resilience within Du Qing, eagerly anticipating his graduation from the Kanaz Trainer Academy, at which point he would impart knowledge of field battles and interpersonal dealings, allowing him to retire in peace and pass the roles of chief steward and head coach to Du Qing. Time has passed, and the once indomitable child has vanished. The man now standing before him is the master of the Kanaz Dojo, the strongest trainer in Kanaz. At the Duin Corporation headquarters, a refined silver-haired man brandishes a gleaming green dagger, deftly slicing through the air as if carving something. Before him lies a robust crocodile, its body adorned with emerald scales and its head and back encased in deep blue bone plates. The tail's bony plates are inexplicably absent, and upon closer inspection, they lie on the ground, conjoined with viscous muscle tissue. The incision is ragged, suggesting that the knife used for the task is not particularly sharp. The peculiar crocodile's chest rises and falls gently, its eyes occasionally flickering in a daze, indicating it is still alive. Xinyan lifts the dagger and begins to painstakingly carve away at the bone plate atop the crocodile's head. His knife-handling skills are evidently proficient. His hands are steady, yet he deliberately eschews smooth slicing, opting instead to savor the moment. The green dagger, crafted from an unknown material, is extraordinarily sharp, making the task of cutting through the sturdy bone plates appear effortless. After a full 10 minutes, the deep blue bone plate atop the crocodile's head is finally removed. Xinyan inspects the plate for a considerable time before carelessly discarding it onto the ground. With a muffled roar, the crocodile emits a distorted cry. Its eyes nearly bulge from their sockets, white blood oozing from them, as its muscles convulse, dark veins bulging, and the emerald scales on its body erupt, standing on end in a disturbingly grotesque display. Witnessing this scene, Xinyan remains unfazed. He merely retrieves a white medicine box from the table and extracts a slender syringe. Look at you, misbehaving again. With a swift motion, he plunges the syringe into the crocodile's skin, injecting a white liquid. Instantly, the creature's eyes return to their dazed state. Satisfied, Xinyan readies the dagger once more, seemingly prepared to continue. Suddenly, the phone rings, and Xinyan's face contorts with irritation as he scowls at the caller. Yake, I distinctly recall instructing you not to disturb me at this hour. Do you not understand? After a brief silence on the other end, the response comes, I apologize, brother. I was too eager and forgot you would be unwinding at this time. A flicker of hostility crosses Xinyan's face, but he quickly masks it. All right, what is it? Speak. It's regarding Du Qing, the current master of the Kanaz dojo. Brother, you must be aware of his abnormally rapid growth in strength and immense potential. Currently, Du Qing has become the most significant destabilizing factor for the company in Kanaz. The voice on the other end pauses before continuing. My suggestion is to directly dispatch number 003 to eliminate him. Since Du Qing's ascension, he has shown no reverence for the company, consistently positioning himself in opposition during various incidents. Within the company's numbered ranks, only 003 possesses the capability to silently eliminate a master-level trainer. Chapter 73, Number 003, Ancient Phantom. I acknowledge that 003 has been protecting you closely, but I still hope you will deploy it. As long as Du Qing is disposed of, it will be worth it. Upon hearing this, Xinyan grits his teeth and plunges the dagger into the crocodile once more, blood splattering everywhere. Meanwhile, on the ground, Xinyan's shadow begins to writhe slowly. Rather than the typical black of a human shadow, it is starkly white. Number 003, Ancient Phantom. It was discovered in an abandoned mine somewhere in the Sinnoh region, where researchers detected signs of life 8,000 meters underground. Subsequently, they dispatched hundreds of diglet and heavy machinery to commence excavation. Strangely, at that depth, only the remains of ancient spirits and minerals were found, with no space capable of sustaining the existence of a spirit. Yet, the instruments representing Duin's cutting-edge technology indicated that life signs were still present. Ultimately, with the assistance of number 001, researchers successfully captured the juvenile form of 003, which displayed a grayish-white hue and long fur. Its external characteristics bore a striking resemblance to a certain malevolent Pokémon capable of creating large-scale illusions. Researchers postulated it to be an ancient form of this dark-type creature. This Pokémon is not documented in any modern Pokédex, and its existence seems to defy certain norms, possessing the ability to evade detection by any contemporary devices. During an assassination attempt on a prominent figure, number 003 demonstrated its ability to circumvent precognition, rendering the elite trainers dispatched by the Alliance unable to glean any information related to the assassination, leading to the failure of the protective measures. Subsequent researchers, in their quest to validate their hypothesis, employed methods such as foreseeing the future and replaying the past, deploying over 100 psychic Pokémon in succession. The outcome was invariably the same. The true essence of 003 appeared to reside in a distant past. Consequently, whether in the present or the future, it was impossible to observe the specific form of 003. Only when 003 commenced its actions could a vague outline be discerned. Yet, even if one were to encounter it in the tangible world, its presence would remain elusive on any instrument's display, be it a smartphone photo or a camera capture, revealing only the absence of 003. No photograph or video could ever encapsulate its visage. In a communication with Specimen 001, the researchers successfully transmitted a controlling sphere to the remote past, thereby subduing this ancient specter. Today, Specimen 003, armed with an unparalleled unpredictability and an impeccable cloak of concealment, has effectively assumed the role of a protector for the upper echelons of the Doe and Company, or rather, merely safeguarding the safety of one individual. My dear younger brother, is your eagerness for my demise rather excessive? Xinxian remarked with a cold chuckle, speaking slowly. To keep this ancient specter at bay, are you now considering employing Pokémon to eliminate me? At the Purple-Violet Pokémon Center, Yake resignedly closed his eyes, taking a moment before responding. Brother, you misunderstand me. Du Qing poses a significant threat, and his impact on the company's authority is monumental. I merely believe that lessening your security to eliminate Du Qing is not an unacceptable compromise, if it ensures his demise. This endeavor is worthwhile. Your security level is already the highest in the Fenyuan region, capable of withstanding multiple elite attacks. Why then do you cling so desperately to 003? Du Qing, that man. Enough. Xinxian's demeanor appeared to ignite with fury, his face flushed, veins bulging on his neck as he stomped furiously. I am aware of this matter. Do not mention that gym leader again. I will make arrangements concerning him. You focus on your task, dispose of that old wretch Taixian first, and then we shall discuss other matters. Understood, brother. The call ended. At that moment, Xinxian's expression transformed. He adopted a frigid demeanor, sitting upright with an air of solemnity, shedding any semblance of his earlier warmth. To have expanded the Dao and company to such heights. Xinxian was certainly no fool prone to fits of rage. His previous display was merely a charade for his brother's sake. Xinxian was acutely aware of Du Qing's threat. Yet he placed greater importance on Yake. He found himself increasingly perplexed by this younger sibling. Ever since he had dispatched Yake to Zijing City, there was a subtle sense that Yake was beginning to act independently, even commandeering the company's influence in Zijing City. What could Xinxian do, after all? To the outside world and within the company, the two brothers had always appeared united and must remain so. Xinxian's expression darkened further, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, producing a steady ticking sound. As for the gym leader who stood in opposition to the company, one who dared to indiscriminately eliminate the company's executives and employees, showing utter disregard for the organization, what of the powerful gym leader? Du Qing must perish. Xinxian's gaze grew increasingly frenzied, his lips curling into a manic grin, blood bubbling in his throat as he erupted into wild laughter. With no witnesses to his death, what can the Alliance do? If they dare use this as an opportunity to strike, they will find themselves on the wrong side of justice. It would reveal a plethora of traitors within the Alliance, indifferent to the safety of the Fenyuan populace. The righteous Dao and company must commence a cleansing to restore order for the citizens of Fenyuan. Thus, we must unleash the colossal force of the Dao and company. Having held dominion over the skies for years is no trifling matter. Over these years, Hoenn has discreetly installed missile launch platforms throughout various regions of Fenyuan. At the press of a button, half of Fenyuan could be obliterated. It is said that the dragon elite is now bedridden with little time left, a terrifying Rayquaza vigilantly guarding his side day and night. Even the champion seems to be facing issues, having not made a public appearance for quite some time. The Ice Elite, not a native of the Fenyuan region, does not entirely adhere to the Alliance's directives. She is the easiest to manage and can simply be left alone. The Ghost Elite remains enigmatic, with the least information available about her, making her difficult to fathom, though her combat prowess ranks lowest among the four elites. Unfortunately, being backed by the Sen God Volcano remains a significant concern. The evil elite is unpredictable, acting purely on impulse. A quintessential warmonger, with close ties to the Dragon Elite, making him the largest variable. As for the substitute of the four elites, he is not a native of Fenyuan either. But as the champion's father, he is likely to side with the Fenyuan Alliance when the time comes for reshuffling. The territories of the Fenyuan region will need to be redrawn, and the Dao and company must thrive under my leadership. Xinxian abruptly turned his head, swiftly leaning against the glass, gazing toward another building, his eyes reddened. That place was the Daowen Sanatorium, where their father, Zafuchi Mushin, was receiving treatment. It is my father. It is I who has led the company to greatness. It is I who has brought the company to this level. It is I who has elevated the company's status to heights unimaginable. Not the eldest brother, it's me. Coughing violently, blood obstructed his throat as Xinxian collapsed onto the table, hacking uncontrollably. In a flurry of panic, he searched his person and swiftly retrieved a box of medication. A single capsule was swallowed whole, and he carelessly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He glanced at the undulating white shadow beneath him, pulled out his phone, scrolled to a photograph, and said, "Stop pretending. I know you can understand. Go now. The person in the photo is in this area. Find him, and then eliminate him." The white shadow stirred slightly as tendrils of long hair began to emerge from within it, the tips crimson while the rest remained grayish-white. In a flash, a white light flickered, and Xinxian's shadow morphed back into black. Chapter 74, The Frenzied Assassination 1. At the Kanaz Gym, Du Qing emerged from the bathroom, a towel draped over his head, clad only in a pair of loose shorts. The events of the day had been overwhelming, yet fruitful. Gazing at the silver bracelet in his palm, Du Qing marveled at its wonder, lamenting only that his wrist was too thick for the super bracelet to fit. With both hands, he grasped the bracelet and, with a gentle twist, broke it apart, retrieving the colorful gemstones and stowing them in his pocket. It was best that as few people as possible were aware of his acquisition of the super stone, although he had yet to possess a Pokémon capable of super evolution. It was inevitable that he would in the future. He would conceal this superstone and reserve it for a decisive moment, striking his enemies by surprise. As Du Qing pondered this, he ambled down the corridor, gradually approaching the door to his study. Just like usual. After my shower, I shall read in the study and then retire for the night. Today will conclude here. He placed his hand on the doorknob, prepared to turn it when, with a click, the study door swung open, and Du Qing stepped inside. Today, this book shall suffice. He approached the desk and picked up a beautifully bound copy of a comprehensive history of the Fengyuan region, a gift from Jiping. The lighting in the study contrasted starkly with the dimness of the gym, illuminating the space brightly, mindful that reading under poor lighting would strain his eyes. Du Qing sat upon a chair, flipping open the table of contents and perusing its contents. His gaze traversed downward, seeking that which piqued his interest. Chapter 14. The Fallen Ancient Kingdom. It was said that in a distant past, long before the existence of Wudou Town, there lay another land where a kingdom had been established. The kingdom stood shrouded in mystery, enveloped in a veil of fog that disoriented any vessel that dared approach, leaving the outside world utterly uninformed. Until, one fateful day, a reckless trainer was inadvertently swallowed by the king of the whales. Within the belly of the beast, he lived, etching marks upon the gastric walls to record the passage of time. After 7 days, the king of the whales regurgitated the trainer, who awoke, disoriented, to find himself on a stretch of land. All around him were endless constructions, most with flat roofs, the streets paved with stone bricks, immaculate and orderly. The trainer began his search for humanity, yet amidst such abundant architecture, not a soul could be found. The houses contained food, water, and all the necessary furnishings. Yet there were no humans to be seen. He consumed the food and drank the water. When he regained his senses, he found himself surrounded by a desert. His vision met only with yellow sands, and what he had ingested had transformed into dust. The trainer collapsed, coughing up blood, but rose again, aimlessly searching for signs of life. Time passed, and he stumbled upon a dwelling. Upon entering, he discovered a girl clad in black with striking red hair. The girl spoke. "O traveler from afar, please provide me with food and water, and I shall repay your kindness." The trainer ventured out in search of sustenance, seemingly forgetting all fatigue. After what felt like an eternity, he found food and water and hurried back. He presented the provisions to the girl, who consumed them, and in an instant, the world around him shifted. The trainer found himself lying upon a beach, with the massive corpse of the king of the whales washed ashore, still fresh. He ventured into the creature's maw, traversed its throat, and found 7 marks upon the stomach lining. The red-haired girl appeared within the whale's belly, revealing herself as a citizen of the kingdom, cautioning the trainer never to return. Subsequently, the trainer rode the currents back to the town, disseminating the tale, which incited a multitude of adventurers to emerge like mushrooms after rain. They constructed grand vessels, harnessing water-type spirits to embark on quests to locate the enigmatic kingdom. Du Qing furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of confusion. It seemed inexplicable. Without any tangible gain, why would anyone persist in their pursuit? He suspected that the author had perhaps altered the true history, for the narrative bore the hallmarks of amateurish composition. Rather than a comprehensive history, it resembled a collection of peculiar tales. Du Qing flipped through several dozen pages, arriving directly at the conclusion of the tale. Adventurers continued to venture forth, paying the ultimate price to uncover the truth behind the mysterious kingdom. They discovered that each adventurer's perception of the kingdom was unique. Some saw scattered villages, others majestic castles, and still others contiguous towns. Ultimately, with the aid of spirits, the adventurers shattered the illusions. They uncovered that the architects of these phantasms were a previously unseen breed of spirit, at least in the Hoenn region, creatures resembling bipedal black foxes with deep crimson fur, living in clusters. The so-called ancient kingdom was, in fact, a mere illusion conjured by these spirits. These enigmatic beings possessed formidable abilities and were adept in illusionary arts. Their individual combat prowess was impressive, but their collective strength was even more formidable, harboring a natural enmity towards humans, making capture exceedingly difficult. In time, humanity discerned the spirits' greatest vulnerability, their profound bonds with one another, which extended beyond mere blood ties. It seemed that any members of the same species shared a natural affinity. Thus, clever trainers began to capture either the juvenile or elderly members of these spirits and brazenly imprison them, displaying them in open spaces. Regardless of how overt the traps were, spirits would invariably come to their rescue, regardless of the cost. Gradually, the majority of these spirits from the ancient kingdom were captured, with a few escaping, leaving their entire kinship ravaged. Regrettably, These spirits were inherently suspicious and cold towards other races, making it difficult to forge lasting bonds. Consequently, trainers who possessed these spirits were few, yet each was undeniably formidable. Eventually, these spirits were named Zoroark, meaning Master of Illusions. Upon reaching this point, Qing closed the book. The origins of Zoroark, indeed, were those of a master assassin. He could not help but recall memories from a past life, where another form of Zoroark existed in the Sinnoh region, possessing a unique combination of attributes, specifically ghost type. How perfect! After enduring so much, night had fallen deeply. It was late, and Qing had no intention of reading further. He closed the chronicles of the Hoenn region and rose from his chair. Under the bright light, Qing gazed at the book's cover, where his reflection appeared upon the desk. The shadow was not black, but an almost blinding white. Two writhing golden eyes fixated intently upon him. Upon witnessing this scene, Qing's pupils constricted sharply, muscles tensing, veins swelling, and he instinctively delivered a powerful punch at the shadow. With a resounding crash, the entire desk was driven into a circular pit by the force, wood splintering in all directions, while the chronicles of the Hoenn region remained remarkably intact, merely dented and falling beneath the desk. Truly, the spirit was indeed of the ghost type. Qing swiftly pressed the button beside the frame, activating the Pokédex mode, scanning his surroundings in hopes of detecting the ghostly spirit. Yet, the once infallible device failed to respond, the lens revealing nothing but emptiness, as though no spirits existed in the vicinity. Unwilling to yield to fate, he quickly lowered his gaze to examine his own shadow, only to find it still white. Not having returned to normal, clearly, he had become the target of an unknown ghostly spirit. The air before him warped as blinding white light flickered. A thin thread of murderous intent surged forth, the specter of death rarely enveloping the young curator. In this life-and-death moment, Qing's mind operated at full capacity, racing to activate the most intense form of danger foresight. He swiftly turned his head, a sharp pain coursing through him as warm blood sprayed into the air. With a sickening thud, his left ear was severed, falling to the ground and rolling across the polished floor, its edge coated in dust. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of death, Qing grew increasingly calm. He understood that in the face of such peril, panic would not resolve the issue but only hasten his demise. The frail human body, when confronted with an unknown ghostly spirit, was as delicate as thin paper. One poke and it would tear. Only through composed thought could he seize a glimmer of hope. In less than half a second, another attack was upon him, his brain feeling as though it had exploded with agonizing pain. He sensed warmth pooling around his eyes and nostrils, the taste of iron flooding his mouth. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Qing propelled himself forward, leaping to the door, and with one swift kick, he burst through the study's entrance. The door swung open, yet the scene beyond was not the familiar corridor of the dojo. Yet it was an endless abyss of darkness. The light from the study penetrated it, but stirred not a single ripple. Qing was utterly astonished. The illusion, when did it commence? A horrifying possibility sprang to his mind. Perhaps, unbeknownst to him, he had already succumbed to this phantasm, and this place might not even be the dojo's study. It could be on the street or anywhere else. Wait, I shouldn't be overthinking this. The next assault did not keep Qing waiting long. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through him. Lowering his gaze, he beheld deep, bone-exposing claw marks on his right rib, blood dripping steadily onto the floor. Sensing the vague direction of the murderous intent, Qing thrust out a punch. As anticipated, he struck nothing. Nevertheless, he did not falter. He was acutely aware that human strikes, akin to normal-type and fighting-type moves, held no power over ghost-type Pokémon. Yet, there existed a certain Pokémon characteristic capable of impacting ghost types: courage. If humans could learn Pokémon moves and bear offspring with them, then it stood to reason that humans could possess Pokémon traits. Courageous spirit, have I ever feared? At this moment, the air around him was as still as death. Silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The unknown ghost-type Pokémon seemed to sense a change in Qing and opted not to strike again. Time trickled by, and just as Qing reached the count of 19 seconds, the attack came. An overwhelming influx of information surged into his mind, a torrent of intense resentment attempting to shred his consciousness. In a daze, Qing felt himself being drawn back thousands of years, standing within a pitch-black cavern, its darkness terrifying enough to consume all, with only a sphere of white light serving as illumination. He struggled to sift through the onslaught of information in his mind, striving to discern the true nature of the white light. It was a Pokémon, entirely grayish-white, its body adorned with writhing long hair, the tips tinged with red. Zoroark, from the Sinnoh region, thousands of years ago, attacking me here in Kanaz City. With a thud, Qing fell face down, blood pooling beneath him, seeping into the floor's crevices. This attack appeared to have drained much energy from Zoroark, which lay concealed in the shadows, motionless. After a considerable time, the blood continued to flow. The rise and fall of Qing's body ceased, seemingly devoid of life. The white shadow on the ground began to writhe, long hair resembling tentacles emerging, 3 sharp, black claws extending at an eerie angle, poised over the back of Qing's head. Should those claws descend, this young, immensely promising dojo master would perish on his 18th birthday. Suddenly, a powerful arm shot up, seizing the grayish-white claw. The white shadow on the ground began to contort irregularly, the tentacle-like hair thrashing wildly, piercing into the man's body, savagely tearing flesh. I now understand why I couldn't strike you. Qing gritted his teeth against the inhuman torment, his grip tightening rather than loosening. A series of cracking sounds echoed as he crushed Zoroark's wrist bone, a chilling wail emanating from the white shadow. It is not due to my lack of courage, but rather because your physical form is simply not here. With his other hand, Qing grasped the hair piercing his body, his brain issuing commands as his muscles tensed like iron, engaging in a fierce struggle against the grayish-white tendril within him. How dare you attempt to kill me across the millennia? Qing's brows furrowed, his hair standing on end, his crimson eyes glinting with a cold light. The instant you dare to attack, it signifies that part of your body has crossed into the present. With a swift motion, Qing yanked the frenzied hair from his body, along with shredded flesh and blood. His hands exerted force simultaneously, gripping the tendril and the shattered claw. Veins bulged across his body, steam rising from his pores. You wish to attack yet refuse to be struck. How selfish of you. In that moment, the sharp head of a spectral fox, accompanied by writhing fur, was forcibly extracted from the shadows by Qing. He unleashed a flurry of punches upon Zoroark's head, his fists moving with such speed that they left behind afterimages. Bang! The ghostly cries of Zoroark echoed as its dark, golden eyes conveyed unfathomable resentment. A being from millennia past, trapped between reality and memory, its flesh enslaved while its soul was tainted. 1,000 years of solitude. Who could it confide in? Chapter 76. Friends who frequently hunt Pokémon understand. Having lived 2 lives, Qing's mental fortitude was naturally beyond the ordinary. Once again, that heavy resentment surged into his mind. Yet this time it failed to incite any turbulence, as if a spear were thrust into mire. Your suffering is not of my making, yet you seek to blame me? Blood streamed from Qing's 7 orifices as he tightened his grip around Zoroark's slender neck, his feet firmly planted on the floor, veins bulging as he yanked outward. Zoroark thrashed desperately, its claws slashing wildly, the long hair growing uncontrollably, tearing the man's skin and eliciting a torrent of blood. Qing's expression remained impassive, his gaze icy, as if impervious to pain. He maintained his stance, his powerful arms unwavering, until he finally pulled Zoroark from the shadows. With a hissing sound, a frail, grayish-white fox emerged from the shadows, its undulating long hair enveloping most of its body, estimated to be 5 to 6 meters in length. Qing's eyes sparkled with determination. Seizing the moment of Zoroark's daze, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! Zoroark, caught off guard, had its right eye socket shattered, the eyeball bursting, a mixture of clear fluid and blood splattering forth. Without allowing time for a counterattack, Qing swiftly followed with a slicing strike. Crack! The sound of breaking bones resounded clearly as he struck Zoroark's jaw, disrupting it with a force that pulled this ancient being back into the present. The white Zoroark seemed to struggle for breath, its elongated neck convulsing, as if the air itself were toxic, causing its eyes to bulge and its body to tremble. With a swift motion, Qing aligned his 4 fingers and forcefully pierced Zoroark's neck, twisting and tearing, directly severing a section of its trachea, before delivering a crushing blow to its heart. Under relentless assault, this Zoroark from a distant past succumbed, the horrific span of time robbing it of the ability to vocalize. It passed away quietly. As the creature before him drew its last breath, the weight of concern in Qing's eyes did not dissipate. Why had I not considered summoning a Pokémon, instead of engaging it with my own flesh? What was influencing my consciousness, leading me to forsake the concept of summoning? Was Zoroark's expertise in crafting illusions directly implanting a phantasm within my awareness? Qing extended his hand into his pocket, retrieving a high-grade Pokeball. Hippowdon typically resided on the battlefield, only retreating into its ball when it ventured out. The rogue crocodile initially endured a similar treatment, until one fateful night, when Jeeping, arising for a midnight visit, was frightfully startled by the rogue crocodile, which was secretly admiring its reflection in the mirror. From that moment on, Du Qing only released the rogue crocodile during daylight, securing it within its pokeball by night. Throughout this period, the high-grade pokeball containing the rogue crocodile remained close at hand. Nevertheless, Du Qing harbored no intention of employing his Pokémon, even amidst a sudden ambush. His instinct dictated that he should summon his Pokémon, for only by utilizing Pokémon to combat Pokémon could one hope to survive such frenzied attempts on their life. Were other trainers to find themselves in a similar predicament, it was likely that even the majority of gym leaders would fall victim to a single glance. The origins of this terrifying Pokémon were all too evident. It could only have been conjured within Hoenn by the likes of Devon Corporation or the Green Ridge City Research Institute. Du Qing had no quarrel with Green Ridge City, and even if there were any, they had no reason to pursue his demise. Thus, the conclusion became painfully clear: Devon Corporation. In the midst of contemplation, Du Qing discerned the true horror of the shiny Zoroark. Its illusions were rooted in the human psyche, insidiously obscuring rightful thoughts and distorting deeply ingrained knowledge. Yet, more fearsome than Zoroark itself was its master, Devon Corporation. With his awareness now restored to normalcy, Du Qing cast his gaze upon the grotesque corpse sprawled on the ground. The source of the illusion lay lifeless. Blood dripped steadily onto the floor, and air rushed through the gaping wound in his abdomen with a disconcerting sound. Du Qing steeled himself and summoned the rogue crocodile, then pointed toward the shattered desk. "There are medicines inside. Retrieve them for me." Upon witnessing the harrowing state of his master, the rogue crocodile's eyes widened in disbelief, yet it instinctively sprang into action, its hefty tail thrashing as it rummaged through the debris of the desk. Soon, it emerged with a vial of purple viscous liquid, presenting it to Du Qing. He accepted the vial and examined the label: Recovery Potion Concentrate. This substance was a potent remedy, capable of overwhelming even medium-sized Pokémon, often inducing mutations under its intense effects. If applied directly to a wound, it could cause grotesque growths with skin-like tumors, and if poured onto severed limbs, additional claws might sprout. The League distributed only a single 200 milliliters bottle each year for emergencies, to be diluted with water for general use, signifying its great rarity. Du Qing carefully poured a drop onto the gaping wound in his abdomen. A searing pain mingled with a tingling sensation as flesh rapidly grew back. Even the internal organs mended. Within mere seconds, his abdomen was restored, albeit marked by a ghastly scar. Following suit, he dipped his fingernail into the purple liquid, meticulously repairing the remaining injuries on his body. Aside from a few small scars, no unforeseen complications arose. The rogue crocodile scoured the floor, its immense form humorously sprawled out. And after half a minute, it located Du Qing's torn left ear, bringing it back delicately with its claws. Du Qing casually brushed off the dirt from his left ear, aimed it at the wound, and dipped his fingernail into the medicinal liquid. Perhaps the wound was too minuscule, or the potion too potent, but upon healing, the left ear developed a tumor the size of a ping-pong ball, its surface resembling skin, an unsightly deformity. Emotionless, Du Qing pinched it between two fingers and twisted it off, a few drops of dark red blood splattering onto the floor. The rogue crocodile gasped in shock, baring its teeth in dismay. With a deep breath, Du Qing rose to his feet, surveying the aftermath of the fierce battle that had transpired in the study. The room was in disarray. Great holes punctured the walls, the desk lay askew, the floor riddled with depressions, and pools of blood were strewn about. The bookshelf had toppled. Books stained with blood scattered across the floor. Even the corpse of the shiny Zoroark continued to bleed profusely. Du Qing gestured toward the rogue crocodile, and then pointed at the lone broom in the room. "You will clean this mess." The rogue crocodile blinked its eyes beneath its dark sunglasses, extending a claw toward itself, a look of confusion evident. Du Qing nodded, displaying no signs of displeasure. "Do a good job, I know you can." He then pointed at the grotesque body. "Finally, drag this thing to the battlefield and bury it. Make sure to dig deep." The rogue crocodile grasped the broom with its talons, laboriously sweeping the floor, the broom appearing diminutive in comparison to its forelimbs. Chapter 77. The Challenger After Half a Year. Du Qing peered outside the study door. The previously inky darkness had given way to a normal corridor. He took bold strides, his feet meeting the solid floor. "Oh, the sensation of the ground," he mused. Navigating through the familiar twists and turns, he arrived at the restroom, intent on cleansing himself. As he pushed open the restroom door, he encountered no one, but was greeted instead by a surprised exclamation. "Oh, is that you, gym leader?" Inside the restroom, Jiping held a toothbrush, his mouth lathered with white foam. Du Qing's appearance was indeed rather unsettling. His upper body was bare, large clots of dried blood plastered onto his skin. And beneath the blood lay ghastly scars, while his shorts were riddled with tears. Not long ago, he had been in a normal state. A petty thief infiltrated the gym. But I have dealt with him. Jiping's mouth gaped in disbelief, his eyes reflecting skepticism. However, having witnessed Du Qing's journey, his mental fortitude was formidable, allowing him to suppress his doubts. After spending half a year in Kanaz Gym, nothing Du Qing did would surprise Jiping anymore. The gym leader must have his reasons for acting this way. If he says it was a petty thief, then it undoubtedly was. Indeed, Jiping, Du Qing replied, nodding in acknowledgement, casually inquiring, "What time is it?" "It's approximately 4 in the morning. Up so early?" After all, the gym leader must prepare for a challenge today. "It has been quite some time since I last hosted a match, so I needed to rise early to get ready." Du Qing's eyelids fluttered as he recalled this matter. Accepting challenges was commonplace in other gyms, but at Kanaz Gym, it was a significant event, especially since Du Qing had been closing the gym daily. It was no wonder Jiping was somewhat agitated. "I believe it is Du Wei's challenge, if I recall correctly. He did possess considerable battling talent in his youth. His favored type aligning with the family legacy, rock type. He always had a cacnea trailing behind him, which should have long since evolved. I wonder what the rest of his Pokémon are now." Jiping spat out water, rinsed his toothbrush, and returned it to its place before stepping out. Du Qing entered the restroom, turned on the shower, and moments later, scalding hot water cascaded down, washing away the blood and grime from his body. Steam mingling with the metallic scent of blood, enveloping the restroom. Several hours later, at Kanaz Gym, before the gym's entrance, a young man clad in casual attire paced back and forth. A complex pattern of rock motifs adorned his chest, symbolizing his extraordinary heritage. His cheeks were smooth, devoid of any facial hair, and his hairstyle was meticulously groomed, suggesting he had taken special care to present himself well. Du Wei repeatedly patted his chest, striving to regulate his breathing. His fists were clenched tightly, palms sweating profusely, making it difficult to maintain a firm grip, as if he were lacking a measure of strength. After a lengthy pause, he deliberately slowed his breath and summoned his courage to step forward. Knock, knock, knock. His knuckles struck 3 times, rapid and urgent, in stark contrast to his intentionally composed demeanor. Challenger Du Wei, a native of Kanaz City in the Hoenn region, had already earned 5 badges. He approached the door, placing a hand upon it and gently pushing, yet found it utterly immovable. With a second hand now added to his efforts, he exerted himself further, managing to budge it only a few centimeters. It was not until he gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength that he finally succeeded in pushing the heavy door open. Before him stood an unremarkable young man, who appeared quite amiable, exuding an air of scholarly refinement, and donned a pristine white shirt. "I am the referee dispatched by the League for the Kanaz Gym. Please follow me." The two traversed a series of corridors, ultimately arriving at the expansive battleground. Upon reaching the Challenger's area, Du Wei lifted his gaze to the lofty heights before him. There, upon a cold, unyielding stone platform, stood a figure forever etched in his memory, a man who had cast a long shadow over his childhood, once perceived as a rival. Yet now he felt unworthy of such a title. Du Wei gathered his emotions and reached into his pocket, swiftly retrieving several stacked badges. The scale badge, the boxing badge, the electric badge, the white feather badge, and the flame badge. Jiping stepped forward to examine them closely, reading out each badge's name before taking them into his hands to scrutinize the details. "I report to you, master of the gym, that the badges are authentic, 5 in total." With this declaration, Jiping ascended the staircase, taking position on a platform with a tome titled Gym Records, his demeanor serious. Du Qing nodded thoughtfully, vaguely recalling the teachings of Du Wan. 5 badges indeed represented a considerable achievement. What level of strength should one wield? In the Hoenn region, possessing 7 badges qualifies a trainer to be recognized as an elite trainer by the League, granting them superior status. When faced with challengers who hold 6 badges, gym leaders must gauge their strength accordingly, but typically, they are expected to be weaker than the standard gym leader tier. Elite trainers often include many who are less than competent. Thus, knowing which gym to challenge next becomes paramount, having grievances with one or old ties with another. Even a fool would know where to direct their challenge. The order of challenging gyms is laden with intricacies that rival the complexities of nurturing Pokémon and honing battle skills. Generally speaking, the younger the gym leader, the weaker their backing, making them the preferable target for early challenges. Such leaders tend to be less accommodating later on, leading to potentially awkward encounters. Should they mistakenly perceive a challenger as merely possessing the strength of 6 badges and engage in earnest, only to be bested by a single Pokémon, it would be quite embarrassing. Conversely, older gym leaders are typically more amenable, with stronger affiliations often showing greater respect for talent. Of course, aspiring to become an elite trainer through such means demands a substantial financial foundation, and it is advantageous to have connections within the community. Otherwise, one may find such ambitions unsustainable. To establish oneself as an elite trainer requires significant investment. Without at least a 9-digit sum, success is unlikely. The 7th badge alone is more costly than the first 6 combined. As for the 8th badge, that is another matter entirely. When confronted with a challenge from an elite trainer, most gym leaders exert their full strength, disregarding familial ties or relationships. The 8th badge is no trifling matter. Should a challenger possess true strength, it is likely that a gym leader may misjudge the situation, leading to potential defeat. Victory for the challenger and the acquisition of 8 badges in the Hoenn region signifies the ability to overcome a typical gym leader's strength. Thereafter, they may proceed to Saffron City, embarking on the championess path, where they must consecutively defeat 4 Elite Four members without respite, culminating in a battle against the champion to claim the title of the new champion. It sounds deceptively simple. To become a champion of the region, one must first gather 8 badges, traverse the championess path, vanquish the Elite Four, and ultimately conquer the champion. Chapter 78, Hippo versus Wudou. Thus, a new champion emerges. However, as for the challenger with 5 badges, Qing found it challenging to ascertain the appropriate level of strength to employ, given his limited experience in formal battles. Moreover, Qing possessed an exceedingly sparse roster of Pokémon, with only 2 in total, a fact that struck other gym leaders as quite astonishing, as typically, 6 Pokémon comprise a team. And most leaders maintain multiple teams, not to mention those from long-established, formidable factions. Gym leaders hailing from such legacies, particularly those from Wudou Town and Lilycove City, often boast 6 or 7 teams, not to mention the numerous Pokémon not even assigned to teams, countless in number, indeed. Even Wudou, having severed ties with her family, managed to maintain 2 teams and over a dozen Pokémon. The disparity in strength among Pokémon allows for strategic adjustments based on the number of badges held. As for what level of strength to wield against a challenger with 5 badges, Qing turned to Jiping and then to Du Wei, declaring, "The challenge begins." As soon as the words left his lips, Du Wei visibly tensed, taking a deep breath as he retrieved a great ball from his pocket. "Come forth, Wudou." The great ball opened, and a small tree-like Pokémon appeared on the battlefield, its arms resembling clusters of foliage, with a branch protruding from its head, adorned with oval yellow spots. Qing raised an eyebrow, tossing out his own Pokeball. "Your Pokémon is rather unique." A massive figure plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the battlefield, creating a deep crater upon impact, causing the entire gym to tremble, dust swirling and debris scattering. Hippo. Du Wei's expression sharpened. He hadn't anticipated facing an ace Pokémon right from the outset. Most other gym leaders would not employ such tactics. Stealth Rock. Hippo lazily opened its eyes, revealing its massive maw, from which it unleashed a torrent of sharp stones that cascaded forth. Hundreds of jagged rocks floated ominously above the ground, densely packed. In light of this scene, Wudou appeared somewhat bewildered. It flailed its arms, attempting to swat away the encroaching stones, yet its efforts proved futile. After a moment's contemplation, Du Wei shouted, "Use bind." At this command, Wudou shook off its confusion, raising its rock-like arms, now aglow with verdant light, as thick emerald vines erupted forth, lashing towards Hippo. The vines ensnared Hippo's forelimbs, constricting around its sturdy black shell. Yes, just like that. With the success of this strategy, Du Wei seemed to relax, his expression easing. If he could topple the massive Hippo, the greater its weight, the more damage it would sustain. Wudou planted its stance firmly, its arms shimmering with rocky radiance as it pulled on the thick vines, striving to bring Hippo down. However, despite the vigorous tugging, Hippo remained steadfast, only shifting slightly, stirring up a cloud of dust. The gym fell into an eerie silence. Whether it was Hippo's immense weight or Wudou's insufficient strength, the attempt to bind had evidently failed, and Hippo remained unyielding. Fire Fang. Hippo bared its long, ivory fangs, flames enveloping its mouth and teeth as it lowered its head and bit down, directly severing the emerald vines constricting its forelimbs, before chewing audibly. Du Wei gaped, clearly taken aback. Can the vines generated in battle truly be consumed? Wudou used spikes. Given Hippo's formidable physical defense and Wudou's lack of overwhelming power, attempting a brute force breakthrough seemed a precarious endeavor. The formidable offensive moves of the Hushua tree predominantly consist of dual-bladed headbutts, wooden hammers, and self-sacrificing charges. high-damage counterattack techniques. It is likely that the Hippowdon has sustained minimal injuries, yet the Hushua tree has inadvertently inflicted fatal damage upon itself. You can unleash spikes, and so can I, Du Qing remarked, nodding in satisfaction at the unfolding scene. With a flourish, the Hushua tree raised its rock-like arms resembling tree canopies, which expanded like genuine saplings, sprouting increasingly numerous branches while the green leaves remained conspicuously absent until fruits began to emerge among the branches. These fruits were distinctly angular, adorned with sharp spikes. In mere seconds, the Hushua tree vigorously swung its arms, launching the spiked fruits toward the direction of the Hippowdon. The Hippowdon steadied itself with its massive legs, its broad nostrils exhaling gusts of wind that collided directly with the barrage of spiked fruits raining down like arrows. The composition of the Hushua tree was entirely rocky, resulting in a unique method of launching its projectiles. The spiked fruits, exceedingly heavy, were only slightly dispersed by the gusts, which merely delayed their trajectory. The majority of the spiked fruits continued their slow approach. Du Wei clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes. As the spiked fruits descended, Du Qing exhibited no reaction, his expression remaining impassive. "Stop pretending. Unleash your full power this time," he urged. Upon hearing this, the Hippowdon's eyes darted nervously, and it hesitated for a moment. Subsequently, it ceased to conceal its strength. Opening its colossal maw, a tempest of sand swirled around it, and the black holes on its surface activated, releasing several thunderous blasts of air, manifesting as robust columns of wind. These powerful gusts pierced through the rain of spikes, creating chaos, as the wind columns gradually twisted, spiraling into massive tornadoes of spikes upon the battlefield. "Is this what you call blowing away?" The imposing tornadoes converged, moving with purpose towards the Hushua tree. Meanwhile, atop the platform, Jiping ducked abruptly to avoid a flying rock, scrambling to retrieve a pokeball to summon the forest lizard. "What kind of move is this? It's utterly terrifying." "Forest lizard, protect me for a moment," he implored. The forest lizard curiously surveyed its surroundings, and the leaves atop its head began to grow rapidly, becoming increasingly dense until they expanded to a size capable of enveloping an entire person. With a swift motion, the forest lizard plucked the broad leaf from its forehead and used it to shield Jiping. Debris, sand, and spiked fruits rained down upon the leaf, which, though seemingly ordinary, effectively shielded against the remnants of the battle. Jiping gave the forest lizard a thumbs up in appreciation. In an unexpected display of sentience, the forest lizard extended its long red tongue and, with a playful glint in its elongated eyes, reciprocated the gesture with a clawed thumb. Faced with this unprecedented combat style, Du Wei's demeanor shifted, and he urgently commanded, "Quickly, use Protect. You must hold your ground." Chapter 79, Rogue Croc vs. Moonstone. Upon receiving the order, the Hushua tree emanated a cold, hard light, its short legs sinking into the earth, erecting a formidable 2-meter-high earthen wall in an instant. A vortex of spikes intermingled with sand surged towards it, accompanied by a raging sandstorm. In the face of such a gargantuan tornado towering over 10 meters, the 2-meter wall appeared utterly insignificant and inconsequential. The fierce winds tore violently into the wall, instantly shredding the makeshift defense of soil and rock. The Hushua tree helplessly flailed its arms, uprooted and lifted high into the air by the tornado. In the upper atmosphere, sharp rocks and fragments of spiked fruit swirled within the tempest. The Hushua tree was left battered and bruised, its rocky exterior shedding chunks until the tornado subsided, finally crashing heavily to the ground. Jiping, concealed behind the large leaf, observed intently, drawing the conclusion that the Hushua tree had lost its ability to battle. Du Wei took a step back, his expression grave, yet he quickly advanced again. It would be disingenuous to claim he was unaffected. After all, throughout the encounter, the Hushua tree had not inflicted any substantial damage upon the Hippowdon, rendering the entire endeavor fruitless. The only consolation lay in the fact that the Hippowdon had cleared away the spikes it had unleashed. This was indeed the sole piece of good news. After all, as the gym leader's trump card, it was only natural for it to be formidable. Du Wei took a moment to steady his breath, offering himself a semblance of comfort. He raised a great ball, a flash of red light illuminating the air as the incapacitated Hushua tree was drawn into the ball from a distance. Next, he retrieved a high ball from his pocket, a newfound confidence glimmering in his gaze. "Come forth, Moonstone." As his words echoed, a crescent-shaped rock creature materialized upon the battlefield, its black eye sockets and red irises contrasting against its pockmarked, earthy exterior. The Moonstone's ability was Levitate, which granted it an advantage against the ground-type Hippowdon. prompting Du Wei to switch Pokémon. Du Qing cast a glance at the Hippowdon, his expression devoid of emotion as he silently gestured. The Hippowdon, with an almost mischievous glint in its eyes, dug out a pokeball from beneath the sand, gently grasped it in its mouth, and puffed air to deliver the ball into Du Qing's hands. This creature had just unleashed a wave of damage that rendered the Hushua tree unconscious. Du Qing returned the Hippowdon to its pokeball, subsequently producing a high ball and tossing it high into the air. It's your turn, Rogue Croc. The Rogue Croc, adorned with dark glasses and possessing a fearsome visage, landed on the battlefield, its bright red tongue flicking out, exposing its sharp fangs as it laughed maniacally. He. The Moonstone exhibited no immediate reaction. After all, being a rock creature, it remained stoic as its eyes glimmered slightly, floating silently in the arena. With a show of muscular prowess, the Rogue Croc raised its claws, showcasing its formidable physique. The scales on its body gleamed, its muscles taut like rock, and its claws and fangs appeared even sharper and more resilient, its size slightly increasing. Du Wei furrowed his brow, contemplating for several moments before issuing a command. Moonstone, use taunt. Upon receiving the instruction, the Moonstone seemed to awaken, its crescent-shaped body slowly rotating as it ascended, its massive red eyes reflecting a hint of mockery. This derision was not born from mere behavior, but rather emanated as a direct emotional output, spreading an almost palpable sense of emotional violence. Witnessing this, the Rogue Croc stomped the ground in agitation, its skin igniting with black flames. While the temperature around it remained unchanged, the intense energy fluctuations were unmistakable. A flicker of delight appeared in Du Wei's eyes, though it was quickly masked. Du Qing, observing the scene, found it rather intriguing. The Rogue Croc undoubtedly possessed formidable strength, yet its severe character flaws suggested a potential mental shortcoming. He was curious to see how the Rogue Croc would respond to taunt. Would it be more profoundly affected than typical Pokémon? What would its state of confusion resemble? If an individual sprite possesses sufficient composure, or if an overconfident user lacks skill, it is indeed possible to remain unaffected by augmented attacks and the ensuing chaos. But how would confusion manifest in a rogue crocodile with personality flaws? At this moment, the rogue crocodile is enveloped in ever-rising black flames. Its sunglasses tremble in fury. Head held high, gazing at the Moonstone with its chin raised, its claws alternately gripping tightly and then releasing. The crocodile's right paw is enveloped in a deep blue aura, resembling an armored claw, as it strikes violently at the Moonstone suspended in the air, unleashing 3 sharp claw slashes. Observing intently, Jiping is perplexed. Can dragon claws be wielded in such a manner? The power of the moon. The Moonstone abruptly halts its rotation, its glowing red eyes shifting to a soft pink, with its entire form surrounded by a delicate pink halo, turning to face the rogue crocodile. A crescent moon imprint, bursting forth in radiant pink, hurtles towards it. The 3 deep blue claw slashes collide fiercely with the crescent imprint. Yet they sink into it as if into a bottomless ocean, barely causing a ripple. The imprint merely dims slightly. This exemplifies the fairy-type skill's superiority over dragon-type abilities. Even though neither side employs their respective elemental skills, the inherent effects still resonate. If the power of the moon can manifest in such a way, this Moonstone must have been procured in Green Ridge City. Du Wei remains non-committal. Indeed, this Moonstone was a costly acquisition. Long ago, the Meteor Clan collaborated with Green Ridge City, as the Meteor Falls were abundant with wild moonstones and sun rocks, virtually littered across the landscape. This was a tremendous fortune, coveted by numerous factions. Yet, the Meteor Clan revered the might of dragon-type sprites, and most of them were devoted to rigorous training, leaving them disinterested in the stones scattered at their doorstep. Consequently, Green Ridge City forged a partnership with the Meteor Clan. They purchased moonstones and sun rocks at low prices, and the Meteor Clan was pleased, for they were merely stones at their doorstep. Selling them was indeed a boon. Green Ridge City operated with unwavering unity, possessing both expertise and experience. After careful cultivation, vast quantities of moonstones and sun rocks were sold to the outside world. Due to their low acquisition cost and substantial volume, they reaped considerable profits. Over time, the Meteor Clan became astute, realizing the immense profits from this business, and thus increased their prices significantly. Naturally, Green Ridge City could not acquiesce, as their cultivation techniques were unparalleled. The two sides clashed fiercely over profits, one relying on raw materials and the other on technology. Ultimately, the formidable Research Institute of Green Ridge City announced the successful artificial breeding of moonstones and sun rocks. This dispute over interests thus came to a halt. Chapter 80, Rogue Crocodile vs. Cacturn. It is said that the two young gym leaders of Green Ridge City today are descendants of those who began their fortunes selling moonstones and sun rocks. On the battlefield, the rogue crocodile appears to be in a peculiar state, panting heavily. Even when confronted by the imposing crescent imprint, it does not contemplate evasion. Instead, it aligns its claws, shimmering with a pearly glow, transforming them into blades. With ferocity, it strikes forward. With a resounding crash, the crescent imprint shatters into a flurry of pink light. The rogue crocodile howls to the heavens, launching a series of deep blue dragon claws at the moonstone, yet is met with the same defensive maneuver. However, the rogue crocodile seems tireless, continuously unleashing various attacks, though it either miscalculates its aim or falters in execution, failing to land a single blow. In stark contrast, the moonstone floats serenely in the air, deftly evading the onslaught, while interspersing its own moon power to sap the opponent's strength. As the battle unfolds, although the rogue crocodile suffers no significant injuries, minor scratches are inevitable, and its eyes, ablaze with rage, burn even brighter. At this moment, Du Wei's excitement is indescribable. If this continues, could his moonstone truly triumph over Qing Ji's rogue crocodile? In response to this scene, Du Qing remains impassive, seemingly unaffected. He gazes at the rogue crocodile, declaring that being blinded by anger renders it neither powerful nor appealing. At this instant, the rogue crocodile, which had been frantically unleashing attacks, suddenly pauses as the pink moonlight strikes its form, dislodging several scales. The dark eyes behind its oversized sunglasses regain a glimmer of clarity. The black flames enveloping the rogue crocodile gradually extinguish, leaving the arena shrouded in silence, where even a falling needle could be heard. Upon receiving the command, the rogue crocodile's robust tail slams down heavily, propelling its powerful legs to thrust against the ground, fracturing it with each forceful step. The entire crocodile launches forth like a cannonball. Du Wei is abruptly jolted awake, urgently commanding, "Reflective barrier." The moonstone's eyes blaze a brilliant red, and a glass-like barrier materializes in midair, shielding it. Yet, how could the rogue crocodile be hindered by such a construct? Its jaws open wide to a terrifying angle, black flames swirling around its fangs. With a resounding crack, the reflective barrier shatters into countless fragments. The defensive line breached. The moonstone is left exposed to the rogue crocodile's attack. Even while suspended in midair, having absorbed some of the force from the reflective barrier, it manages to lunge toward the moonstone. That fearsome maw bites down fiercely, its ivory fangs sinking deep into the moonstone's rocky form, tearing apart the psychic energy within. And the moonstone erupts with a brilliant violet glow. With a crunch, a fragment of the crescent is bitten off, which the rogue crocodile chews and spits onto the ground. Upon the moonstone's fractured body, a red and yellow sash flutters in the wind, embedded within its form. Moments later, the sash disintegrates into a cloud of dust, vanishing into thin air. Jiping had long since recalled his forest lizard, observing the scene with a large leaf in front of him, expressing astonishment. A moonstone, renowned for its durability, actually carried a momentum sash? How could it be so fearful of being instantly defeated by the gym leader's Pokémon? And how is it even stored within? Du Wei's earlier arrogance dissipates, and beads of sweat begin to form on his brow. The moonstone's current state is far from favorable. Its upper half bitten away, even struggling to maintain its levitating form. This crescent has indeed lost a piece. In this tense moment, Du Wei's mind races, and his expression sharpens. Moonstones trick space. It is truly commendable that the Green Ridge Research Institute produced such a remarkable specimen, even in a state of grave injury. The moonstone remains resolute in executing commands. With the moonstone as the focal point, several red light barriers spring forth, enveloping the entire battlefield in a square formation. Once this is completed, Du Wei raises a standard pokeball, recalling the moonstone. His expression grave, he seems to have made a decisive resolution. This time, he produces not a premier ball or a great ball, but an ordinary red and white pokeball, bearing numerous scratches, indicative of years of use. Du Wei lifts his gaze, locking eyes with Du Qing atop the platform, his eyes aflame with fighting spirit. "Qinggu, my cacturn was not purchased by my father, nor is it a product of family breeding. I found it as a child in the Kalu Green Tunnel, no larger than my fist, scavenging for slag by the steel mill. I wish to convey this. This is my ace Pokémon. It possesses no noble lineage, its attribute combination has significant flaws, nor does it boast extraordinary talent. While I may have neglected battling over the years, I have never forsaken my Pokémon. Arise, Porygon-Z, roar." The battlefield was engulfed in a swirling cloud of dust as a colossal steel beast resembling a mountain descended. It was clad in formidable armor, its face adorned with a metallic jaw, 3 silver horns protruding from its head, and its limbs encircled by silver rings, while a robust black tail conveyed immense strength. Those azure eyes burned with an indomitable fighting spirit. Porygon-Z possessed a formidable physical defense, yet its special defense was its Achilles heel, and its speed was notably sluggish. However, now ensconced within the realm of illusions, a reduced speed would prove advantageous. Porygon-Z. Ice Punch. In an instant, the ground where Porygon-Z was supposed to be was utterly vacant, only to be filled by a colossal afterimage that flashed by. The next moment, the crocodile was enveloped by a massive shadow. As it glanced backward, a frigid steel fist descended with tremendous force. The ground shook with an explosive sound. Crocodile, utilizing its claws as blades, struck upward. The two attacks met, shattering the icy punch, while Porygon-Z's fist was left slightly dented, suffering a few broken toes in the process. At that moment, Crocodile experienced a surge of enhancement, shaking off the state of intimidation and chaos while retaining its offensive prowess, even besting the Moonstone. Despite its considerable speed deficit, the confidence radiating from behind its dark sunglasses was palpable. He. Porygon-Z retreated to a distance, invoking Iron Defense. No sooner had the command been issued than another afterimage sped past, positioning Porygon-Z at the edge of the battlefield, its dark rock armor undergoing a transformation, shimmering with metallic brilliance. Meanwhile, Qing's lips curled into a smirk, showing no intention of halting the process. Let it strengthen. If it could be taken down in 2 hits or defeated in 1 kick, what purpose would such a fruitless battle serve? There was no need to intervene. Hearing the command, Crocodile crossed its arms, lifting its chin high to gaze at its opponent. From afar, the metallic radiance upon Porygon-Z intensified, as its already heavy armor accumulated layer upon layer, augmenting its size further. Chapter 81. Responding to my bonds. Minutes passed, and Porygon-Z had reached the zenith of its enhancement. It loomed like a titan forged of steel, nearly 8 meters tall, with 3 elongated silver horns glimmering with fierce brilliance. Under the reinforcement of Iron Defense, Porygon-Z's physical defense escalated to a level of sheer terror. At this juncture, Dewey no longer hesitated. The square pink light curtain began to sway slowly, signaling that the illusionary realm would soon dissipate. Only by launching an offensive now could victory be within reach. Crocodile was not renowned for its endurance. Employing fighting or ice-type moves to incapacitate, it was a plausible strategy, far from a fanciful notion. Porygon-Z's already high physical defense placed it among the stronger tiers of Pokémon. Following the extreme enhancement of Iron Defense, it could unleash devastating damage with a tackle, while Crocodile, with its low endurance and vulnerability to fighting-type moves, stood at a disadvantage, provided the attack connected. Even though this particular Crocodile was exceptional, it could still inflict substantial damage. Use Tackle Attack. Upon receiving the command, Porygon-Z let out a thunderous roar, its metallic form shimmering as it moved with such swiftness that it left only an afterimage in its wake. Earthquake. Crocodile, now invigorated, grinned widely, its mouth stretching into a maniacal smile as it raised its right leg and stomped down violently upon the ground. In an instant, cracks erupted across the surface, deepening and multiplying until they spread throughout the entire arena, the earth fracturing like an ancient spider's web. Almost immediately, a powerful shockwave surged forth from the fissures, distorting the air as it barreled toward the rushing Porygon-Z. Boom. Despite the pressure of the shockwave, Porygon-Z did not waver in speed. Its steel armor shattered in layers, battered and bruised, crashing heavily to the ground and widening the cracks. With a force akin to 100,000 horsepower, as Porygon-Z's assault pressed forward, Crocodile steadied itself, its muscles rippling with strength, harnessing its full might. The red and black scales erupted as it unleashed its claws forward, directly bracing against the oncoming steel mountain. Bang! A deafening roar resounded. Crocodile gritted its teeth, its hind claws sinking into the earth under the strain, its entire body being pushed back by the force of impact. Though it maintained its stance, it was gradually forced backward, leaving deep grooves in the ground. A mountain is coming, was Crocodile's immediate thought. Yet, contemplation ceased swiftly as the weight of the impending mountain bore down upon it. Heavy collision. The colossal body of Porygon-Z charged forth, the greater the weight disparity between them, the more potent the impact. As a steel type, it could be deemed Porygon-Z's signature offensive move. To Xi Ping's astonishment, Porygon-Z defied the laws of physics. It launched itself skyward, its mountainous steel form suspended in midair, erupting in a blinding flash of white light that illuminated the entire arena before plummeting down toward Crocodile. Stupefied, Ping murmured to himself atop the platform. This strike will likely shake the entire North District. In this moment of crisis, Qing remained remarkably composed, swiftly devising a countermeasure. Weave the grass, watch the angle. Upon hearing the command, Kanaz sprang to attention, raising its right leg high and striking the ground with tremendous force. Amidst the spiderweb-like cracks, colossal emerald vines shot up into the air. Dozens of vines, as thick as water barrels, surged skyward, intertwining to form a vast green net, racing to ensnare the steel mountain, wrapping it as tightly as a dumpling. Yet, against the might of the heavy collision, the emerald vines began to rupture, their verdant juices spilling forth, merely delaying poor Ganzi's descent. However, the ground was far from calm. The fearsome crocodile was never one to sit idly by. Kanaz opened its jaws wide, grinning maniacally, flames of green engulfing its form. From the fissures within the arena, new vines sprouted with each passing moment, growing thicker and thicker. From the thickness of a water barrel to that of a tire, the entire arena resembled a tempest of green dragons, entwining around poor Ganzi, suspended in midair. Kanaz feigned with its claws below. The emerald vines tightened their grip around the steel mountain and forcefully slammed it into the ground. Boom! The center of the arena was obliterated, creating a massive pit several meters deep. As poor Ganzi plummeted, its shattered armor gradually peeling away, the fallen shards alone weighing hundreds of pounds. Weave the grass, trip your opponent. The greater the opponent's weight, the greater the damage inflicted. Wei stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is this, weaving grass? A special attack skill, yet executed with such finesse by a Pokémon adept in physical offense. Truly remarkable. Brother Qing. After a deep sigh, Wei closed his eyes, and after a considerable pause, opened them again, taking a deep breath and releasing it. I have already gained much from this battle. If I cannot defeat a single Pokémon at this juncture, I concede. You wish to concede, yet Boscodora harbors a different sentiment. Wei's eyes widened in shock as he gazed into the smoke-filled arena. The swirling dust enveloped fragments of rock and steel, and amidst the dim light, a colossal figure gradually rose. Its outline was obscured and incomplete, yet it stood defiantly. A roar erupted. As the smoke cleared, the battered Boscodora came into view. With two of its 3 silver horns broken, its fragmented steel armor scant, and unable to mask the dark gray of its rocky shell. However, within its cerulean eyes, the flame of determination had never waned. Boscodora's memory was not particularly sharp, perhaps due to its lesser intellect, and it often forgot things. It only recalled that, at some point, its master ceased to command it in battle, the smile fading from their face, replaced by silence. From discarded mine refused to gleaming metal ingots. From a den of junk to a lavish cave, Boscodora had gained much, yet lost little, save for a master who once radiated joy and ambition. Now, after several years, it had transformed from a fist-sized Cocodora to a car-sized Kadora, and finally into the mountain-like Boscodora. That summer, it had been defeated by a yellow, big-headed hippopotamus, causing its master to weep inconsolably. 8 years had passed, and it was determined not to succumb to the red crocodile. Having entered the battlefield and chosen to engage, victory was imperative. Chapter 82, The Rock Badge. Boscodora staggered to its feet, its battered form housing but a resilient spirit. Roar! Wei shook his head, dispelling his confusion, and clenched his fists, shouting loudly. Boscodora, unleash Metal Explosion. Metal Explosion was a risky maneuver that intensified the damage taken previously and returned it to the opponent. Surrounding Boscodora lay tons of shattered steel, remnants of battles fought, now beginning to tremble, flickering with points of white light before converging. A massive spherical iron mass levitated above the battlefield, casting a large shadow. Its surface was pockmarked and riddled with crevices, yet powerful energy waves emanated continuously from these gaps. At this moment, Qing finally exhibited a flicker of emotion, his brows lifting in a smile, as if admiring a finely crafted work of art. Rogue Croc, unleash Earthquake. Utilize your most prized skill. Give it your all. Whoa. The Rogue Croc raised its arms in a frenzy, its dark glasses shaking with excitement, before it summoned its strength and struck the ground fiercely. What it faced now was a force that surpassed the metal explosion that had just been executed. The already fragmented battlefield, after absorbing this blow, was left in utter ruin. Cracks spreading everywhere, with not a single intact rock remaining. A powerful shockwave surged forth, crashing towards Boscodora like a tidal wave. The massive iron sphere suspended in the air also began to react, blinding white light shooting from its crevices, hurtling towards the shockwave. Boom! Crackle and pop. A tremendous aftershock radiated from the point of impact. Ping atop the platform and Du Wei below were both swept away as if caught in a tidal wave. Crashing violently against the wall, Du Qing's eyes widened, seizing the moment to unleash a decisive punch, dispersing the residual waves before him. As the dust settled, the arena was littered with twisted, deformed steel. The iron sphere had been forcefully torn apart by the shockwave, scattering into fragments. Clearly, earthquake had triumphed over metal explosion. The rogue croc remained steadfast, flicking its tail and tilting its head back in laughter, celebrating its victory. He. Meanwhile, on the battlefield surface, a deep trench resembling a dragon had formed. Boscodora was pushed to the edge of the arena by the shockwave, its once mountainous body reduced significantly, embedding itself into the wall. Its rocky armor shattered. At this time, Ping leisurely climbed back onto the platform, blood trickling from his mouth, as he raised the dojo chronicle and proclaimed loudly, "Boscodora has lost its fighting capability." Du Wei also stumbled over, and aside from his disheveled appearance, he radiated vitality, showing no signs of defeat. "All my Pokémon have fallen. This battle is my loss." Du Wei leaped into the arena. Despite his frail physique, his lineage allowed him to know how to channel his strength. In truth, barring those of common birth, nearly all trainers placed great emphasis on their physical prowess and skill development. After all, Pokémon are robust creatures, and a trainer must not hinder their Pokémon, becoming a liability in the heat of battle. Du Wei sprinted swiftly towards Boscodora's location. The mountain-like figure was half embedded in the stone wall, its armor having largely flaked away, rendering Boscodora somewhat gaunt. The recovery process for such Pokémon is quite intricate and costly. It cannot be remedied simply with medication. It requires a substantial amount of metal ingots, ores, cement, and soil. To restore a creature as large as Boscodora, it would likely take a dozen workers a full day to erect scaffolding and apply cement before commencing repairs. Du Wei gently caressed the shattered steel fragments before capturing the unconscious mountain in a pokeball. "Boscodora, you have done sufficiently well." Du Qing stood on the platform, hands in pockets, his gaze reflecting a hint of admiration. Having been away from battle for so long, to command to this extent indicates that considerable preparation had preceded this moment. His commanding ability was not outstanding, yet neither was it a weakness. The tactics learned were seamlessly integrated into combat. To be honest, I never anticipated the Moonstone would possess such power. To exert its full potential before exiting and pave the way for the ace Pokémon, to skillfully employ this notion has already defeated many trainers. Of course, none of the above constitutes the crux of this battle. What truly gains my respect is the bond between you and Boscodora. No, it is the connection between Boscodora and yourself. A failed trainer cannot cultivate a successful Pokémon. Your Boscodora possesses immense strength, standing apart from the rest of the team. I recommend you learn the baton passing strategy, enhance what needs enhancement, eliminate any lurking threats, and ultimately pass the baton, consolidating power upon your ace Pokémon. This strategy may lack stability, yet Boscodora boasts a remarkably diverse skill set. Specializing in this one Pokémon and achieving the heights of an elite trainer is not a mere pipe dream, but entirely feasible. Or rather, your Boscodora inherently possesses the requisite strength, merely hindered by the shortcomings of the other Pokémon on your team. I admire your bond and recognize Boscodora's prowess. Du Qing reached into his pocket, retrieving the badge he had meticulously prepared. The badge was composed of 2 triangular stones, interspersed with brown and yellow, polished to a sheen. Pristine and unblemished. Congratulations, Du Wei. You have become the first trainer to achieve this since my tenure began.